After 2 consecutive runs, lasting over 13 hours, it was indeed quite tiring. Lin Mayu, under Shu Han's recommendation, bought 6 bottles of fatigue potions. After drinking 1 bottle, he felt as if his body was bathing in a hot spring. All the fatigue was swept away, and he felt even more refreshed than after a long sleep. Shu Han blinked. How is it? Not bad, right? Indeed, it's quite good, Lin Mayu confirmed the potion's effectiveness, making Shu Han very happy. 500 points, it's worth it for you. Now you can continue leading people through the dungeon, so many are waiting, she added. The queue seemed to have grown even longer with more people joining in. Leading a group could earn him 39,000 points, which was quite fast. Lin Mayu's main goal was the desert fruit, which could help him fully train his skills. A moment later, Lin Mayu led 39 people into the dungeon again. The queue, instead of shortening, seemed to grow longer as those who completed the dungeon called more friends to join. Meanwhile, some information about Lin Mayu spread out, reaching Bai Li Sheng at Bai Li Academy. He tapped the stone table, as if mimicking someone, analyzing Lin Mayu's skills with a hint of resentment. So, it's about using corpses for mass damage skills and a powerful skeleton army. As long as his summoning is restricted and there are no corpses, Lin Mayu is useless. Every profession has its weaknesses, and Bai Li Sheng believed he found Lin Mayu's. Lin Mayu had not only embarrassed him but also tarnished Bai Li Academy's reputation. Without Lin Mayu, the new record would have belonged to Bai Li Academy, and he might have obtained the tyrant's heart. He yearned for the boss's accessory, feeling that Lin Mayu had taken too much from him. Despite his position, he couldn't lay a hand on Lin Mayu and felt envious of Lin Mayu's profession and skills. After some thought, Bai Li Sheng instructed, "Bring Lingjin from Qianlong Academy here, tell him I have something to discuss." In the dungeon hall, 7 hours later, Lin Mayu completed another run. After drinking the fatigue potion, he felt no tiredness at all, both physically and mentally. The potion was indeed magical, and the alchemist who made it was quite impressive. Calculating the time, there were over 30 hours before the opening ceremony. If he moved quickly, he could manage 5 more runs, potentially earning nearly 200,000 points. Perhaps he might come across the desert fruit in one of those runs. Looking around, Shu Han had already left, probably gone to rest, Lin Mayu thought. He continued gathering people for more runs, one after another. The day before the opening ceremony, new students from all over the country arrived at Xiajing Academy. The academy arranged for senior students to guide the newcomers, showing them to their dormitories and giving tours around the academy. Xia Shui, among other new students, toured Xiajing Academy with a senior student as their guide. They admired the academy's grandeur and scale, unmatched by any other institution. After the tour, Xia Shui returned to her dormitory. Unlike Lin Mayu, she couldn't afford luxury and chose a double dormitory for peace during meditation, as the single dormitory was too expensive. She had earned 7,600 points from the exams, plus a 2,000-point bonus for being second in the province, totaling 9,600 points. Her father, Xia Dongyang, had repeatedly reminded her to spend points frugally. The academy's trading post has so many good things, but they're all too expensive, she sighed. I envy that guy with over 30,000 points. I wonder how many points the national champion gets, it must be a lot. Principal Lu mentioned that Lin Mayu arrived at Xiajing Academy a few days ago. I wonder how he's doing. With his abilities, he should be doing quite well. Thinking of Lin Mayu's performance, Xia Shui felt both incredulous and pleased for him. She had given up competing with him, realizing the gap between them was too vast. It's pointless to think about it. He'll definitely be at the opening ceremony tomorrow, she thought as her roommate arrived. It's you! Xia Shui exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Zuomei was surprised but soon also showed joy. What a coincidence! It felt great to have a fellow provincial as a roommate. Meanwhile, Lin Mayu continued running the dungeon, defeating the lion tribe tyrant repeatedly. The desert tyrant was almost worn out from his efforts. If not for the rule that allowed each person only one spot on the leaderboard, Lin Mayu would have dominated the top 3 spots with unbreakable records. Lin Mayu had been in the dungeon hall for 2 days, completing 5 runs, and was preparing for the 6th. Last one, he thought, calculating that he would finish around 7 a.m., just in time for the 9 a.m. opening ceremony. Looking at the queue, there were exactly 35 people left. Once this round was done, it would be the end. After collecting points and forming a team, everyone quickly teleported into the dungeon. After collecting the points and forming the team, everyone quickly teleported into the dungeon. For Lin Mayu, this was his 8th time entering the tyrant's desert. Except for the first encounter with the desert fruit, he hadn't found it in the 6 subsequent runs. Hopefully, I'll find it this time, he thought. In Bai Yuan's courtyard, Ning Tairan was agitated, speaking to Bai Yuan. That young man you've taken a liking to is being too reckless. What happened? Bai Yuan asked, surprised. Lin Moyu had always been so composed, how could he be reckless? Mang Anwen was also present, pouring a cup of tea for Ning Tairan. Old Ning, don't rush, have some tea and tell us slowly. Ning Tairan, still annoyed, said, that kid is in the dungeon hall, charging people to take them through the tyrant's desert dungeon. Bai Yuan found it odd. Charging to help people through dungeons is quite normal, isn't it? It's always been done. But he's taking 39 people through at once, Ning Tairan huffed. All those people who have been stuck on the task for years are now completing it. Bai Yuan slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. That kid's got a good head on his shoulders, coming up with this. How's he charging for it? He better not be going easy on those folks. Ning Tairan's eyes widened. You're going to be the death of me. You know the purpose behind the Academy's tasks. The Academy's intention, especially with large dungeon tasks, was to filter out outstanding talents. Those stuck on the dungeon tasks usually had some issues, whether it was lack of ability or character flaws, they always had various shortcomings. Bai Yuan sipped his tea. Of course I know, but so what? The rules are set by the Academy, and the Academy hasn't prohibited people from helping others. He's operating within the rules. Old Ning, try to find a rule that Lin Moyu has violated. Ning Tairan's beard and eyebrows bristled. He couldn't actually find any rule that Lin Moyu had broken. Bai Yuan continued, I've long been dissatisfied with these tasks. Over the years, how many good talents have been stuck because they're not good at socializing and couldn't find a team? Don't tell me you're unaware of these things. I think Lin is doing a great thing. The Academy system does indeed need some reform. Ning Tairan was so angry that he was practically fuming, unable to suppress his rage even after drinking 3 large cups of tea. He stood up. You two are just in cahoots. Bai Yuan chuckled. At your age, your temper is still like this. Anyway, I'm telling you now, if you dare to touch Lin Moyu, I'll tear down the dungeon hall. Ning Tairan's mouth twitched. He knew Bai Yuan would actually do it. If he didn't know that Lin Moyu was someone Bai Yuan intended to nurture, he would have stepped in to stop Lin Moyu long ago. Ning Tairan left in a huff. Mang Anwen laughed softly. Old Ning's temper is unchangeable. Bai Yuan was unconcerned. A leopard can't change its spots. This old man, there's only one person in the world who can keep him in check. Mang Anwen knew who Bai Yuan was referring to and couldn't help but smile knowingly. This time, Lin Moyu finally found the desert fruit as he had hoped. Despite his usual calm demeanor, a hint of joy flickered in his expression. With the desert fruit, he could train 2 of his skills to the maximum level. If things went as he anticipated, these skills could continue to improve alongside his level. He was just 1% experience away from leveling up. If he waited until reaching level 22 to train his skills, he would need to train an additional level. Desert fruit, someone exclaimed. It's a divine item for skill training. Haha, I can't believe we actually found it. Someone laughed loudly, attempting to rush forward to pick the desert fruit. A skeleton suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Lin Moyu's expression turned serious. We agreed beforehand that the desert fruit would be mine. After I finish training my skills, whatever's left will be yours. They indeed had such an agreement before entering the dungeon. Someone protested, why should all these desert fruits be yours? Lin Moyu's gaze turned icy. Say one more word, and I'll kick you out. As the team leader, he had the right to remove someone from the group. Being kicked out here would mean automatically leaving the dungeon, resulting in a failed mission. The man immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. However, his eyes, along with those of several others, still showed dissatisfaction. Lin Moyu didn't bother with their thoughts. His skeleton warriors and mages already guarded every cactus. No one could take his desert fruit. Seeing the skeletons lined up like an army, the others kept quiet. Lin Moyu cared little about what they might say after leaving the dungeon. Why is the wind picking up? Someone commented. This wind feels strange, a bit cold. It's Lin Moyu's skill, another realized. Lin Moyu began using his skills. The bone armor repeatedly manifested on his body, each time bringing a chill wind. Gradually, the surrounding temperature started to drop, sending a coolness through the air. The level 1 bone armor consumed only 10 points of mental energy, making it easy to train. At level 2, the mental energy consumption increased to 20 points. Eating the desert fruit, Lin Moyu repeatedly used his bone armor without worrying about consumption. The desert fruit was indeed miraculous, often called a divine item for skill training. Unfortunately, it couldn't be harvested for storage, and its appearance rate was too low. The others watched Lin Mayu consume one desert fruit after another, his skills improving with each use. They were envious but dared not act. The skeleton army was not to be trifled with, and Lin Mayu was the team leader, capable of kicking them out of the dungeon at any moment. Some eyes showed jealousy, even hatred, as if Lin Mayu had taken something from them. Lin Mayu ignored them. If anyone wanted to try and take his fruit, they were welcome to attempt. With no need to worry about consumption, the training speed of bone armor was rapid, reaching level 21 in just half an hour. Bone armor, level 21 summons bones to form armor, providing 2,100 points of constitution defense for 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. At level 21, bone armor could provide 2,100 points of constitution defense, a formidable skill even without talent enhancement. For a mage of the same level, their total constitution attributes might barely exceed 300. With equipment, it might reach 400 to 500. Yet, bone armor offered 2,100 defense points, surpassing even a mage's shield, and it could be used on others. With a talent boost of 30 times, it equated to 63,000 constitution defense points. Lin Mayu felt that even if the tyrant attacked him directly, it couldn't break his defense. He believed that even without skeletons, given enough mental energy, he could face the tyrant head-on. The damage of Soul Flame was not trivial. With bone armor training complete, he moved on to slow curse training. Scarlet light flickered, covering the sandy ground. The curse carried a buzzing sound, like a voice from hell reaching the human world. As the skill level increased, the red light grew stronger, covering a larger area. Eventually, the slow curse seemed to envelop the entire area. Slow curse, level 21 curses enemies within a 105-meter radius, reducing their speed by 105% for 1 minute. With talent enhancement, the curse could reduce most enemies to slow motion, covering a 3,150-meter range. Even in a battlefield scenario, this range could cover a significant portion of the field. Lin Mayu tested the slow curse in the open sky. A buzzing sound echoed as the sky turned crimson, as if the world was draped in a layer of blood, terrifying to behold. In others' eyes, regardless of the skill's effect, it was certainly intimidating. Lin Mayu was satisfied. Now, only corpse explosion remained at level 3, but that required bodies to practice. About 1/3 of the desert fruit remained, roughly 60 to 70 fruits. They were no longer useful to Lin Mayu. He picked 3 more and said, "The rest is yours. I'm heading into the ant cave. Wait here and don't follow me in." After speaking, Lin Mayu entered the ant cave, and soon, explosions echoed from within. Desert fruits could only be preserved for 5 minutes after picking. Lin Mayu used this time, unconcerned about consumption, blasting through the cave. Whenever he exhausted his mental energy, he consumed a fruit and continued exploding everything in sight, sparing no bodies. The entire ant cave shook, continuously rumbling. Outside the cave, hearing Lin Mayu's words, the others were delighted, rushing to grab the desert fruits. For skill training, even 1 or 2 desert fruits could boost their skills by a level or 2. Chaos ensued as they fought over the fruits. Lin Mayu ignored them. He didn't care about their fate. They were merely clowns to him. Their relationship was purely transactional. He took their money to lead the dungeon, nothing more. The next day, Xia Shui and Zuo Mei left the dormitory together. After spending a night together, their relationship had quickly deepened, and they shared everything. Zuo Mei wasn't very talkative, but compared to Lin Mayu, she spoke much more. At least Xia Shui could have a normal conversation with her, unlike Lin Mayu, who could barely utter a word. Zuo Mei was curious about Lin Mayu, the national champion, and much of their conversation revolved around him. At breakfast in the cafeteria, Xia Shui treated her. "From now on, I'll cover your meals," she declared. As long as she could use coins, Xia Shui didn't mind spending. Her family was wealthy, and she was extravagant. After breakfast, they headed to the school square, where the opening ceremony would take place. By 8 a.m., an hour before the ceremony, many students had already gathered. Most grouped by province. Upon arrival, Xia Shui and Zuo Mei spotted Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu, in a long robe with a sword on his back, exuded a remarkable aura. Xia Shui immediately recognized Feng Xiu's privileged background. Such an aura wasn't easily cultivated. Standing there, Feng Xiu drew attention, especially from several female students who admired him. "So handsome. A swordsman, how charming. I think I'm in love." Many female students gazed at Feng Xiu with admiration, but he paid them no mind, long accustomed to such attention. Upon seeing Xia Shui and Zuo Mei, Feng Xiu greeted them, "Hello." Xia Shui smiled, "You're quite popular." Feng Xiu, a bit helpless, was all too familiar with this issue. He changed the subject, "Have you seen Lin Moyu?" Xia Shui shook her head, "No, but he should be coming." Feng Xiu looked into the distance, "He'll definitely come." Outside the dungeon hall, Lin Moyu and his group exited the dungeon. He had finished with the last batch of people. It was now 8:30 a.m., half an hour before the opening ceremony, still enough time. He checked his skills and attributes. After completing this dungeon run, he finally reached level 22. His skills, as he anticipated, improved with his level. Lin Mayu understood his profession's trait: if he trained his skills to match his level, they would level up alongside him. This put him ahead of many other professions. He first turned in his tasks at the task center, trading materials for points. All materials from the 8 dungeon runs were his, amassing a significant amount. The materials alone earned him 10,000 points. Each dungeon required 2,500 points, so the materials covered half the cost. Adding the 6 subsequent runs where he led others, Lin Moyu earned nearly 240,000 points. Now, his total points reached 350,000, placing him in the affluent class. To Lin Moyu, these points were far from sufficient. A single intermediate skill scroll required 80,000 points, 350,000 points would only buy 4. 4 scrolls were scarcely enough. Buying with coins cost a staggering 10 million per scroll. "I need to find a way to earn more points," Lin Mayu thought, leaving the dungeon hall and heading to the academy square. At the square, most new students had arrived. The opening ceremony was about to begin. Xia Shui was anxious. Why isn't he here yet? Only 10 minutes left. Feng Xiu suddenly looked in one direction. He's here. Lin Mayu approached steadily, his presence as formidable as a mountain. After numerous dungeon challenges, his aura had transformed without him knowing, distinctly different from the other new students. Feng Xiu's eyes narrowed sharply. He's gotten stronger. Xia Shui nodded in agreement. It seems so. This guy seems even more powerful now. Zuo Mei's eyes showed a hint of fighting spirit. He still carries the aura of battle. He must have just come out from a dungeon. Feng Xiu agreed with Zuo Mei's assessment. Lin Moyu's appearance drew considerable attention. That's Lin Moyu, the national top scorer. He looks somewhat different. He seems stronger than during the exams. Really? He even looks a bit intimidating. The students whispered amongst themselves. In the battle space, everyone had witnessed Lin Moyu's prowess. Without him, many would have perished there. Xia Shui waved her hand. "Over here, Lin Dummy." Seeing Xia Shui, Lin Moyu smiled, and the fighting aura around him dissipated. He quickened his pace slightly. "You all made it." Xia Shui teased, "Obviously. If we hadn't, it would mean we weren't admitted." Realizing his verbal slip, Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly. Zuo Mei suddenly asked, "What level are you now?" Lin Moyu didn't hide it. "Level 22. "What?" Xia Shui let out a strange sound, quickly covering her mouth. Feng Xiu was equally shocked. How did he reach level 22 so quickly? He had only just taken the exams, and now, after a short time, he was level 22. Xia Shui was astonished. "How did you train? How did you level up so fast?" Lin Mayu replied casually, "Just did a lot of dungeons." Feng Xiu said in a serious tone, "The academy has a dungeon hall with many dungeons. You can spend points to remove the cooldown period and repeatedly clear them." Xia Shui, coming from a well-informed family, was aware of the dungeon hall, unlike Zuo Mei, who remained silent and listened. "Have you been grinding in the dungeon hall?" Xia Shui asked. Lin Moyu nodded, confirming it. Xia Shui sighed, "You have plenty of points to spend freely. Unlike me, I have to be frugal with mine. You should know, earning points is very difficult." Lin Moyu didn't know what to say. He felt that while earning points wasn't easy, it wasn't as hard as she implied. Becoming wealthy might be tough, but earning enough for daily use shouldn't be too difficult. Feng Xiu said in a low voice, "Even with repeated dungeon runs, your leveling speed is astonishing. Reaching level 22 in a few days was indeed remarkable." They didn't know that if Lin Mayu hadn't spent the last 2 days helping others, he might have reached level 24 by now. For Lin Mayu, leveling up was not hard. A bell rang, marking the start of the opening ceremony. In an instant, someone appeared on the previously empty podium. "Hello students, I am Qiu, the Director of Academic Affairs at Xiaojing Academy. You can call me Director Qiu. First, welcome to Xiaojing Academy. I'm sure many of you were top students in high school, achieving district, provincial, or even national top scores. But those achievements are in the past. From now on, you are all just new students at Xiaojing Academy. Here, you will learn knowledge you've never encountered before, experience various dungeons and battles. There will be mentors to teach you new skills and survival methods. Similarly, you will have tasks assigned by the Academy to complete. The specific tasks have been sent to your communicators, and you can check them after the ceremony. I'll briefly explain. In the Academy, there are ordinary students, college students, and top Academy students. It may sound complicated, but you'll get used to it. These 3 tiers enjoy different resources, so strive to climb higher. The higher you go, the more exciting your life will be. Director Chiu continued his passionate speech. In the air, behind the clouds, a few figures stood. Bai Yuan was among them. Old Shou says the same thing every year. Can't he update it a bit? Ning Tairan snorted, if you think you can do better, go ahead. Since yesterday, Ning Tairan had been at odds with him, countering his every word. Bai Yuan didn't mind, alright, I'll do it next year. Old Meng, write me a speech. Meng Anwen shook his head, I won't write it. Just wing it. Bai Yuan's face fell, Old Meng, you can't do this to me. Meng Anwen turned away, ignoring him. Director Chiu spoke for a full 20 minutes, covering everything he needed to say. Some of it was useful, some not, but everyone had to listen. He then shifted the topic. We have a traditional event at the opening ceremony, the much anticipated New versus Old Student Challenge. Old students can challenge new students, offering points as a wager. New students can decline, but if they win, they get the old students' points. Of course, win or lose, new students don't have to wager anything. As Director Chiu finished speaking, a group of senior students ascended the podium. Bai Yuan scoffed, the same old routine, just to put new students in their place. What's the point? Ning Tairan disagreed, these new students are all top scorers from various places, arrogant and proud. Without this, they'd have their heads in the clouds. Bai Yuan understood this reasoning and chuckled, I wonder if anyone will challenge Lin Moyu. Challenge Lin Moyu? Meng Anwen said calmly, no one would be that foolish. Such an event was unexpected. Winning brings rewards, losing has no consequences, except maybe a bruised ego. But losing to a senior isn't shameful. It's the seniors who'd be embarrassed if they lost. Many were eager, eyes gleaming with the desire to fight. Someone asked, Director Chiu, our levels and skills differ from the seniors, we can't win. And how is safety ensured? Director Chiu anticipated this question and replied with a smile, good question. The Academy has considered this. The duel takes place on a professional platform, suppressing both parties' levels to the lower level. For example, if one is level 22 and the other 17, both will be suppressed to level 17, with attributes adjusted accordingly. The same applies to skills, anything above level 20 cannot be used. As for safety, there's no need to worry. There are formations to protect you, ensuring no real harm even from fatal blows. The Academy has divine healers, who can reattach limbs in mere minutes. The Academy had thought of everything. This setup seemed to level the playing field. Many were tempted, eager to test their mettle. The senior students smiled, enjoying this tradition. They were tasked by the Academy to teach the newcomers a lesson. A senior student with a longbow stepped forward and pointed at a new student also with a longbow, I challenge you. The new student, the provincial top scorer, was self-assured and accepted without hesitation. Then, more seniors stepped forward, issuing challenges to various new students. Some agreed, others declined. Lin Moyu, I challenge you, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Moyu looked up, it was Lingjin challenging him. This guy was persistent, appearing time and again. A flash of killing intent crossed Lin Moyu's eyes. Unfortunately, in the Academy, he couldn't kill him. Lingjin, you're the national top scorer of this cohort. Dare to accept the challenge, or are you scared? Lingjin pressed, goading him. Lin Moyu asked calmly, how many points are you betting? Lingjin replied without hesitation, 5,000 points. Lin Moyu shook his head, too little. Lingjin frowned, Lin Moyu actually said his 5,000 points were too little. Lingjin asked sternly, how many points would be enough for you to accept the challenge? Lin Moyu held up a finger, 100,000. The crowd fell silent. Most people here had at most 10,000 points, generally less. Who would have thought of 100,000 points? Lingjin sneered, are you kidding? Do you even know what 100,000 points mean? You're not worth that even if you were sold. Lin Moyu said, how about a wager? Bet against my points. If I win, you pay me the equivalent of my points. If I lose, you get all my points. Do you dare, Senior Lingjun? Lin Moyu emphasized the word senior heavily. The question was, did he dare? Xia Shui was quite surprised. It was rare for Lin Moyu to speak so much. Clearly, he had an agenda. Xia Shui, familiar with Lin Moyu, knew he wasn't incapable of talking. He simply chose not to speak much. When he did, there was usually a special reason. It seemed this Lingjun had a history with Lin Moyu. The challenge was now Lingjun's problem. He hesitated, with everyone watching and waiting for his answer. Having initiated the challenge, he now faced the dilemma of backing down, which would be utterly humiliating. Lin Moyu asked, "Are you scared?" Provoked, Lingjun found himself in a bind. Refusing would mean losing face entirely. His reputation would be in tatters. Remembering his trump card, he gritted his teeth. Why wouldn't I dare? I accept. The crowd began moving towards the academy's duel arena. The figures hidden in the air chuckled. Meng Anwen shook his head. This guy is foolish. Bai Yuan also laughed. Indeed, such people die quickly on the battlefield, nearly cannon fodder. Not just cannon fodder, during dungeon runs, they might even sabotage their teammates. Agreeing without knowing his opponent's strength is incurable stupidity. In their eyes, Lingjun was worthless. Ning Tairan commented, if he loses, he won't even be able to afford the compensation by selling everything he owns. Bai Yuan smiled, I wonder how many points Lin Moyu has. Ning Tairan thought for a moment, at least 300,000. That much? Bai Yuan was astonished. Even seasoned students from the academy department, who dealt with dungeons daily, might not have 300,000 points. It was no small sum. Meng Anwen chuckled, he's quite the little tycoon. Everyone arrived at the duel arena. The stands were filled with senior students, knowing this traditional event always followed the opening ceremony and eager to watch the drama unfold. The academy's healers were also ready. A formation rose on the duel platform, enveloping it in a light barrier. The first match, Yufei vs Sun Yenda. The introductions followed. Coincidentally, both were elven archers. Yufei hailed from Flying Dragon Academy, at level 24. Sun Yenda was the top scorer from Hejiang Province, at level 16. Both retrieved a set of standard bows and arrows with no attribute enhancements from the duel arena, then entered the platform. Under the formation's suppression, Yufei's level quickly dropped to 16. All skills above level 20 were disabled, reverting to his level 16 template. Though his level matched Sun Yenda's, Yufei appeared relaxed, unconcerned. In contrast, Sun Yenda seemed a bit tense. Yufei chuckled, Junior, I'm starting now. Alright, please guide me, Senior. No sooner had he spoken than a bowstring twanged, and an arrow shot out like lightning. Sun Yenda swiftly sidestepped to dodge, simultaneously launching a counterattack. But as he drew his bowstring, Yufei had vanished from sight. Where did he go? Sun Yenda wondered. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. A dagger was pressed against his neck. Yufei had somehow gotten behind him. An archer using a dagger, something Sun Yenda hadn't anticipated. We archers have the quick bow step skill, you know. You were too careless, Junior. Yufei laughed and stepped back, giving Sun Yenda another chance. Otherwise, one strike could have left Sun Yenda severely injured. This time, Sun Yenda chose to attack proactively. After aiming, he drew his bow and shot, keeping a tight lock on Yufei. Yufei, simultaneously, drew his bow and shot. Skill, 3-arrow burst. His arrow split into 3, the first arrow precisely intercepted Sun Yenda's. The remaining 2 arrows flew straight at him. Sun Yenda's expression changed dramatically as he dodged frantically. As Yufei drew again, casting the magic arrow skill, a skill-formed magical arrow, faster than a physical one, it hit Sun Yenda as he evaded. The magic arrow blasted Sun Yenda back several steps, eliciting a cry of pain. Yufei capitalized on his advantage, firing multiple arrows in succession. Sun Yenda, dodging awkwardly, was struck again. I concede. Sun Yenda quickly raised the white flag in surrender. Yufei smiled, Junior, as archers, we can't just shoot arrows behind knights. We must learn to face enemies alone. After all, we'll encounter more than just dungeon monsters. There won't always be a knight to shield you. Sun Yenda bowed sincerely, thank you, Senior, for the lesson. This was the Academy's intended effect, helping new students recognize their limitations, benefiting their future development. The duels continued. The senior students consistently dominated, having experienced numerous real battles in the Academy, mastering combat techniques and skill applications far beyond the new student's reach. Xia Shui also accepted a challenge but lost badly. Against a mage of the same level, she was completely suppressed from start to finish and had to concede. Xia Shui stomped her foot, feeling defiant. "I won't give up. Give me time, and I'll be stronger than him." Zuomei comforted her. "It's okay, I lost too. I'll keep you company." Xiaomei is the best. Losing together seemed to console them, a sentiment Feng Xiu and Lin Maoyu couldn't quite grasp. The two exchanged a glance, shaking their heads. Girls' emotions were indeed perplexing. Next match, Lingjin vs Lin Maoyu. Lin Maoyu responded and stepped forward. Xia Shui cheered from behind. "Lin dummy, give him a beating." She had full confidence in Lin Maoyu. Both ascended the platform. Their information was displayed simultaneously. Lingjin, from Bailey Academy, level 21, Warlock. Lin Maoyu, national top scorer, level 22, Necromancer. Wow! Everyone present turned their eyes towards Lin Maoyu. A national top scorer. A new student. Level 22. The key was being level 22. National top scorers were common, not surprising. But a level 22 new student was unprecedented, rarer than a rare treasure. That's him, the one from the dungeon hall, the record setter. Yes, I thought it was just a name coincidence, but it's the same person. Not only that, he's been leading runs in the Tyrant Desert Dungeon, solo carrying 39 others. I heard about it too, charging 1,000 points per person. Nearly 40,000 points per run, he's raking it in. This will be a spectacle. If Lin Maoyu wins, Lingjin will be bankrupt. Didn't expect to witness such a show today, definitely worth coming. In the stands, the crowd buzzed with anticipation. On the dual platform, with the formation enveloping them, neither could hear the outside chatter. Lingjin sneered. "Lin Maoyu, what national top scorer? In front of me, that title is worthless." Lin Maoyu replied coolly, "Your level is lower than mine." Lingjin's expression shifted. Lin Maoyu's words were true. Lingjin continued, "I've had outstanding talent from a young age, trained in the academy, joined the college. A genius like me isn't someone like you can compare to." Lin Maoyu repeated, "Your level is lower than mine." Lingjin's face grew darker. "So what if your class is strong? It's just luck. On the battlefield, combat awareness matters more. Your level is lower than mine." Lin Maoyu said again, calmly. Lingjin was fuming. "Didn't your mom teach you to speak?" Lin Maoyu's expression changed. He had no mother. Not in his past life, nor this one. A flicker of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lingjin was startled by Lin Maoyu's gaze. The same deadly look as before in the dungeon hall. Lin Maoyu really would kill him. But Lingjin sneered, "You're relying on summoning and corpse explosion skills. Without corpses, without summoning, you're nothing. If this weren't the academy, you'd be dead." A skeleton warrior appeared beside Lin Maoyu. The skeleton charged at Lingjin with its greatsword. Lingjin held a charm, crushing it. A breeze swept through, and the skeleton vanished. Lin Maoyu found his skills seemingly sealed, unable to summon again. Lingjin laughed. "See? This is a summon sealing amulet, meant to counter summoners. Your summoning is disabled, there are no corpses here. Now, you're nothing." Raising his staff, flames erupted. "Fear this, even if I don't kill you, I'll make you feel the burning agony." He hoped to see panic on Lin Maoyu's face, but Lin Maoyu remained calm, expressionless. In the sky, Ning Tairan murmured, "Lingjin is playing dirty, using a summon sealing amulet, specifically against summoners." Meng Anwen added, "The amulet is a mid-level item, beyond his means to acquire." Ning Tairan noted, "Clearly, Lingjin has someone backing him against Lin Maoyu." Bai Yuan remained unconcerned. "They think Lin's only skills are summoning. They're gravely mistaken. Watch, he'll make them pay." On the platform, Lin Maoyu said softly, "Ignorant." Pressing his hand down, a layer of bone armor appeared on his body. Lingjin's attack arrived, flames engulfing Lin Maoyu. The sky was ablaze with flames, turning the dueling platform into a sea of fire. Lingjin laughed madly, "It's lucky you exceeded level 20, otherwise, I couldn't use my level 20 skill." "How's my skill, Rain of Fire? How does the burning feel?" Lin Maoyu walked out from the flames, unhurried and calm. His bone armor glistened, completely shielding him from the fire. For the level 22 bone armor, Lingjin's attack was as trivial as an ant bite. Lingjin was stunned. The result was completely different from what he had imagined. He screamed, "Impossible, this can't be." Fireballs and ice arrows shot from his staff, but Lin Maoyu's bone armor blocked them all, rendering them ineffective.
Had enough?
Your skills are too weak, Lin Maoyu said calmly. Flames flickered in his palm, and a spark dropped onto Lingjin's head. Ah! A scream pierced the sky. Lingjin fell to his knees, clutching his head, blood pouring from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, a gruesome sight. In the next instant, he vanished from the platform, appearing outside it as a beam of light descended upon him.
The Academy's healers began treating Lingjin. Lin Maoyu's strike had instantly defeated him.
If not for the platform and protective formation, Lingjin would have been dead.
Without the ability to summon and no corpses available, had they thought Lin Maoyu was helpless? At their mercy? Impossible. With bone armor for defense and soul flames for attack, these two skills were ample for a one-on-one fight.
Lingjin was defeated in an instant. The audience, ready with snacks and drinks, was dumbfounded. They had been expecting a thrilling battle, but that was it? No spectacle at all. They only saw a flash of light from Lin Maoyu's hand, and then Lingjin was done for.
It was over too quickly. And what was that bone armor on Lin Maoyu?
It seemed incredibly strong, as Lingjin's seemingly powerful spells had no effect on him. Under the care of advanced healers, Lingjin finally recovered, his face covered in blood, looking utterly miserable and terrified. When Lin Maoyu's gaze swept over him, Lingjin involuntarily shivered. You lost, Lin Maoyu said coolly. Only then did Lingjin realize his defeat, but he was relieved to be alive. As long as he was alive, nothing else mattered.
So what if he lost points?
The formation was lifted, and Lin Maoyu stood expressionless on the platform, his bone armor still there, shining with a cold white light, enhancing his icy demeanor.
Director Chiu came to the stage and announced Lin Maoyu's victory, followed by the points settlement.
After checking Lin Maoyu's points, Director Chiu looked surprised, giving Lin Maoyu a long, deep look. This match goes to Lin Maoyu. According to the agreement, Lingjin must pay Lin Maoyu 358,000 points.
Director Chiu concluded the announcement. What? Lingjin shrieked, jumping up from the ground.
How can you have so many points? He screamed, pointing at Lin Maoyu.
358,000 points, selling himself wouldn't suffice.
This is impossible, he's only been at the academy for a few days.
There must be a mistake, it can't be true.
Director Chiu, you must be mistaken, definitely mistaken. Lingjin shouted like a madman.
Director Chiu gave him a cold look. Lingjin, are you saying I'm lying?
Director Chiu's words were like a bucket of cold water, snapping Lingjin back to reality. No, that's not what I meant, Lingjin quickly denied. Director Chiu's expression turned sour, his authority had been challenged.
Lingjin dared to question him, was he courting death? Please transfer the points, Lingjin.
Lingjin's face fell apart. I don't have that many points. Director Chiu operated his communicator. You have 128,000 points in total.
I'll transfer these to Lin Maoyu first.
The remaining 230,000 points, whether you borrow or sell your belongings, clear it within 6 months.
Fail to do so, and you'll be expelled. I know your background, I'll personally visit your family.
With that, Director Chiu left in anger.
After so many years as the Director of Academic Affairs at Xiaojing Academy, it was the first time he'd been questioned, and in full view, did he have no dignity?
Lin Maoyu received 128,000 points, bringing his total to 486,000 points, with 230,000 still owed to him. As Lin Maoyu walked past Lingjin, he glanced at him calmly. Lingjin's downfall was of his own making. From the start, he had shown disdain for Lin Maoyu, and now he was reaping what he had sown.
And this matter wasn't over. If they met outside. The new students' opening ceremony concluded.
From tomorrow, instructors would start teaching. The schedule was fixed, but attending classes was up to them. The academy never imposed mandatory attendance. On the way back, Xia Shui was curious, how did you become so powerful?
Lin Maoyu chuckled softly, unsure how to answer.
Xia Shui asked, will you take me to do dungeon runs in the future?
Lin Maoyu nodded, they had done it before.
Seeing Lin Maoyu agree, Xia Shui was delighted. His communicator vibrated suddenly. It was a message from Bai Yuan, telling him to prepare for departure in an hour. Bai Yuan had mentioned taking him to the primordial battlefield after the opening ceremony, and he was true to his word.
What preparations were needed? Lin Maoyu wasn't sure and simply replied, prepare what? Bai Yuan quickly responded, gold coins.
While academy points were valuable in the academy, outside, gold coins were the currency of choice.
Xia Shui asked curiously, what's up? Lin Maoyu nodded, Bai Yuan is taking me to the primordial battlefield.
Xia Shui tilted her head, where is the primordial battlefield?
Even she didn't know. Feng Xiu suddenly spoke. The primordial battlefield is a true battlefield, the human race's frontline, where our ancestors have fought the abyssal monsters for millennia.
Xia Shui looked over curiously. So it's that kind of place, must be dangerous.
Feng Xiu took a deep breath. I don't know much, but it's certainly dangerous, though full of opportunities. There are many dungeons and secret realms there. You can obtain rare treasures, quite valuable.
Lin Mayu went to the trading post, compared prices, and threw in all the materials and weapons he had gathered.
These could be exchanged for points, though not many.
Lin Mayu, having plenty of wealth, didn't want to waste time. The golden equipment from the tyrant was worth some money, and the materials were abundant. Altogether, he sold them for over 2 million gold coins, becoming wealthy in an instant. He also bought some basic mental potions, though they didn't restore much, they were better than nothing. He didn't see any equipment he needed. With 140 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages, he was well prepared.
Equipment wasn't of much use to him.
Lin Mayu searched both trading posts but didn't find any fatigue potions. These potions, lasting 24 hours with no side effects, were incredibly useful. Unfortunately, they were unavailable, meaning he'd have to find Shu Han to buy them. It was then that Lin Mayu realized he hadn't gotten Shu Han's contact information. He used a teleportation stone to visit the dungeon hall but couldn't find Shu Han.
An hour passed quickly, and Bai Yuan arrived on time. Ready? Lin Mayu nodded.
He had prepared money and food left by Ningyi, enough to last him a month. Bai Yuan took him to his courtyard and shouted inside, "Old Meng, send us to the primordial battlefield."
A tower appeared in the void, Xinxia Tower.
Lin Mayu had seen it before. It was how they traveled to the Merfolk Island last time. Xinxia Tower had mysterious functions and also offered challenges. Ningyi had advised him to be well prepared before attempting the challenges, especially the first one, which was crucial.
Bai Yuan had said something similar.
Lin Mayu now had 2 chances to challenge Xinxia Tower but didn't know how to use them.
Bai Yuan chuckled, thinking of challenging the tower?
Lin Mayu nodded lightly.
No rush, wait until after your second-class advancement, Bai Yuan advised. Xinxia Tower isn't easy, it's different from dungeons.
Many people, unaware of the difficulty, challenge it too soon.
Though they gain some benefits, it's too little, wasting the opportunity.
Listening to Bai Yuan, Lin Mayu shelved the idea of challenging the tower until after his second-class advancement, making a mental note. Xinxia Tower emitted countless beams of light, with runes forming a teleportation array around them.
Let's go. The words lingered as they vanished.
The teleportation this time took a long while, longer than any previous experience. Lin Mayu kept track of time in his mind. Even after 30 seconds, the teleportation hadn't stopped. This duration exceeded the boundaries of the Xinxia Empire.
It wasn't until 2 minutes later that the teleportation finally ceased.
Lin Mayu felt a presence in the air, completely different from the city, a wild, evil aura mixed with the scent of blood and a chilling coldness, quite unpleasant. He frowned, recognizing a similar presence from his time in the battle space, especially during the abyssal demon invasion, where the aura was even more intense.
This is the scent of the abyss, Bai Yuan's voice reached his ears.
Lin Mayu opened his eyes to see a dim sky. They were standing in a teleportation array, in front of a grand hall made of steel. At the top of the hall floated a sphere, rotating with multiple eyes. Bai Yuan pointed to the sphere, the observer's eye, used to monitor the abyss and prevent surprise attacks.
Lin Mayu nodded. Feng Xiu had mentioned that the primordial battlefield was where humans fought against the abyss. Unfortunately, that was all he knew.
Bai Yuan led him out of the teleportation array, heading in a specific direction.
They were in a fortress, surrounded by towering walls, tens of meters high.
Soldiers lined the walls, each exuding a powerful presence. Lin Mayu estimated they were at least level 40 and had completed a second-class advancement.
His arrival caught their attention, and upon seeing Bai Yuan, they showed respect. Do they all know you? Lin Mayu asked.
Bai Yuan pointed to the 5-star emblem on his shoulder. They don't recognize people, just this.
The 5-star emblem was a purplish gold color, with 5 stars inside. Lin Mayu didn't understand its significance. Bai Yuan said, "You'll have one too, soon enough. Let's get your paperwork done first."
The fortress was large, and after walking down a corridor for a while, they reached an independent hall bustling with people coming and going.
Inside, people were lined up for service.
Military ID Processing Office. Lin Mayu read the sign in front of the hall. Here, military IDs were processed. Bai Yuan, a regular, led Lin Mayu through a side door into a small office where someone was busily working. Without looking up, the person said, "If you're here for service, turn right at the door." Baiyuan slammed the table. "I don't have time for that, get it done now." His attitude was poor. "Who gave you the nerve?" The person looked up, ready to argue, but upon seeing the emblem on Baiyuan's shoulder, they snapped to attention, saluting, "Greetings, General." Baiyuan grunted, "Issue him a military ID." The person's demeanor changed completely, becoming extremely courteous, "Certainly, right away." Lin Moyu handed over his identity card from Xiaojing Academy. The academy's ID was valid here and across the nation. With it, no other identification was needed. Graduates carried it for life, earning respect wherever they went. The person took Lin Moyu's ID to process the paperwork. A few minutes later, they returned with a white emblem identical to the one on Baiyuan's shoulder, except it was white and blank. With the emblem in hand, Baiyuan let him out. "Safe travels, General," the person said, watching Baiyuan leave before turning back, wiping sweat. "Wow, a 5-star divine general. What brings such a figure here?" They quickly checked records and their expression changed drastically. "Incredible, it's Bai Shen. Bai Shen himself." The person was thrilled, rushing to report to their superiors. Baiyuan took Lin Moyu elsewhere. "This is your military ID. Keep it on you, not in storage. It will automatically record your merits when you kill abyssal creatures in the primordial battlefield. The white emblem is for privates, followed by black for sergeants, silver for lieutenants, gold for captains, and purple for generals. The stars represent your rank within each level. More stars mean more military merit. Using a 10-star promotion system, surpassing 10 stars advances you a level. Like me, a 5-star divine general, there are fewer than 10 like me in the Xinxia Empire." Baiyuan spoke with a bit of pride, which Lin Moyu understood. He had every right to be. Baiyuan had countless achievements, enough to be recorded in textbooks and praised nationwide. Lin Moyu remembered a time when 3 abyssal demon kings led an army, finding a way into human territory and attacking a city in Xinxia. With few defenders inside, the city was on the brink of falling, and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants would become demon fodder. In despair, Baiyuan descended like a deity, single-handedly crippling the abyssal army. 2 demon kings died, 1 was injured, and they retreated in defeat. In that battle, Baiyuan fought to the brink of death, without support or aid. That fight earned him the title of Baishin, revered from then on. Baiyuan's reputation was forged through relentless battles. Lin Moyu donned his military ID on his shoulder with respect, mirroring Baiyuan. They arrived at a grand hall. The Hall of Heroic Souls. With the emblem visible, the guards saluted Baiyuan with respect, not hindering their entry. Inside, countless tablets stood, surrounded by a mystical aura. Lin Moyu entered, feeling sullen respect. Baiyuan explained, "This hall honors Xinxia's fallen heroes, warriors for life. Even in death, they do not return home, but continue to guard our empire with their soul energy." He then respectfully performed the ancient Xinxia salute to all the tablets. Lin Moyu followed suit. "Today, I, Baiyuan, a descendant of Xinxia, beseech the empire's ancestors to protect our descendants. Today, I, Baiyuan, a descendant of Xinxia, beseech the empire's ancestors to protect our descendants." He repeated it 3 times, each time louder and more solemn. The hall resonated with the sound of the tablets, bursting into radiant light, illuminating the Hall of Heroic Souls. Within the light, a small, yet imposing tower appeared, a black tower emanating a fierce aura. Baiyuan said, "This is the demon-slaying tower. Imprint your mental will into it." So this was the demon-slaying tower. Lin Moyu didn't question why and did as instructed. Baiyuan continued, "Even if you fall on the primordial battlefield, we have a way to revive you, giving you a lifeline." Lin Moyu looked at Baiyuan in surprise, finally understanding the meaning behind his plea for protection. Activating the will of the ancestors in the Hall of Heroic Souls was no easy feat. Lin Moyu noticed Baiyuan's 5-star emblem now had 1 less star, reduced to 4. To give him a lifeline, Baiyuan had sacrificed a star. "Thank you." Lin Moyu was deeply moved, words failing him. In the end, he could only express his gratitude with 2 words. Baiyuan laughed heartily, "No need for thanks between men. Just be safe on the primordial battlefield and kill as many enemies as you can. Now, let me formally explain matters regarding the primordial battlefield." Finally, Baiyuan got to the main topic. The primordial battlefield was the front line where humans clashed with the abyss. Unless the abyss was invaded, this was the main battleground. All nations had outposts here, with fortresses forming defensive lines. The Xinxia Empire, one of humanity's strongest nations, had formidable fortresses. Known as the Eternal Wall, it comprised 9 forts, spaced over 1,000 kilometers apart, forming a defensive line. On the wall were beacon towers with observers' eyes, constantly manned by professionals. The fortress they were in was Fortress 1, the frontline bastion. Since the Eternal Wall's completion, abyssal creatures had never breached it, unlike other countries that frequently suffered breaches and heavy casualties, often seeking aid. On the primordial battlefield, there were numerous dungeons of varying sizes. Humans entered dungeons to acquire equipment and level up. Abyssal creatures, meanwhile, aimed to prevent human entry or ambush them upon exit. Battles were frequent and continuous. The closer to the abyss, the higher the dungeon levels, increasing danger. Within these dungeons existed a unique group claiming to be the Dragon Clan, possessing intelligence and strong combat abilities, dropping valuable materials. They weren't true dragons, but humans could use these materials to craft equipment, which abyssal creatures naturally opposed. Fights before dungeons are the fiercest and most dangerous. You must be careful when you go. Before you set off, always carry teleportation stones. Due to the abyssal influence, teleportation stones here are single-use and can fail, so bring extras. Abyssal creatures also use curses, bring anti-curse potions. Lin Mayu responded, understood, but what if my amulet's energy runs out? Bai Yuan said, there are high-level alchemists in the fortress who can recharge your amulet for a fee. However, they usually prefer materials over money. You can inquire about it when needed. If that doesn't work, you can return to Xiaojing Academy through the teleportation array we came from, although it's quite expensive. Lin Mayu understood. With everything explained, Bai Yuan bid farewell to him. Lin Mayu headed to the trading post within the fortress. Fortunately, it was connected to the Empire's trading network and offered some unique items not available elsewhere. These were military supplies with strict level restrictions. Depending on your level, you could purchase different items. Currently, Lin Mayu was just a private with no military merit, at the very bottom. The items he could buy were limited. One of them was the teleportation stone for returning to the fortress, priced at 10,000 gold each, a steep cost for a single-use item with a chance of failure. Lin Mayu bought 10 of them. There was also the anti-curse potion, priced at 10,000 gold per bottle, which increased curse resistance by 20% for an hour. Lin Mayu decided not to buy it, seeing no immediate need. There were also special battlefield equipment pieces, stronger than dungeon equipment of the same level, and capable of enhancing damage against abyssal creatures. However, they required military merit to purchase and were quite expensive. Even the lowest grade sergeant equipment cost tens of thousands of gold, while captain level equipment ran into millions, beyond Lin Mayu's current means. After familiarizing himself with the fortress, Lin Mayu prepared to explore the primordial battlefield. A guard stopped him kindly. Young man, you're only level 22. Did your elders bring you here? The weakest monsters here are level 30, and there are abyssal creatures too. It's dangerous for you. To be a soldier at the Eternal Wall Fortress required being over level 40 and completing a second-class advancement. Lin Mayu's concealed badge couldn't hide his level from them. Thank you, I'm just going to take a look, Lin Mayu replied courteously yet firmly. The guard heard his resolve and didn't press further. Just be careful. Return if you encounter danger. Lin Mayu gradually disappeared from sight. The guard sighed, another youngster who doesn't know the dangers. Hopefully, nothing happens. Every year, many met with misfortune due to this. Typically, people moved in groups here. Solo actions like Lin Mayu's were rare and usually involved higher-level individuals, at least level 30. Even then, it wasn't foolproof, as danger was always present. Someone at level 22, like Lin Mayu, was almost unheard of. Shortly after Lin Mayu left, another team departed the fortress, heading deeper into the primordial battlefield. The primordial battlefield was filled with the aura of the abyss, a thin mist permeating the air, hindering visibility. Even with enhanced sight, Lin Mayu couldn't see far. Suddenly, his skeletal armor lit up. Lin Mayu was startled, he was under attack. Yet, he couldn't see the source. His armor continued to flash, indicating ongoing assault. An invisible foe? The battlefield was indeed perilous. Several skeletal warriors emerged by his side. Reacting to their master's attack, their soul flames flared, red light shooting from their eyes as they swung their swords in unison toward a direction. The sound of fabric tearing accompanied a piercing scream. Lin Mayu finally saw the attacking creature. It resembled smoke, hidden within the mist, difficult to discern with the naked eye. Under attack from the skeletal warriors, its form became slightly visible. Battlefield Wraith. Level 30. Strength 6000. Agility 2000. Spirit 2000. Constitution 5000. Skill Physical Immunity. Unexpectedly, the first creature Lin Mayu encountered on the battlefield was a wraith. Such creatures only appeared in places like the primordial battlefield, almost never elsewhere. Level 30, its attributes were akin to enhanced elite monsters in nightmare-level dungeons. When hidden, it was hard to detect, typically revealing itself only when attacking. Fortunately, Lin Mayu's skeletal armor, with its formidable defense, shielded him from the wraith's attacks. While surprised by the appearance of a soul-type creature, Lin Mayu was more intrigued by its skill. The wraith screamed, activating its ability, physical immunity. Its body became ethereal, like smoke, looking even fainter. The skeletal warrior's swords passed through it, unable to inflict harm, yet it continued to attack them. Lin Mayu confirmed it was indeed immune to physical attacks. Time to test elemental damage, he thought, summoning several skeletal mages. Upon appearing, they unleashed explosive flames and icy storms at the wraith, which shrieked as the elemental attacks hit, dealing massive damage. Within a few strikes, the wraith was defeated. Kill. Received Soul Essence. Soul Essence contains the will of the battlefield's fallen, can enhance weapons and equipment. Earning 300,000 experience points, the reward was moderate. The Soul Essence was new to Lin Mayu, promising to enhance weapons and equipment, suggesting it was a useful material. With this experience, Lin Mayu realized that skeletal warriors weren't infallible, nor were skeletal mages. If there were creatures immune to physical attacks, there might be those immune to elemental attacks, or even both. In such cases, his summoned creatures might become ineffective. Lin Mayu remained vigilant, pondering his skills while advancing toward the dungeon. Skeletal warriors are physical attackers, skeletal mages use elemental attacks. Soul flames are spiritual attacks, but what about corpse explosion? Reflecting on his use of corpse explosion, it seemed like a composite attack, based on life force and integrating physical, elemental, and other types into one. I'll consider it a life-based attack for now, and see how it works in practice. He recalled his sister Lin Mohan's advice to be cautious in all things. The primordial battlefield was vast, its expanse significantly widened by millennia of war. It was said that at its deepest point lay the abyss entrance, leading to the true abyss. The abyss's origins were lost to history, known only as the spark of a massive invasion that began this war. To humanity, the abyss epitomized evil, destruction, and death, the enemy of all humankind. The further from the fortress, the more creatures appeared. Battlefield wraiths roamed aimlessly in this place of death, attacking anyone human or abyssal demon alike. The harsh environment, centuries of blood and flesh, and abyssal corruption gave rise to various peculiar creatures. Some resembled wild dogs with two mouths on their heads, quick and fiery like mages, while others were stone-like monsters wrapped in battlefield blood, highly resistant to elemental attacks. Lin Mayu had 10 skeletal mages attack one such stone monster, taking a full minute to bring it down. There were countless creatures like this on the battlefield, constantly respawning despite being cleared. While advancing, Lin Mayu occasionally encountered human teams, not necessarily from Shenxia, but also other nations. They were surprised to see him alone, a rarity on the battlefield, but understood upon seeing his skeletons. Half an hour more, and I'll reach the dungeon, Lin Mayu estimated, having walked for over 2 hours. Ahead, the mist churned violently. Lin Mayu instantly went on high alert. 3 people emerged from the fog, a knight, an archer, and a seer, fleeing in panic. The mist's agitation grew, hinting at more to come. The fleeing knight saw Lin Mayu and shouted, "Run! Abyssal demons are behind us!" After the knight shouted, he quickly fled into the distance, panic evident on his face. The seer and archer beside him were silently rushing forward without speaking. Abyssal demons? Besides exploring the dungeon, Lin Mayu came to the primordial battlefield to encounter these demons. Baya Yuan had informed him that the abyssal demons here wouldn't be too formidable, implying that Lin Mayu should be able to handle them. The mist swirled increasingly violently, and within seconds, a group of pitch-black creatures burst forth. They resembled wild dogs, each about 2 meters long and over a meter tall, with rows of sharp, blue-glowing teeth. Their screeches were piercing, and the wind from their movement carried a strong, bloody scent. They moved swiftly, seemingly faster than the fleeing knight. Lin Mayu's fingertips glowed slightly as he cast a detection spell, which blew like a gentle breeze. Abyssal Demon Hound. Level 31. Strength 5000. Agility 6000.
Spirit, 2000. Constitution, 5000. Skill, Bite.
Sensing the detection spell, a portion of the abyssal demon hounds immediately changed direction, rushing towards Lin Moyu. There were about 30 hounds in total, with around 10 now targeting him. Lin Moyu noticed bits of flesh and tattered clothing in the hounds' mouths. They had just feasted on human flesh.
Someone had died. It must have been the comrades of the night. His gaze turned cold as he muttered, "You deserve death." The skeletal warriors, responding to Lin Moyu's emotions, charged at the demon hounds with red lights glowing in their eyes. 10 skeletal warriors engaged the 10 abyssal demon hounds.
The warriors' attributes overwhelmingly surpassed those of the hounds, nearly threefold, placing them on entirely different levels. In the clash, the hounds quickly fell at a disadvantage.
The skeletal warriors swung their blades, sending the demon hounds flying.
Meanwhile, the skeletal mages cast spells, which landed on the hounds, causing them to howl in pain and rage, their cries shaking the mist and unnerving the heart. Hearing their companions' cries, the demon hounds chasing the three knights redirected their attention towards Lin Moyu. The few hounds already engaged with skeletal warriors were on the verge of death after repeated strikes. The skeletal mages delivered the final blows, killing them one by one.
Kill. Received demon hound Fong. The sergeant's insignia on Lin Moyu's shoulder shimmered slightly, absorbing military merit.
Killing abyssal demons not only granted experience and materials but also military merit, a fact Lin Moyu understood well.
The more he killed, the more merit he would accumulate.
As the remaining demon hounds approached, Lin Moyu raised his hand, his palm glowing faintly.
Skill, Corpse Explosion.
A thunderous explosion erupted, the mist within a 90-meter radius violently blasted skyward, clearing the view instantly. The newly arrived demon hounds were all instantly killed, with none surviving the corpse explosion's damage.
The sergeant's insignia shone even brighter.
The 30 demon hounds had brought Lin Moyu over 9 million experience points and 30 points of military merit.
A faint star began to form on the insignia, though it wasn't fully shaped yet. Lin Moyu was satisfied. More of these demon hounds would be welcome.
The three who had been fleeing for their lives were stunned. The demon hounds that had been relentlessly chasing them suddenly diverted to Lin Moyu. Just as they thought he was doomed, Lin Moyu used a method they had never seen before, decisively annihilating the demon hounds.
Amazing. Is he a high-level professional? Those are undead summons. I've never seen such a class. Me neither.
It has both warriors and mages, and in such numbers. Lin Moyu glanced at them from afar, nodded slightly, then continued deeper into the primordial battlefield with his skeletons.
Until the mist gathered again, enveloping Lin Moyu's figure, the three didn't dare approach. Lin Moyu's strength was undeniable, likely marking him as a high-level professional.
The distinction between high-level and low-level professionals was significant, with entirely different standings. The knight sat down in relief, his face filled with gratitude. No matter what, we're saved. Too bad Old Lee didn't make it out. He sacrificed himself for us. We must take care of Old Lee's family when we return.
Definitely. Without Old Lee holding them off, we probably wouldn't have escaped either.
After a brief rest, the three activated their teleportation stones and vanished from the spot. In the deepest part of the primordial battlefield, where it connected to the abyss appeared as a pitch-black, bottomless hole.
A voice suddenly emanated from it. Why did a bunch of little dogs suddenly die? Did they encounter a high-level professional?
Then let's release more little dogs. With that, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the dark abyss. With a thirst for blood, hordes of abyssal demon hounds surged out from the endless darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu finally reached the dungeon entrance. A massive vortex rotated slowly in the mist, emitting a humming sound, with intermittent flashes of light. Many people were gathered at the dungeon entrance, both from Xinxia and other nations. Campfires were lit, and many people were grilling meat while laughing and discussing strategies for the dungeon, loot distribution, and dealing with the monsters inside. This scene reminded Lin Moyu of the entrance to the Shihai Mine dungeon, a familiar sight. The nearby monsters had been cleared, making it safe. Even if new ones spawned, they would be swiftly dealt with by the people there. Lin Moyu put away his skeletons and approached. His arrival caught some attention. So young, can't be more than 20. A white sergeant with no stars, just a private. A 5-star insignia, must be from Xinxia. Let me check, what's his level? The people here were straightforward, unlike those in the Empire. As soon as Lin Moyu appeared, several detection spells landed on him. Ah, he's wearing a shielding badge. Why so secretive? What's there to hide? Young man,
What's your level? What class are you? Want to join us? We need more people. We're all from Shinsha. We can take you through the dungeon.
Lin Mayu's 5-star sergeant's insignia indicated his Shinsha identity.
Most at the dungeon entrance were from Shinsha, and they were very welcoming. Abroad, Shinsha people were generally united. At the dungeon entrance, Lin Mayu checked the dungeon information.
The dungeon was named Dragonfront Outpost, set at level 26, with 3 difficulty options: normal, nightmare, and hell.
Each difficulty had different maximum party size requirements. Normal required 4, nightmare 6, and hell 12.
The level entry requirement was 5 levels above or below, allowing entry for levels 21 to 31.
Most professionals at the dungeon entrance were between levels 26 and 30, the lowest being 25. No one below level 25 was present.
This was expected. Few below level 25 ventured to the primordial battlefield, apart from exceptions like Lin Moyu. The monsters outside the battlefield were beyond the capability of those below level 25.
Considering the dungeon, Lin Mayu thought, there's a hell difficulty now. I wonder what it's like.
Previously, he had only tackled nightmare difficulty dungeons, never encountering a hell difficulty one. In the dungeon hall, dungeons below level 40 didn't have a hell difficulty, making the primordial battlefield unique.
Young man, have you decided?
We have a spot open in our team, no matter your level, called out a mounted professional from Shinsha toward Lin Moyu. He too wore a 5-star sergeant's insignia with 7 stars.
A 7-star veteran had likely slain many abyssal creatures.
Bringing unfamiliar people into a dungeon carried risks. A reckless newcomer could endanger the entire team.
His companions didn't object, showing his good character and the team's strong capabilities.
Thank you, Lin Mayu politely declined the offer, then chose hell difficulty and entered the dungeon.
Watching Lin Mayu vanish, some outside the dungeon were taken aback. Did he just go in?
I saw the dungeon vortex light up. He must have entered.
Going into a dungeon alone? That's suicide. Not necessarily. He might be a big shot capable of soloing the dungeon. Where are these big shots coming from?
Tisk, I'll check. You Shinsha folks always like to boast.
A person in Sakura Nation attire approached, tossing a talisman into the vortex.
The vortex erupted in dazzling light.
Dungeon detection talisman. Someone exclaimed in surprise.
Detection spells can be used to probe people and objects, but a dungeon detection talisman is specifically designed for dungeons. With it, one can detect how many teams are in each difficulty level within the dungeon and whether there have been any casualties. It's said that advanced detection talismans can even allow communication between the inside and outside of the dungeon, transmitting information. However, the one being used now was just a basic talisman, only capable of providing basic information about teams within the dungeon. As the light shone, information from inside the dungeon was revealed.
Normal difficulty, 1 team, 4 people. Nightmare difficulty, 2 teams, 12 people. Hell difficulty, 1 team, 1 person. Someone exclaimed, no way, he went into hell difficulty.
You must be joking, he actually chose hell difficulty.
Is he looking to die? Does he even know what hell difficulty means? The person from the Sakura Nation who used the talisman chuckled, your Shinsha people plan to solo hell difficulty? That's really something. How long do you think he can survive in there? All the Shinsha people present turned their attention, visibly displeased by the blatant mockery. The veteran knight who had invited Lin Mayu earlier swiftly drew his sword. You want to fight? The sword shimmered with a golden glow, an indication of a gold-grade weapon.
Being able to wield such equipment meant the veteran had reached level 30. His armor, helmet, gloves, boots, and even accessories were all gold-grade, showcasing an impressive set of gear. As the veteran drew his sword, his 4 teammates also stood up, forming a battle formation with seamless coordination, clearly demonstrating their rich combat experience. The teammates also wore full gold gear, indicating a powerful and experienced team capable of handling various situations. The realization dawned on everyone why the veteran had dared to invite Lin Mayu earlier. Such a team could indeed adapt to unexpected challenges. The Sakura Nation individual's expression changed. He recognized the veteran's team as one of the top ones there, unmatched by most others. The other Sakura Nation individuals turned away, pretending not to know him.
Swiftly conceding, he offered a sheepish smile. I was just joking.
The veteran humphed coldly, keep your eyes open.
Does little Sakura Nation dare to provoke Shinsha? Are you tired of living?
Though anger flickered in his eyes, the Sakura Nation individual dared not retort, fearing the veteran's sword might strike at any moment.
The veteran sheathed his sword and returned, expressing some regret. Too young, what a pity.
Lin Moyu was indeed young, and his presence here indicated remarkable potential. Yet, his arrogance and ignorance might lead to his demise in the dungeon, a regrettable waste. Several other Shinsha people also felt it was a shame for Lin Moyu.
Hell-level dungeon, how could anyone possibly solo it?
Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu saw a mountain with a fortress-like structure on it, connected by a wide road leading to the mountain's summit.
The dungeon was named Dragonfront Outpost, and the fortress was presumably the outpost.
The long uphill road led directly to it. He felt the oppressive atmosphere unique to a hell-level dungeon, distinct from nightmare dungeons. It was as if something was being restrained. "I've felt something similar before," Lin Moyu thought, recalling a similar sensation in the conquest space. Checking his storage space, he found it inaccessible, meaning he couldn't use potions or teleport out of the dungeon. The only way to leave was through the starting point or the exit that appeared after defeating the boss. In case of danger, escape was not an option. No storage space means no supplies, he mused, and no quick escape means I must always have a fallback plan.
So, this is what a hell dungeon is like. The monsters must be incredibly strong.
Lin Moyu contemplated the differences between hell and nightmare dungeons. The faint light revealed 3 long shadows approaching him, a line of armored monsters wielding long spears and sporting horns, resembling dragons but much smaller. Upon seeing Lin Moyu, they charged with shrill cries. Lin Moyu summoned a dense array of skeletal warriors and mages, surrounding the monsters with his skeletal army. The mages cast various spells, raining down on the creatures. The detection spell mixed in with the other spells, revealing the monster's attributes.
Dragon Spearman, Hell-level elite monster. Level, 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 4,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skill, Spear Sweep. Seeing the attributes, Lin Moyu couldn't help but be impressed.
These attributes surpassed those of monsters in large dungeons and were on par with nightmare boss-level creatures. This was the hell-level difficulty, a real challenge. For ordinary teams, these 3 monsters alone could force them to retreat, explaining the need for a 12-member team, which still might not be enough.
Although the monsters were strong, they were outmatched by Lin Moyu's 140 skeletal warriors.
Suddenly, the spears of the dragon spearman glowed red as skill, Spear Sweep. All 3 used the skill simultaneously, their fan-shaped attacks covering the surrounding skeletal warriors, causing a cacophony of clanging sounds. The impacted skeletons were stunned. Lin Moyu realized the skeletal warriors were in a stunned state, a side effect of the dragon spearman's skill, akin to being knocked back. During the stun, the monsters attacked rapidly, the sound of metal on bone constant. However, with the skeleton's constitution at 15,000, the attacks were mere scratches. Lin Moyu imagined if a different team were in this situation, with knights stunned and healers unable to respond in time, the consequences would be dire. The monsters, unable to break free, became targets for the skeletal mages, whose spells inflicted heavy damage, eventually felling the 3 dragon spearmen. Defeated level 30 dragon spearmen, experience plus 600,000.
Obtained dragon hide.
The experience was satisfactory, considering the effort was similar to fighting other monsters, but with higher gains. The skeletal warrior's stun lasted 20 seconds, a crucial fact for Lin Moyu to remember. During this time, the skeletal warriors were vulnerable, a risk if faced with more dragon monsters. Additionally, he discovered he couldn't recall the stunned skeletal warriors. The hell-level dungeon was significantly more challenging than nightmare-level ones. In previous large dungeons, he had progressed smoothly, but now he needed to exercise caution. Lin Moyu recast bone armor on himself for safety.
The dungeon's structure was straightforward, a single path with sparse woods on either side.
Among the trees, many resting dragon spearmen noticed him. As they charged, the skeletal warriors intercepted them. With a simple strategy in mind, Lin Moyu opted for the oldest yet most practical tactic, pulling mobs for a group kill.
The skeletal warriors lured more dragon spearmen into the forest.
Lin Moyu watched from afar, a faint smile on his lips, anticipating a substantial gain. Suddenly, several skeletons stopped, relaying information of increased damage from heavy attacks. Attempting to recall them proved futile. Lin Moyu quickly advanced with more skeletal warriors to investigate. He found the skeletons surrounded by dragon spearmen, clearly stunned and immobilized by translucent shackles, wind shackles, a mage's skill. Scanning the area, Lin Moyu spotted several dragon mages holding massive staffs in a corner of the woods. 6 dragon mages cast their skills, immobilizing the skeleton warriors that had charged in.
It wasn't just the dragon mages controlling the skeletons, the dragon spearman's skills also left them doubly controlled, trapped in both wind shackles and a stunned state.
The dragon spearmen possessed some intelligence, using their skills in succession to keep the skeleton warriors constantly incapacitated, leaving them with no chance to fight back. Lin Mayu recalled the dungeon's description, which mentioned that the monsters had weak intelligence, allowing them to employ simple tactics, unlike the purely instinct-driven creatures in other dungeons. If Lin Mayu only had a few skeletons, the battle would indeed be difficult. Fortunately, he had a sufficient number of skeletons. Understanding the situation, he didn't wait any longer. A large wave of skeletons surged forward, disrupting the dragon spearman's attack rhythm and throwing them into chaos. The dragon spearman quickly retaliated, continuously stunning the skeleton warriors. The skeletons surrounded the dragon spearman, preventing them from advancing, yet due to the stun, the skeletons couldn't attack either. Those on the perimeter couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't move, only able to endure the dragon spearman's attacks. Some dragon spearmen leapt high, trying to escape the skeleton's encirclement, but the outer skeletons leapt simultaneously, colliding in midair and falling back. Fire, ice, lightning, and storms rained down as the skeleton mages arrived, overwhelming the dragon spearmen with a barrage of spells. Suddenly, the sky turned red as a rain of fire descended, targeting the skeleton mages. The dragon mages had aimed their attacks directly at the mages, ignoring the warriors, demonstrating a degree of intelligence. However, the skeleton mages had a passive skill granting 300% resistance to elemental damage, reducing incoming damage by threefold. A potential 1,000-point damage attack now only inflicted 333 points. With a constitution of 7,200, the skeleton mages weren't easily killed. Under the fire rain, the skeleton mages focused their attacks on the dragon spearman, killing one with 2 rounds of skills in just 5 seconds. Lin Mayu, shielded by his flickering bone armor, charged through the fire rain. Within 100 meters, he was in range for his skill. Skill, corpse explosion. Explosions erupted, accompanied by the wails of the dragon spearmen. Many were blasted into the air, already dead before hitting the ground. Experience notifications flooded in, alongside numerous dragon materials, though mostly dragon hides. None of the 4 specific materials Bai Yuan had requested were among them. Lin Mayu pondered whether the drop rate was low or if the dragon spearmen simply didn't drop them. The silver-white glow of his bone armor, equivalent to a 64,000 constitution defense, kept him steady and unafraid in the fire rain. After a couple more intense explosions, no dragon spearmen were left standing. The skeleton mages then targeted the dragon mages. Dragon Mage, Hell Level Elite Monster. Level, 31. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 12,000. Constitution, 8,000. Skills, Wind Bind, Flaming Rain. Indeed, it was Wind Bind, a signature control skill of support mages. Niaoyu had demonstrated this skill on Mermaid Island. The 6 dragon mages, with constitutions inferior to the dragon spearmen, quickly fell under the skeleton mages' bombardment. Killed. Obtained dragon hide. Killed. Obtained dragon hide. Obtained dragon horn. Among the 6 notifications, one caught Lin Mayu's attention, Dragon Horn. Though his storage space was locked, preventing him from checking, the notification was clear: he had indeed acquired a dragon horn, one of the 4 materials Bai Yuan required. It seems the drop rate is indeed low, Lin Mayu thought, realizing a single dungeon run might not suffice to gather all the materials, necessitating repeated attempts. The skeleton warriors finally recovered from their stun, and Lin Mayu recalled the heavily injured ones into the summon space for accelerated healing. He also recalled the skeleton mages, slightly injured by the fire rain earlier. For the first time during a dungeon raid, Lin Mayu paused to rest, usually bulldozing through. Reflecting on the earlier situation with the skeleton warriors, he realized that despite their formidable attributes, they had been rendered powerless against the dragon spearman's group attack and prolonged stun effect. If the situation continued unchecked, the skeleton warriors would likely face annihilation. Had he acted a moment later, the skeletons that charged into the forest might have perished. This near-death risk was a first since the West Sea Mine dungeon, dispelling his belief in their invincibility. Their invincibility relied on superior attributes, but against potent control skills, these attributes were rendered ineffective, merely prolonging the inevitable. The skeleton warriors had a flaw: absent effective counter-skills. At his current level 22, Lin Mayu couldn't acquire new skills yet, leaving him to work with existing ones. After contemplating, Lin Moyu devised a strategy. Though not the optimal solution, it would address some issues, particularly the recent predicament. Level 30 skills better not disappoint, he mused, recalling the formidable skills acquired at levels 10 and 20. After a brief rest, he released the fully healed skeleton mages from the summon space. Resuming their advance, they encountered a patrol of 6 dragon spearmen, but no dragon mages. Previously, the dragon spearmen and mages had been scattered, and his impulsive charge into the forest had led to the skeletons being surrounded and attacked. Learning from the experience, Lin Moyu was cautious this time, sending the skeleton warriors forward in a counter-encirclement strategy. 2 swift skeleton warriors charged ahead, leveraging their agility to draw the dragon spearmen far from their starting point, preventing them from closing in. Lin Moyu watched carefully for any signs of dragon mage intervention. As long as they avoided the mage's spells, the dragon spearmen couldn't attack the skeleton warriors. This time, they stayed on the main road, avoiding the woods. After pulling dozens of dragon spearmen, the skeleton warriors quickly returned. Prepare! Lin Moyu commanded, and the skeleton mages readied themselves. As the dragon spearmen entered the mage's range, Lin Moyu's palm glowed red. Skill, slow curse. A crimson net descended, seemingly covering the entire dungeon. With a resonant hum, a massive red shackle appeared on the dragon spearman. Slow curse, level 22 curses enemies within a 110-meter range, reducing speed by 110% for 1 minute. Enhanced, the skill's range extended to 3,300 meters, reducing speed by 3,300%, effectively 33 times slower. The dragon spearmen, previously sprinting, now moved in slow motion. Though their agility was still comparable to a level 20 professional, to Lin Moyu, they were sluggish. The skeleton mages launched concentrated attacks, while the skeleton warriors unleashed their skills. With their current speed, the dragon spearmen would reach Lin Moyu only after enduring 2 rounds of mage attacks. Combined with the skeleton warriors' interference, they stood no chance of breaking through. Once one fell, the rest were easily dispatched. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming unconsciously, "What the?" A large number of dragon spearmen were rushing at Lin Moyu from the woods on both sides, each burdened by a massive crimson shackle over their heads, all affected by the slow curse. Behind them followed a multitude of dragon mages. At a glance, there were at least 100 dragon spearmen and over 20 dragon mages. I forgot about the range, Lin Moyu realized. It was his first time using the slow curse in battle since upgrading it to level 22, forgetting about its expansive 3,300-meter range. This massive coverage had inadvertently pulled in all the monsters from the woods on either side. This isn't a bad way to pull mobs, though they're moving really slowly, he mused. The dragon monster's slow-motion pace gave Lin Moyu ample time to attack. The dragon spearmen activated their skills. Most of the skeleton warriors retreated in time, avoiding the skills, though a few were caught and rendered stunned again. Still, Lin Moyu did not give the dragon spearmen another chance to harm the skeleton warriors. With a scream, the slow-moving dragon spearman fell under the barrage of magical attacks, followed by a resounding explosion. The dragon spearmen pulled by the skeletons were wiped out entirely. Meanwhile, the distant dragon spearmen and mages were still trudging along. With their speed reduced by 33 times, they moved pathetically slow, comparable to level 20 professionals at best. Lin Moyu waited for them to enter the skeleton mages' attack range and then began to pick them off. The skeleton warriors moved forward again, attacking while acting as a barrier, keeping the dragon spearmen at bay. Suddenly, transparent shackles appeared on the skeleton warriors' windbind. The dragon mages were casting windbind, pinning the skeleton warriors in place. Though their speed was reduced, they could still use skills. The distance is remarkable, Lin Moyu noted, surprised. The dragon mages were at least 300 meters away, yet still casting their skills. Their range exceeded that of the skeleton mages significantly. At the black iron level, the mage's range was only 50 meters, reaching 100 meters at bronze and 200 meters at silver. But the dragon mages had a longer reach, giving them a substantial advantage in safety and allowing them to kite effectively, much like now. The 20 dragon mages continuously cast their skills, quickly immobilizing the skeleton warriors, followed by a deluge of fire rain. The bound skeleton warriors could only endure the onslaught passively, revealing their vulnerability. Lacking counter skills, they were easily targeted and restrained. Focus fire! Lin Moyu commanded, pointing to the foremost dragon spearman. The skeleton mages concentrated their attacks, while Lin Moyu's hand flared with soul flame. The skeleton warriors had to serve as meat shields, drawing fire. Fortunately, their constitution was high, requiring significant effort from the dragon mages to kill them.
After 2 concentrated volleys in Lin Moyu's soul flame, a dragon spearman was swiftly eliminated, followed by corpse explosion.
The explosion resounded through the dungeon, leaving a heap of dead dragon spearmen. Unfortunately, the explosion's range couldn't reach the dragon mages, who stood 300 meters away, continuing their fire rain and controlling the skeleton warriors without advancing. At this moment, a knight would be invaluable, with skills to provoke or pull the dragon mages closer, or resist control skills like Windbind. Alternatively, Lin Moyu considered mages with silence skills to disable the dragon mages' attacks. But currently, only one approach was viable: have the skeleton mages rapidly advance and focus fire on the dragon mages, while Lin Moyu supported with Soul Flame to disrupt their skills.
This returned the battle to a head-to-head confrontation.
The skeleton warriors, still bound, could offer no assistance, standing like targets unable to even retreat into the summon space.
This dungeon run was proving to be Lin Moyu's most challenging experience yet. Hell difficulty was living up to its reputation.
If Bai Yuan knew Lin Moyu had chosen hell difficulty, he might have spat out his drink in shock. As it happened, Bai Yuan had returned to the Shangjing Academy, back to his small courtyard.
Meng Anwen sat there, sipping tea, seemingly admiring some unseen view, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Upon Bai Yuan's return, Meng Anwen refocused, pouring him a cup of tea.
"Delivered?"
"Yes, delivered," Bai Yuan replied.
Meng Anwen gave him a meaningful look. "It seems you truly intend to nurture him, even planting a mark in the hero's soul hall, dropping your 5-star general status to 4-star. Bai Yuan had indeed made a significant investment, relinquishing his 5-star general rank to plant the mark on Lin Moyu, consuming substantial military merit in the process. Others might not grasp the significance, but Meng Anwen understood well, bearing a purple-gold military badge with 5 shining stars on his shoulder. Bai Yuan was unconcerned. The kid has potential. We can't let him die prematurely.
Too many of our human geniuses have perished, saving even one is worthwhile. Meng Anwen didn't dwell on it, sipping his tea. He should be at the Dragonfront Outpost dungeon by now. He definitely went.
I tasked him with acquiring some dragon materials. He has no choice but to go, Bai Yuan replied with a smug smile, as if he had orchestrated every step for Lin Moyu to follow.
Meng Anwen slowly added, "The materials you requested typically drop in nightmare difficulty, and even then, the chances are slim." Bai Yuan laughed heartily. "That's the point.
The kid has a cooldown amulet. He can run it 7 or 8 times.
Meng Anwen shook his head, dismissively. "What if he chose hell difficulty?"
Splutter. Bai Yuan spat his tea, incredulous. "No way, the kid wouldn't be that foolish."
"How can you call it foolishness? It's confidence. He's always had faith in himself, hasn't he?
If he could solo carry 39 in the Tyrant Desert, anything's possible."
Bai Yuan looked a bit troubled. "I should have warned him against hell-level dungeons. They're completely different from nightmare difficulty." Meng Anwen chuckled. "If he really went, there's nothing you can do. You can't enter to save him. Leave it to fate.
You've already marked him. He won't die, just suffer a bit." Bai Yuan's eyes were filled with worry, clearly troubled. "How could I forget to tell him?" he lamented.
Meng Anwen, observing Bai Yuan's distress, found his amusement growing, as if witnessing something entertaining. There weren't many things these days that could cause Bai Yuan such a headache. He lifted the freshly poured tea to his nose, speaking softly. "Have you considered the possibility that he might actually clear the hell-level dungeon?" "Impossible."
Bai Yuan responded instinctively, his mind rejecting the idea that Lin Moyu could have any chance of completing a hell-level dungeon.
Meng Anwen fell silent, sipping his tea as he quietly observed Bai Yuan.
After a moment, Bai Yuan spoke in a serious tone. "If he really makes it through, the benefits would be enormous.
Killed. Obtained dragon horn."
Finally, Lin Moyu had cleared out the dragon mages. The skeleton mages were all injured from the battle. He recalled them into the summon space for healing and recovery, having acquired 2 more dragon horns.
With just 2 horns from 20 mages, the drop rate was indeed very low.
In this battle, the skeleton warriors had mostly stood idle, as if they were spectators rather than participants, missing only a watermelon to complete the scene. Lin Moyu found a clearing and sat down to rest. The dungeon was merely a third complete, and he had never found a dungeon run this taxing before. Glancing unintentionally at the distant dungeon exit, he was amused to find it still within sight after all this time.
Who would have thought hell-level difficulty would be so high, far exceeding expectations?
The challenge wasn't just the monster's strength but their various control skills, which left Lin Moyu at a disadvantage. Staring at the distant fortress, it seemed to mock him with its presence. Lin Mayu smirked. Having come this far, he was determined to see it through to the end. He wanted to at least see what the hell-level dungeon boss looked like. Quitting halfway was not in his nature. After a brief rest, feeling that the skeleton mages had mostly recovered, Lin Mayu set off again toward the fortress. The next 3,000 meters were devoid of monsters, thanks to the slow curse drawing them all in earlier. With this section of the dungeon clear, the road was open. Now, the fortress was fully visible. With the eyesight of a level 22 professional, he could see the fortress in its entirety. It bore a strong resemblance to human fortresses, with dragon monsters stationed on the walls, mages and archers patrolling back and forth, maintaining tight defense. Lin Mayu felt another headache coming on. The presence of mages complicated matters, making it difficult to attack. The only positive was that the fortress gates were open, not closed. Outside the fortress, there were still many dragon monsters. Let's clear the ones outside first, Lin Mayu decided. He opted against using the mob pulling method, choosing instead to clear them one by one. In this environment, mass killing wasn't necessarily faster, especially with mages around. A few more and the skeleton warriors would become useless. Clearing them little by little allowed the skeleton warriors to leverage their numerical and attribute advantages. It was slower, but also more manageable. It reminded Lin Mayu of his first dungeon run, where he had to advance methodically. Let's take it step by step, abandon the rush, and return to basics, he thought, focusing on a steady approach rather than speed. Lin Mayu put away any sense of underestimation, advancing cautiously and systematically. By leveraging the numerical advantage of his skeleton warriors, he gradually eliminated the dragon monsters outside the fortress. After a full hour, there was not a single dragon monster left outside the fortress. He managed to acquire another dragon horn. Bai Yuan had requested 4 types of dragon materials: dragon hearts, dragon essence blood, dragon horns, each requiring 10 pieces. The dragon crystal cores were fewer in number, needing only 5. So far, Lin Mayu had collected 5 dragon horns but none of the other materials. He realized that one dungeon run might not be enough to gather all the materials Bai Yuan needed. After resting briefly, he checked his mental energy. Including his mental gear, he had a total of 3,300 mental energy, with 2,200 remaining, exactly 2/3. Clearing the dragon monsters individually hadn't consumed much mental energy. In fact, he had even recovered a bit. His gaze fell on the towering fortress, and he formulated a plan. There were 2 types of monsters on the fortress walls: archers and mages. He had already encountered the mages, but the archers were still an unknown, though likely not easy to deal with. Sending a few skeleton warriors forward, Lin Mayu watched the fortress intently. As they approached within 300 meters, the dragon mages and archers noticed the skeleton warriors. The archers drew their bows, arrows flying, while the mages cast wind bind from their staves. At the moment they acted, Lin Mayu commanded the skeleton warriors to retreat. The arrows missed, but windbind seemed to have a mind of its own, hitting a skeleton warrior dead on, immobilizing it. The second skeleton warrior quickly ran over, carrying the bound one back. Both the attacking dragon archers and mages leaped down from the fortress, pursuing swiftly. Drawing them out for a clean kill was the strategy. Once the dragon mages and archers were lured out, the skeleton warriors surrounded them. Dragon Archer, Hell Level Elite Monster. Level, 31. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 10,000. Mental, 3,000. Constitution, 8,000. Skills, Arrow Rain, Binding Arrow. Even by the skill names, Lin Mayu could tell the dragon archers had control skills as well. His choice to lure them out one by one was justified. With all these monsters possessing control skills, his skeleton warriors would be rendered useless if there were too many of them. In smaller numbers, however, the skeleton warriors could be effective. Despite everything, their attributes were still strong, dealing considerable damage. With 2 monsters drawn out, the skeleton warriors immediately swarmed them, taking them down in seconds. Killed. Obtained dragon essence blood. So the dragon essence blood comes from the archers, Lin Mayu mused. From the mages, he got horns; from the archers, essence blood; and from the level 30 spearmen, nothing. Continuing his method, he systematically lured the monsters from the fortress and cleared them out. Half an hour later, the fortress was deserted. Finally done! Lin Mayu exclaimed, having collected 8 dragon horns and 4 dragon essence bloods. He dusted off his hands and strode into the fortress. The fortress was small, just as the dungeon name suggested, an outpost. The interior space was limited. Curiously, aside from the archers and mages on the walls, there were no other monsters to be seen. Just as Lin Mayu was puzzling over this, one of his skeleton warriors was suddenly attacked. The attack was extraordinarily powerful, severely injuring the skeleton warrior in an instant. The unexpected assault startled Lin Mayu, prompting him to instinctively recall the skeleton warrior to the summoned space. Thankfully, it wasn't controlled, just attacked. The skeleton warrior returned, battered and covered in cracks, looking as though it might shatter at any moment. In less than 2 seconds, it was nearly killed. Had Lin Mayu been a few seconds slower, it might have been finished. Such strong attack power, Lin Mayu thought, startled. He had never encountered such damage before, not even from the world-class boss Lion Tyrant. The key issue was he didn't even know where the attack came from. The skeleton warrior hadn't detected the attacker. With their sensitivity, the fact that even they couldn't find the attacker was unprecedented for Lin Mayu. He quietly reinforced his bone armor to guard against potential sneak attacks. Seconds later, another skeleton warrior was hit, suffering similarly severe damage. Lin Mayu quickly recalled it. Then all the skeleton warriors regrouped around him. The unknown enemy was the most terrifying kind. Both attacks happened 10 seconds apart, several hundred meters between them, Lin Mayu analyzed. The attack style was almost identical, always from behind. Either it's incredibly fast, or there are multiple attackers. Regardless, I need to find it first, he concluded, realizing this was a tricky situation. Lin Mayu's gaze sharpened. The hell-level dungeon was indeed more challenging than he had imagined. For him, the difficulty lay not in the monster's attack power or numbers, but in their control skills that hindered his skeleton warriors. The skeleton mages and warriors surrounded Lin Mayu in layers. Before finding the ambushing monster, he didn't proceed further. Breathing evenly, Lin Mayu calmed himself completely. After several seconds, another skeleton warrior was attacked. 3 skeleton warriors were hit simultaneously. Action, he commanded, ready. The moment the skeleton warriors were attacked, the skeleton mages launched their skills in perfect sync, less than 0.1 seconds apart. Ice Storm and Tornado were cast. These offensive skills didn't require target locking. Within the 10-meter skill radius, ice rained down, and the tornado roared ceaselessly. The combination sent icy arrows spiraling through the air. Several blurry shadows appeared in view. Under attack, the unknown enemies were finally revealed. Nearby skeleton warriors erupted with skill, their blades glowing red. Skill, Berserk Strike. Amidst the screams, the concealed monsters were fully exposed, dragon creatures wielding daggers, clad in black light armor. Assassins? The word sprang to Lin Mayu's mind as he looked at the creatures. The next second, detection flew out. Dragon Assassin, Hell-level Elite Monster. Level, 32. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Mental, 2,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skills, Stealth, Lethal Strike. Extreme attributes. With both strength and agility at 10,000, but pitifully low mental stats, these attributes combined with stealth and lethal strike skills yielded explosive power. Even the skeleton warriors were heavily damaged by a single strike. Moreover, they could use skills while stealth without breaking stealth. Powerful yet extreme monsters. Unfortunately, Lin Mayu managed to ferret them out. Stealth was broken upon taking damage, and once exposed, their advantage vanished. Their frail constitution became a fatal flaw. Under the concentrated attack of skeleton warriors and mages, the 3 dragon assassins were instantly killed. Killed level 32 dragon assassin, experience plus 640,000. Obtained dragon heart. Lin Mayu was slightly pleased. So the dragon hearts come from the dragon assassins. Mages give horns, archers give essence blood, and assassins give hearts. Now only the source of the crystal cores remained unknown. He gazed deeper into the fortress, shrouded in night and silent. At the far end was a plaza, the dungeon's final point. The path held no dragon monsters in sight, but Lin Mayu knew there were likely many assassins lurking in the corners, poised to deliver lethal attacks. The team stayed close-knit, skeleton warriors on the outside, skeleton mages inside, with Lin Mayu at the core. They advanced through the fortress. As Lin Mayu predicted, they encountered more ambushes along the way. The skeleton mages responded swiftly, using area skills to flush out the assassins, then the skeleton warriors focused fire to kill them instantly. Though the skeleton warriors were ambushed and heavily injured, it was easier for Lin Mayu, as the assassins lacked control skills. In the summoned space, skeleton warriors rapidly recovered, quickly returning to full strength as long as they weren't dead.
Finally, the team reached the dungeon's final point, meeting the boss.
In the rock wall behind the plaza, a dragon motif was carved, lifelike as if a real dragon were soaring. At the plaza's center stood a stone statue, about 10 meters tall, shaped like a dragon monster. As Lin Mayu arrived, the entire fortress began to tremble. The statue cracked, showering down fragments of rock like rain. The boss was awakening. A terrifying aura emanated from the statue, permeating the entire dungeon. Lin Mayu's breath caught involuntarily. The overwhelming pressure made his heart pound. This was the oppressive force of a higher level.
Under detection, the boss's attributes were laid bare. Outpost Guardian, Hell Level Boss. Level, 33. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 13,000. Mental, 10,000. Constitution, 15,000. Skills, Mass Repel, Mass Daze, Resistance Amplification.
All 4 primary attributes exceeded 10,000.
While its attributes seemed inferior to the skeleton warriors, it was a boss.
The boss's formidable vitality, combined with the 15,000 constitution, made its defense astounding, rendering it extremely difficult to kill.
The skills Mass Repel and Mass Daze, both control-oriented, gave Lin Mayu a headache.
In this hell-level dungeon, the skeleton warriors had suffered enough from control skills. Lin Mayu quickly retreated, creating at least a 500-meter gap between him and the Guardian, with his palms glowing red. The stone statue completely shattered as the Guardian roared at the sky, announcing its arrival.
A vast crimson net descended, covering the sky.
Accompanied by a resonant hum, a crimson shackle appeared above the Guardian's head, elongating its roaring sound. Its speed was reduced by 33 times, affecting all its movements.
As the shackle appeared, the skeleton warriors charged forward.
Light flickered as they unleashed their skills, Berserk Strike. The skeleton mages followed suit, raining down various skills upon the Guardian. With its speed reduced by 33 times, the Guardian couldn't react in time. By the time it finished roaring, it was swarmed by skeleton warriors, both on the ground and climbing its body. The skeleton warrior's skill bursts concluded, with over 100 large blades hacking at it. There was no scene of flesh tearing. The Guardian's defenses were incredibly strong, armored with scales, causing the skeleton warrior's blades to clang against it like metal. Despite this, Lin Mayu knew they were causing damage, albeit not much. After all, the skeleton warriors were only level 22. The boss, at level 33, exceeded them by a full 11 levels. Moreover, being a hell-level boss, it was far stronger than a nightmare-level boss of the same level. Solo clearing a level 26 dungeon at level 22, especially a hell-level dragon monster dungeon, Lin Mayu had taken on the highest difficulty.
As the roar ended, the Guardian looked down at the skeleton warriors at its feet.
Under the curse, its movements were extremely slow, akin to slow motion. Just in the time it took to look down, the skeleton warriors had already slashed it several times, amounting to millions of hits with the combined effort of over 100 warriors. The skeleton mages had also completed 2 rounds of skill attacks. Even if each hit wasn't high in damage, the cumulative effect wasn't negligible. The outpost Guardian's face showed clear anger. Its eyes glinted with intelligence, more so than other dragon monsters. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst from its body.
Skill, Resistance Amplification.
The crimson shackle above its head dimmed considerably, though it remained, its redness no longer as vivid.
The curse's effect was reduced, and the Guardian's movements sped up. Not good. Lin Mayu exclaimed inwardly. He quickly cast another slow curse, but it was ineffective. The Guardian was enveloped in light, significantly weakening the curse's effect. It drew a massive blade from its back, a 6-meter-long, 1-meter-wide giant sword that swept before it like a gale. Skill, Mass Repel. The skill activated, repelling all skeleton warriors, whether on the ground or atop it, at least 20 meters away.
Then the Guardian leapt high, its sword glowing again, crashing down with a boom.
Skill, Mass Daze.
This time, the range was even larger, with a powerful shockwave enveloping a 50-meter radius.
All skeleton warriors were simultaneously dazed, standing as motionless as stakes.
With the skeleton warriors controlled, it began a ferocious attack on them, its sword repeatedly striking.
The skeleton warriors' bodies creaked, clearly injured.
Fortunately, their attributes were high enough to withstand the assault for a short time. Though the outpost Guardian had formidable control skills, its attack power wasn't as strong as the dragon assassins. Lin Mayu retreated a bit further, maintaining a 500-meter distance from the Guardian. The skeleton warriors couldn't move or be recalled to the summon space, so he commanded the skeleton mages to attack with all their might. The skeleton mage's skills rained down on the Guardian, producing bursts of brilliant light. The Guardian winced from the attacks, shifting its focus from the skeleton warriors to the skeleton mages. Its sword flashed, leaping directly towards them, the blade glowing once more. A mass day's skill again.
Here we go again.
Lin Mayu reacted swiftly, instantly recalling all skeleton mages to the summon space. The Guardian's blade struck the ground, sending out a shockwave, but the skeleton mages had vanished. It seemed puzzled, wondering how the targets disappeared so suddenly. It swiftly turned back to attack the skeleton warriors again.
The attacked skeleton suffered increasing damage, with its bones covered in cracks, ready to collapse at any moment. 30 seconds later, the day's effect wore off. The skeleton warriors rushed back, surrounding the Guardian once more.
Lin Mayu recalled the damaged skeleton warrior as soon as the effect ended, simultaneously releasing the skeleton mages to attack from the maximum distance. The moment the skeleton mages appeared, the Guardian leapt up, its sword glowing, slashing towards them. Another skill was launched. Lin Mayu reacted quickly, recalling the skeleton mages to the summon space. The shockwave swept out again, but Lin Mayu's speed meant the skeleton mages were unharmed.
The Guardian seemed perplexed, wondering why they vanished again.
Suddenly, it felt pain. The skeleton warriors had returned, hacking at it once more.
The Guardian emitted light again.
Repel.
All the approaching skeleton warriors were pushed back. Then another mass daze skill was activated.
The skeleton warriors were once again dazed, losing their ability to resist.
Is this never ending?
Lin Mayu was somewhat frustrated. The outpost Guardian's attack power was average, but its control skills were incredibly annoying.
It seemed as if it had no cooldown on them.
There was a cooldown, but it was very short, perhaps only about 10 seconds, while the daze effect lasted 30 seconds.
Infinite daze, infinite control, it was like cheating, utterly vexing. Unbeknownst to Lin Mayu, this was why Bai Yuan thought he wouldn't be able to pass.
A thought crossed Lin Mayu's mind. He released the skeleton mages again. As soon as they appeared, they spread out, running in different directions, encircling the Guardian with a diameter close to 400 meters, positioning it in the center. This way, the Guardian couldn't control all the skeleton mages at once. A barrage of spells rained down on the Guardian from all directions. With the skeleton mages spread out widely, it could only control 2 or 3 at most at a time.
Lin Mayu breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally found a way to deal with it.
But the next second, his hair stood on end. The Guardian lifted its head and looked straight at him.
The best way to deal with summoned creatures was to eliminate the summoner.
With its limited intelligence, it realized this problem. With a loud bang, the ground cracked as the Guardian leapt towards Lin Mayu.
Damn it!
Lin Mayu hadn't expected the Guardian to target him.
With his speed, he couldn't evade.
Resolute, he cast bone armor over himself again, flames flickering in his hands.
Skill, Soul Flame.
The Guardian screamed in mid-air, but it didn't affect its movement.
Its sword glowed. Skill, Mass Daze.
The massive blade crashed down just 10 meters from Lin Mayu. The shockwave swept over, but Lin Mayu's bone armor shimmered with silvery white light.
Ha! I'm not dazed.
Lin Mayu was amazed. The Guardian's skill was ineffective against him.
In the next instant, he realized it was the bone armor that blocked the shockwave. So the bone armor has this function too, he thought, delighted.
Not only can it block damage, but it can also resist control skills. With newfound confidence, Lin Mayu devised a new strategy in his mind.
The bone armor continuously flickered, shielding Lin Mayu from the outpost Guardian's relentless attacks.
Every assault was like a stone sinking into the ocean, dissipating without a trace, causing Lin Mayu no harm at all. Lin Mayu relentlessly cast Soul Flame, working in tandem with the skeleton mages to attack the Guardian.
He never imagined he would one day become a tank.
The bone armor was incredibly powerful, equivalent to 64,000 points of constitution and defense, and it could also ward off abnormal statuses, ignoring control skills.
After 30 seconds, the skeleton warriors regained their senses.
With a thought, Lin Mayu summoned them all back into the summoning space, then released them in an instant, surrounding the Guardian. Without a word, they began hacking away with their swords.
The Guardian roared in fury, activating its Mass Daze skill once more.
As soon as it initiated the skill, Lin Mayu retracted all the skeleton warriors. The massive sword struck the ground, unleashing a shockwave, yet there were no skeleton warriors to be found, only Lin Mayu remained.
His bone armor effortlessly absorbed the shockwave.
Once the shockwave passed, Lin Mayu released the skeleton warriors to attack the Guardian again. He kept a close eye on the outpost Guardian's every move. Whenever it activated a skill, he would recall the skeleton warriors, and once the skill ended, he would redeploy them. During the cooldown gaps of the guardian skills, the skeleton warriors could deal significant damage. This cycle continued, trapping the guardian in Lin Moyu's rhythm. Its injuries grew progressively severe. The bone armor rendered it helpless. With its limited intelligence, it couldn't comprehend how this unassuming individual could ignore its control skills. Lin Moyu maintained control over the battle's rhythm, when to release the skeleton warriors, when to retract them, and when to replenish his bone armor. Simultaneously, he couldn't let up on the soul flame, as he needed to draw the guardian's aggression. His operations became more proficient, and his efficiency increased. This fight significantly improved Lin Moyu's skills, shifting reliance from the skeleton warriors to himself as the focal point. He realized he was not just a summoner but also a mage and shouldn't always fight as just a summoner. After a grueling 15 minutes, the guardian fell before Lin Moyu, unwilling to concede defeat. Killed the outpost guardian, experience plus 3,300,000. Obtained gold grade weapon, Hell Outpost dagger. Obtained gold grade armor, Hell Outpost shield. Obtained gold grade accessory, Hell Outpost bracelet. Obtained Dragon Core *2. Obtained job advancement certificate. Obtained title, Dragon Warlord. The unique white glow of leveling up shimmered around him. Having soloed a hell level dungeon, taking nearly 10 hours, Lin Moyu leveled up once more. In less than a day at the proving grounds, he had advanced from level 22 to 23 at an astonishing pace. At this moment, Lin Moyu had no time to focus on his leveling status. Instead, he examined the items he had acquired. Even with his usually calm demeanor, he was somewhat astonished. He had seen dragon dungeon weapons at the No. 1 fortress trading post. The names of dragon dungeon weapons were distinctive: ordinary outpost weapons, nightmare outpost weapons, all originating from the dragon frontline outpost dungeon, with the former from normal difficulty and the latter from nightmare difficulty. Despite both being gold grade weapons, their attributes varied greatly, with prices differing by several times. Ordinary outpost weapons were akin to the lowest tier gold weapons, costing merely 300,000 gold coins without any military rank requirements. Nightmare outpost weapons were comparable to top tier gold weapons, priced between 1.5 to 2 million gold coins, requiring at least a 5-star rank to purchase. As for Hell Outpost weapons, their attributes already surpassed gold weapons, reaching the level of platinum weapons. Not just weapons, but the armor attributes were similar. Being able to use equipment at level 30 comparable to platinum grade was a significant boost to combat power. Regarding price, Lin Moyu hadn't seen Hell Outpost series equipment at the trading post. Hell-level dungeons were exceedingly difficult, with few attempting them, resulting in scarce equipment. Generally, teams would internally distribute the loot, making it rare to find for trade. The Dragon Core was what Bai Yuan needed for his quest. Now Lin Moyu understood it was a drop from the dungeon boss. No wonder only 5 were required. Lin Moyu had completed part of Bai Yuan's quest requirements. From one hell-level dungeon, he obtained 8 dragon horns, 4 dragon bloods, 4 dragon hearts, and 2 dragon cores, completing over a third of the quest. Just 2 more runs, and he would meet Bai Yuan's requirements. Then there was the job advancement certificate. He hadn't expected to obtain a certificate necessary for a second job advancement, a requirement he hadn't anticipated. He only knew that second job advancement was challenging, with the certificate being essential. He hadn't expected to acquire one so early. The job advancement certificate was non-tradable, something one had to acquire independently. Many professionals found themselves stuck at level 40, unable to advance due to the lack of this certificate. Finally, there was a title. He hadn't thought soloing a dungeon could earn him a title, which was unexpected. Titles were hard to come by, but their effects were significant. Those who attained such titles were extraordinary. The key was that titles were unique, only one person could hold a specific title. At least until Lin Moyu perished, no one else could obtain this title. This also indicated he was the first in the world to solo the Dragon Frontline Outpost dungeon at hell level difficulty. It made sense. Who else could manage such a demanding control skill other than someone with his unique capabilities? Dragon Warlord title, all attributes plus 500, skill consumption reduced by 50%. The benefits were immense. Especially the 50% reduction in skill consumption meant he could use Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion more effectively. Even replenishing skeleton warriors and mages would be much more efficient. Eagerly, he activated the title and checked his attributes. Name, Lin Moyu. Class, Necromancer, unique. Level, 23, 0.18%.
Title, Dragon Warlord, all attributes plus 500, skill consumption reduced by 50%. Strength, 390, plus 500. Agility, 390, plus 500. Mental. Constitution, 390, plus 500. Equipment, Spirit Longsword, Spirit Robe, Spirit Ring. Summoning Space, Skeleton Mage, Quantity, 70. Talent, Comprehensive Amplification, Level 3, Unique. Passive Skills, Damage Transfer, Elemental Resistance, Level 1. Active Skills, Soul Flame, Level 23, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 23, Corpse Explosion, Level 3, Slow Curse, Level 23, Bone Armor, Level 23, Summon Skeleton Mage, Level 23. Comprehensive Amplification, Level 3. All skill effects increased 30-fold. Damage Transfer, all damage received by the wizard is borne by the summoned creatures. Elemental Resistance, Level 1 passive skill, increases elemental attack resistance by 10% for self and summoned creatures. Soul Flame, Level 23 burns the target's soul, causing burn damage, power based on mental strength and skill level. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 23 summons a silver grade skeleton warrior. Corpse Explosion, Level 3 detonates corpses, dealing 20% of corpse health as damage within a 3-meter radius. Slow Curse, Level 23 curses enemies within 115 meters, reducing speed by 115% for 1 minute. Bone Armor, Level 23 summons bones to form armor, providing 2,300 points of Constitution defense for 5 minutes, can be used on others. Summon Skeleton Mage, Level 23 summons a silver grade skeleton mage. With his level increase, all skill attributes improved. The hidden trait of the Necromancer meant skills at the same level as his current level would automatically upgrade as he leveled up, saving Lin Mayu considerable time on skill training. Post-level up, the attributes of a level 23 skeleton warrior reached 16,500 in all 4 stats, while the skeleton mage's mental attribute soared to 33,000, significantly boosting combat power. Time for a break, then I'll return once the skeletons have recovered, he thought. Still hell difficulty. Bai Yuan's quest wasn't complete, so he needed to continue farming. Hell difficulty, though challenging, offered high experience and better loot. Plus, using cooldown charms in hell-level dungeons was a better investment than in nightmare-level ones. As he exited the dungeon, an intense scent of blood hit his nose, accompanied by the sound of roars. The bone armor gleamed brightly, silver light shooting skyward. The scent of blood, the howls, and the gleaming bone armor. Lin Mayu found himself amidst a battlefield as soon as he exited the dungeon. Around him were several abyssal hellhounds, viciously snapping at him. The entrance of the dungeon was utterly transformed from when he first entered. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and everywhere he looked, there were abyssal hellhounds surrounding the area near the dungeon entrance. Human teams were trapped, fighting for their lives against the hounds. An ice line whipped through the air, flinging a hellhound away from Lin Mayu. Following that, an arrow with a long trail of light shot through the air, striking a hellhound and exploding with a loud bang, sending nearby hounds flying. "Young man, over here!" A voice called, and a cold sword light flashed by, knocking another hellhound away. The knight who had previously invited Lin Mayu and his team fought their way to him. Seeing Lin Mayu appear at the dungeon entrance and immediately besieged by hellhounds, they rushed to his aid without a second thought. In truth, Lin Mayu had already noticed them, he was simply observing the entire battlefield. Knowing the enemy is the key to winning battles. With the bone armor and damage transfer, even if he stood still and let the hellhounds attack, it would be difficult for Lin Mayu to get hurt. He hadn't expected someone to come rescue him within seconds, and it was the same 7-star veteran who had invited him to the dungeon earlier. A good person, Lin Mayu thought. "Young man, don't just stand there." The veteran knight charged in front of Lin Mayu, raising his shield to protect him. His teammates quickly followed, a mage, an archer, a support seer, and a healer elder. A very standard 5-person team setup. The elder glanced at Lin Mayu, no injuries. The knight veteran breathed a sigh of relief, good to hear. "We'll hold off the hellhounds for you, use a teleport stone to head back to the fortress," he advised, not questioning how Lin Mayu made it out alive. Now wasn't the time. Lin Mayu asked, "What's happening?" "Those abyssal creatures unleashed a pack of wild dogs to surround us," the veteran replied, his expression severe and voice filled with hatred for the abyss. "Why don't you leave then?" Lin Mayu inquired. "With so many hellhounds, they certainly couldn't kill them all, but if they wanted to escape, the hellhounds wouldn't easily stop them." Lin Mayu could tell that this team was well equipped, skilled, and had excellent combat awareness, forming a formidable group.
The healer spoke up. Several people were caught off guard and killed when they exited the dungeon. Our well-intentioned captain here refuses to leave, he wants to save people. Her tone was teasing, but she didn't seem concerned.
She didn't seem to take the hellhounds seriously.
In fact, she had a sergeant's badge on her clothing as well, with 5 stars gleaming on the white emblem. The rest of the team bore similar badges, indicating they were veterans who had fought many abyssal creatures.
They looked down on the hellhounds, the lowest of the abyssal entities.
The archer, mage, and knight formed a battle circle, easily repelling the charging hellhounds.
Cries of pain echoed from afar. Someone was injured.
The archer's eyes flashed with light, using an eagle eye skill to assess the situation.
It's a team from Sakura country. Someone lost an arm. An arm, that's no problem. It can grow back. As long as they survived, they could seek a high-level healer to regenerate limbs.
The key was survival. Missing limbs were minor issues. After the Mermaid Island incident, Lin Moyu had little goodwill towards Sakura country. At that moment, the seer used a dungeon detection charm, confirming that no one was left inside the dungeon.
The knight's expression changed slightly. We need to prepare to break through.
The seer immediately began restoring their status, knowing there might not be time to do so during the breakout.
As they prepared for combat, the healer glanced at Lin Moyu. Why haven't you returned to the fortress?
Lin Moyu chuckled softly. I still need to farm the dungeon. As he spoke, a cold wind blew through, and a large number of skeletons appeared before them. The skeleton warriors joined the fray, their swords clashing against the hellhounds. Skeleton mages cast spells, filling the air with flames and ice.
Tornadoes lifted hellhounds into the air, tearing them apart. Lightning struck continuously, leaving the hellhounds battered and bruised. What the heck? What's going on?
The team, ready to break through, was startled by the sudden appearance of so many skeletons. The seer, in the middle of restoring status, almost lost her breath, her skill interrupted. The hellhounds, lacking any control skills, met their match in the skeleton warriors, who mercilessly hacked them to pieces. The hellhounds died miserably, leaving the team in shock, unable to find words to express themselves, only shock. The hellhounds were no match for the skeletons, and soon a large area around them was cleared. Stand behind me, Lin Moyu suddenly instructed. Why? The team hesitated, unsure of his intentions.
Lin Moyu explained, I'm going to use an area attack skill. I don't want to accidentally hurt you.
Understanding dawned on them, and they realized how mysterious Lin Moyu seemed in their eyes. They moved behind him. Lin Moyu raised his hand, targeting a hellhound corpse.
Skill, corpse explosion. The explosion resounded, shaking the ground and scattering debris.
The blast created powerful winds, howling past them. Under their astonished gazes, a large area was completely cleared, littered with the corpses of hellhounds. Lin Moyu advanced, the team hurriedly following.
Every so often, he used corpse explosion, quickly advancing the battle line.
A large number of hellhounds fell, and the sergeant's badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder gleamed brightly.
When the hellhound death count reached 100, the first star appeared on it. His wrist communicator vibrated slightly in sync.
Military merit reached 100, promoted to 1-star private, awarded 1,000 points, 5 contribution points. Lin Moyu read the information on his communicator. Killing abyssal creatures not only increased military rank but also earned points and contribution points at Xia Capital Academy. No wonder they said to earn contribution points, one had to come to the proving grounds.
The Academy's purpose was to cultivate outstanding professionals for humanity. If the best didn't come to the proving grounds or fight abyssal creatures, what would they do instead? Retire.
A slight smile played on his lips. 1,000 contribution points seemed assured. Abyssal creatures were valuable, offering experience, materials, military merit, points, and contribution points, everything one could want. Lin Moyu thought of finishing Bai Yuan's task before continuing to hunt abyssal creatures.
Such valuable targets couldn't be left alone. Using corpse explosion repeatedly, each blast marked the death of many hellhounds. In just a few minutes, Lin Moyu gained 100 military merit.
The sergeant's badge continued to glow, adding another star, promoting him to 2-star private.
The communicator vibrated once more.
Military merit reached 200, promoted to 2-star private, awarded 1,000 points, 5 contribution points. While others found it challenging to rise in rank, for Lin Moyu, it was straightforward.
He had cleared 2/3 of the hellhounds surrounding the dungeon on his own.
The remaining hounds continued to besiege various human teams. Lin Moyu refrained from using corpse explosion further, as its power risked accidental injuries, or worse, accidental kills. The skeleton warriors charged in, slicing through the hounds with efficiency, killing one after another.
The hellhounds were soon eradicated.
The military merit tally reached 272, just shy of 3 stars. A total of 242 hellhounds perished at Lin Mayu's hands. As the battle concluded, many people collapsed in exhaustion.
Finally, we're saved. Why did so many hellhounds appear? Is another massive abyssal assault coming?
You're overthinking, there are just too many of those wild dogs in the abyss. There must be similar battles elsewhere, the proving grounds must be filled with them.
I think the fortress army might take action. Otherwise, the proving grounds are too dangerous, it's impossible to move.
Don't overthink, those who need healing should heal, and those who need to return should do so. Some were injured, missing limbs. They quickly used teleport stones to find healers.
The sooner they sought treatment, the better the outcome.
Lin Mayu recalled his skeletons and moved back to the dungeon entrance.
The knight approached him with a smile. Young man, let me introduce myself.
I'm Shingen, a paladin, level 31, from Xia Capital Academy. Lin Mayu replied softly. Lin Mayu, level 23, Necromancer, from Xia Capital Academy.
Shingen's smile widened upon hearing they were from the same school. Ah, a junior. Which year are you in?
Lin Mayu glanced at the time. It was past midnight. This year's batch just attended the opening ceremony yesterday.
What?
His shield slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground with a loud clang. Shingen's eyes widened in disbelief, and it wasn't just him, his teammates also shared the same shocked expression. They looked at each other, incredulous. They were all students from Xia Capital Academy, each one a senior to Lin Mayu.
Was this year's freshman class this extraordinary?
Freshmen were typically only level 15 or 16. They would participate in the traditional events at the opening ceremony, get a lesson from their seniors, and then diligently train at the academy, learning skills and completing tasks. They would earn the qualification to enter the dungeon hall, where they would practice and level up. When they were ready, they might take on a mission to the proving grounds, join a college, or participate in some trials. At the very least, they would have to pass the Tyrant Desert dungeon before venturing out. But here was a freshman who had not only come to the proving grounds but was also so formidable.
He swallowed hard. Junior, your class is Necromancer? I haven't heard of that before.
Lin Mayu replied softly, it's a new class. Ah, a new class, that explained why it was unfamiliar.
The healer elder, Liang Yu, joined the conversation. Junior, your class is impressive.
Let's get to know each other. I'm Liang Yu, level 31, an elf elder. Lin Mayu nodded. Hello, senior.
Liang Yu was straightforward, no need to be so formal.
Thanks for your help earlier. We could have broken through, but it would have been much harder without you. Indeed, with their abilities, breaking through wasn't impossible, but it would have involved a tough battle, possibly with injuries.
Lin Mayu's intervention swiftly resolved the crisis.
Lin Mayu said, killing abyssal creatures is our responsibility. Shingen's admiration for Lin Mayu grew significantly upon hearing this.
Shingen declared loudly, Junior Lin is right, it's our duty as professionals to slay abyssal creatures.
Once I reach level 40 and complete my second class change, I'll enter the abyss and hunt the creatures there. His teammates nodded in agreement, clearly sharing his sentiments.
Liang Yu scoffed, easier said than done.
Reaching level 40 isn't the hard part, the second class change quest is the real challenge.
Hell-level dungeons are no joke.
Shingen, ever the optimist, waved his hand, no rush.
Let's earn money in military merit first. Let's aim to reach officer rank before level 40.
Once we learn new skills and upgrade to platinum equipment, we can tackle the hell-level dungeon with a few more people. I know of a hell-level dungeon on the border of the Divine Summer Empire, it's supposedly easier.
Liang Yu frowned thoughtfully, you mean the level 35 dungeon on the border with the Stick Nation?
That's the one, Shingen confirmed.
Liang Yu nodded, that dungeon isn't too hard, but the Stick Nation professionals often block the entrance, not letting us in.
What's there to worry about? If they try to block us, we'll just fight them, Shingen said dismissively. The Divine Summer Empire and the Stick Nation shared a border, and conflicts between professionals from both sides were not uncommon. The dungeon they mentioned was right on the border, and Stick Nation professionals often blocked the way, leading to frequent skirmishes.
The Stick Nation was much smaller than the Divine Summer Empire, with fewer dungeons and resources.
In the Divine Summer Empire, professionals had many more options. As long as there wasn't any loss of life, the authorities turned a blind eye to minor disputes. Shingen's loud voice attracted attention from other professionals, some not from the Divine Summer Empire.
Shingen glared back defiantly. What are you looking at? Not happy? Want to fight? The onlooker, intimidated, quickly looked away.
Shingen snorted disdainfully, that guy's from the Stick Nation.
Daring to provoke the Divine Summer Empire, he must be itching for a fight.
They continued chatting, while Lin Moyu listened quietly, not knowing which dungeon they were referring to, and didn't interject. He was resting and recovering his energy, preparing for the next dungeon run. The previous dungeon run had been a grueling 10-hour battle, not easy by any means. Lin Moyu didn't consider using fatigue potions, as they should only be a last resort and not relied upon. Once again, groups of professionals gathered by the dungeon entrance, laughing and chatting as if nothing had happened. Professionals in the proving grounds tended to have thicker skins, certain things were commonplace to them. Occasionally, other professionals joined them, including teams from countries other than the Divine Summer Empire. People naturally grouped by nationality, with the Divine Summer Empire's people sticking together, and other countries keeping to themselves. Foreign professionals who had witnessed Lin Moyu's skeletons wreak havoc earlier now viewed him with a mixture of awe and respect. They occasionally glanced over and whispered among themselves, but none dared to approach, keeping their distance from Lin Moyu.
The corpses of the abyssal hellhounds had already vanished.
The ground of the proving grounds seemed like a massive invisible mouth, quickly devouring and making the corpses disappear after death. Shingen started a fire and took out food he had prepared, roasting it over the flames.
He also took out some wine. Junior Lin, care for some? Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't drink.
Shingen looked regretful. This isn't just any wine, it's a medicinal wine made by a gourmet.
It dispels fatigue and speeds up recovery. We usually have some after a fight, and it works wonders.
Liang Yu handed the medicinal wine to Lin Moyu. It may taste like alcohol, but it won't get you drunk.
Curious, Lin Moyu examined it. Delicious fruit wine, fragrant and tasty, it dispels fatigue and restores energy.
The description was brief. Lin Moyu hadn't seen such an item in the marketplace, but he knew about gourmets, a lifestyle profession that could create various delicacies. Some of these delicacies not only tasted good but also had special effects. Lin Moyu took a sip, finding it sweet and quite pleasant. After a few sips, he indeed felt less fatigued. It had a similar effect to fatigue potions, though not as potent, providing relief and improvement rather than complete elimination.
Later we're going back into the dungeon. Would you like to join us, Junior Lin?
Shingen asked while roasting meat.
Lin Moyu shook his head. I'll go solo.
It was a polite refusal. Shingen knew how powerful Lin Moyu's skeletons were and that he could probably handle soloing. He didn't press further. Alright, just don't choose hell difficulty next time.
It's not meant for solo runs. Even a team of 12 elites finds it tough.
I'm impressed you survived in there for so long. Liang Yu chimed in. Exactly, with all the control skills those monsters have, it's annoying as hell.
Last time we went, we couldn't stop casting, constantly healing, it was exhausting.
It's all this guy's fault, his gear and skills weren't up to par, couldn't tank a single monster. We almost got wiped last time, she teased, pointing at Shingen.
Shingen quickly defended himself. How could I be blamed?
I was only level 29 at the time, hadn't learned any level 30 skills, and was still in silver gear. Of course we struggled.
Liang Yu scoffed. It's not much better now, the hell level outpost isn't meant for us.
Shingen said, I'm just missing a shield.
Once I get the outpost shield, we can tackle the level 30 dungeon on nightmare difficulty. Liang Yu remarked, not that easy to come by.
The outpost series, especially the shield, is the hardest to get. We've run it so many times and still haven't found it, not even for sale in the marketplace. If we don't get it soon, we'll hit level 32 and exceed the dungeon's level cap.
Then, without the shield, what will we do?
Shingen reassured, don't worry, we'll get it.
If not, I'll buy another golden shield. While not as good, it will do.
He offered a skewer of roasted meat. Junior Lin, have some meat. Liang Yu smiled. Junior Lin, if you need any gear and we find it, we'll sell it to you at a good price. Shingen nodded. The outpost set is great, top-tier gold gear. The shield especially rivals some platinum gear. Though you're only level 23, it's good to prepare gold gear early, you'll need it by level 30. Lin Moyu wasn't familiar with the attributes of the Nightmare Outpost shield, but he had seen the Hell Outpost shield, and its attributes were indeed impressive. Especially the added attributes, increased control skill resistance by 50% and reduced control duration by 50%.
These were like gifts from the gods for a night, drastically enhancing survival rates and sometimes saving lives. Lin Moyu asked, can Hell Outpost gear and Nightmare Outpost gear form a set? Liang Yu elegantly ate her meat, of course. Hell Outpost gear is rare, few teams can clear the Hell level outpost. Shi Xingyan shook his head, it's extremely tough.
To my knowledge, only teams from our academies Creation Academy, Divine Creation Academy, and Flame Emperor Academy have cleared it.
As for others, I'm not sure.
Liang Yu was dismissive, those academies produce monsters, of course, they can clear it.
Others shouldn't even think about it.
Shi Xingyan was about to say more when his eyes suddenly widened, and he jumped up in shock.
This is.
He stammered, unable to find words. The other's eyes were also wide open.
Liang Yu's mouth was agape, enough to fit 2 eggs.
The meat and wine in her hands fell with a thud. Lin Moyu held a shield in his hand.
Hell Outpost shield.
Lin Moyu had taken out the shield, not just any ordinary one, nor the Nightmare Level 1, but the true Hell Outpost shield. The exquisite patterns on the shield shimmered with a dazzling golden glow, tinged with a hint of purple, exuding a sense of elegance. Shi Xingyan's eyes were wide open, breathing heavily, and it took him a while to calm down.
Lin. Junior Lin, where did you get this shield?
Lin Moyu replied calmly, the outpost guardian dropped it, just now.
Shi Xingyan wondered if he had misheard. Junior Lin, are you saying the boss of the Hell level difficulty dropped it? Lin Moyu nodded.
Shi Xingyan continued, it's really from the Hell difficulty.
He was interrupted by Liang Yu. You're babbling. Let me ask. Junior Lin, did you solo the Hell level outpost dungeon? Liang Yu's question was straightforward and clearer than Shi Xingyan's.
Lin Moyu gave a small nod, I did.
How was this possible? Absolutely impossible. Similar thoughts raced through their minds.
Soloing a Nightmare level dungeon was something they'd heard of, but soloing a Hell level dungeon was unheard of.
Yet the evidence was in front of them, the Hell Outpost shield was genuine.
They were familiar with the drop rules of every piece of equipment from the Outpost dungeon, having run it countless times.
Shi Xingyan fixated on the Hell Outpost shield. Junior, can you sell me the shield?
Lin Moyu tossed the shield to Shi Xingyan, see if you can complete the set. You can, any outpost equipment can form a set, regardless of the level, Shi Xingyan said excitedly, equipping the shield. Instantly, a golden beam shot into the sky, dispersing the mist.
Dozens of eyes in the area were drawn to it. It's the outpost set.
Someone's completed the outpost set.
It's them, no surprise there.
Their team has been running dungeons here for a long time, completing a set is normal. I heard the outpost set bonus is quite high, better than some platinum gear. That's Hell level outpost gear, Nightmare level gear is only as good as top tier gold gear. Many eyes were filled with envy. Completing a set wasn't easy. Weapon, armor, jewelry, everything had to be gathered. Jewelry included bracelets, necklaces, rings, and earrings, meaning at least 6 pieces of outpost gear were needed for a set. The Nightmare level outpost dungeon might drop at most 1 piece of gear per run, not necessarily the right weapon for one's class, and jewelry had an even lower drop rate. So completing a set was indeed difficult. Shi Xingyan had finally completed the outpost set, especially with a Hell level shield, significantly boosting his attributes.
Liang Yu's eyes sparkled, how is it?
She was asking about the set attributes.
Shi Xingyan responded, very strong.
All attributes plus 1000, an extra 50% increase for knight classes, and damage taken is halved. Having damage was a crucial attribute for knights, greatly enhancing the team's safety.
Liang Yu's eyes lit up, does that mean you're much tougher now? Shi Xingyan replied excitedly, indeed, much tougher.
Suddenly, he realized his words might have sounded off.
His teammates gave him strange looks.
Liang Yu also realized her wording was awkward, and her face flushed red.
Shi Xingyan changed the subject, Junior Lin, how much for this shield? Sell it to me.
Lin Moyu said softly, just give me what you think is fair. Liang Yu had mentioned earlier that they would sell him gear at a discount, so Lin Moyu was reciprocating the gesture. He didn't set a specific price, trusting Shi Xingyan to offer a fair one. Golden shields typically ranged from 200,000 to 2 million, with set pieces being more expensive. The Hell Outpost shield's attributes rivaled platinum gear, and as a set piece, its price was staggering, far exceeding top-tier gold gear and even surpassing some lesser platinum gear. Its rarity, only dropping from Hell-level dungeons, added to its value.
Shi Xingyan thought for a moment, Junior Lin, how about 10 million gold coins?
This price was 5 times higher than a top-tier golden shield, a reasonable offer considering all factors.
Lin Moyu shook his head. Shi Xingyan became anxious, Junior Lin, that's all the gold I have.
Liang Yu and the others didn't look pleased. To them, 10 million was a generous offer. Lin Mayu said, 10 million is too much, it's just a golden piece, not worth that much.
He actually thought it was too high. Surprising.
They all saw Lin Mayu in a new light. Shi Xingyan felt embarrassed. This shield isn't just any golden shield, it deserves this price.
Lin Mayu persisted, if that's the case, then 5 million. If that's acceptable, let's trade, if not, return the shield.
Shi Xingyan, having already equipped the shield, was not about to give it back. He promptly completed the trade, giving Lin Mayu 5 million gold coins.
This transaction brought them closer.
In the abyss, a flame suddenly ignited in the pitch-black world, revealing a slowly emerging crimson eye. Many of the hounds have died, go check what's happening.
As you command. Another voice responded, and the giant eye closed, the flame extinguished, returning everything to darkness.
Lin Mayu drank some more fruit wine, quickly shaking off fatigue and feeling rejuvenated. He didn't expend mental energy to summon skeletons. With 140 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages, he had enough for now. He needed to conserve his mental energy for dungeon runs.
After eating and drinking, Shi Xingyan's party's dungeon cooldown ended. Shi Xingyan rose slowly, Junior Lin, were heading to the dungeon.
Shi Xingyan had completed his outpost set, but the others were still missing pieces. They needed a few more dungeon runs to see if they could complete their sets.
Lin Mayu nodded, be careful.
Shi Xingyan also reminded him, you be careful too, hell level difficulty is dangerous. Suddenly, they all turned to look in a direction. The mist parted as a 6-person team emerged, their fighting spirit evident, clearly having just finished a battle.
Their presence immediately drew everyone's attention.
Each of the 6 had an aura at their feet, which made them move much faster, at least twice the speed of other professionals of the same level. They moved like lightning, the mist parting around them. Auras, those are holy light knights, someone exclaimed.
Oh my, holy light knights, legendary professionals.
They're from the Divine Summer Empire too, judging by their attire, they're likely from the same academy.
Could it be Xia Capital Academy? It's said that the top academies there have legendary professionals.
Legendary professionals, so powerful, very enviable. Lin Mayu also looked over, his eyes lighting up, a smile playing on his lips.
What a coincidence.
In the approaching team, he spotted Ningyi. It was unexpected to encounter her here, quite the coincidence.
Shi Xingyan whispered, that's a team from Jindan Academy. Jindan Academy was well known in the Divine Summer Empire, a top academy only slightly below Xia Capital Academy. Many top-tier professionals hailed from Jindan Academy.
Lin Mayu was puzzled about why Ningyi was with people from Jindan Academy. Their levels clearly didn't match, the Jindan Academy members were all in golden gear, clearly level 30.
But Ningyi.
The last time they met, Ningyi had just reached level 20. The team headed straight for the dungeon. Ningyi, spotting Lin Mayu, showed a look of delight, quickly leaving her team and darting over to him like a lively little sprite.
What are you doing here too?
Her voice was sweet and pleasant.
Lin Mayu replied softly, I'm here to complete a task. Ningyi giggled, what a coincidence, I'm here for a task too.
Her smile was bright, her beauty captivating, especially the twinkle in her eyes as she looked at Lin Mayu. Shi Xingyan, Liang Yu, and the others smiled knowingly.
They understood what was going on. Before Lin Mayu could speak, Ningyi asked, let me guess, is your task to collect some dragon materials, like dragon horns? Then she quickly shook her head, no, that's too easy for you. I bet your task is to get dragon cores, which only drop from dungeon bosses, right? Lin Mayu smiled and nodded. Ningyi wasn't entirely correct, but she wasn't wrong either. He indeed needed dragon materials, including but not limited to dragon cores.
Ningyi was delighted with her guess, me too, I need dragon cores as well.
Just then, a voice interrupted, who is he?
A man walked over, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Mayu. His attire was similar to Shi Xingyan's, holding a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, clearly a knight. However, unlike Shi Xingyan, who was a holy knight, a rare class, this man was a holy light knight, a legendary class. The difference between the two classes was vast despite the similarity in name. Besides having most of the holy knight's skills, the holy light knight also possessed aura skills, which were incredibly powerful, suitable for offense, defense, and control. This made the holy light knight a legendary class. Shi Xingyan looked at him with envy. Becoming a holy light knight was his dream, as it was for all knight class professionals.
Liang Yu whispered to him, don't be envious, you'll have your chance.
Shi Xingyan was currently a holy knight, but during the second and third class advancements, there were opportunities to elevate his class. However, such advancements were incredibly difficult, and he had never seriously considered them.
Understanding Liang Yu was trying to comfort him, he nodded, I know. The Holy Light Knight approached Lin Moyu. For some reason, there was a hint of wariness in his gaze. Ningyi said, he's my friend. The Holy Light Knight nodded and introduced himself to Lin Moyu, Zhou Lisheng, level 30, Holy Light Knight. As a courtesy, Lin Moyu replied softly, Lin Moyu, level 23, Necromancer. Zhou Lisheng frowned slightly. Necromancer? He had never heard of such a class. Ningyi exclaimed, wow, you're level 23 already? How did you level up so fast? I'm only level 21, how did you surpass me? Her exaggerated tone, almost like a playful tease, made Lin Moyu smile. I'll take you through the dungeon. Ningyi quickly nodded in agreement, yes, please. Zhou Lisheng's expression changed. Didn't we agree to run the dungeon together? Ningyi giggled, sorry, thank you for offering to take me, but I don't need it now. My friend will, so you don't have to trouble yourself. Zhou Lisheng's face darkened further, and he looked at Lin Moyu with obvious hostility. Him? He's only level 23, he probably needs someone to carry him, let alone take you through. Zhou Lisheng couldn't believe Lin Moyu could lead Ningyi through the dungeon. Beside him, Liang Yu whispered to Shi Xing'an, he's jealous. Shi Xing'an nodded, you can tell, he's quite jealous. Ningyi said, don't worry about it. If he says he can take me, then he can. Anyway, thank you for bringing me here. Zhou Lisheng was still displeased but had nothing more to say. His hostile gaze remained locked on Lin Moyu, as if trying to see through him. Lin Moyu paid no mind, he didn't regard Zhou Lisheng as significant. What difference did a legendary class make to him? Even if Zhou Lisheng was level 30, it didn't matter, if necessary, Lin Moyu would fight. Seeing Lin Moyu ignore him, Zhou Lisheng was even more frustrated but couldn't find a suitable outlet for his anger. After all, Lin Moyu hadn't acknowledged him from the start, making Zhou Lisheng seem unreasonable. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Lisheng said, fine, take care. If he can't do it, you can always find me. Ningyi giggled, don't worry, he can handle it. Zhou Lisheng chose not to say more and returned to his team, which then entered the dungeon. With 5 members, it was undoubtedly a nightmare-level dungeon. Even with a legendary class leading, tackling a hell-level dungeon would be akin to seeking death, unless all 5 were legendary classes. Only then might they stand a chance against hell-level monsters. Seeing the 5 enter, Shi Xing'an relaxed. Earlier, they'd thought a confrontation might break out, and Shi Xing'an had been ready to fight. He was firmly on Lin Moyu's side, unafraid of a legendary class opponent. After all, you never know until you try. Junior Lin, we're heading into the dungeon too, won't play third wheel here. Junior Lin, stay safe. Junior Lin, don't just focus on the girl, remember to fight the monsters. With teasing remarks, they turned and entered the dungeon. Ningyi blushed at their comments, stomping lightly. What are they talking about, such nonsense? Lin Moyu felt slightly embarrassed, let's head into the dungeon too. Ningyi immediately responded, yes, let's go. I can slack off again. Lin Moyu knew this girl well, she would never exert effort if she could avoid it. With her resources, she could have easily surpassed level 21 by now. The two formed a party and approached the dungeon entrance. Ningyi laughed and asked, what difficulty are you taking me through, normal or nightmare? She was well aware of the outpost dungeon's difficulty, surpassing most dungeons of the same level. Knowing Lin Moyu's capabilities, she was confident he could handle normal, and perhaps even nightmare difficulty. Hell difficulty, however, was something she instinctively dismissed without considering. Ningyi continued, in normal difficulty, the chance of the boss dropping a core is quite low, while in nightmare, it's about a 1/3 chance. Lin Moyu shook his head, hell. What? Ningyi was stunned, then overwhelmed with joy, really? Lin Moyu nodded, really? That's fantastic. I've always wanted to see hell difficulty. Ningyi jumped with excitement, seemingly unconcerned about the danger, trusting Lin Moyu's assurance. Lin Moyu used a cooldown charm to eliminate the cooldown period. The Dragon Front Outpost dungeon had a lengthy 24-hour cooldown, and he couldn't afford to wait. They chose hell difficulty and entered the dungeon. Their conversation wasn't hushed, and many nearby heard it, filled with disbelief. Running a hell-level dungeon with just 2 people, how is that possible? Exactly, there's a limit to boasting. The last team to clear a hell-level dungeon was from Xia Capital Academy's Genesis Academy, right? I remember, there were 12 of them, 5 legendary classes, all equipped with top-tier gold gear. I remember too, there was a woman, very beautiful, wielding dual swords, seemed like a powerful class. That's a blade dancer, even among legendary classes, they're top tier. Genesis Academy needed a full team to clear it, and these two think they can? They'll probably end up dead inside. Maybe they're just going in to sightsee and will come right back out. People chatted and laughed, seemingly eager to see Lin Mayu fail.
When Lin Mayu first attempted hell difficulty, some had also anticipated his failure.
But after the Abyssal Hound attack, many either died or retreated to the fortress.
Otherwise, they'd be astonished at how Lin Mayu managed to stay in the dungeon for so long.
As time passed, more professionals arrived, as if the Abyssal Hound incident had never occurred. People were recruiting team members and setting up stalls. The dungeon entrance became increasingly lively.
The hell level dungeon was oppressive and uncomfortable, fortunately lacking a strong stench, otherwise Ningyi would have been complaining, covering her nose.
Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Mayu suddenly patted his head. "I forgot." Ningyi curiously asked, "Forgot what?"
Lin Mayu replied, "I forgot to give you something.
I'll give it to you after we finish."
Once inside the dungeon, the storage space was locked, and nothing could be retrieved. He had intended to give Ningyi the Hell Outpost dagger but only remembered inside. However, it didn't matter, Ningyi was only level 21 and far from level 30. Giving it to her later would be just as well. Ningyi giggled, "No rush, give it to me after, I want to see what it is."
"All right."
140 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages appeared simultaneously. Lin Mayu cast bone armor on himself and Ningyi.
Ningyi looked at the bone armor on her, amazed. "Is this your defensive skill on me?" Lin Mayu nodded. "It's for safety." "You're so nice." Ningyi was overjoyed, smiling like a sprite. For the second dungeon run, Lin Mayu didn't pull mobs. He didn't use the large area slow curse, opting instead to clear enemies gradually.
The dragon monsters in the dungeon, except assassins, all had control skills.
Pulling mobs and killing them in groups was risky and not much more efficient than methodically clearing them.
After leveling up, the skeletal warriors and mages had strengthened attributes, with higher attack power than before. With previous experience, Lin Mayu felt more adept at handling them. In no time, they cleared the 3 dragon lancers on the path. Then the skeletons entered the small forest on the left, clearing the way smoothly.
Ningyi watched with shining eyes. "It looks so easy." Lin Mayu smiled. "It's not hard."
Ningyi stuck her tongue out. "For you, maybe. For others, it's as hard as climbing the sky. Running a nightmare-level dungeon feels like a matter of life and death, nowhere near this easy."
"I have a good eye, I'll stick with you for leveling up." "You better not leave me out." Lin Mayu shook his head. "I won't."
Ningyi's cheerful laughter echoed throughout the dungeon, dispersing much of the oppressive atmosphere typical of a hell-level dungeon. Lin Mayu wasn't much of a talker, often listening to Ningyi as she spoke endlessly, almost like pouring out her grievances from the past few days. She had been sent on a mission recently. Originally, she could have leveled up leisurely by running dungeons in the dungeon hall, but she was sent outside instead. She had to go to a level 22 dungeon called Ruins Jail, where she had to obtain 2 items to complete her mission. One item was acquired by soloing the normal level dungeon, while the other was obtained by teaming up with others to clear the nightmare level dungeon. For a level 22 dungeon, the outdoor ones are much harder than the ones in the academy. I almost cried soloing that Ruins Jail. I nearly died several times. Then, when I teamed up with others, what kind of team was that? Everyone's gear was terrible. They're all level 22, yet still using black iron gear, with only their weapons being silver. We were fighting the nightmare level boss, and they still needed a level 20 assassin like me to tank the boss. Lin Mayu found her lamentations amusing. Outdoor dungeons were indeed a bit tougher than those in the dungeon hall, but not excessively so. Soloing even a normal difficulty dungeon could be dangerous. Naturally, people outside wouldn't have gear and skills as good as the academy students. With mixed quality equipment and skills, battles would inevitably be challenging. Amused, yet slightly worried for her, Lin Mayu listened as Ningyi continued, "But I'm amazing, I completed the first part of the mission smoothly and received the reward." She proudly showed off her hand, revealing a ring with a red gemstone that gleamed like fire. Lin Mayu immediately recognized the gemstone as the Goblin King's core, meaning Ningyi's ring was the boss accessory, the Goblin King ring. It was reputed to be the best accessory below level 40. Although its attributes weren't much, adding just 10 to all stats, its true value lay in its ability to increase all skills by 1 level, which was incredibly significant. For many classes, when reaching the level and skill cap, being able to further increase skill levels via equipment would drastically enhance combat power. "Isn't it beautiful?" Ningyi giggled. Lin Mayu nodded. "It's very beautiful."
Creating a boss accessory wasn't easy. Even with the primary material, auxiliary materials were also needed, and a capable alchemist had to be found. Many people, upon obtaining the primary material by chance, would spend months or even years gathering auxiliary materials and finding an alchemist. Lin Maoyu was surprised Ningyi had managed to create the Goblin King ring so quickly, indicating her exceptional family background. This realization led him to speculate that Ningyi's various tasks were part of her family's training, similar to how Bai Yuan had arranged tasks for him. Understanding this made everything clear. Lin Maoyu was curious whether the boss accessories all skills +1 would affect his passive and innate skills. Unfortunately, he couldn't test it, as boss accessories were soul-bound and could only be used by Ningyi. To test it, he would have to find a way to obtain a boss accessory for himself. Aside from boss accessories, some legendary equipment reportedly also had skill-enhancing attributes. Lin Maoyu asked, "Is your second mission here?" Ningyi nodded. Yes, the old man set high requirements: 1 dragon core, reaching level 25, and achieving at least a 1-star corporal rank. Ningyi also had a sergeant badge on her shoulder, but it was blank. She noticed Lin Maoyu's badge with 2 stars, exclaiming, "Wow, you're already 2 stars?" Lin Maoyu nodded. "I killed some abyssal hounds." Ningyi whispered, "We also encountered a pack of abyssal hounds on our way here. This mission is so troublesome, not only does it require materials, but also level and rank. Can you help me with the mission?" Lin Maoyu didn't refuse. Sure. Pairing up with someone of the opposite gender made the work feel less tiring. Hours flew by, and they reached the fort. The monsters outside the fort had been cleared. Lin Maoyu, familiar with the process, lured out the monsters inside the fort and quickly dispatched them. Both of their experience points soared. After clearing the mages and archers on the fort's walls, Lin Maoyu's experience reached 40%, while Ningyi leveled up, a radiant glow surrounding her. "Wow, I'm level 22 now, that was fast." Ningyi's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile radiant. "Just like last time on Mermaid Island. Running dungeons with you makes leveling so easy. When I team up with others, it's exhausting and dangerous." Ningyi had become quite attached to Lin Maoyu ever since their first meeting. Entering the fort, the skeletons surrounded Lin Maoyu and Ningyi. "There are invisible monsters in here," Lin Maoyu said softly. Ningyi's eyes, already beautiful, sparkled as she pointed, "Over there, in the corner." Following her direction, the skeletal mages cast area skills, revealing the hidden dragon assassins. Without their invisibility, the dragon assassins were weak and easily defeated. Ningyi giggled, "My skill can see through invisibility." As an assassin, she naturally had stealth skills and could counter stealth, akin to a mage's eye of the mage or an archer's hawkeye, but her ability was stronger, being an assassin's specialty. Using her skill to guide them, they quickly cleared out the dragon assassins. Originally, clearing these monsters required using skeletal warriors as bait, risking their injury. This proactive approach made it much easier. With the minor monsters cleared, only the boss remained. The dragon guardian statue stood there, imposing and terrifying. Lin Maoyu reapplied bone armor to himself and Ningyi, whispering, "Go stand on the wall, don't come near me." Ningyi was puzzled. Why? In her mind, Lin Maoyu always used skeletal warriors as shields, and he was never in any real danger, a typical summoner's strategy. Lin Maoyu whispered, "This one's different, I'll be the tank." Seeing Ningyi's confusion, Lin Maoyu simply instructed her to stand on the high wall, where she could barely make out his shadow. Ningyi activated her skill to enhance her vision, chuckling as she sat down. She wanted to take out something to eat, but with the storage space locked, she couldn't retrieve anything. After rummaging through her pockets, she finally found a sweet potato. "Good thing I came prepared." Ningyi carefully peeled the sweet potato and began eating it bit by bit. If Lin Maoyu were there, he would recognize it as the sweet potato he had given her, which she surprisingly kept until now. Fortunately, with the storage space, there was no worry of the food spoiling. Lin Maoyu had set up his battle formation. With prior experience, he handled it much more smoothly this time. The skeletal mages formed a circle around the plaza, surrounding the sentinel guardian at the center. All skeletal warriors were withdrawn, and Lin Maoyu stood confidently in front of the statue, clad in bone armor without a hint of worry. After reaching level 23, the bone armor's defense had further strengthened, equivalent to a constitution defense of 69,000. Even if the sentinel guardian attacked continuously, it would take a long time to break through. The statue vibrated, its outer shell cracking and falling off. The entire plaza roared, and the fortress trembled. Ningyi, observing Lin Maoyu withdraw all the skeletal warriors, was even more curious. Why did he put the skeletal warriors away? Isn't he going to fight? Trusting Lin Mayu's capability to handle the hell difficulty, she had no doubts, only curiosity like a curious child. The Sentinel Guardian fully awoke, and Lin Mayu's palm ignited with soul fire, launching a direct soul attack. The skeletal mages acted simultaneously with Lin Mayu, casting various spells on the Sentinel Guardian. The Guardian let out a pained scream followed by a skyward roar. Lin Mayu pressed his palm down, a red glow enveloping the area. A red shackle appeared above the Guardian's head, abruptly halting its roar, leaving it intermittent. The slow curse was comprehensive, affecting every movement. However, white light emerged from the Guardian, mitigating the slow curse, restoring much of its speed. Lin Mayu noted that the slow curse's effect had been significantly reduced, now only slowing by 3 to 4 times, far from the original 34.5 times effect. The Sentinel Guardian vibrated violently, glowing all over. Skill, Mass Repulsion. Lin Mayu remained unmoved, with the bone armor absorbing the skill, rendering the repulsion ineffective. Enraged, the Guardian roared and leapt high, its massive blade crashing down. Ah! Ning Yi exclaimed from the wall. Lin Mayu stood his ground, not dodging. The massive blade, larger than a person, would have crushed him to pieces. The bone armor shone brightly, firmly blocking the blade, leaving Lin Mayu unharmed. The mass stun skill similarly had no effect. At that moment, a group of skeletons appeared beside the Guardian, about 20 in number, launching their skills immediately. Skill, Frenzied Strike. With red glowing skills, the massive blades struck the Sentinel Guardian, shattering its scales and eliciting continuous screams. The soul fire never ceased, proving to be Lin Mayu's most potent single-target damage skill, surpassing the skeletal mage's skill damage. After the skeletal warriors unleashed their skills, they attacked frantically, one strike after another. 10 seconds later, as the Guardian's skill cooldown ended and it began another skill, Lin Mayu withdrew all the skeletal warriors. Once the skill passed, another batch of skeletal warriors appeared, again numbering 20, fresh and unused. They launched their skills, dealing another wave of damage. As the Guardian activated its skill, they disappeared once more. Ningyi watched in awe. So, bosses could be fought this way. A mage could serve as a tank. Summoning could be this flexible. The bone armor she wore offered such strong defense. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, sparkling with admiration for Lin Mayu. Lin Mayu continued this cycle, much more efficiently than before. In just 10 minutes, the formidable-looking Sentinel Guardian was worn down and defeated, collapsing in unwillingness. Killed Sentinel Guardian, experience plus 1,650,000. Obtained gold weapon, Hell Sentinel Magic Sword. Obtained gold armor, Hell Sentinel Magic Robe. Obtained gold accessory, Hell Sentinel Ring. Obtained Dragon Core *2. Ningyi obtained a job change certificate. The attributes of the magic sword and robe made Lin Mayu consider replacing his mental set with the Hell Sentinel set once he reached level 30. Although the mage bonuses were useless to him, the high overall attribute bonuses were far superior to the mental set. Ningyi leapt down from the wall, running over to Lin Mayu and hugging him tightly. "What's the matter?" Lin Mayu was slightly flustered, unsure of what had happened. Ningyi exclaimed excitedly, "Job change certificate, I got a job change certificate. Aren't job change certificates guaranteed drops?" Lin Mayu found it strange why she was so excited over something guaranteed in a hell-level dungeon. Realizing her overexcitement, Ningyi quickly released Lin Mayu, stepped back 2 steps, and blushed, lowering her head. To suppress her embarrassment, she swiftly changed the topic. "Even though it's guaranteed, it's not that simple. For example, hell-level dungeons require at least 12 people, up to 18 or even 24. After clearing, only one job change certificate randomly drops for someone without it. So, a fixed team would need to run it 12 times for 12 people, 18 times for 18 people. Running a hell dungeon is exhausting and dangerous, doing it over a dozen times is maddening. The job change certificate becomes the hardest step for the second transition, trapping countless people. Lin Mayu thought of the Academy's dungeon task, which required clearing the large dungeon tyrant desert, also trapping countless individuals. They seemed very similar. Lin Mayu didn't dwell on it. With the boss defeated, the dungeon restrictions lifted. Lin Mayu took out the Hell Sentinel dagger and handed it to Ningyi. "This is for you." With the second dungeon run completed, Lin Mayu had accomplished most of the tasks set by Bai Yuan. Among them, he had collected 12 dragon horns, surpassing the required amount. He had also gathered 8 vials of dragon blood and 7 dragon hearts. Just one more run would suffice. He had acquired 4 dragon cores, needing 5 for himself and 1 for Ningyi, so another run would surely be enough. Initially, Lin Mayu planned to leave once the task was finished. However, he changed his mind. Once familiar with it, the Hell Level, Dragon Frontline Outpost, dungeon had proven to be an ideal leveling spot. The experience was ample, and the equipment drops were excellent. Although he couldn't do mass kills, single target kills were efficient enough. Crucially, he aimed to complete the Hell Outpost set not only for himself but also for Ningyi. The set's attributes were highly enticing. Ningyi held the Hell Outpost dagger, unable to put it down. Though she couldn't use it yet, she enjoyed looking at it. The dagger was exquisitely crafted, its slightly curved blade forming a beautiful arc, boasting attributes surpassing top-tier golden weapons. The more Ningyi looked at it, the more she liked it. "Is this really for me?" she asked. Lin Mayu nodded, handing her another dragon core, and this too. Ningyi's face lit up with a smile. "Thank you. Let's take a break outside and then head back in later," Lin Mayu suggested. This time, they cleared the dungeon in just 6 hours, significantly faster than before. Chatting with Ningyi along the way made the run less tedious and tiring. Outside the dungeon, the air was filled with barking, indicating an intense battle. Abyssal hounds, after hours of absence, had returned in greater numbers. The dungeon exit was surrounded by these hounds, ready to attack anyone who emerged. Several individuals had already fallen to them, with many more injured. An invisible aura enveloped the area. The professionals of the Xinsha Empire gathered, fighting the abyssal hounds with all their might. Teams formed defensive lines while healers cast healing spells continuously. Shixingan's team had become a crucial force, with the outpost set significantly reducing their burden. "Good thing we have the outpost set, otherwise it would have been dangerous," Shixingan said, feeling fortunate. They were ambushed right after exiting the dungeon, and everyone in the team was hurt. Liangyu, the healer, was almost constantly using healing spells, gulping down potions to keep up with the mental energy drain. "This won't do, we need to break out," Liangyu urged, seeing the dense pack of abyssal hounds surrounding them. Without breaking through, they'd be trapped. "It's no use," said the archer in the team, glancing at the sky. "There's an abyssal demon up there, it won't let us leave." Fog filled the sky, but the archer, using his Hawkeye skill, saw more. Liangyu was anxious. "What do we do then?" Shixingan replied, "Hold on until Lin Mayu comes out. His skills are the bane of abyssal creatures. Once he's here, these hounds won't stand a chance." Everyone recalled Lin Mayu's immensely powerful area attack skills, envisioning the scene being cleared in a few blows. Liangyu understood that their only hope was to hold on. The abyssal hounds were manageable, the real threat was the demon in the sky. At that moment, the dungeon entrance glowed, signaling someone else was coming out. The abyssal demon above, with a cold gaze, scanned the emerging individuals, slightly disappointed. "It's not them, I don't sense my children's presence." "In that case, let's eat them," it decided. As soon as the newcomers were teleported out, the abyssal hounds lunged, launching a frenzied attack, eliciting screams. Zhou Lixing, just out of the dungeon, hadn't yet regained his balance when he heard his companions' cries. "What's happening?" he shouted angrily. The aura underfoot shifted from a pure white glow to a wave-like flame aura. With this change, everyone in his team experienced the same aura effect. Skill, Repelling Aura. The aura appeared, instantly repelling the biting abyssal hounds, creating a half-meter no-go zone around each person, keeping the hounds at bay. This was the power of the aura. With it, Zhou Lixing ignored the hounds, surveying the surroundings. "Why are there so many abyssal hounds?" he wondered, shocked by their numbers, at least 500 or 600. 2 teammates had been bitten, and the team's healer was busy treating them. Shixingan saw Zhou Lixing's group emerge and shouted, "Careful, there's a demon in the sky." Zhou Lixing quickly looked up, vision blurring momentarily, just in time to see a demon swooping down, wings spread wide. His combat instincts kicked in, sword in one hand and shield in the other, adopting a defensive stance. The demon wielded a spiked club, swinging it fiercely. Zhou Lixing, confident in his aura, remained unafraid, saying, "It's useless, you can't break through my aura." The abyssal demon, unfazed, grinned menacingly, "Die." The attack came, and Zhou Lixing's expression changed dramatically. His repelling aura failed. With a loud crash, the club struck his shield, sending him flying backward, landing on the ground. The team's healer quickly cast a healing spell on him as he fell, coughing up blood, face filled with fear. The blow was so heavy it nearly killed him, rendering his shield useless. The aura, normally reliable, had failed. Shixingan covered his face. "He acts tough but is just weak." Liang Yu nodded, really useless.
The abyssal demon was now visible, numerous detection skills revealing its presence.
Faces turned to despair. Level 36. Far higher than them.
Such a powerful creature was known for its strength. Even at the same level, it would be a tough fight, let alone against something so much stronger. Shingen, using his detection skill, murmured, "This is trouble. I hope Lin Mayu doesn't come out until they're gone."
The abyssal demon hovered, flapping its wings, its voice cold and bloodthirsty.
TSK, a holy light knight, a legendary class, it mocked.
Killing a holy light knight, what a gain!
At that moment, someone in Zhou Lixing's team activated a device, sending a signal flare into the sky, shining brightly, visible for hundreds of miles.
"We've sent a distress signal, hold on."
"Help will arrive soon," Zhou Lixing shouted.
The abyssal demon chuckled, too late.
As the dungeon entrance glowed once more people were emerging. The abyssal demon, which had been circling in the sky, suddenly halted its movements, its attention shifting away from Zhou Lixing.
"It's you!
You're the one who killed my children," it roared.
"I'll tear you apart." The demon dove down with ferocity. "Watch out!"
Shingen yelled, having guessed who had just emerged from the dungeon. He wanted to help, but the horde of abyssal hounds blocked his way. Lin Mayu had just exited the dungeon and hadn't yet adjusted to the scene before him, feeling an overwhelming darkness.
Suddenly, his bone armor erupted with a brilliant light. The abyssal demon's spiked club struck the bone armor as if sinking into water without making any sound. The abyssal demon was stunned, not comprehending what had just occurred. Zhou Lixing was equally shocked. "Didn't you eat breakfast or something?"
The demon had struck him with such force earlier, yet now it seemed as if the attack was merely a gentle tap.
Lin Mayu finally comprehended the situation.
He had heard someone shouting about killing him, and now, in his vision, stood a grotesque abyssal demon. It had a dog-like face, claws resembling those of a canine, and a body covered in fur, with wings sprouting from its back.
"What kind of monster is this?"
Lin Mayu thought, unable to describe the creature accurately.
It resembled a beast, a demon hound, yet with wings, appearing like a hybrid. This hybrid monster was frantically pounding at him with its club. Thankfully, his bone armor absorbed all the attacks. "Why? Why can't I break it?"
The abyssal demon raged on. Lin Mayu felt fortunate for having reinforced his bone armor upon exiting, as he had been attacked previously and had become more cautious. There was a brief moment of vulnerability upon leaving the dungeon, which made him susceptible to ambushes. Lin Mayu's palms sparked with flames.
Skill, Soul Flame. A fireball appeared on the abyssal demon's forehead, sinking into it. Pain.
A searing pain that pierced the soul. The abyssal demon clutched its head, screaming, almost dropping its club.
Lin Mayu continued his assault.
Skill, Slow Curse. A red glow enveloped the area, and within a 3,450-meter radius, all abyssal hounds bore red shackles, their movements slowing to 34.5 times less than normal.
"Wow! Slow motion show!"
Shingen exclaimed excitedly. Such a situation posed no threat to them anymore.
The abyssal demon's screams even slowed, dragging out each syllable.
"Q worse." It groaned, its gaze struggling to meet Lin Mayu's.
Ningyi giggled at the sight, finding the demon's predicament amusing.
The abyssal demon attempted to fly, flapping its wings, but skeletons appeared, swiftly grabbing its wings.
Blades rose and fell, hacking away at its body.
Skeletons latched onto its limbs, with some leaping onto its back, attacking wildly.
The abyssal demon's drawn-out cries echoed as more skeletons charged at the cursed abyssal hounds.
The skeletal mages unleashed their skills, instantly killing one hound. Lin Mayu raised his hand.
Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom!
The earth-shattering explosion startled several professionals, causing them to stumble.
Amid the explosions, swaths of abyssal hounds perished. The badges on Lin Mayu and Ningyi's shoulders glowed brightly.
The abyssal hounds converted into military merits and experience for the duo.
Boom! 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 3 consecutive massive explosions left only the abyssal demon standing before Lin Mayu.
The abyssal hounds were wiped out. The remaining hounds in the distance were left to other professionals and skeletons.
The professionals quickly adapted.
The cursed abyssal hounds were nearly powerless, presenting a prime opportunity for slaughter. They seized their weapons and began their furious assault.
Lin Mayu cast a detection skill on the abyssal demon.
Abyssal Dog Demon, Common Demon, Level 36, Strength 8000, Agility 8000, Spirit 3000, Constitution 8000, Skills, Flight, Powerful Attack.
Dog demon? What an unattractive name.
In the abyss, it was just a common demon. Yet, even as a common demon, its level 36 attributes were impressive, far surpassing those of human professionals of the same level. Ordinarily, such a massive attribute gap would make comparisons pointless. However, human professionals had skills, equipment, teams, coordination, and support. These combinations meant that the abyss couldn't easily deal with humans in recent years.
Both sides were currently at a stalemate.
After assessing the situation, Lin Moyu commanded the skeletons. They unleashed their skills, red light flaring from their blades.
Stop, someone suddenly shouted.
But the skeleton warriors only heeded Lin Moyu's orders.
Skill, frenzied strike.
10 skeletons simultaneously unleashed their skills.
Under their blades, the abyssal demon died instantly.
Killed, obtained demon blood. Demon blood contains abyssal power, usable by alchemists and blacksmiths to craft equipment.
Ningyi received an identical notification, her face beaming with joy.
50 military merits were earned, equivalent to killing 50 abyssal hounds for both of them, or 100 if they were in a duo. The badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder now displayed 4 stars, promoting him to a 4-star private. Ningyi's badge also gained a star, making her a 1-star private, with the 2nd star not far off.
Zhou Lixing, with a sullen face, barked, "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?"
His tone was rude, almost interrogative, with an air of arrogance.
Lin Moyu frowned slightly. "Why should I listen to you?"
As Lin Moyu's mood shifted, the surrounding skeletons simultaneously turned their gaze to Zhou Lixing. The skeletal mage's skills also targeted him instantly. In a flash, Zhou Lixing found himself locked under countless killing intents. His teammates responded immediately, but more skeleton warriors and mages targeted them, keeping them from moving. Zhou Lixing realized that Lin Moyu was different from others. Seeing the skeletons cut through the abyssal hounds like butter and easily surround and kill the abyssal demon, it was clear Lin Moyu was far superior. Cold sweat poured from Zhou Lixing, but not wanting to lose face, he insisted, "I meant, you could have kept it for interrogation, to gather abyssal intelligence."
Lin Moyu shook his head, not interested.
His response left Zhou Lixing speechless, unsure of what to say. After a moment's stalemate, the skeletons swiftly vanished. "Let this not happen again," Lin Moyu said before leading Ningyi away towards Shi Xingan's group. Ningyi's hand was held by Lin Moyu, her face flushed with slight embarrassment, but she didn't pull away. After Lin Moyu left, Zhou Lixing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had felt as if a knife was pressed against their throats, almost believing they were about to perish. In their minds, there was only one prevailing sentiment: Lin Moyu was terrifying. He didn't speak much, but his actions were daunting, especially his skeletons, which were not only numerous but also astonishingly powerful. Despite being only level 23, he had managed to immobilize their entire team of level 30 professionals. Furthermore, their team included a legendary class Holy Light Knight, and even Zhou Lixing was deeply intimidated. If a level 36 abyssal demon could be easily slaughtered, what chance did he stand? As a Holy Light Knight, a legendary class professional, Zhou Lixing pondered over his aura skills, doubting he could withstand the skeletons.
His instinctive response was to submit and survive. Yet, alongside his submission, Zhou Lixing felt a sting of humiliation.
A legendary class professional, donned in golden equipment, a level 30 Holy Light Knight, fearing a mere level 23 youngster. If word got out, it would be utterly disgraceful, a major blemish on his life.
"I ought to stand above the clouds, basking in the admiration of others. How could I bear such a stain?"
Zhou Lixing's emotions were a tangled mix of anger and resentment, his eyes flashing with hatred as he stared at Lin Moyu's retreating back. "Sooner or later, you'll kneel before me, pleading for forgiveness," he thought. He had the confidence. The Holy Light Knight's career progression meant that the higher the level, the stronger the skills.
He was just getting started. Moreover, he still had the opportunity for further career advancement.
Zhou Lixing watched as Lin Moyu held Ningyi's hand, a pang of jealousy mixing with his hatred. "You will belong to me eventually. I'll show you who the true strong one is." Lin Moyu had already reached Shi Xingan. "Is everyone all right?" he asked. Shi Xingan patted his shield. "We're fine, thanks to this." The enhancements from the outpost set were tremendous, especially the attribute of damage reduction, which significantly boosted Shi Xingan's combat capabilities. The team had sustained some injuries, but nothing serious, and with Liang Yu's healing, they were already recovered. With the abyssal dog demon slain and the abyssal hounds cleared, the battlefield returned to normal. Soon, the corpses would sink into the ground, as if nothing had ever happened. The earth would cover the past, day by day, year by year. Who knew how many corpses lay buried beneath this ancient ground, providing strength to the land and spawning countless monsters that roamed the battlefield, endlessly slain? Everyone returned to the dungeon entrance, with Shi Xingyan and many others who had just fought choosing not to retreat. They gathered, relit their campfires, and drove away the mist. Ningyi had somehow ended up chatting privately with Liangyu, while Shi Xingyan cleaned his sword. These abyssal hounds are just the most insignificant creatures from the abyss, not even considered cannon fodder, he remarked. The abyssal dog demon you killed can breed a large number of abyssal hounds. Sometimes, when their numbers grow too large, the hounds leave the abyss to harass professionals on the battlefield, though it's nothing more than harassment.
We've encountered such incidents several times.
As long as you stay on the battlefield long enough, you'll run into it sooner or later. This time, the number was just higher, mainly because of the dog demon. Otherwise, breaking through wouldn't have been difficult.
Lin Moyu listened to Shi Xingyan's description, slightly puzzled. Aren't there high-level professionals deeper in the battlefield? How did these abyssal hounds manage to get past them to come here?
They were actually near the Eternal Great Wall, close to human territories. The deeper areas of the battlefield were where high-level human professionals operated, the true main battlegrounds. Lin Moyu couldn't figure out how the abyssal hounds bypassed them to reach this place.
Shi Xingyan chuckled. Have you ever participated in the Academy's large-scale trials?
Lin Moyu nodded. I have. The Academy Xinxia Tower has the ability for large-scale teleportation, so naturally, the Abyss can too, Shi Xingyan explained.
Lin Moyu understood immediately, realizing he hadn't thought of that.
Shi Xingyan set up a grill and began roasting food again, but this kind of teleportation has its limits, only able to transport abyssal hounds, not higher-level demons.
Like this dog demon, only one or two can be teleported occasionally.
I've been here a long time, and I've only seen a dog demon twice. That was the second time.
Lin Moyu could imagine.
The Abyss having teleportation capabilities meant that humans must have countermeasures. Otherwise, allowing them to send over large numbers of demons would mean the end for humans. At that moment, the mist rolled violently, and powerful presences emanated from within. Shi Xingyan glanced at it. The guards from the Eternal Great Wall have arrived. Earlier, Zhou Lisheng and his group had sent out a distress signal. Upon receiving it, the guards stationed at the Eternal Great Wall fortress rushed over. 12 arrived in total, including knights, warriors, mages, archers, and support, all well-rounded. Each was over level 40, high-level professionals with formidable combat power.
Upon arrival, they surveyed the scene, each showing signs of astonishment.
The hills were covered with the corpses of abyssal hounds, at least 500 to 600. They approached the dungeon entrance, and the lead knight, with a stern and authoritative presence, asked, "Who sent the distress signal?" Zhou Lisheng stepped forward. "I did." He presented his identification, and after the knight inspected it, he gave Zhou Lisheng a second glance. Legendary class professionals were rare, and individuals like him, unless they perished, would likely become significant figures in the future.
His tone softened. What happened here? Was there a powerful figure passing by?
Zhou Lisheng didn't lie and recounted the recent events.
Such matters couldn't be easily concealed, as anyone could confirm the details. The knight turned with surprise towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's level and profession were clear to him at a glance. A level 23 professional capable of eliminating so many abyssal hounds was hard to believe. Yet, the evidence lay before him, including the dog demon's corpse. It was indeed a dog demon.
Despite the disbelief, the facts were undeniable. Professionals with military merit are worthy of respect. They are the ones who have truly contributed to humanity.
Moreover, Lin Moyu achieved 5-star private status at only level 23.
Many professionals haven't even reached 3-star status by level 30, let alone 5-star.
Lin Moyu stood up. It's our duty.
Excellent, very commendable.
The knight laughed heartily, then gestured broadly. Let's move out.
Since there was no longer any danger, there was no need for them to stay.
Shi Xingyan commented, they usually patrol the battlefield, ready to respond to any distress signal.
You'll see, more will come. Indeed, shortly after, the mist swirled violently once more as teams hurried over from all directions.
Shi Xingyan explained, these are teams leveling up and fighting monsters nearby. They come once they see the distress signal.
Watching the teams arrive, Lin Moyu felt a sense of unity, a belief in solidarity.
As long as there was a distress signal, they would come to assist without hesitation.
Lin Moyu understood that if he saw a distress signal, he would rush to aid as well. Only through such collective effort could humanity survive. Otherwise, if everyone only looked out for themselves, they would have long been destroyed by the Abyss. The teams that arrived for support were relieved to find no danger and decided to rest there. The number of people swelled, making the area around the dungeon entrance bustling with activity. Lin Moyu noticed a few lone professionals among them. Those who acted alone in the battlefield had great confidence in their abilities. A light illuminated the sky. A pure white glow pierced through the thin mist, resembling a hazy moon. Shingen was slightly taken aback. She's here too. Lin Moyu looked up, seeing a professional quickly approaching. Though she hadn't arrived, her presence was already palpable, clearly someone extraordinary. Shingen explained, her name is Mo Yun, the princess of the Mo family from Xiaojing City, a divine summoner. A divine summoner, a legendary class profession. Her arrival caught the attention of many. A unicorn appeared in the sky, radiating divine light that illuminated the earth. Mo Yun, seated atop the unicorn, saw that the battle had ended and there was no danger. She was stunningly beautiful, her demeanor exuding a haughty, untouchable aura like a goddess. Many who gazed at her did so with admiration, captivated by her near-perfect appearance. Zhou Lixing, too, watched Mo Yun with infatuation. She cast a proud glance around before turning to leave. Suddenly, she paused, her gaze settling briefly on Lin Moyu, showing a hint of disdain. Something about him repelled her, but she said nothing, swiftly disappearing on her unicorn with a cold aloofness. Lin Moyu had been observing her, or more accurately, the officer's badge on her shoulder. Silver, with 4 stars, marking her as a 4-star lieutenant, evidence of her having slain numerous abyssal creatures. Shingen explained, she seems to be searching for something, rarely venturing here as she's usually deep in the battlefield. Ningyi interjected, I know, she's looking for Nirvana soul crystals. Shingen was surprised, searching for Nirvana soul crystals, that explains it. His eyes also showed a hint of longing, as he too desired the crystals. Nirvana soul crystals are extremely rare materials. During a professional's second job transition, their career path becomes clearer, and there exists a slim chance for career elevation. For instance, Shingen's Holy Knight could potentially elevate to a Holy Light Knight during the second transition, transforming from a rare class to a legendary class profession. However, the odds of career elevation are minuscule, almost impossible. Nirvana soul crystals change that, greatly increasing the probability of elevation. The crystals turn the impossible into possible, reportedly offering over a 30% chance of successful career elevation, a significant leap from the previous odds of 1 in tens of thousands. However, Nirvana soul crystals are incredibly rare and hard to obtain. Shingen mentioned, in the depths of the battlefield, there are creatures known as battlefield wraiths, ranging from levels 39 to 40, which have a chance of dropping Nirvana soul crystals, though the chance is very low. Ningyi added, there's also the battlefield ghost king, which will definitely drop a Nirvana soul crystal. Shingen shook his head, the battlefield ghost king is rare and a world-class boss, very difficult to defeat. Ningyi, resting her chin on her hands, noted, it's indeed tough, some have found it, but without enough people, they could only watch it vanish. Shingen distributed the cooked food. Once I reach level 40, before my second job transition, I might also come here to search for Nirvana soul crystals. Not only him, but his teammates were also eager to find them. Who wouldn't want career elevation? Lin Moyu understood this desire. Even Mo Yun, already in a legendary profession, sought further elevation. What would her career become? Moreover, according to some theories, career elevation could happen twice, during the second transition at level 40 and the third at level 70. Could there be something beyond legendary professions? Lin Moyu pondered, recalling his studies which stated that legendary professions were the pinnacle. Hidden professions were not included in this hierarchy and couldn't be compared. Ningyi's cheerful laughter chimed in, I want to search for Nirvana soul crystals too. Her profession, Shadow Assassin, was rare class. If she could elevate, she would become a legendary class Abyss Hunter. Career elevation was a universal aspiration, the only hurdle being the Nirvana soul crystals. Ningyi looked at Lin Moyu with anticipation, shall we search for Nirvana soul crystals together when the time comes? Lin Moyu nodded, sure. He was indeed tempted, curious about what enhancements his own career elevation might bring. It was uncharted territory, filled with potential. After resting, eating, and drinking their fill, aided by the delicious fruit wine, in relieving fatigue, Lin Moyu and Ningyi re-entered the dungeon. Shingen and his team also left, heading to other dungeons. Without a cooldown amulet, they wouldn't waste the 48-hour cooldown period. Besides resting, they would tackle other dungeons. The Dragonfront Outpost dungeon was special, featuring dragon-type monsters and dropping the outpost set, making it the most frequented dungeon of its level. This time, Ningyi was smarter, she had reserved food in her pockets. Even if her storage space was unusable, she had enough to eat. Lin Mayu really wanted to ask how such a small person could fit so much food. The skeletons were exceptionally loyal, with the skeleton warriors cutting down monsters as tanks in the front, while the skeleton mages cast fire and other skills from the back. Ningyi, like a songbird, chattered non-stop, sharing her sights, her experiences, and her embarrassing moments with Lin Mayu, without any reservations. Lin Mayu was the perfect listener. No matter what Ningyi talked about, he listened attentively. Ever since they had hugged and held hands, their relationship seemed to have taken a step forward, subtly changing. Entering the hell-level dungeon for the third time, their proficiency increased again. Lin Mayu had mastered the rhythm, almost not needing to think. Their progress accelerated further. In the abyss, the eye burning with flames appeared once more. Its presence made the abyssal ground tremble, emitting rolling sounds. It was filled with rage, trying to discern what was happening on the battlefield. How could so many abyssal hounds be killed in an instant, even the dog demon? Yet, there seemed to be an invisible force within the battlefield preventing its prying. Something's odd here, let's try again. After a while, it closed its eye once more, and the abyss returned to peace, darkness reclaiming the land. Shortly after it disappeared, human professionals appeared in the abyss. Was that the flame demon lord just now? It should be. Recently, it seems to be its turn to guard the abyss entrance. This guy is extremely militant, sure to cause trouble for us humans. Let's hope those on the battlefield stay safe. Why worry about that? It's not the first time it's guarded, nothing major will happen. I've already reported what happened before, the higher-ups will handle it, no need for us to stress. These professionals exchanged a few words before quickly dispersing. None of them were below level 40, all high-level professionals. They operated at the boundary between the battlefield and the abyss entrance, aware of the recent events. They would relay the occurrences back, ensuring the higher-ups were informed and could respond accordingly. No matter the usual divisions, the empires standing tall, or even certain conflicts, when facing the abyss, humanity stands as one. In Xiaojing Academy, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen remained seated. Meng Anwen spent 360 out of 365 days here, rarely going anywhere else. Few knew what he was doing. Meng Anwen had been resting his eyes for quite a while, not speaking for half a day. Bai Yuan did not disturb him. Suddenly, Meng Anwen's eyelid twitched. Bai Yuan immediately asked, "How is it?" Meng Anwen opened his eyes, "Pour some tea." Bai Yuan promptly poured tea for him, his attitude very courteous, with a smiling face. "Quick, tell me, how is it?" Meng Anwen sipped his tea, speaking calmly. "I communicated with the heroic spirit hall and the demon slayer tower, getting news about Lin Mayu. He's fine and has even slain many abyssal hounds, now a 5-star private." Bai Yuan was shocked. "So quickly? It's only been 2 days, and he's a 5-star private?" Meng Anwen explained, "The flame demon lord is on duty at the abyss entrance, sending many abyssal hounds to harass the battlefield, and Lin happened to encounter them. Additionally, he killed an abyssal dog demon." Bai Yuan took a deep breath. Wow, even a dog demon. Though the dog demon is the weakest abyssal demon, it can at least fly and commands many hounds, making it troublesome for other professionals. But it just happened to run into Lin Mayu. It landed underground, right in front of Lin Mayu. Under the slow curse, it lost the chance to flee, getting slain by the skeleton warriors. Knowing Lin Mayu was safe, Bai Yuan was relieved and began discussing other matters. "How's the preparation for this year's professional tournament?" Meng Anwen replied, "Almost ready, the announcement should be out tomorrow or the day after." Bai Yuan had been eagerly awaiting, "This tournament should be interesting, I'm quite looking forward to it." His interest naturally referred to Lin Mayu. "Didn't expect them to be together," Meng Anwen suddenly commented, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Bai Yuan hurriedly asked, "What did you see?" "I saw Ning's nemesis." "So interesting, Ning old man's bound to be furious." Bai Yuan slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. "Who would have thought, really, I'd love to see Ning's old man fuming and helpless." Defeated the outpost guardian, experience +1 650 000. Obtained golden weapon, Hell Outpost longsword. Obtained golden armor, Hell Outpost leather armor. Obtained golden accessory, Hell Outpost ring. Obtained Dragon Core X2. Hell Outpost longsword, part of the outpost set golden weapon, all attributes +500, 50% increase to night skills, usable above level 30. Hell Outpost leather armor, part of the outpost set golden armor, all attributes +300, 20% reduction in skill cost for assassins, usable above level 30. Hell Outpost Ring, part of the Outpost set golden accessory, all attributes plus 130% increase in fatigue recovery speed, usable above level 30. Dragon Core, extremely rare material used to craft various items. Lin Mayu gave the leather armor and ring to Ningyi. The ring's attributes couldn't stack, and this one was identical to the one he already had. One was enough. The leather armor was more suitable for assassins and archers, not useful to Lin Mayu. A faint light shimmered over him, as completing the dungeon this time pushed his level up to 24. Seeing Lin Mayu level up, Ningyi was even happier than if she had leveled up herself, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. You leveled up again. This leveling speed is too fast. From the job transition until now, it hasn't even been a month, and you're already level 24. Other students are probably just around level 16 now, you're way ahead of them. Ningyi marveled repeatedly, and at this rate, Lin Mayu might reach over level 30 in another month. Lin Mayu gave a slight smile. Isn't it good to be fast? As he spoke, he cast a skeletal armor on himself and on Ningyi. Ningyi laughed. So cautious, afraid of being attacked outside again? Lin Mayu replied, it's happened twice already. Twice he exited the dungeon, twice he faced sudden attacks. He was not worried for himself. With damage transfer, even with weak defense, he wouldn't be injured easily. But Ningyi was different. A sudden attack could really cause trouble. After 2 unexpected incidents, caution was indeed wise. I knew it. How can anyone be ambushed every single time? Ningyi chuckled, acting very understanding. But it's better to be safe than sorry, so you're not wrong to be cautious. This time, everything was peaceful outside the dungeon, without any trouble. A large group of people gathered near the dungeon, barbecuing, drinking, forming teams, and even setting up stalls to sell goods. The entrance to the dungeon almost resembled a marketplace. Lin Mayu whispered, if we run a few more dungeons, with some luck, we might be able to complete your outpost set. Ningyi beamed with joy. The Hell Outpost set, something so many dream of having. She took out the Hell Outpost dagger and admired it repeatedly. Its exquisite design was endlessly captivating. You've looked at that so many times, Lin Mayu commented, noting how Ningyi would often gaze at the dagger even inside the dungeon, as if trying to discover something new about it. Ningyi gave him a side eye. You're such a simpleton. The dagger was indeed the same, but what made it special was who gave it to her. Unfortunately, Lin Mayu, being the typical straightforward guy, wouldn't understand. Lin Mayu took out some food. Hungry? Ningyi looked at the food. Isn't this what I bought last time? You haven't finished it yet? Lin Mayu nodded. I don't eat much. Ningyi huffed lightly, as if implying that she ate a lot. But so what if she did? She could eat all she wanted without gaining weight, making others envious. She snatched the food from Lin Mayu's hand and took a fierce bite, looking rather adorable. The two of them sat together, chatting and laughing. Ningyi was very pretty, with a sweet, clear voice that drew many glances. Seeing they were only 2 people, some approached to invite them to team up, but Ningyi politely declined them all. Only those who had witnessed Lin Mayu's prowess behaved themselves. Those abyssal hounds that were slaughtered, and the abyssal demon that got its wings chopped off and was hacked to pieces. The level 36 abyssal demon was killed with such ease. These scenes were still vivid in their minds. No matter how beautiful Ningyi was, they all kept their distance, not daring to provoke them. They feared ending up like the abyssal demon, cut to pieces by Lin Mayu's skeletal blade. They watched as if waiting for someone oblivious to provoke Lin Mayu, the Calamity. The mist rolled as a giant beast emitting light dragged a large cart out of the fog. Shikigami, someone exclaimed, recognizing the true identity of the beast, a Shikigami of an onmyoji from Sakura country, a legendary profession unique to Sakura country. The Shikigami pulled the cart to the dungeon entrance, where a group of people jumped off. The cart was then retracted, and the Shikigami vanished. 11 people, all clad in golden equipment, exuding impressive auras, 2 knights, 3 supports, 5 mages, and an onmyoji. 11 people, are they going for the hell difficulty? Most likely, even the onmyoji is here. They must be targeting the hell dungeon. Hell dungeons are very challenging, but the rewards are great too. The Hell Outpost equipment, job transition certificates, all good stuff. But finding a team is hard. Those who can clear hell dungeons typically have fixed teams. Have you heard? They say if someone can solo a hell level outpost dungeon, they can earn a title. Heard of it? Titles are rarer than top tier equipment, but no one's ever done it. If there's really a title, I wonder who will earn it. Their conversation reached Ningyi's ears. She gently asked Lin Mayu, is what they're saying true? She knew Lin Mayu had soloed a hell level outpost dungeon.
If a title existed, he must have earned it. It's true. The title is called Dragon Battle King. Ning Yi's eyes sparkled. Really? What attributes does it add? All attributes plus 500, skill consumption reduced by 50%. Hearing the title's attributes, Ning Yi exclaimed, "That's amazing." And all attributes boost of plus 500 was already impressive at this level, and cutting skill consumption by half was an extraordinary attribute. Lin Moyu nodded. The title was indeed fantastic. With it, his consumption was greatly reduced. When tanking for the Outpost Guardian, it became much easier, with no worries about running out of mental energy. Ning Yi's exclamation caught others' attention. The Onmyoji from Sakura Country noticed Ning Yi. So beautiful. Why does she look familiar? He mused, eyes gleaming with a strong possessive desire. Then he saw Lin Moyu beside her, and a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes. It's them, what a small world. He might not remember Ning Yi, but he'd never forget Lin Moyu. On Mermaid Island, Lin Moyu personally killed his two Shikigami, forcing him to flee in disgrace. Replacing the Shikigami was a huge hassle afterwards, and the failed mission had tarnished his reputation. The grudge was long-standing. He whispered to his companions, and they started walking towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi noticed him too. It's him! Ning Yi immediately recognized the Onmyoji from Sakura Country from Mermaid Island. Lin Moyu stepped in front of Ning Yi. He's not coming with good intentions. Last time on Mermaid Island, the Onmyoji escaped quickly. If here. Lin Moyu had no qualms. The Onmyoji, with a well-equipped group, clearly had no reservations either. Such an opportunity couldn't be missed. They stopped 10 meters from Lin Moyu. By then, several skeletons had materialized around Lin Moyu. If they came any closer, the skeletons would strike. The Onmyoji looked at Lin Moyu, his gaze somber and somewhat puzzled. On Mermaid Island, he remembered Lin Moyu being under level 20. Now, he couldn't discern Lin Moyu's level, indicating the concealment badge was effective, reducing the level gap to within 10 levels. Moreover, Lin Moyu's presence on the battlefield indicated his level had risen. Realizing this, his hatred surged again. If Lin Moyu hadn't killed his Shikigami back then, he would have leveled up too. Suppressing his hatred, he introduced himself, Sakura Country, level 30 Onmyoji, Taro Tojo. As a Shinsha citizen, Lin Moyu responded courteously. The Grand Shinsha Empire, with its millennia of heritage, a top nation, never lacking in etiquette. Shinsha Empire, level 24 Necromancer, Lin Moyu. Upon hearing level 24, Taro Tojo's group burst into mocking laughter. Taro Tojo frowned. Unexpected, his leveling speed is so fast. Lin Moyu's rapid leveling speed caused a hint of wariness in Taro Tojo. Moreover, Lin Moyu's skeletons made him feel an unsettling fear. Taro Tojo realized that if he didn't deal with Lin Moyu this time, it would be even harder the next time they met. Who knew what level Lin Moyu might reach in another 6 months or a year? This time, Taro Tojo brought an elite team with him, capable of tackling even hell-level outpost dungeons. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. The two of them had already formed a grudge, and with his character, it was a grudge that must be avenged. He assumed Lin Moyu felt the same way. As he arrived, several Shinsha Empire professionals rose to their feet, causing Taro Tojo to frown. He realized he had overlooked something: Shinsha's renowned unity. With hundreds of Shinsha Empire professionals watching, it was nearly impossible to make a move against Lin Moyu. Yet, he wasn't willing to back down so easily. Tojo-kun, don't make a move, someone whispered to Taro Tojo. Being watched by so many pairs of eyes exerted considerable pressure on them. Even though they were all elite, confident enough to tackle the hell difficulty outpost dungeon, the sheer number of Shinsha Empire professionals, 10 times their own, made them wary of being overwhelmed. Taro Tojo had already realized this, and he nodded, addressing Lin Moyu. At the professional tournament, I want to compete with you again, to see who's superior. Don't disappoint me. Even if he didn't make a move, he couldn't just leave without saying anything. He had to save face by throwing down a challenge. Unexpectedly, he didn't resort to violence. After speaking, he left. From start to finish, he only said 2 sentences and didn't do anything outrageous. The surrounding Shinsha professionals also relaxed, as they wouldn't make a move if the opposition didn't. Ning Yi whispered to Lin Moyu, he won't make a move, there are too many people here. Lin Moyu understood this too. Yes, he won't make a move, and neither will I. There were too many people from various countries here, making it difficult for either side to act. While this was a world where strength reigned supreme,
he hadn't reached a level where he could act with impunity.
Only when one's strength was overwhelming could they act as they pleased.
Someone like Bai Yuan could do anything, kill anyone, and no one would dare to protest. Bai Yuan had done things that shocked the world before, like rampaging through the small nation of Bangzi, leaving them terrified of him to this day. Earlier, from Taro Tojo's eyes, Lin Mayu could see the presence of hatred. This grudge wasn't over, and one day it would be settled.
Taro Tojo and his group entered the dungeon, 11 people tackling the Hell difficulty outpost dungeon, one less than a full team, clearly confident in their abilities. Once they entered the dungeon, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and people returned to chatting and laughing.
Lin Mayu and Ning Yi sat down again. Time flies, and it's almost time for the professional tournament again, Ning Yi mentioned. Lin Mayu was naturally aware of the professional tournament, held every 5 years and considered the most prestigious competition worldwide. Professionals from all over would compete in various contests, not just the combat-oriented ones, but also auxiliary and life-oriented professions had their own events. Of course, the main attraction was always the combat-oriented competitions, featuring team battles, solo battles, and unrestricted fights. Especially since this year's tournament was to be held in the Xinsha Empire, one of the world's top nations, promising an unprecedented scale. Professionals from around the world would flock to the Xinsha Empire.
Ning Yi suggested, we should sign up to participate.
Lin Mayu chuckled, there are only 2 of us, team events require 5 people.
Ning Yi laughed, then just find some people, even if they just sit and watch, it doesn't matter with you around. Plus, there's the solo event, you should definitely enter. The champions' rewards are excellent.
Lin Mayu nodded, aware that every tournament offered great rewards for the champions.
Gradually, teams entered the dungeon, and fewer people remained outside.
Suddenly, all the Xinsha professionals' military badges began to glow. Soft white light enveloped the area, and the atmosphere became tense.
There's a military order. What's happening? Could it be an abyssal creature invasion? People exclaimed, alarmed. When the military badges glowed unexpectedly, it meant something was up.
Then a voice came through the badges, all Xinsha soldiers, return to the fortress, assemble. From the moment they donned the military badges, they became soldiers of the Xinsha Empire. Normally, they could act independently, but during wartime, they had to follow unified commands. Without hesitation, they used teleportation stones to return to the fortress.
Inside the primordial battlefield, even those in dungeons received the order.
Whether they were facing bosses or already in battle, they disengaged and quickly left the dungeons, using teleportation stones to return to the fortress. In that moment, Xinsha soldiers gathered, and within a minute, there were no Xinsha soldiers left in front of the outpost dungeon.
Other nations' professionals were taken aback. What kind of speed, what kind of cohesion was this? One order, and everyone returned. Someone threw a dungeon detection talisman inside.
They're really all gone, even those in the dungeon left. The Xinsha Empire, the Xinsha military, truly formidable.
Such terrifying unity. This wouldn't happen in our country.
We want freedom, returning or not is our right, and the state can't command us. They were still speaking when their military badges also emitted similar lights. Orders came for professionals from other countries to return as well. Those who had been boasting about freedom fell silent, quietly using teleportation stones to return to their respective fortresses. In an instant, the primordial battlefield became sparsely populated. Only Taro Tojo and his group, who had entered the Hell dungeon, remained unaware of what had happened, as the dungeon isolated military signals. Lin Mayu and Ning Yi appeared in the fortress, as beams of light flashed with more people teleporting in, all wearing serious expressions, knowing something significant had occurred.
Brother Lin, Miss Ning.
Looking towards the voice, they saw Shi Xingyan waving at them. Shi Xingyan and his group had also returned.
Ning Yi asked, what's happening?
At this moment, she put aside her usual playful demeanor and became serious, knowing that something significant must have occurred.
Lian Yu pointed to the observation eye on the fortress, look at it.
Lin Mayu and Ning Yi both looked up.
Lin Mayu murmured, it's not spinning anymore.
Since he arrived at the fortress, the observation eye had been constantly rotating, never stopping.
Now, it was still. Something unusual was definitely happening.
Shi Xingyan explained, the direction the observation eye faces is the direction the enemy is coming from. That's also the direction of the abyss, indicating that a large number of abyssal creatures are approaching.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have summoned us all back. Lin Mayu caught an important detail, the military order summoning them back was issued by the observation eye. Shi Xingyan smiled, surprised.
I was too when I first encountered it.
The observation eye is more formidable than we imagined.
I don't know the specifics, but it said that during large-scale battles, it takes on the role of commander.
Even powerful individuals must follow its orders.
So that's how it was. Lin Maoyu realized he had underestimated the observation eye. He had always thought it was merely a monitoring tool for abyssal creature movements. Little did he know that it also directed battles.
In just a few minutes, the teleportation ended.
With a hum, a protective shield suddenly enveloped the entire fortress. A voice echoed throughout the fortress, all professionals below level 30, to the walls. The military badges of those below level 30 collectively glowed and they were teleported to the city walls. This was undoubtedly the work of the observation eye, overseeing the preparations before the battle. Within the fortress, it acted as the commander.
Begin forming teams freely. Professionals below level 30 are not permitted to leave the city.
A gentle breeze swept through, and at that moment, the effect of the concealment badges vanished, revealing everyone's professional levels.
Lin Maoyu understood the observation eye's actions. It was protecting the professionals below level 30. On the primordial battlefield, those below level 30 were too weak and prone to accidents.
Professionals above level 30, wearing golden equipment, had a much higher survival rate if their teams were well-rounded. Everyone quickly found familiar people to team up with. Lin Maoyu and Ning Yi teamed up with each other, not seeking anyone else.
Lin Maoyu didn't need to team up since his skeletons couldn't receive auxiliary status boosts.
As for Ning Yi, she was an assassin below level 30 and didn't need to fight outside the city, posing no risk. There were quite a few melee professionals below level 30 who were alone, like Ning Yi. Meanwhile, most professionals above level 30 had already formed complete teams. Typically, a team consisted of 6 members, 1 knight, 2 auxiliaries, and 3 damage dealers. Shi Xing'an already had a complete team, and even if they were down 1 damage dealer, their synergy ensured they performed no worse than any other team. Among the professionals above level 30, solo members were rare.
With auxiliary status boosts, combat power could be greatly enhanced.
At this moment, a divine light flashed above the fortress, resembling a full moon. Mo Yun, riding her unicorn, flew into the sky, looking down on the earth with an aloof expression. She was a solo member, without any teammates, considering herself above the other professionals. No one dared to approach her for team formation.
Lin Maoyu found it strange. I haven't seen any professionals who've completed their second transition at level 40. Ning Yi replied, I don't know what's happening either. All present were below level 40, yet to complete their second transition.
Mo Yun, who was flying in the sky, was already level 39, the highest level professional there. On the platform below the observation eye, a figure with an extremely imposing stature appeared.
He stood like a mountain. An Ai Xiong, level 60, Legion Overlord. Legion Overlord was his profession, a very rare and legendary profession.
However, it was only useful during Legion battles, where its true potential shone. Someone exclaimed, the Overlord profession from the Southwest Ni family, a true Legion profession.
The Ni family's professional bloodline, their exclusive profession.
The most important profession in the Legion, akin to a god. With him here, victory is assured.
An Ai Xiong raised his sword like an emperor. Hear my command, form the Legion.
The military badges of everyone glowed, and they joined the Legion together. No one refused, and no one dared to refuse. The Legion is formed, I am the Legion commander.
Military achievements will be distributed after the battle.
The Legion is formed, you are all teammates, and skills will not cause friendly fire.
Perform to your fullest.
The Legion is formed, anyone who shows cowardice in battle will be punished afterward. After speaking, he swung his sword, and a massive aura emanated from him, enveloping everyone.
Strength.
A deep voice echoed, increasing the strength of everyone present by 50%.
Agility. Spirit. Constitution. With each shout, a corresponding aura emerged, enhancing the 4 attributes of everyone by 50%.
Lin Maoyu was astonished.
A full army-wide enhancement, completed in one go, unlike auxiliary professions which enhanced one person at a time. And it wasn't over. Elemental resistance. Magic enhancement. Bloodthirst attack. More skills were activated, with everyone benefiting from the effects. Elemental resistance, increased elemental resistance by 50%. Magic enhancement, increased spell damage by 30%. Bloodthirst attack, physical attacks absorbed enemy life to heal the user.
With this suite of enhancements, the army's combat power soared.
Most importantly, these enhancements didn't conflict with those from Seers.
This resulted in a combat power boost of at least 4 or 5 times.
Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a bit of regret that his skeletons couldn't benefit from these enhancements. If they could, it would be an impressive sight.
Perhaps in the future, Lin Moyu thought. He was already strong enough, and if he became any stronger, it would be overwhelming. Who else could solo a hell-level dungeon? Who could solo a world-class boss? Only he could do that. Once the enhancements were complete, teleportation resumed. Professionals above level 30 were transported to different zones.
Knights, warriors, assassins, and other melee professions were sent outside the city.
Auxiliaries, mages, and archers who could perform skills from a distance were placed on the city walls.
Auxiliaries could provide status boosts and healing from afar.
Melee professions would fight near the city, staying within skill range.
Experienced warriors quickly formed battle lines, ready to face the enemy. Those without experience followed suit.
The city gates closed, and the eternal Great Wall glimmered, shielded by the protective barrier.
The warriors had no retreat.
This was the battlefield, and they had to fight to the death, unable to retreat. They were in the most dangerous position. Auxiliary, mage, and archer professionals were much safer.
As preparations concluded, a large black mist suddenly surged 1,000 meters away.
A chilling wind accompanied the black mist as it swept in.
Lin Moyu recognized the familiar aura. It was the presence of abyssal demons. Suddenly, numerous dark figures surged out from the mist, abyssal hounds, their numbers overwhelming, likely exceeding tens of thousands.
As soon as these hounds appeared, they charged toward Fortress 1, their eerie howls echoing as they ran. Following them, demons began to emerge from the mist, mainly the abyssal dog demons that Lin Moyu had encountered before, ranging from level 36 to 38. As Shingen had mentioned, the abyss couldn't teleport higher-level demons to this location.
Faced with these rushing enemies, many professionals grew tense.
They were used to battling in dungeons against fewer monsters, not against such a massive onslaught. Gripping their weapons, their palms and foreheads slick with sweat, they prepared for battle. At this moment, Enixion unleashed his final skill, Morale Boost. Morale Boost dispels fear and heightens fighting spirit. For 10 minutes, increases defense by 30% and attack by 30%. This was the last status boost before the fight. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal hounds had crossed the kilometer distance, reaching the fortress gates. The warriors shouted in unison, their spirits high, and clashed with the abyssal hounds for the first encounter. On the city walls, arrows rained down, and mages unleashed a barrage of spells. Mo Yun, hovering in mid-air, had her unicorn unleash a massive orb of holy energy that exploded among the hounds, killing several instantly. At level 39, Mo Yun's holy power was a perfect counter to the level 31 abyssal hounds, especially with the various status boosts she had.
Wow, impressive girl.
Come back and have my child, jeered a voice, as abyssal demons flew in, with a dog demon swinging a spiked club at Mo Yun. Her unicorn reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and delivering a powerful kick, sending the dog demon flying back with a scream. However, more demons quickly surrounded Mo Yun, forcing her to focus on them and leaving her unable to deal with the hounds. On the walls, mages and archers attacked with full force, raining down spells and arrows. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, summoning 70 skeleton mages below the walls.
What the? Where did all these skeletons come from? Whoa, they're all mages.
The sudden appearance of skeleton mages startled the people on the wall, but they quickly calmed down as the skeleton mages began attacking the abyssal hounds. The skeleton mages, with their powerful spiritual energy, rivaled the mages at level 30, and didn't need to worry about exhaustion. They functioned like war machines, acting as turrets and unleashing continuous spells.
You scared me, I thought they were abyssal skeletons. Don't joke, there are no skeletons in the abyss.
Don't be alarmed, skeletons are undead, and I've never seen undead in the abyss.
Speaking of which, whose summons are these? There are so many.
Some people glanced at Lin Moyu, having seen his skeletons before and knowing their power. After deploying the skeleton mages, Lin Moyu summoned skeleton warriors. 140 skeleton warriors jumped down from the walls, joining the fray. Even without any status boosts, these level 24 skeleton warriors boasted attributes of 18,000, easily overpowering knights and warriors above level 30.
Against the abyssal hounds, they were unstoppable. Those skeletons are amazing. Not just amazing, but so many. This summoner is incredible. When did such a powerful profession emerge?
Each skeleton seems as strong as a top-tier warrior.
This battle is in the bag.
Lin Moyu raised his hand, red light emanating from his palm.
Skill, slow curse.
With a thunderous boom, the entire area was enveloped in red light, and red shackles appeared above the abyssal hounds' heads, slowing their movements drastically. Within a 3,600-meter range, their speed was reduced by 36 times, making their movements appear like a slow-motion film. The professionals took a moment to adjust, then rejoiced. Who cast this spell? It's incredible. They're slowed down by dozens of times, they're not a threat at all. It's like target practice. The demons attacking Mo Yun in the air were also affected by the curse, their speed significantly reduced. Although their higher levels and attributes made them better off than the hounds, they were still hindered. Curse! Damn humans! A roar echoed from within the black mist, indicating that even the entities within it were affected by the curse. Lin Mayu speculated that the mist led to the abyss, though he wasn't sure where exactly. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the mist, burning through the slow curse's shackles until they faded and shattered, lifting the curse. The abyssal hounds and dog demons quickly regained their normal speed. Yet, more abyssal dog demons emerged from the mist, numbering in the hundreds. They charged into battle and some targeted Mo Yun, attempting to overwhelm her. Without the curse, you're doomed. Didn't expect you humans to have someone skilled in curses. It's useless, we abyssal demons are the masters of curses. You're all going to die. The demons shouted wildly, but their joy was short-lived. The next moment, the curse net descended again. It was the slow curse once more. The screams abruptly stopped, dragging into long notes. You could dispel the curse, but Lin Mayu would simply recast it. You dispel it once, and he would cast it again, testing who was faster. Once again, flames appeared in the sky, burning through the shackles and lifting the curse. Lin Mayu immediately recast the curse as soon as it disappeared. Both sides engaged in a relentless back and forth. The unlucky ones were the abyssal demons and hounds, whose battle rhythm was completely disrupted. The fight turned into a near farce as the pace alternated between fast and slow. The human professionals, unaffected by the curse, continued to fight with zeal, dealing massive damage in a short time. The abyssal hounds, rendered defenseless by the curse, were quickly cleared out. The professionals had never experienced such a satisfying battle. A dog demon plummeted from the sky, killed by Mo Yun. With their speed greatly reduced, the dozen dog demons appeared to be surrounded by Mo Yun instead. Her unicorn's attacks were ferocious, each strike inflicting significant damage on the dog demons. The demons within the mist raged, the fog swirling chaotically. You shall die, an angry voice bellowed from the mist. Lin Mayu paid it no mind, continuing his actions, casting curse after curse. The flames could not burn away his curses as fast as he could cast them. The rhythm of the battlefield was thoroughly disrupted. A furious roar echoed from the mist, followed by a wave of void fire, engulfing the area. The fire burned continuously, eradicating the curses and preventing Lin Mayu from recasting them. With the curse lifted, the battle rhythm returned to normal. Under the Legion's status, mages unleashed area of effect skills without restraint, causing significant damage. However, the sheer number of abyssal hounds seemed inexhaustible. Dog demons flew toward the fortress but were blocked by the energy shield outside. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't breach the shield. They then rejoined the battlefield to attack the professionals. The dog demons were far more formidable than the abyssal hounds, causing considerable trouble for the human professionals, especially those below level 35, who faced great danger. Auxiliaries on the walls continuously cast skills to heal those below. Cries of pain erupted as some were severely injured. A dog demon grabbed a professional and hurled them into the distance. Oh no, they're too far away, beyond my healing range, someone exclaimed. What do we do? They're going to die. The professionals below were surrounded, unable to break free for a rescue. The person was thrown into the midst of the hounds, about to be bitten to death. Just then, a beam of light enveloped them, and they vanished, reappearing on the city wall a moment later. The observation eye, overseeing the battle, teleported them back at the sign of danger. While it couldn't entirely prevent casualties, it minimized them as much as possible. A healer immediately attended to them, and within seconds, their injuries were mostly healed. They jumped back down from the wall, ready to fight again. The battle continued, as did the slaughter of demons. In this moment, the conviction of the Shinsha people was unified. Lin Mayu observed the battlefield, realizing that this could go on for a long time and there might still be casualties. He suddenly looked up and addressed Nai Xiong, I request permission to leave the city and join the battle. Nai Xiong's gaze fell on Lin Mayu, as did the eyes of many other professionals. Ning Yi knew what Lin Mayu intended to do. Her eyes showed concern, but she didn't stop him. After a brief pause, an eye Shion nodded, permission granted.
Be careful, Ning Yi said worriedly.
Don't worry, Lin Mayu reassured her, gently patting her hand before turning and leaping off the wall. Lin Mayu requested to leave the city and join the battle, and upon receiving approval, he leaped off the wall.
Many watched in confusion. Why did he go down there? What is he planning to do? Is he the one who cast that curse earlier?
It's not just the curse, those skeleton warriors on the battlefield and the skeleton mages on the wall are all his.
His profession is necromancer, right? He seems to be a summoner.
His summons are strong and numerous, but why is he going in himself? Not sure, but since the commander agreed, there must be a reason.
Coincidentally, Lin Moyu landed right next to Shingen.
Shingen had just repelled an abyssal hound when he saw Lin Mayu.
Junior Lin, why are you down here too?
Lin Mayu replied calmly, I'm here to clear the field. His words were incredibly bold. Even the abyssal demons in the black mist 1,000 meters away noticed Lin Mayu.
He dares leave the city. Kill him. Kill him with all your might.
A large number of abyssal hounds changed direction, charging towards Lin Mayu. The abyssal dog demons also targeted him, and those engaged with Mo Yun shifted their focus, all aiming for Lin Mayu. In this moment, he became the primary target for all abyssal creatures.
Be careful.
Shingen instinctively stepped in front of Lin Mayu, shielding him.
The abyssal dog demons and hounds were closing in fast.
Lin Mayu smiled slightly.
Just in time.
He pressed his hand down, enveloping himself in bone armor, and did the same for Shingen. The battle had raged for several minutes, and the ground was littered with the corpses of abyssal hounds. Observing the bodies, Lin Mayu grinned. He locked onto 600 nearby corpses.
Skill, corpse explosion. Boom!
With a series of thunderous explosions, a large number of abyssal hounds were obliterated. The abyssal dog demons were violently thrown back, screaming in agony.
To everyone's shock, explosions continued to erupt. Vast numbers of abyssal hounds were decimated, and the dog demons, repeatedly struck mid-air, hit the ground battered and broken.
More dog corpses exploded, finishing off those demons. Lin Mayu maneuvered across the battlefield, expanding the explosion radius.
Any survivors were quickly dispatched by the skeleton warriors. On the wall, skeleton mages leapt down, ensuring no enemy was left standing.
The battle came to an unexpected halt. Everyone watched Lin Mayu in awe. He seemed like a god of death, leaving no survivors in his wake.
What kind of skill is that? It's terrifying. It's incredible. This skill is a battlefield weapon. Oh my god, he cleared the field by himself. We seem redundant.
To summon so many powerful skeletons, curse enemies, and attack en masse, this profession is invincible.
How can a necromancer be this powerful?
Ning Yi beamed with joy. The stronger Lin Mayu was, the happier she became.
In just a few minutes, Lin Mayu stood on the battlefield, surrounded by his skeleton warriors.
Not a single abyssal creature remained. In the air, Mo Yun regarded Lin Mayu and his skeletons with slight distaste, though far less than when they first met. The black mist roiled violently, and a voice emerged from within. So, you were the one who killed my little dogs before. I will remember you, Lin Mayu of the Divine Xia Empire, Necromancer.
I will kill you, I swear.
The voice from the mist was filled with madness and malice, harboring deep hatred for Lin Mayu.
Unfazed by the abyssal demon king's threat, Lin Mayu walked towards the mist.
The professionals on the wall were puzzled.
What's he doing? No idea. Is he going after the black mist?
That's the teleportation array created by the abyssal demon king.
It's beyond our level. Look at his skeletons.
The skeletons swiftly gathered the bodies of the abyssal dog demons, tossing them towards the mist.
As the corpses neared the mist, Lin Mayu activated his skill and detonated them.
Explosion after explosion ensued, with over 30 bodies thrown in and detonated.
You're courting death.
I'll kill you, roared the voice from the mist. The mist churned even more violently, twisting and dissipating.
Lin Mayu sighed, realizing he couldn't harm the Demon King.
The opponent's level was too high, and the corpses of the level 30-something dog demons weren't enough to injure him, nor could they destroy the teleportation array.
Lin Mayu understood he still had a long way to go.
Suddenly, a burning eye appeared within the mist. The moment Lin Mayu saw it, he felt a chill and retreated quickly. His skeleton warriors positioned themselves between him and the fiery eye. A beam of light shot from the eye towards Lin Mayu.
The skeleton warriors were flung aside like ants, unable to block it.
The light struck Lin Moyu, causing his bone armor to shine brilliantly. For the first time, Lin Moyu was forced back while wearing bone armor. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The bone armor shattered after just 2 seconds. The light struck Lin Moyu, but damage transfer took effect. All the damage he should have taken was transferred to the skeletons. Cracks appeared on the skeleton warriors, as the attack's power was too great for Lin Moyu's weak defenses. The damage was enough to kill him hundreds of times over, bypassing the skeleton's defenses and directly injuring them. Lin Moyu stayed calm, reapplying bone armor as he retreated. The armor gleamed brightly before shattering again after 2 seconds. At this moment, the observation eye reacted, teleporting Lin Moyu back to the wall. The unimpeded light struck the fortress shield, causing it to glow brightly, illuminating the surroundings like day. Not only did the fortress shield shine, but the entire great eternal wall did as well. A radiant beam shot from the observation eye, piercing into the mist. A scream erupted from within, and the fiery eye vanished, severely injured. Lin Moyu, I won't spare you, screamed the voice as the mist faded away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. However, the end of this battle was so bizarre, nearly single-handedly resolved by Lin Moyu. Undoubtedly, when distributing military merits, Lin Moyu would receive the lion's share. Are you all right? Ningyi asked anxiously, holding Lin Moyu's hand, her small face filled with concern. Lin Moyu shook his head and forced a smile. I'm fine. He hadn't expected the Abyssal Demon King to act personally. The attack was too powerful, even through the teleportation array, and beyond what he could withstand. His bone armor, with an equivalent of 72,000 constitution, shattered in just 2 seconds. Thankfully, the damage transfer saved him, or he would have perished. Lin Moyu realized he had been reckless. He shouldn't have tried to destroy the mist, as it was beyond his capabilities. His confidence after clearing the field nearly cost him dearly. Fortunate indeed. He recalled his skeleton warriors and mages, sending them back to the summoning space to recover. Moments later, the fortress shield gradually dissipated. The battle was finally over. The observation eye resumed its rotation, slowly turning above the fortress. The professionals sat down, chatting and laughing. The absence of casualties was the best outcome. Everyone looked at Lin Moyu with approving eyes. His performance was outstanding. Among all those gazes, one stood out, Zhou Lisheng's. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He had been on the battlefield, fighting hard with his halo at the front lines. He spared no effort, mercilessly slaying abyssal hounds. His legendary profession wasn't just for show, his combat power was formidable. His halo was also impressive, making it difficult for the hounds to approach him. But his halo only benefited himself and his team, not the entire legion. As a result, he had only managed to kill a few abyssal hounds. If this battle continued without you, the spotlight would have been mine. It's all your fault for ending the battle so quickly, overshadowing my brilliance. I'm a legendary professional, a holy light knight. I should bask in glory. His dislike for Lin Moyu grew, his hatred deepening. Especially when he saw Ningyi worriedly holding Lin Moyu's hand, his resentment soared. He resented why the Abyssal Demon King's attack hadn't killed Lin Moyu. Why was Lin Moyu still alive? The Abyssal Demon King is useless, he muttered angrily, closing his eyes in frustration. A few minutes later, an Aishion, standing at the highest point of the fortress, spoke in a deep voice. Now, we will begin distributing military merits. Perk up your ears, the time for rewards has arrived. Although Lin Moyu will undoubtedly receive the majority due to his contributions, the others shouldn't be left out either. Under everyone's anticipation, the Legion commander and Aishion's voice boomed out. In this battle, Abyssal Hounds have been vanquished. Defense merit, 3,000 points. No one retreated or cowered, 2,000 points. Total merit, 25,000 points. Our side has a total of 1,052 professionals. Excluding Lin Moyu and Mo Yun, each person will receive 20 merit points. Mo Yun receives 500 merit points, Lin Moyu receives 3,500 merit points. Everyone had expected this outcome. While 20 merit points might seem modest, it's actually quite substantial. Normally, earning 20 merit points would require killing 20 abyssal hounds. In a group of 5, this would mean slaying 100 hounds for each person to earn 20 points. To obtain 20 merit points in just a few minutes of defending the city is quite impressive. No one disputed Mo Yun's 500 points, she had single-handedly killed 2 abyssal dog demons and numerous abyssal hounds. As for Lin Moyu, everyone simply respected him.
At least 80% of the abyssal hounds were killed by him. Among the 100 abyssal dog demons, Mo Yun took down 2, and the rest were blown up by Lin Moyu. The battle's smooth progression was largely due to his curse at the start. Lin Moyu's 3,500 points caused no dissent. Even Mo Yun had no objections. The only one dissatisfied was Zhou Lisheng. Why do I only get 20 points while he gets 3,500? Why am I not even close to his score? I'm a holy light knight, a legendary profession. Why should I be inferior to him? Yet these thoughts remained internal. Speaking them aloud was unthinkable unless he wanted to end his career. In the Legion, orders are absolute, and the commander's word is final. No one has the right to argue. The military badges began to glow as merit points were distributed, and many people received rank promotions. For some, just a bit more merit was enough to earn a rank advancement. Ningyi jumped with joy as she was promoted to a 2-star private. Having done nothing yet earning 20 merit points, she was thoroughly satisfied. Lin Mayu's badge shone particularly brightly, far outshining the others. Stars appeared 1 by 1, 6, 7, 8. When it reached 10, his badge transformed from a white private badge to a silver second lieutenant badge. As a second lieutenant, he was now an officer, and any soldier, regardless of level, had to address him as sir on the battlefield. This applied even to those who were level 50 or had undergone a second job change, as long as their military rank was below Lin Moyu's. Such as military regulation. Once the badge turned silver, it stopped gaining stars. The 3,500 merit points promoted Lin Moyu from a 10-star private to a second lieutenant. After reaching second lieutenant, each additional star required 10,000 merit points, 100 times more. Advancing in rank would be exceedingly difficult, requiring more than just slaying abyssal hounds. True merit demanded venturing deep into the abyss and defeating real abyssal demons. Ningyi looked at the badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder. Wow, you're a second lieutenant now. Greetings, sir. She playfully saluted, making Lin Moyu smile wryly. You might be the youngest second lieutenant ever, she added happily. Lin Moyu was only 18, having just completed his major exams. At this age, most professionals either enter higher academies or drop out to wander the world. Few reach over level 20, let alone come to the origin battlefield and slay so many abyssal creatures. A second lieutenant at this age was indeed rare. Many were delighted with their rank advancements, celebrating until the glow finally faded. Then, Enishion's voice came again, Lin Moyu, 18 years old, the youngest second lieutenant in our nation. With approval, you are awarded the title of Star of Divine Xia. As he finished speaking, Lin Moyu's badge erupted in brilliant light, enveloping him completely. Title obtained, Star of Divine Xia. Star of Divine Xia, all attributes plus 300, skill consumption reduced by 20%, damage reduction by 10%. Lin Moyu glanced at the title's attributes, noting they were inferior to his Dragon Battle King title. Moreover, the two titles couldn't coexist, forcing him to choose one. Naturally, he chose the Dragon Battle King title. Enishio noticed this and expressed curiosity, you have a title? His question caught everyone's attention. No one expected Lin Moyu to already possess a title since titles are hard to come by, requiring various stringent conditions. Each title can only be held by one person at a time. The Star of Divine Xia title, previously held by someone unknown, now belonged to Lin Moyu due to his status as the youngest second lieutenant. Lin Moyu nodded, yes, I have a title. Enishio inquired, how did you obtain it? From the Dragon Frontline Outpost dungeon, hell difficulty, Lin Moyu openly shared. His words sparked a wave of astonishment. Everyone present was in disbelief. Even the usually proud Mo Yun looked at Lin Moyu with surprise. She had attempted the dungeon solo before but had retreated in defeat. So the legend is true, the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon really does grant a title. He soloed the Hell Difficulty dungeon? My god! How is that possible? Is that even something a human can achieve? I thought that title was just a myth, but it's real. Perhaps only he could manage it, considering his numerous and powerful summons. The discussions grew louder until Enishio called for silence, and everyone fell quiet. The Legion was still in session, and Enishio was the highest authority. With a flash, Lin Moyu was transported beside Enishio. Could you share the title's effects and how you obtained it? The Empire's database needs these records. At this point, Enishio wasn't commanding, but rather requesting, as titles are private information and he couldn't access them. However, the Empire's database required such details, so he had to negotiate with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate to share,
I obtained it by soloing the Hell difficulty Dragon Frontline Sentinel dungeon. The effects are all attributes plus 500, all skill consumption reduced by 50%. And Shion looked impressed. That's an excellent title, especially the 50% skill consumption reduction, which is crucial for mage professions.
You've done well.
As a trade-off, I grant you access to the military facilities within the fortress. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. Certain facilities in the fortress were military exclusive, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Normally, one needed to be at least a 3-star lieutenant to enter.
Lin Moyu wasn't even a 1-star lieutenant yet, so he technically didn't qualify. He hadn't expected Shion to have such authority.
Only then did Lin Moyu notice the badge on Shion's shoulder, a purple badge signifying his rank as a general, adorned with 3 stars that shone brilliantly. Shion advised, you can use the military facilities, but it will cost merit points. You don't have many, so use them sparingly.
Lin Moyu nodded, thank you, sir. After Lin Moyu returned, Shion issued the final order, this battle is concluded, the Legion is dismissed.
With that, the sudden battle came to an end, allowing everyone to return to their own affairs.
Though the conflict lasted less than an hour, each person had undergone an extraordinary experience.
Lin Moyu's formidable skills had opened their eyes, especially upon learning of his capability to solo the Hell difficulty outpost dungeon, leaving them in awe. As the teleportation array lit up, groups of people returned, all high-level professionals and military personnel. Dressed uniformly, they exuded a commanding presence, departing swiftly without a word or glance at the professionals present. Among them, Lin Moyu recognized the gatekeeper who had kindly warned him earlier.
He and the other high-level professionals hadn't been present during the battle, having gone elsewhere. Many people's communicators began to ring as they resumed service post-battle.
Upon answering, a variety of voices filled the air.
Did you hear?
The abyssal creatures attacked every nation just now. Our Divine Xia Empire's Fortress No. 7 was hit by high-level creatures, and the fight was reportedly intense.
How's Fortress No. 1?
It's the farthest from the abyss, safer, right?
Shingen approached Lin Moyu, his expression slightly grave.
The abyss didn't just attack us.
Through Shingen's account, Lin Moyu learned the specifics.
The abyss had launched a large-scale attack, targeting multiple locations. Besides their own Fortress No. 1 and the Divine Xia Empire, Fortresses No. 7 and No. 8 were also attacked. The high-level professionals from the military had all gone to support Fortresses No. 7 and No. 8. It was said that the battles there were even more intense, with third-turn professionals participating. It wasn't just the Divine Xia Empire that was affected. Sakura Country, Stick Country, and Eagle Country also faced attacks, and the intensity was not any less. Shingen said, our Divine Xia Empire fared relatively well, with no casualties.
It's said that Sakura Country and Stick Country suffered quite a bit, losing many professionals. Professionals aren't afraid of injuries, even losing limbs isn't a concern. As long as they can keep their lives, any severe injury can be healed. But if life is lost, there's nothing that can be done.
War is brutal, especially the war between humans and the abyss. It's a life-and-death battle between races, with no survivors, no prisoners, and no possibility of surrender.
There are only 2 outcomes, death or survival.
Shingen continued, our Fortress No. 1 is the farthest from the abyss. Along the way, there are 9 other fortresses blocking the abyss's forces, so we're the least affected here. Moreover, the top experts in our empire have set up layers of defenses, preventing the abyss from teleporting overly powerful demons.
But this isn't foolproof. Although they can't teleport, some demons are adept at stealth and may infiltrate to assassinate you.
Lin Moyu's performance had been too outstanding this time, and the abyssal demons had taken note of him. If given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly try to kill him at any cost.
At just level 24, Lin Moyu could easily defeat level 30 plus abyssal creatures. If he were to grow stronger, it could become a major problem for the abyss.
In the past, some human geniuses were assassinated by the abyss before they could fully develop. Lin Moyu remained vigilant, I'll be careful.
Ningyi ran up to Lin Moyu with a bright smile, finished chatting?
Lin Moyu nodded, yes, let's take a break in the city before we go dungeon crawling.
Ningyi nodded enthusiastically, sounds great.
She was thrilled that Lin Moyu was willing to take her dungeon crawling.
A ringing sound interrupted them. Ningyi's communicator went off. She answered it with a playful tone, Grandpa, what made you decide to call me? Weren't you going to leave me alone during the mission?
Where are you now? A stern, elderly voice came through the communicator.
Ningyi replied, I'm at Fortress number 1 in the Origin battlefield. Stay right there, I'm coming immediately.
The voice on the other end sounded noticeably relieved.
Ningyi's expression shifted slightly, and she acknowledged with a simple "oh."
After hanging up, Ningyi said, "My grandpa is coming over." Having overheard, Lin Mayu didn't react much. "Then let's wait for him."
Ningyi was a bit anxious. Why is grandpa suddenly coming over?
"He's probably worried about you," Lin Mayu speculated. With the communicators having been jammed earlier, it was understandable for a grandparent to be concerned about their grandchild. A few minutes later, an elderly man appeared in the teleportation array, wearing the distinctive robes of the Divine Xia Empire, exuding a vigorous spirit.
"Grandpa," Ningyi greeted sweetly.
Lin Mayu's eyes narrowed slightly.
This old man was no ordinary person.
He bore the mark of the Xia Capital Academy, indicating he was affiliated with it.
The badge on his shoulder, a 5-star divine general, like Bai Yuan.
Such individuals were rare in the Divine Xia Empire, each a notable figure in textbooks. His surname, Ning, and status as a 5-star divine general.
Ning Tairan. Lin Moyu showed respect. This was a figure as renowned as Bai Yuan. He never expected Ningyi's grandfather to be Ning Tairan.
No wonder Ningyi wasn't concerned about intermediate skill scrolls, she was Ning Tairan's granddaughter.
Seeing Ningyi safe and sound, Ning Tairan breathed a sigh of relief.
But in the next moment, his eyes narrowed, pupils constricting with a dangerous glint. He noticed his beloved granddaughter holding hands with a young man he recognized, Lin Moyu.
"Lin Moyu!" Ning Tairan barked. Lin Moyu was taken aback. "You know me? Let go of her hand, you brat." Ning Tairan barked again. "What did you say?"
Lin Mayu was bewildered, momentarily not processing the legendary figure's temper.
Ningyi understood, stepping in front of Lin Mayu with a pout. "Grandpa, what are you doing?"
Seeing Ningyi, Ning Tairan's imposing aura vanished, replaced by a smile. "Nothing, just testing the boy's courage."
"Seems decent." Ningyi huffed. "You better not bully Mayu, or I won't talk to you anymore." Ning Tairan's expression changed drastically. "That won't do. Don't worry, Grandpa won't bully him, or else Bai Yuan will dismantle my dungeon hall." "That's more like it," Ningyi said, satisfied, then turned to Lin Mayu. "He's my grandpa, you probably guessed his name, so I won't introduce him." Lin Mayu nodded. "Nice to meet you, Elder Ning."
Ning Tairan waved dismissively, no need for such formality. Though his tone with Lin Mayu wasn't friendly, he restrained his temper for Ningyi's sake, continually eyeing their clasped hands. Ningyi held on to Lin Mayu's hand, leaving Ning Tairan helpless.
Ningyi asked, "Why did you come to find me in such a rush?" Ning Tairan huffed, "I'm here to take you back. That fool, your second uncle, assigned you a mission at the Origin battlefield. He's getting senile." Ningyi looked puzzled, "But second uncle said you ordered the mission." Ning Tairan trembled, eyes bulging. "Nonsense. That fool acted on his own without consulting me. I was busy those days, and he took advantage. Sweet girl, come back with Grandpa. No more missions."
Ning Tairan reached to pull Ningyi, but she evaded him, shaking her head. "Since second uncle assigned the mission and I accepted, I have to complete it.
You taught me to see things through." Ningyi stood firm, clearly not intending to leave.
Ning Tairan grew anxious. "There are plenty of missions at the academy, why do it here? The Origin battlefield is dangerous.
If something happens, what then? I'll go teach that fool a lesson." Ningyi retorted, "With Mayu here, there's no danger.
He's taking me dungeon crawling to complete the Hell Outpost set." Her repeated mentions of Mayu made Ning Tairan's face darken, jealousy evident.
He glared at Lin Mayu. "Speak up, boy.
The Origin battlefield is dangerous.
I don't want you taking risks."
His words carried a hint of threat. Lin Mayu replied calmly, "I respect Yi's decision."
"You?" Ning Tairan's eyes widened, looking fierce. Ningyi stepped forward. "Grandpa, don't threaten Mayu, or I really won't talk to you."
Ning Tairan's demeanor softened, smiling again. All right.
You want to dungeon crawl with this boy? How about I send a few people to join you?" He assumed the hell-level dungeon required at least 10 people. Sending some help seemed reasonable.
Unexpectedly, Ningyi said, "No need, Mayu's taking me solo."
"That's insane. Are you out of your minds?"
Ning Tairan exclaimed, unable to remain calm.
Ningyi dismissed his concern. "Grandpa, look at this."
She showed him the Hell Outpost dagger.
Ning Tairan was still incredulous. "You're really doing the hell difficulty?" Ningyi giggled. "Not us, really just Mayu."
"I don't have to do anything, just snack while he clears the dungeon."
Really? Really? Ning Tairan was speechless. He knew Lin Mayu's dungeon-crawling prowess leading a group of 39 through the Tyrant Desert. He hadn't expected him to solo the dragon's hell-level dungeon. If Lin Mayu grew stronger, perhaps he could solo other hell-level dungeons too. At least he wouldn't have to worry about Ningyi's gear. Lin Mayu seemed more acceptable now. Ning Tairan scrutinized Lin Mayu, noticing the badge on his shoulder, and exclaimed, "You're a second lieutenant now? How's that possible?" Ningyi chided, "Grandpa, can you stop overreacting? You're too old for this. Be calm. Second uncle never panics. Isn't being a second lieutenant normal? Alright, Grandpa, you should head back. We'll return in a few days." After being reprimanded by his granddaughter, Ning Tairan finally calmed down. "You must come back for the upcoming professional competition." Ningyi replied impatiently, "Got it, we'll be back." "You head back first." Lin Mayu also bid farewell, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of ye." Ningyi pulled Lin Mayu away, leaving Ning Tairan standing there, dazed. People moved around them, seemingly ignoring Ning Tairan's presence, as if he were invisible. During their conversation, no one overheard, thanks to Ning Tairan's intervention. Otherwise, his presence would have drawn a crowd. No, this kid isn't normal. I need to find out more. After pondering, Ning Tairan turned and walked into the fortress. Officer Rest Area accelerates recovery and quickly eliminates fatigue. Lin. Officer Skill Training Ground accelerates mental recovery and increases skill training speed. Officer Teleportation Array allows teleportation to several designated locations. Military Merit Exchange allows the use of military merits to purchase corresponding supplies. These military facilities in Fortress No. 1 are not accessible to most professionals below level 40. Very few professionals below level 40 can achieve the rank of a 3-star second lieutenant. Even some who have completed their second job change and are over level 40 might not have the rank of a second lieutenant. Originally, Lin Mayu did not qualify either. But due to his outstanding performance in battle and being the title holder of the Star of Divine Xia, an Aishion granted him this privilege. However, each facility is expensive to use. The officer rest area can restore all physical strength and eliminate fatigue in just 1 hour, but it costs 200 military merits per hour for a second lieutenant. For a colonel, the cost is halved to 100 military merits. Generals can use it for free. The skill training ground is similarly priced. Facilities like these are also available in the Xia Capital Academy, but the military's facilities are more effective. In Lin Mayu's view, this is reasonable. After all, military merits are hard-earned, often gained through real combat, unlike the Academy's points. Who would use these facilities if they weren't effective? Lin Mayu and Ningyi walked hand in hand into the military merit exchange. The Empire has its own exchange, and the Academy has a points exchange, but he didn't expect there to be a military merit exchange here as well. Lin Mayu examined the materials for sale. There was no equipment, only rare potions not commonly seen outside. His eyes lit up when he saw fatigue potions in the military merit exchange, the same kind he had bought from Shuhan. They cost 200 military merits each, quite expensive. Based on abyssal demon hounds, he'd need to kill 200 of them to afford one. Even abyssal dogs would require killing too. Considering Shuhan only charged him 500 points, he realized he got a great deal. Anti-curse potion increases curse resistance for 30 minutes. Elemental resistance potion increases resistance to elemental attacks by 50% for 30 minutes. Control resistance potion increases resistance to control skills by 50% for 30 minutes. Unfortunately, these potions can only be used on oneself, not on summons. Otherwise, hell-level dungeons would be much easier. Dungeon Escape Talisman allows instant escape from any dungeon. Recommended for hell-level dungeons. 100 military merits each. Lin Mayu thought for a moment and bought 2, giving one to Ningyi for emergencies. Ningyi happily pocketed the Dungeon Escape Talisman. Anything Lin Mayu gave her made her happy. The exchange also sold recovery potions. Basic recovery potion heals injuries and restores 500 mental points, with a cooldown of 1 minute. In battle, every second counts. A potion that handles both effects is naturally better than drinking 2 separate ones. Moreover, its recovery effect is far superior to ordinary potions. A basic potion can heal most injuries and restore 500 mental points, 5 times more than standard mental potions. The healing effect is likely much better too. The key is the 1-minute cooldown, allowing for frequent use if enough potions are available. Of course, they're also pricey at 100 military merits each.
Lin Mayu considered saving military merits to buy these potions for skill training, combining them with the officer's skill training ground for potentially comparable results to desert fruits. But the key is military merits, having enough of them. After purchasing the dungeon escape talismans, he had less than 4,000 military merits remaining. He couldn't exhaust them all, as dropping below 1,000 would demote him back to a 10-star private. He bought 10 recovery potions, giving 5 to Ningyi. The military merit exchange lit up as Mo Yun entered. This was the third time Lin Mayu had seen her. The previous 2 times were in the sky, where she rode a unicorn with pride. This time, the unicorn was stowed away, and she appeared less haughty. Mo Yun's military insignia was also silver, with 3 shining stars, a 3-star second lieutenant, granting her access to the exchange.
Upon entering, she glanced at Lin Mayu and addressed Ningyi. Is he your lover?
Ningyi blushed slightly and obediently walked to Mo Yun, holding her arm. Sister Yuner. It turned out they knew each other. Mo Yun was from the Mo family in Xia Capital, likely from the Xia Capital Academy, so knowing Ningyi seemed normal.
Mo Yun's beautiful eyes swept over Lin Mayu. Be good to Yi, or you'll answer to me.
Ningyi laughed. Don't worry, Sister Yuner, he's really good to me. Lin Mayu responded with a soft smile, acknowledging her without words. Mo Yun nodded, then turned to shop in the exchange. As someone who usually solos, she needed plenty of supplies, especially recovery potions.
Ningyi seemed a bit afraid of Mo Yun.
While Mo Yun shopped, Ningyi playfully stuck out her tongue, carefully pulling Lin Mayu to leave.
Sister Yuner, take your time. We'll head out first, she whispered, as if worried Mo Yun might hear. Lin Mayu found it amusing that the fearless Ningyi would be wary of Mo Yun. It was true that everyone has someone they fear. Wait a moment, Mo Yun called after them. Ningyi stuck out her tongue again, forcing a smile. What else do you need, Sister Yuner?
Mo Yun handed them 2 items. Take these.
Ningyi obediently accepted. Fixed teleportation stone, teleports to a designated location. What do I need these for?
Ningyi asked, puzzled by the 2 stones in her hand.
Mo Yun explained, one is for him. I've been searching for the battlefield Ghost King recently. If I find it, you too can help me fight.
Many knew Mo Yun was seeking Nirvana soul crystals and had been for a long time. However, the drop rate for these crystals was exceedingly low, with some searching for years without success. Only the world-class boss, the battlefield Ghost King, guaranteed a drop. But the boss was elusive, changing locations within half an hour. Even if discovered, assembling a team quickly was challenging. By the time teams gathered, it would vanish again. Lin Mayu whispered, the battlefield Ghost King is a world-class boss, level 38.
I'm only level 24, I might not be able to defeat it. Mo Yun replied, if you can solo the Hell Outpost, it shouldn't be a major issue. Besides, who knows when I'll find it? With your leveling speed, you might be level 30 by then.
Before Lin Mayu could respond, Mo Yun continued, defeating it would benefit you too. It drops Nirvana soul crystals, usually 3 to 5.
I only need 1. The rest are yours. To be honest, I've found it before but couldn't defeat it alone. Gathering people quickly is impossible, and I don't trust others.
Lin Mayu understood her true meaning. She needed help, but was used to working alone, lacking friends or trustworthy allies. Thus, she turned to him, trusting him because of Ningyi and recognizing his capability. She only wanted 1 Nirvana soul crystal, offering the rest to him. He needed them too, as did Ningyi, making it hard to refuse. It seemed he had no choice but to agree.
Ningyi found a room in the fortress and rested for the night.
Meanwhile, Lin Mayu spent the night in the officer's skill training ground, using up his military merits. The training ground doesn't have different levels like beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Its effects are equivalent to the advanced skill training hall at the Xia Capital Academy. In a meditative state, it took less than an hour for his mental strength to fully recover. With the powerful skill consumption reduction effect of the Dragon Warrior King title, Lin Mayu began summoning skeleton warriors. Summoning a level 24 skeleton warrior originally required 700 mental points, but now only needed 350. Similarly, a level 24 skeleton mage required only 1050 mental points instead of 2100. With equipment and title bonuses, Lin Mayu had 4200 mental points, allowing him to summon 12 skeleton warriors or 4 skeleton mages per round. Once his mental strength was depleted, he meditated to recover. After calculating the time, Lin Mayu first summoned 10 skeleton warriors, bringing the total to 150. He used the remaining points to summon skeleton mages, reaching 90 in total. The summoning space was fully occupied by 240 skeletons. He stayed in the skill training ground for 6 hours, consuming 1,200 military merits. Military merits seemed to flow away like water. After a night of rest, both were fully recovered and happily headed to the Dragon Frontier Outpost dungeon. Lin Mayu's cooldown charm had 8 uses left, while Ningyi had 9, more than enough. After yesterday's battle, many professionals had rushed to the outpost dungeon overnight, and the entrance was bustling again. Regardless of how relaxed or disorganized they usually were, the cohesion of the Divine Xia Empire during wartime was impressive. People from countries like the Republic of Korea, the Sakura Kingdom, and the Eagle Country had witnessed the Divine Xia Empire's actions yesterday. They sat separately, distinct from the professionals of the Divine Xia Empire. Lin Mayu and Ningyi emerged through the mist, appearing as a perfect pair. Upon seeing them, all the Divine Xia Empire professionals stood at attention, saluting Lin Mayu. To professionals from other countries, this scene was bewildering, leaving them unsure of what was happening. What's going on? Why is everyone standing? Is there something special about these two? The guy looks pretty ordinary, but the girl is really pretty. Someone who recognized Lin Mayu quickly whispered, "Quiet, that's a killing god. Don't provoke him if you value your life." A killing god? Is he really that terrifying? Terrifying? He could kill you as easily as a chicken. That person was shocked and quickly withdrew, unable to comprehend how this seemingly harmless young man could be so fearsome. Ningyi giggled, "They're all looking at you." Lin Mayu's performance on the battlefield had earned him universal respect. Soloing the Hell-level outpost dungeon was unprecedented. At 18 years old, achieving level 24 and becoming a second lieutenant was equally unparalleled. Such a person had limitless potential and could very well become a great figure like Bai Shun. How could they not be respectful? Even the most arrogant individuals couldn't guarantee they would become someone like Bai Shun, but they all believed that as long as Lin Mayu lived, he could become the second Bai Shun. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Mayu and Ningyi entered the dungeon together. With 150 skeleton warriors and 90 skeleton mages, they navigated the dungeon with ease and efficiency. Ningyi had already pulled out snacks from her pocket, which seemed like a treasure chest filled with various treats. Lin Mayu watched her with a smile, making Ningyi slightly shy. "Don't look at me like that, I just like to eat." Lin Mayu chuckled, "It's nice to watch." Ningyi giggled, her eyes gleaming, "Who looks better, me or Sister Yuner?" "You look better," Lin Mayu replied without hesitation, genuinely. Ningyi laughed even more happily, "Since when did you become so good with words?" "Just speaking the truth." Ningyi, finding a topic, began speaking about Mo Yun. The Mo family and Ningyi's family, the Ning family, were longtime allies. The Mo family had summoner blood, producing many powerful summoners each generation. Mo Yun was the strongest of her generation, becoming a sacred summoner, a legendary class. Additionally, she was rumored to possess a special talent, though the specifics were unknown. A legendary class was impressive enough, but combined with being a talent holder, Mo Yun was poised to become a top-tier powerhouse. Growing up, Ningyi and her friends played with Mo Yun, who was the leader. Everyone listened to her, and Ningyi, fearless as she was, feared Mo Yun. "What about your family lineage?" Lin Mayu asked. Ningyi giggled, "My family has mage blood, but I'm an exception. I didn't inherit the family lineage." It was indeed rare for a shadow assassin to emerge from a mage lineage. However, it was evident that Ning Tairan doted on Ningyi. As Ningyi shared childhood stories, Lin Mayu occasionally shared his own. From his words, Ningyi could infer that Lin Mayu's family background wasn't prosperous, unlike hers. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll see your sister soon. Maybe your sister will attend the upcoming professional competition. We should go and participate too." Lin Mayu nodded, "All right." In just over 4 hours, the outpost guardian fell before Lin Mayu again. Killed the outpost guardian, gained 1,650,000 experience. Acquired gold weapon, Hell Outpost dagger. Acquired gold armor, Hell Outpost heavy armor. Acquired gold accessory, Hell Outpost bracelet. Acquired dragon core *2. Hell Outpost dagger, part of the outpost set gold weapon, all attributes plus 500, increases assassin skills by 50%, usable at level 30+. Hell Outpost heavy armor, part of the outpost set gold armor, all attributes plus 300, reduces knight skill cost by 20%, usable at level 30+. Hell Outpost bracelet, part of the outpost set gold accessory, all attributes plus 200, increases mental recovery speed by 30%, usable at level 30 plus. Dragon Core, extremely rare material used to craft various items.
Ningyi reached out, "Can I have this dagger too?" Without hesitation, Lin Moyu handed the dagger to Ningyi, though his expression was curious. "What's it for?"
Not telling, but it'll be useful, Ningyi replied playfully, teasing him with a secret. Lin Moyu laughed, unfazed.
He familiarly equipped them with bone armor and exited the dungeon.
Running the same dungeon for the fourth time, he was very skilled.
This time was easy, hardly requiring any effort. With Ningyi by his side, chattering away, they cleared the dungeon amid laughter.
What was a grueling hell-level dungeon for others was a leisurely stroll for Lin Moyu.
"Make way." Just as they left the dungeon, a stern voice called out. What's happening again? Why does something always come up every time we exit a dungeon?"
A large hand reached out, attempting to push Lin Moyu aside. A flash of white light, and the skeletal armor blocked the hand, leaving Lin Moyu unmoved. As his vision cleared, he noticed a red carpet had appeared on the ground. At the end of the carpet stood an opulent, golden carriage. The horses pulling it were not ordinary, they were flame war horses. These horses had hooves perpetually wreathed in flames, which wouldn't extinguish even in snow or water. Originally monsters, they were tamed by beast tamers and bred to become mounts for humans. While common in Western countries, they were rare in the Divine Xia Empire, with few having the privilege to use them. Even fewer used them to pull carriages, indicating the unusual status of the owner. The thick, soft red carpet stretched from the carriage to the dungeon entrance, leveling the ground. On either side of the carpet, 10 professionals, mounted on flame warhorses, stood imposingly. Lin Moyu and Ningyi had just exited the dungeon, standing right on the carpet.
The man, unable to move Lin Moyu, changed his expression slightly and applied more force, still to no avail.
Lin Moyu's skeletal armor, impervious even to the hell-level outpost guardian and the abyssal dog demon's mace attacks, remained unshaken by a mere level 30 professional. Frustrated, the man reached to push Ningyi, angrily shouting, "Get out of the way, you're dirtying His Highness's red carpet."
Lin Moyu's expression darkened.
The man had a Western face, not from the Divine Xia Empire. A skeleton warrior appeared beside him in an instant, swinging a large blade without a word.
If someone had to leave, it wouldn't be Lin Moyu. The man's face changed, and he quickly retreated.
The skeleton warrior's blade nearly grazed him as it struck the ground, causing an explosion that shredded a large section of the red carpet. "How dare you!" The knights on either side drew their weapons, their powerful auras targeting Lin Moyu.
At that moment, more auras rose, enveloping them. Nearby Divine Xia Empire professionals stood up, ready to act.
Here, anyone wishing to confront a Divine Xia citizen had to contend with all the professionals of the Divine Xia Empire. Ningyi whispered to Lin Moyu, "They should be from the Gulo Church.
Be careful." Lin Moyu nodded, "I know."
Unlike the Divine Xia Empire, Western countries were dominated not by states but by churches. The Gulo Church was one such power, surpassing even small countries like the Sakura Kingdom. "Stand down," a low voice commanded from the carriage.
The Flame Knights instantly withdrew their auras.
A young man in armor stepped out of the carriage onto the red carpet.
His armor was luxurious and intricate, gleaming with gold and subtly flickering with flames. Ningyi squinted slightly. "That's not ordinary gold gear, it's crafted by a blacksmith. And his jewelry is made by an alchemist, not dungeon drops. I think these pieces are the same style, possibly a handmade set."
A full set of handcrafted gold equipment was worth far more than top-tier gold gear, with naturally stronger attribute bonuses. It might not surpass the Hell Sentinel set, but it was certainly superior to Nightmare Gold sets.
The young man spoke softly, "How could you be so rude? Stand down."
The rebuked professional immediately stepped aside, standing respectfully without a word. This young man, referred to as His Highness by the others, held a remarkable status. He walked down the red carpet to Lin Moyu and Ningyi, saying, "My subordinate was rude earlier. I apologize on his behalf." Though seemingly polite, his words dripped with arrogance, lacking any true apology. Rogers, from the Gulo Church, level 31, Fire God Warrior.
Announcing his background, Rogers's arrogance was palpable.
His profession drew gasps from those nearby who recognized the Fire God Warrior, though some were unfamiliar. So he's a Fire God Warrior from the Gulo Church.
Is the Fire God Warrior impressive?
The Gulo Church worships deities, with special professionals claiming to inherit divine power. Fire God Warriors are said to inherit the power of the Fire God.
Sounds impressive. It is indeed impressive, a legendary class. Fire God Warrior?
Just a fighter with fire affinity, not as mystical as it sounds. Whether or not they truly inherited divine power, a fire affinity fighter was already formidable, earning a legendary class rating. Lin Maoyu looked him over and replied, Lin Maoyu, Divine Xia Empire, level 24, Necromancer. Rogers seemed uninterested in Lin Maoyu's response, perhaps not even hearing it clearly. He extended his hand to Ningyi, beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to join me in the dungeon? A flicker of disgust crossed Ningyi's eyes. She disliked Rogers, sensing deceit beneath his genteel exterior. Trusting her instincts since childhood, she had befriended Lin Maoyu for his simplicity. Lin Maoyu, seeing Ningyi's reaction, curtly said, no need, you're not qualified. Rogers froze, his expression twisting slightly, yet he maintained his composure. I should be more qualified than you. Lin Maoyu shook his head, that's just your opinion. Ha ha. Rogers laughed in anger, you're only level 24, your short-sightedness is understandable. Do you know what dungeon I'm going to conquer? I'm going to solo the Hell Level Outpost dungeon and earn that legendary title. Beautiful lady, once I succeed, I'll invite you again. Ningyi's eyes sparkled, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Is something wrong with your head? Ha ha. Many Divine Xia professionals laughed. Ningyi had implied Rogers was a bit slow. His face alternated between red and white, struggling to maintain his composure instead of lashing out at Ningyi. Despite his irritation, he held back, his fists clenching tightly. Lin Maoyu gave him a peculiar look, you won't earn that title. With that, he and Ningyi exchanged a glance, activating their cooldown charms to re-enter the dungeon. Rogers suddenly clutched his forehead, laughing, saying I can't earn the title? If I can't, who can? His voice brimmed with arrogance. Previously, Mo Yun seemed proud, but compared to Rogers, she was humble. Rogers was not just proud but ostentatious. Flame warhorses pulling the carriage, a team of professionals accompanying him, and a red carpet path all were deliberate displays for professionals from other countries to witness how he soloed the Hell Level Outpost dungeon and claimed the legendary title. As he laughed, he surveyed the crowd, seeking their reactions. Instead, he saw faces filled with mockery. Something seemed amiss. Find out what's going on. Rogers's ostentation wasn't due to a lack of sense. Now, it seemed he truly had a problem. The result came quickly, the title had been claimed. Someone had already completed the solo Hell Level Outpost dungeon feat before him, and that someone was the level 24 Necromancer who had just entered. Rogers was stunned. The fact that Lin Maoyu soloed the Hell Level Outpost was no secret. All the Divine Xia Empire professionals present were aware of it. Lin Maoyu had openly admitted it in front of the entire legion, only the attributes were not disclosed. When they saw Rogers so ostentatiously proclaiming his intent to solo the Hell Level Outpost and claim the title, they all viewed him as a joke. The title was singular. According to the rules, only the first person to complete the solo run could earn the title. As long as Lin Maoyu was alive, Rogers wouldn't stand a chance of claiming it, no matter how well he performed. Upon learning this, Rogers' face alternated between red and green, like a chameleon, a truly comical sight. His eyes flashed with danger, murderous intent surfacing. He glanced at the dungeon entrance, clenching his fist as he made a decision. Disregarding any semblance of gentlemanly demeanor, he barked, "Come here." The Gulo Church Knights dismounted, gathering around Rogers. Rogers whispered something to them, causing visible tension. "Your Highness, are you sure about this? If anything goes wrong, it could be a huge problem. Even though this is the abyssal battlefield, this area belongs to the Divine Xia Empire, and most of the professionals here are from Divine Xia." Despite their hesitation, Rogers made a decisive choice. As long as we act discreetly, nothing will happen. Even if they die, others will assume they perished in the dungeon. Faced with Rogers' decision, they could question it but not intervene. The church's rules were strict, Rogers was their leader, and they had to obey. Very well, as His Highness commands. Rogers took out a scroll. In the world of professionals, many things existed in scroll form, like skill scrolls and spell scrolls. Scrolls could achieve various functions. Rogers activated the scroll, and it began to glow. Shielded by the 11 professionals and the flame warhorses, outsiders couldn't see what Rogers was doing. What are they doing? Looks like they're discussing something. Maybe they're planning their strategy. Without the title, soloing is pointless. True, but with their gear and Rogers' legendary class, they shouldn't have trouble with hell difficulty. Confident in his solo abilities, Rogers naturally had the corresponding strength. Soon the dungeon entrance lit up, and the 12 entered together. They've entered the dungeon. Failed to solo, now resorting to a team.
The Gulo church people are truly arrogant, can't swallow their pride.
I hear everyone in the Gulo church is crazy.
Not just the Gulo church, none of those church folks are normal. Good thing only the Gulo church showed up today.
If another church came, it would be a spectacle. They've embarrassed themselves enough today, coming so grandly only to find the title already claimed by Lin Moyu.
Such a small church thinks it can compete with Divine Xia? Not even close.
Outside the dungeon, only the flame warhorses remained.
Without their master's command, they wouldn't move.
Inside the dungeon, the skeletal warriors and mages tirelessly vanquished dragon monsters. Lin Moyu and Ningyi continued their conversation with laughter. Ningyi beamed. I wonder what expression that Rogers has now. Lin Moyu found it amusing, probably a bit embarrassed. Ningyi smirked mischievously. It'd be funny if he went through all the effort to solo hell difficulty and found no title waiting.
Rogers had come for the title.
If he finished only to find none, he might cry.
But Ningyi tilted her head. But the Hell Outpost isn't easy.
No matter his gear or legendary class, he might not succeed. In Ningyi's mind, only Lin Moyu could achieve such a feat, not even her sister Yun'er could, and certainly not Rogers.
Lin Moyu suddenly looked toward the dungeon exit.
Several figures had appeared there.
What's happening? How could someone enter the dungeon world he and Ningyi occupied? Upon seeing the newcomers, it was clearly Rogers and his group. Ningyi was startled. They used a dungeon tracking scroll.
She quickly explained to Lin Moyu. A dungeon tracking scroll allowed one to follow others into their dungeon. Initially used by abyssal demons to hunt human professionals, the crafting method eventually fell into human hands. Rogers, wearing a sinister grin, produced another scroll and activated it.
A peculiar aura swept through the dungeon. Ningyi's expression changed again. It's a teleportation seal scroll. We can't use the dungeon exit charm now.
Lin Moyu checked and found the exit charm indeed dimmed and unusable. Rogers and his men advanced, encircling Lin Moyu and Ningyi.
Rogers sneered. Didn't expect me to follow you in, did you? I heard you soloed the Hell Dungeon and got the title. Well, I have no choice but to kill you. Otherwise, I can't get that title.
A very compelling reason. To chase someone into their dungeon for a title, bringing a full team of 12, truly unreasonable.
Rogers tore off his facade, feeling desperate, helpless, panicked, scared, terrified.
Don't worry, beautiful lady, I won't kill you so easily. I think you'd make a great toy. True to what others said, church people were mad. Once provoked, they were like rabid dogs. Lin Moyu still had scruples in public, avoiding needless international trouble. But now, in the dungeon, with their exit sealed, Lin Moyu's lips curved into a cold smile. Ningyi showed no fear, only anger in her eyes.
Rogers had angered her. Rogers was taken aback. Why are you smiling?
Lin Moyu softly replied, you used the teleportation seal scroll. I can't leave, and neither can you, right?
Rogers didn't immediately grasp Lin Moyu's meaning. The next second, a series of cracking sounds erupted.
A large wave of skeletons charged forward, completing an encirclement in moments. 10 skeletons darted to the dungeon entrance, securing it to prevent Rogers' escape.
What is going on?
Rogers was flustered, unsure of what had transpired.
How had they been surrounded so quickly? He recalled Lin Moyu's profession, Necromancer. These skeletons were likely his summons. Know your enemy.
You didn't even understand my skills before coming to die, Lin Moyu said coldly.
With killing intent rising, these foes were doomed. Skeleton warriors surrounded them, while skeletal mages stood on the perimeter, readying their skills. Despite the encirclement, Rogers wasn't overly frightened. Just a few ragged skeletons think they can kill me?
I'm a fire god warrior, a legendary class.
Attack!
At his command, flames erupted from his body, soaring high and dyeing the dungeon sky red.
Skill, body of the fire god. With flames surging from his body, Rogers now towered over 2 meters tall, his form imposing like that of a giant.
This is my skill, the body of the fire god, he proclaimed. Under its influence, all my attributes are tripled, skill attack power is tripled, damage is reduced by 3 times, and I'm immune to all control skills.
Plus, I'm boosted by my team's support buffs.
Tell me, with your ragtag skeletons, what do you have to fight me with?
Rogers brandished a golden greatsword, laughing maniacally.
His body glowed with various status effects, courtesy of his support team. His aura grew stronger with each passing moment. At level 30, fully buffed, Rogers was stronger than some level 38 or 39 professionals. His subordinates, filled with confidence, believed in his invincibility, having followed him through countless battles where he emerged as an unstoppable force. In his heightened state, Rogers declared wildly, below level 40, "I'm invincible." Ning-yi frowned slightly. "I said something's not right with him." Lin Mayu agreed. Indeed, especially after using his skills, he seems a bit unhinged. Rogers' current state was visibly abnormal, evident to anyone. However, a legendary class did have its powerful aspects, and the attributes of the body of the fire god were astonishing. Despite some side effects, they were still manageable. In this state, Rogers could easily annihilate a team. With adequate preparation and enough potions, soloing the hell-level outpost's smaller monsters wasn't out of reach. As for the outpost guardian, Lin Mayu doubted Rogers could overcome it. "Attack!" Lin Mayu commanded softly, and the skeletal warriors charged. A vast red net descended, skill, slow curse. Though Rogers was unaffected, his companions were not so lucky. Red shackles appeared above their heads, slowing their movements. "Damn, it's a curse. Quick, dispel it. Hurry, they're coming." The support team worked swiftly to lift the curse from the frontline knights, restoring them to normal. Shields raised, they clashed with the skeletal warriors. With several loud crashes, 2 knights were knocked back, screaming. They were shocked by the skeleton's overwhelming strength. After knocking away the knights, the skeletal warriors plunged into the heart of their formation. Rogers roared, swinging his greatsword to meet the skeletons. His sword, over 1.5 meters long, swept across, blocking 2 skeletons. The clash of the skeletal warriors' blades against his golden greatsword resounded with a mighty boom. Sparks erupted, and Rogers' body shuddered violently. How is this possible? Such strength. The skeleton's base strength of 18,000 was much higher than any boss. Even fully buffed and with the body of the fire god, Rogers couldn't match the skeletal warrior's power. It was fortunate he wasn't sent flying like the knights. The 2 knights received healing midair and returned with a charge. Skill, group taunt. Skill, extreme defense. The group taunt redirected the skeleton's attention to the knights, while extreme defense maximized their defensive stats instantly. Healers were busy casting spells, while mages and archers unleashed their attacks. However, their efforts had little impact on the skeletons. The damage disparity was too vast, eliminating 1 skeleton took an eternity, not to mention the relentless wave of skeletal warriors surrounding them. In under 2 seconds, the entire team was engulfed in despair. Boom! Lightning struck, hitting the healer. Screaming ensued as their healing was interrupted. Paralyzed by electricity, they couldn't even cast another heal before another bolt struck, immobilizing them further. Fire, ice, and wind followed, as 90 skeletal mages unleashed their magical barrage, swallowing Rogers' team whole. Rogers was stunned, utterly hopeless. He couldn't comprehend why this was happening. He was supposed to be invincible below level 40. How could he not defeat a level 24 necromancer? In that moment, he realized that in his memory, there was no profession like necromancer, a new, unfathomable class. Lin Mayu was right, Rogers had failed to understand his opponent's skills and was met with disaster. Without control skills, even the Hell Outpost's boss couldn't withstand the combined assault of the skeletal warriors and mages. The professionals had control skills, but there were too few of them to manage so many skeletons. In no time, they were overwhelmed by the onslaught. Death swiftly approached. With a final scream, the frightliest mage fell under the torrent of spells. Lin Mayu turned to Ning-yi, "Cover your ears." Obediently, Ning-yi did so. Lin Mayu stepped aside to shield her view. He raised his hand. Rogers, sensing something amiss, felt dread. What's he doing? Skill, corpse explosion. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The devastating damage struck Rogers, and even with his damage reduction, he was gravely injured. What kind of skill is this? Rogers was jolted back to reality. Turning around, he saw no one else standing. All 11 of his teammates were dead. He realized he had entered the dungeon seeking death. You can't kill me. I'm the sacred son of the Gulo Church's fire god hall. Kill me, and you'll die too. Rogers shouted in panic. Faced with death, he was terrified. But for Lin Mayu, once a decision was made, there was no turning back. It didn't matter if he was a sacred son or a divine child, if he needed to be killed, he would be. Boom! 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 3 consecutive explosions engulfed Rogers. Silence returned. Rogers lay on the ground, nearly blown to pieces, dead beyond any doubt. From the start, Rogers and his team were completely suppressed, with no chance to counterattack.
In less than 10 seconds, they were wiped out.
To Lin Mayu, killing them was no more difficult than slaying a group of monsters.
With the battle over, the skeletal warriors stripped their gear. Since storage space couldn't be used, they set the loot aside for later retrieval. The equipment, all top-notch gold grade, held significant value, especially Roger's handmade set, which was worth a fortune. Killing them felt as routine as any other task.
Lin Mayu and Ning Yi continued their dungeon run.
Ning Yi remarked, "He was from the Gulo Church, aren't you worried?" Lin Mayu chuckled, "What's there to fear?
If they provoke me, I'll dismantle the Gulo Church."
Ning Yi, ever eager for excitement, replied, "Great, I'll join you when that happens."
Meanwhile, at the Gulo Church headquarters in the distant Gulo Kingdom, a statue within a grand palace shook violently, causing the entire palace to tremble, alerting the professionals there.
An elderly top-tier professional arrived, sensing the disturbance, and his face paled. "Rogers is dead."
Several powerful professionals gathered, each with an angry expression.
"Quick, fetch the healer."
Luckily, we had Rogers leave an imprint.
Not sure if he'll make it to the professional tournament.
The others with him are likely dead too.
Once he's revived, we'll find out exactly what happened. A few hours later, Lin Mayu cleared the outpost dungeon once more.
At this point, he was only 10% away from reaching level 25. One more run would allow him to level up. Ning Yi successfully leveled up to 23, her face beaming with joy.
Following Lin Mayu to level up was so easy and enjoyable.
Reflecting on her struggle from level 20 to 21, Ning Yi felt a pang of nostalgia. It had been incredibly difficult. She decided then and there to stick with Lin Mayu from now on. They stored the equipment from Rogers and his companions in their storage space, planning to sell it later for a considerable sum.
Lin Mayu needed money desperately.
At level 40, he would require a large number of intermediate skill scrolls, each costing 10 million gold coins or 80,000 points.
With his current wealth, he couldn't afford many. After leaving the dungeon, they encountered the flame warhorses outside.
Sensing their master's death, the horses were restless, emitting low growls, their hooves aflame. Lin Mayu and Ning Yi exchanged a glance, choosing to ignore them and moved aside to rest. They had agreed to keep the incident with Rogers to themselves, letting the world believe Rogers and his team perished in the dungeon. With no evidence, no one could pin the blame on them.
Seeing Lin Mayu and Ning Yi emerge, the onlookers were no longer surprised.
A group was gathered, drinking and chatting loudly.
"I told you, that group can't match Lin Mayu's speed in clearing the dungeon."
"Exactly, what fire god warrior, what genius of the Gulo Church, they're nothing but trash."
"Well, it depends on who they're compared to. Compared to Lin Mayu, they're trash.
Compared to us, we're the trash."
"You can't say that. What if I get a legendary class on my second transfer?" "You're dreaming. The chances are slim to none. Who knows what the future holds? Maybe I'll be stronger than the white god someday."
These tipsy individuals spoke without restraint.
Lin Mayu, though not talkative, appreciated the lively atmosphere. Facing the abyssal threat, humanity needed this vitality.
At the Xia Capital Academy, in the White God's courtyard, Ning Tairan entered with a disgruntled look.
"Ah, old Ning is here, a rare occasion. Why the sour face? Who crossed you?" Bai Yuan teased, pouring him a cup of tea.
Ning Tairan sat heavily, downing 3 cups in quick succession.
"That kid Lin Mayu is not straightforward." Bai Yuan was curious, "When did you meet the kid?" Meng Anwen chimed in, "He went to Fortress Number 1 yesterday." Bai Yuan nodded, "I see. Did you see Lin Mayu and Ning Yi together?" Ning Tairan glared, "Tell me honestly, did you put Lin Mayu up to courting Yi?" "Rubbish!" Bai Yuan retorted loudly. "With Lin Mayu's excellence, does he need to court anyone?
Girls would line up for him."
"Nonsense! If not for your meddling, would Mai Yi even look twice at someone who barely speaks?"
Ning Tairan shouted louder, and the two began arguing, neither willing to yield. Meng Anwen, meanwhile, closed his eyes, taking the role of a spectator. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Mayu and Ning Yi repeatedly cleared the Hell Level Outpost dungeon.
As Lin Mayu's level increased, so did his efficiency.
By the time their cooldown amulet energy was depleted, Lin Mayu had reached level 26, with 45% experience.
Ning Yi surpassed level 25.
From the abyssal battlefield, in just 5 or 6 days, they had advanced from level 22 to 26 an astonishing pace, almost a level a day. They accomplished in days what took others months or even half a year. After their final run, they returned to Fortress Number 1 and found a restaurant to eat. Over the past 2 days, they hadn't had much time to rest.
The cooldown amulet needs recharging.
I'm planning to return to Xia Capital Academy. I can't find an alchemist here, Lin Moyu said.
Ningyi, eating heartily, replied between bites, I need to return too, to report to second grandpa. I wonder if there'll be a new task.
If he dares trick me, I'll pluck his beard.
Her fierce demeanor was quite endearing.
Lin Moyu, watching her, suddenly reached out to wipe some food from her mouth. Ningyi froze, unable to speak, her cheeks turning crimson. Lin Moyu, a bit embarrassed, withdrew his hand.
We've completed the Hell Outpost set. Bai Yuan might give me a new task.
If not, I plan to explore deeper into the abyssal battlefield for military merits.
Ningyi, still blushing, responded, take me with you.
All right. They headed to the fort's trading post, where Lin Moyu consigned unneeded equipment for sale.
The Hell Outpost equipment was too valuable, worth hundreds of millions. Selling directly to the trading post would incur a hefty loss. Following Ningyi's suggestion, Lin Moyu opted for consignment, which required only a 10% transaction fee. Inside, there was no Hell Outpost gear, only Nightmare Outpost equipment.
Using Nightmare Outpost gear as a reference, they priced their items accordingly. They had a substantial inventory: Hell Outpost Long Sword, Hell Outpost Great Axe, Hell Outpost Long Bow, Hell Outpost Staff, *2. In addition to weapons, there was a shield, light armor, heavy armor, a ring, and a bracelet.
Each dungeon run yielded 2 to 3 items.
Ningyi didn't want any, so they all went to Lin Moyu.
Weapons were priced at 10 million gold coins each.
Light and heavy armor at 5 million per piece.
Bracelets and rings at 3 million each.
The shield was marked at 15 million. The total value of the Hell Outpost equipment, excluding materials, reached 90 million gold coins.
Next were the dragon materials.
A task had been posted for their acquisition, offering high prices.
Lin Moyu kept what was needed for tasks and sold the rest for 20 million gold coins. Finally, the equipment obtained from Rogers and his team was tossed to the trading post.
11 sets of top-tier gold gear, each valued in the millions. After selling, Lin Moyu's wealth exceeded 100 million. Once the Hell Outpost equipment sold, his net worth would surpass 200 million. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt that intermediate skill scrolls weren't as expensive anymore.
Ningyi laughed, don't think you're rich now. A few 100 million is nothing.
Lin Moyu sighed. To Ningyi, even 1 billion gold coins seemed trivial. He wondered how much would catch her attention. Ningyi explained, during the second transfer, you'll need many materials, costing tens of millions. Buying intermediate skill scrolls at levels 40, 50, and 60 will cost billions. As for advanced skill scrolls, even if available, they'd be priced over 1 billion each.
So, it's really not much.
Hearing this, Lin Moyu calmed down. Indeed, by such standards, it wasn't significant. Ningyi continued, many things can't be bought with gold.
Grandpa said top-tier professionals primarily trade goods. Another hard currency is military merits. At fortresses above number 6, you can use merits to buy many items.
Having sold everything that could be sold, Lin Moyu was left with one piece of equipment he found difficult to handle, the Fire God set. This set, obtained from Rogers, was crafted by both a blacksmith and an alchemist. Although it was merely a gold-grade set, its attributes surpassed those of top-tier gold sets, closely approaching the Hell Outpost set. The Fire God set was specifically designed for the Fire God Warrior, a legendary class, and provided skill bonuses exclusive to that class. For others, it held little value. Selling it would be difficult, and discarding it seemed wasteful. Thus, Lin Moyu decided to bring it back for Bai Yuan to handle. Through the teleportation array, they returned to Xia Capital Academy. The long teleportation journey left Ningyi pale, her eyes tightly shut as she clung to Lin Moyu. It took her a while to recover, as she never quite adapted to teleportation.
Slightly weakened, she said, I won't return to the academy.
Ningyi needed to find her second grandpa, who wasn't at the academy. Lin Moyu nodded, go ahead, be careful on the way.
After Ningyi left, Lin Moyu contacted Bai Yuan. A deep voice echoed from the communicator, why are you back? Lin Moyu replied, I'm here to complete the task. A brief silence ensued before Bai Yuan exclaimed, you mean you completed the task?
Yes. Another pause followed, then Bai Yuan grumbled, then hurry over here, don't make me fetch you. Using the teleportation stone given by Bai Yuan, Lin Moyu transported himself to the White God's courtyard. Inside, Meng Anwen was resting with his eyes closed. What's with the fuss? He asked curiously.
Bai Yuan responded, Lin's back, he's completed the task I gave him. Meng Anwen wasn't surprised, isn't that expected?
With his skills, clearing the dungeon a few more times, your task wasn't difficult. Baiyuan considered this, indeed, given Lin Mayu's dungeon clearing prowess, the tasks were time-consuming at most, not challenging. Footsteps approached outside the courtyard. Lin Mayu had arrived. "Come in and sit down, pour yourself some tea," Baiyuan said bluntly. Lin Mayu, accustomed to this, poured tea for Baiyuan and Meng Anwen before serving himself. Baiyuan glanced at Lin Mayu, unable to hold back a surprised exclamation. Meng Anwen frowned. "Can't you speak normally without shouting?" Ignoring him, Baiyuan asked, "How are you already level 26? You've been leveling up fast." "I've been running dungeons continuously." Lin Mayu didn't think his pace was extraordinary, considering he had been teaming up with Ningyi, splitting the experience with her. Otherwise, he might have reached level 28 by now. "Have you used up all the cooldown amulets?" "Yes, they're all used up." Baiyuan calculated, puzzled. Even if you soloed the nightmare dungeons, you shouldn't be leveling this quickly. Lin Mayu shook his head slightly. "I was running hell level dungeons, but I brought someone alone." Baiyuan's eyes widened at Lin Mayu. Meng Anwen laughed heartily. "I thought this kid might be running hell dungeons, and the person he brought along must be old Ning's precious granddaughter." Lin Mayu admitted openly, yes. Baiyuan, Ning Tairan, and Meng Anwen were all significant figures, familiar with each other through their collaboration against the Abyss. And the title? "I received it, Dragon Tribe Battle King, with plus 500 to all attributes and half skill consumption." Lin Mayu presented the materials Baiyuan had requested, along with the now dim cooldown amulet. "Lord Bai, I couldn't find an alchemist. I'd appreciate your help." Baiyuan chuckled. "You're direct, aren't you? Recharging the cooldown amulet isn't easy." Lin Mayu, straightforward with a thick skin, replied, "Lord Bai mentioned he appreciates directness and dislikes beating around the bush." "Is there anything you require, Lord Bai? I can try to acquire it." Baiyuan collected the items. "Alright, you don't need to do anything. I'll handle it and let you know once it's done." "Thank you, Lord Bai." Satisfied with Lin Mayu's attitude, Baiyuan asked, "You're aware of the professional tournament, right?" Lin Mayu nodded, "Yes. The professional tournament is held every 5 years, and this year, it's hosted by our Xinsha Empire, starting in 10 days. You?" Lin Mayu interrupted, "I'll participate." Baiyuan sipped his tea, his expression turning serious. "I don't just want you to participate, I want you to win the championship in your group. The specific rules will be announced later, keep an eye on your communicator for updates." "Understood." Lin Mayu agreed without hesitation, a trait Baiyuan admired. Lin Mayu then produced a set of equipment. "Lord Bai, I'd like your assistance with these items." Baiyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "The Gulo Church's Fire God Hall's Gold Fire God set, how did you come by this?" Meng Anwen showed interest. "I heard last year the Gulo Church had a warrior, and they gave him the Gold Fire God set." "You didn't." Lin Mayu recounted the events. Baiyuan frowned in thought. Meng Anwen scoffed, "Since when did you become so timid? If they dare touch our people, kill them. They're not truly dead. And even if they were, so what? We could take down the entire Gulo Church." At that moment, a palpable killing intent emanated from Meng Anwen, shaking the White God's courtyard. Baiyuan coughed. "Stop, you're not a demolition dog, don't wreck the place." Meng Anwen ceased without a word. Lin Mayu's mouth twitched slightly. The camaraderie between these two was such that they could say anything to each other. Baiyuan stored the Gold Fire God set. "Leave this to me, you don't need to worry. People seem to have forgotten my other name. The other name of the White God." Lin Mayu felt a twinge of awe. The God of Death in Xinsha. The White God had once stormed into the small neighboring country, a battle that shook the heavens. Many top-tier warriors tried to stop him, and none succeeded. The White God forcefully eliminated 2 of the country's top warriors, nearly single-handedly eradicating the nation. Thus, he became known as the God of Death. In later years, his exploits became less frequent, especially recently, as he lived more reclusively. It seemed his killing intent had resurfaced, and the Gulo Church was in for trouble. After Lin Mayu left, Baiyuan chuckled, "I can't handle this alone, I'll bring old Ning along." Meng Anwen murmured, "If they dared speak ill of old Ning's cherished granddaughter, the Gulo Church won't escape unscathed." Baiyuan laughed heartily, "I'll go find old Ning, you take care of charging the cooldown amulet and the tyrant necklace." "All right." Meng Anwen agreed without hesitation. Half an hour later, at the Gulo Church, an enormous fireball appeared in the sky. Over 100 meters in diameter, it obscured the sun like a blazing sun, turning the entire Gulo Church red. The temperature soared as if the ground itself would ignite.
Panic-stricken, the church's forces poured out. Heavens, what's happening? Where did this fireball come from? How can a fireball be so massive? Is this a spell from a god-level mage? Is it the fire god descending? Look, there's someone at the edge of the fireball. An enemy. Standing in the void, it's a top-tier third-turn professional. Ning Tyran and Bai Yuan stood in the void. Gubbut, get out here. Gubbut, get out here. Gubbut, get out here. Ning Tyran roared like a lion, shaking the entire Gulo church with his voice.
The grand hall of the Gulo church trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. All the professionals within the church were struck with fear. Who were these people, capable of such terrifying power? There was no doubt that if the massive fireball above descended, more than half of the Gulo church would be obliterated. Never had such a colossal fireball been seen before.
Gubbut was the name of their pope.
The intruders called him by name, yet no one dared to retort.
Under such circumstances, speaking out was akin to courting death.
From the main hall of the Gulo church, 7 figures emerged, heading directly towards Ning Tyran. These were the high-ranking officials of the church, 6 elders and Pope Gubbut himself. Each was a top-tier professional, having surpassed level 70 and completed their 3rd transition.
The Pope has arrived.
And the elders too, it should be alright now. Let's hope so, but the aura from the other side suggests they're not afraid of the Pope at all. Seeing their leaders take action, the congregation felt slightly reassured. In their eyes, the Pope and the elders were top-tier professionals, surely capable of resolving the crisis.
Who seeks me? Gubbut called out sternly.
In the next moment, seeing the visitors, his expression changed dramatically, and he stood stunned. He recognized Ning Tyran, a god-level professional from the Xinxia Empire, extremely formidable. Although Gubbut himself was a top-tier professional, he was still a bit inferior to Ning Tyran.
As for the person beside Ning Tyran,
Gubbut's pupils contracted sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably.
The god of death of Xinxia. Why was he here too? Were these two here to annihilate the Gulo church? Gubbut racked his brain but couldn't recall any offense against them.
Hastily, he forced a smile. Esteemed guests, let's talk things over. If we've offended you in any way, I offer my apologies.
Gubbut was straightforward, he confessed his mistakes before even knowing them. Outmatched, he had no choice.
No one expected the Pope of the Gulo church to react this way. The congregation below was stunned.
How could their Pope surrender so easily, and with such decisiveness? Ning Tyran coldly demanded, "You have someone named Rogers in your church, correct? Bring him out."
The church had 2 temples, dedicated to water and fire. Rogers, having awakened as a fire god warrior, was designated as the holy son of the fire temple, the future heir. So they were here for Rogers.
But given the vast disparity in status and power, how could Rogers have possibly offended someone like Ning Tyran?
It was unfathomable.
Gubbut signaled the elders beside him to bring Rogers immediately.
If Ning Tyran mentioned him, there must be a reason. Regardless, if these 2 were unreasonable and destroyed the entire Gulo church, there would be no place to seek justice.
Cautiously, Gubbut asked, "May I know how Rogers offended you?" Ning Tyran replied, "He didn't offend me." Bai Yuan sneered, "Nor did he offend me." Gubbut and the elders sighed in relief. If there was no offense, it was fine.
But the next moment, Ning Tyran's words plunged their hearts into despair. Ning Tyran's eyes filled with killing intent. "He offended my precious granddaughter."
Bai Yuan casually added, "He offended my treasured disciple."
Gubbut's body shivered, nearly falling from the sky.
This seemed more terrifying than offending them directly.
Inwardly, he cursed Rogers countless times.
What exactly had this fool done?
Soon, Rogers was brought forth. Days had passed, and Rogers had been resurrected. However, having just revived, he was weak and needed time to recover. When he was abruptly brought out, he was still in a daze.
Seeing the massive fireball overhead like a blazing sun, he was even more confused. Is this the fire god descending?
Suddenly, he felt weightless as he was lifted into the air by a gust, carried to the sky.
Gubbut cautiously introduced, "Esteemed guests, this is Rogers. He accidentally died a couple of days ago and has just been resurrected. Did you use a dungeon tracking scroll to hunt down Lin Moyu? And did you say my granddaughter was just a plaything?" Faced with Ning Tyran's questioning, a flicker of panic crossed Rogers' eyes.
Then his pupils lost focus, and his expression turned vacant.
Gubbut's brow twitched. He knew Ning Tyran had used a bewitching skill. Against Ning Tyran's level and abilities, a mere level 30 Rogers stood no chance.
Roger's face twisted with hatred, screaming madly, "He dared to kill me, that brat dared to kill me. I'll kill him eventually, the title is mine, and that woman is mine too. I'll make her my toy. I'll ensure she can't live or die peacefully." The faces of everyone present changed drastically. This was trouble. "My lord." Gubbit tried to speak, but Bai Yuan's cold gaze silenced him. Bai Yuan's eyes were icy and merciless. The terrifying aura rose continuously, with killing intent filling the air, making the entire space rumble. Everyone trembled with fear. At this moment, the god of death of Xinxia had returned. Ning Tairan sneered, "If he can revive after dying, he must have an imprint left in the church's idol, right? Let's see if he can revive without it." With a point of his finger, the enormous fireball above began to descend upon the Gulo church. Gubbit's face changed drastically, shouting, "Save everyone! Everyone, evacuate quickly!" The elders immediately acted, flying down to evacuate the congregation. Only Rogers remained in the air, ignored by all. Gubbit wished for nothing more than his immediate demise. The colossal fireball descended, crushing Rogers beneath it. The intense, scorching heat vaporized him instantly. Not burned to death, but vaporized. Fortunately, the fireball's descent was slow, giving them ample time. A minute later, the Gulo church's headquarters was deserted. The fireball fully descended, bursting into brilliant flames that painted the sky red. The headquarters became a sea of fire, with magnificent halls collapsing in the blaze. Ning Tairan's voice echoed coldly, "If there's a next time, I'll erase the Gulo church." As the two departed, Gubbit's face was grim. The church's headquarters had been swallowed by fire, reduced to ruins. More than anything, he lamented the loss of the idol within the headquarters, capable of imprinting souls and reviving the dead. Now the idols were gone, and so were the imprints. For disciples with their souls imprinted, death was now permanent. He understood all too well how the idol was the culmination of years of the church's efforts, incredibly difficult to construct. "Pope." The elders wore mournful expressions. Gubbit sighed, "As long as we're alive, it's fine. Given their tempers, not wiping us out is already a mercy. Remember how miserable the neighboring country was back then, how many died." Recalling Bai Yuan's past deeds, everyone tensed. This situation was already a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Temples could be rebuilt as long as people survived. Everyone harbored resentment toward Rogers. Without him, the Gulo church wouldn't have faced such calamity. In the White God's courtyard, Bai Yuan and Ning Tairan returned via teleportation. Bai Yuan teased, "Old Ning, have you mellowed out? Spoiling your granddaughter too much, perhaps?" Ning Tairan brushed his beard, "You're no different. In the past, you'd have wiped out everyone in the Gulo church." Bai Yuan laughed heartily, getting older, trying to accumulate virtue, doing less killing. He poured himself a cup of tea. The main culprit is dealt with. Whether those people die or not makes little difference. Keeping them means they can still fight abyssal monsters. Ning Tairan sat down as well. "Who believes your words? Back then, dealing with that neighboring country, why didn't you think the same way?" Bai Yuan chuckled, "I had a temper back then. Now, spending time with this guy, I've mellowed out." Meng Anwen, eyes closed, interjected, "Don't blame everything on me." With that, Meng Anwen tossed over the recharged cooldown amulet. "It's done. You work fast." Ning Tairan also produced a depleted basic cooldown amulet, shamelessly asking, "Could you recharge this for me too?" At the Shajing Academy, instructors were teaching new students. Some foundational knowledge had already been covered in high school. Upon entering the higher education institution, instructors would delve into more advanced topics. These included analyses of various professions and skills, practical applications, the distribution of dungeons worldwide, classifications of bosses, various strategies, and detailed explanations about the abyss and its creatures, along with precautions. In this higher learning environment, students could access new knowledge that was previously unavailable to them. Lin Moyu headed to the library. He didn't have the time to attend all the lectures, as Bai Yuan mentioned a new task for him. He needed knowledge about the abyss, so he decided to explore the library himself. The knowledge that instructors imparted was also available in the library. However, the library's information was tiered, and accessing content required corresponding points. The library was a quiet place, filled with students silently perusing the materials. As Lin Moyu entered, he heard a familiar voice, full of surprise, "Lin Moyu." Standing before him, Shu Han greeted him with a lively smile. Lin Moyu responded with a gentle smile. What a coincidence! He had a favorable impression of Shu Han. At the dungeon hall, she had been quite helpful. making her one of the first friends he made at Shajing Academy. Lin Maoyu cherished every friend he had, as he didn't have many.
Shu Han grinned, I'm earning points. Would you like a guide? I can introduce you to the library for just 100 points.
Sure, Lin Maoyu agreed readily, transferring 100 points to her.
With a sweet smile, Shu Han began, Great. Let me introduce you to the library.
Our Shajing Academy library is divided into several sections, including skills, dungeons, monsters, bosses, and the abyss. All the materials are also categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced.
Beginner level corresponds to below level 40. With Shu Han's explanations, Lin Maoyu quickly grasped the library's various categories. Finding things on his own would have likely wasted a lot of his time. According to the Academy's rules, viewing beginner materials cost 10 points each. The price was reasonable. The challenge lay in the sheer volume of information, with countless cabinets densely packed, making it hard for Lin Maoyu to know where to start.
Shu Han gave an overview and then asked, What kind of information are you looking for, Lin Maoyu? I want to read about the Abyss and the Yuan battlefield.
Shu Han promptly led Lin Maoyu to the section housing materials on the Abyss. Here, he found information on the terrain of the Yuan battlefield, monster distributions, their weaknesses, and other critical details.
Shu Han efficiently selected a few pieces of information for Lin Maoyu. These should cover what you need. Beginner materials were tailored for professionals below level 40 and corresponded to abyssal creatures below the threshold. The materials were in card form, only viewable within the library and not allowed to be taken out. Alright, find a spot to sit and read at your own pace, Lin Maoyu. I won't disturb you further, Shu Han said, leaving with a smile now that her task was complete and 100 points richer. Finding a quiet corner, Lin Maoyu sat down and began going through the materials. Activating a card projected a light screen filled with text and vivid images.
He read attentively, going through each document methodically. Shu Han's recommendations were comprehensive, covering the Yuan battlefield, the distribution of monsters, and their levels and environments.
Gradually, Lin Maoyu formed a mental map of the Yuan battlefield. Within the Xinsha Empire stood the Eternal Wall, composed of 9 fortresses. The 9th fortress sat at the deepest part of the Yuan battlefield, perilously close to the Abyss entrance. It was a highly dangerous area, with high-level monsters and abyssal forces frequently attacking.
Constant battles raged near the 9th fortress.
Few countries, like the Xinsha Empire, dared to build fortresses so deep within the Yuan battlefield, showcasing the empire's formidable strength. Through these documents, Lin Maoyu also learned about the basic nature of the Abyss. The abyssal hound and dog demon he had killed were insignificant, mere trash among the abyssal creatures. The dog demon barely qualified as cannon fodder, and the hound was even less significant, a product of the dog demon's breeding. Human understanding of the Abyss remained superficial.
It was certain that the Abyss housed innumerable demons and powerful abyssal lords. Otherwise, top-level experts like Bai Yuan would have long ventured into the Abyss.
Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Lin Maoyu's communicator buzzed with a notification.
The 100th professional competition.
It's finally here, Lin Maoyu said, setting aside the data cards to review the details of the competition. Simultaneously, professionals worldwide received information about the competition on their communicators. Having been held 99 times, this year marked the 100th iteration of the competition, celebrated every 5 years, with a history spanning 500 years. As the host, the Xinsha Empire was pulling out all the stops, promising an unprecedented scale. Professionals everywhere were buzzing with excitement upon receiving the news.
I'm registering. I have to. Hold on, check the rewards first. Wow, the rewards are amazing.
Oh my, the champion prizes for each category are the best they've ever been.
I want it.
That night, the world was abuzz with excitement. Lin Maoyu finished reading the rules, smiling at the opportunities. The competition included team events, solo matches, and challenge events.
Competitions were divided into brackets every 10 levels. Regular competitions featured solo and team events.
Additionally, there were special challenge events. The rewards for each category's champions were exceptionally tempting, making Lin Maoyu eager. His communicator rang, its sound piercing in the library's hush.
Lin Maoyu quickly stepped outside. What's up?
On the other end, Ning Yi's cheerful voice chirped like a songbird. Did you see it? The professional competition is about to start.
Did you see the rewards?
Ning Yi squealed excitedly. Haha, let's team up and register together. I can't believe the Empire is so generous, offering such great prizes. I'll come find you first thing tomorrow,
and we'll register together. Hearing Ningyi's excitement, Lin Moyu smiled, alright. This time, the Xinxia Empire had gone all out, offering substantial prizes. For team competitions below level 40, the champion of each category would receive a flash beginner skill scroll, a beginner miracle potion, and 15 million gold coins. Lin Moyu was particularly interested in the flash beginner skill scroll. Such scrolls were incredibly rare and unavailable in the exchange. Skill scrolls were crafted by enchanters, with a flash beginner skill scroll appearing only once in every 10,000 crafted scrolls. It guaranteed that a professional could learn a new skill they hadn't mastered yet, a valuable asset for Lin Moyu. Another prize, the beginner miracle potion, permanently increased all basic attributes by 200. While 200 points might seem modest, even less than a piece of golden equipment, they were basic attributes. From platinum equipment onward, some enhancements were calculated as percentages. The stronger the basic attributes, the better the equipment's effects. Next was the solo competition. Below level 40, the solo competition champion in each category would obtain a beginner miracle potion. Each person could only use the potion once, preventing repeated usage. Lin Moyu and Ningyi planned so each would have one. Lastly, the challenge event's specific rules and rewards had yet to be announced, to be revealed during the competition itself. Lin Moyu and Ningyi arranged to register for the professional competition early the next morning. That night, Lin Moyu remained busy. He spent points to rent the Academy's skill training hall and began summoning skeletons. Although the Academy's training hall wasn't as efficient as the military's, it was still much faster than meditating on his own. Summoning a level 26 skeleton mage consumed 2,400 points of mental energy. With the title attribute reducing the cost by half, it still required 1,200 points. Including his equipment and title, he had a total of 4,600 mental energy points, allowing him to summon 3 mages at once. By meditating to restore his energy, he managed to summon 10 skeleton mages overnight. Along with the remaining slots in his summoning space for skeleton warriors, Lin Moyu had enough skeletons to handle most situations. Among professionals of the same level, he was unbeatable. The registration for the professional competition began today, with registration points set up worldwide. The Xiaojing Academy had several registration points as well. Crowds gathered at the registration points, with students from both regular and independent academies lining up to register. The queue was long. As Lin Moyu searched through the crowd, Ningyi asked softly, "Are you looking for your sister?" Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Unfortunately, he didn't spot Lin Mohun. Ningyi explained, the students from Genesis Academy, Creation Academy, and Flame Emperor Academy have their own registration points outside the academy. That explained why he couldn't find them. Lin Moyu looked down at Ningyi, "Do you know where they are?" Ningyi shook her head, "I only know they aren't on campus. My grandfather won't tell me, saying I need to join them to know." Since entering the academy, Lin Moyu hadn't seen any students from the top academies. These 3 elite academies seemed to operate independently within the institution, shrouded in mystery. To learn more, one would need to join them, a dream for many students. Hopefully, they'll show up during the competition, he thought. Lin Moyu. A girl's voice called out his name. Ningyi immediately turned to look, noticing a group approaching. The girl at the front was quite pretty, nearly as much as herself. The other girl seemed nice too, and she was an assassin like Ningyi. There was also someone carrying a long sword. Lin Moyu explained softly, "My high school classmate, Xia Shui. The others are Zuomei and Fengxiu, whom I met during the provincial exam." Ningyi nodded, smiling softly as she held Lin Moyu's hand. Xia Shui approached, glanced at Ningyi, and seeing her holding Lin Moyu's hand, smiled, "Are you here to register too?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes." Xia Shui said, "We're registering too. It's a pity you're over level 20 now, otherwise, we could team up." Fengxiu smiled, "Yeah, if we could team up with you, we'd just sit back and win the championship. Now we have to fight hard. So, are you planning to compete as a trio, or are you looking for more members?" The team competition required a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 5 members. Naturally, having a full team of 5 was best, though some, confident in their abilities, entered as pairs, like Lin Moyu and Ningyi. Xia Shui laughed, "Who do you think I am? With my connections, finding teammates is no problem. Don't worry, we've already found a knight and an elder." Below level 20, prophets didn't have all their skills, so they weren't as beneficial to a team as a healer. Xia Shui, being sociable, had made many friends in just a few days.
Xiaoxue then turned to Ningyi and introduced herself. Xiaoxue, level 17, elemental mage, Lin Mayu's classmate.
Zuomei, level 17, stealth rogue. Fengxiu, level 17, sacred swordsman.
Ningyi introduced herself as well. Ningyi, level 25, shadow assassin, Lin Mayu's girlfriend.
Ningyi admitted it openly and confidently.
Xiaoxue wasn't surprised.
She expressed her astonishment. You're already level 25? Ningyi giggled. Mayu helped me level up. No wonder. Lin Mayu, when are you going to help us level up?
Don't forget your old friends just because you have a girlfriend, Fengxiu joked. Lin Mayu thought for a moment. Once you reach level 20, I can take you through the Tyrant Desert dungeon.
Xiaoxue was curious. Why? Is this dungeon difficult?
Ningyi explained the difference, making them realize the uniqueness of this dungeon. Lin Mayu said, just reach level 20 quickly and contact me.
I'll guide you through it. Zuomei asked Lin Mayu, what's your level now?
Level 26. The three of them gasped. Lin Mayu's leveling speed was astonishing. Since entering the academy, they had only gained one level. Meanwhile, Lin Mayu had gained 4 levels since the opening ceremony when he was level 22. It was like he was flying through the levels. Fengxiu sighed, comparing ourselves to him is just discouraging. Xiaoxue added, you've been neglecting your old friends, leveling up so fast without helping us.
You've forgotten us now that you have a girlfriend. Zuomei gave Lin Mayu a cold glance. Men shouldn't be too quick. For a moment, silence fell. Everyone was stunned by Zuomei's insightful remark.
Fengxiu was astonished. You're not normal.
Zuomei snorted, at least you understood, just like the rest.
After chatting for a while, Xiaoxue and her friends went to find their teammates for registration. Ningyi, with a meaningful look in her eyes, said, you seem to get along well with Xiaoxue.
Lin Mayu thought for a moment. We were high school classmates.
I haven't spoken more than 10 sentences to her in total.
Ningyi giggled, you're so oblivious.
If I had such a pretty classmate, I'd pursue her for sure. Lin Mayu shook his head, you're prettier. Hearing this, Ningyi felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Sometimes, words from someone who rarely speaks can be the most touching.
Hey.
Hearing her name called, Yi looked up, her smile even more radiant.
Sister Peach.
Zhang Tao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu, whom she hadn't seen in a while, approached together.
Ningyi ran over and grabbed Zhang Tao and Miao Yu's hands. Sister Peach, are you here to register too? Zhang Tao nodded. Yes, the professional competition is held every 5 years, we can't miss it. Miao Yu held Ningyi's hand. Where have you been, Yi?
We couldn't reach you, and Sister Peach and I were worried.
Ningyi giggled, I'd been away handling some things. By the way, have you found a team yet? Zhang Tao showed a hint of disappointment and shook her head, no.
Duan Gao huffed, people look down on our levels and don't want a team with us. Zhang Tao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu had each gained a level during the trial at Mermaid Island. Now, Zhang Tao was a level 24 Elf Knight, Duan Gao a level 21 Prophet, and Miao Yu a level 21 Elder. While Zhang Tao could find a team on her own, bringing along the other two made it difficult. In the 20 to 29 level bracket, teams naturally preferred higher levels.
Zhang Tao had been troubled by this issue. If they couldn't find anyone, they'd have to compete as a trio.
Miao Yu said softly, we're not aiming for high rankings, just wanting to experience it.
Duan Gao added, those people who look down on us, we won't team with them in the future. Ningyi's eyes sparkled, Sister Peach, let's team up.
Let Mayu lead us to victory and blind those people with our success.
She looked at Lin Mayu, her big eyes asking, is that okay? Lin Mayu couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Of course, it was fine. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up.
She knew how powerful Lin Mayu was. His feat of leading 39 people through the Tyrant Dungeon had already spread throughout the academy.
Few hadn't heard of it.
With Lin Mayu, winning the championship in their bracket seemed assured.
Zhang Tao didn't immediately agree. I have a condition. If he agrees, we'll team up. Ningyi, who had a good relationship with Zhang Tao, agreed without hesitation. What is it, Sister Peach?
Zhang Tao said, if we win the championship, we won't take any of the prizes.
She understood that winning would likely be due to Lin Mayu's efforts. Ningyi hadn't expected this condition.
Continuing, Zhang Tao said, winning the championship would mean we get contribution points from the academy, which would be the best reward for us. Duan Gao and Miao Yu quickly chimed in, exactly, we don't need anything else, contribution points are enough. Contribution points were particularly hard to earn. Before heading to the Yuan battlefield, Lin Mayu only had 90 contribution points. After his military rank increased, he gained 10 points for each star as a private. At 10-star private, his contribution points reached 190. Later, becoming a lieutenant added another 100, bringing his total to 290 points. Lin Mayu didn't know how many contribution points Jiang Tao had, but it was unlikely to be more than his.
Under Jiang Tao's insistence, Ningyi had to compromise.
The five formed a team and registered for the competition. 10 days later, the 100th professional competition would take place in Nanhong City of the Xinxia Empire. The thought of possibly winning the championship excited Jiang Tao and her friends. Duan Gao clenched his fist. Serves them right for not teaming up with me, they won't get the championship. Miao Shu pulled his sleeve. Don't say that, they weren't going to win anyway.
Duan Gao nodded. Right, they weren't going to win.
As they walked, someone blocked their path.
Jiang Tao frowned. What's the matter? Bailey Shang.
Lin Mayu recognized him from the dungeon hall before.
It was said he was the beloved grandson of the president of Bailey Academy.
Bailey Shang spoke coldly. Ningyi, why are you with this guy? His eyes were fixed on Ningyi, filled with jealousy.
Ningyi's white hand was holding Lin Mayu's, and her face was full of disdain. Is it any of your business?
Bailey Shang's chest heaved with anger. Is it not my business?
You're my fiancé, everyone knows that. Shut your mouth. Ningyi snapped, like an angry little lion. Are you out of your mind?
You came to propose, got rejected, and then told everyone I'm your fiancé. I let it slide because our families are close.
But do you believe your own lies now? If your brain isn't working, find a good healer. Don't act crazy here.
If you dare say that again, I'll tell my grandfather to take care of you. Lin Mayu was surprised to see this feisty side of Ningyi, who was usually so cheerful. Her face was flushed with anger, her chest heaving, and she relaxed only when she saw that Lin Mayu remained calm.
After Ningyi's scolding, Bailey Shang's face turned from blue to red, then pale. He gritted his teeth. Fine, Ningyi, this isn't over. You're mine, no one can take you from me. And you, he pointed at Lin Mayu, you're dead. I'll kill you eventually. Ningyi drew her dagger. Just say the word if you want to die.
Flames flickered in Lin Mayu's palm, his killing intent evident.
If someone wanted to kill him, it was better to strike first.
Jiang Tao drew her sword, and Duan Gao and Miao Yu assumed fighting stances.
Although Bailey Shang's status was far above theirs, they were ready to fight.
At that moment, Lin Mayu and Ningyi were their comrades.
Who do you want to kill? A deep voice echoed from above.
A powerful aura descended, and Bailey Shang fell to the ground, groaning in pain, injured.
In midair, Bai Yuan stared at Bailey Shang with a murderous gaze. You, who do you want to kill?
Bailey Shang was terrified.
Why was Bai Yuan here?
He'd heard rumors of Lin Mayu being connected to Bai Yuan but hadn't taken them seriously.
How could someone like Bai Yuan be involved with him? Yet now,
Bailey Shang was in turmoil. Ningyi sheathed her dagger, her face no longer angry, and sweetly called, Grandpa Bai.
Bai Yuan nodded. Bailey Shang, I'm asking you, who do you want to kill?
Bailey Shang was paralyzed with fear, shaking his head frantically. Lord Bai, I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything.
Bai Yuan snorted, get lost. If this happens again, I'll personally deliver your head to Bailey Hao. Bailey Hao was the president of Bailey Academy.
Bai Yuan's words made Bailey Shang shiver with fear, and he fled in disgrace.
Bai Yuan descended, and Jiang Tao and the others quickly greeted him. In Xinxia, one might not know the ruler, but everyone knew Bai Yuan. His reputation was immense. Bai Yuan looked at Lin Mayu. If I hadn't shown up, would you have acted?
Lin Mayu nodded. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him first.
Bai Yuan asked, aren't you afraid of retaliation from his family?
His grandfather, Bailey Hao, the president of Bailey Academy, is a level 81 top professional, far beyond what you can handle now.
Lin Mayu shook his head. I thought about it.
I'd kill him, then teleport to your place.
If you protect me, it's fine. If not, send me to the Yuan battlefield. If that's not possible, then I'll face death.
Lin Mayu had considered the consequences thoroughly. Bai Yuan said solemnly, you're gambling with your life. Lin Mayu shook his head. No, I believe you'll protect me.
So confident? Bai Yuan was impressed by Lin Mayu.
He hadn't expected the young man to think things through so clearly. Indeed, killing Bailey Shang would only lead to a few outcomes.
It's not confidence, just a feeling. Bai Yuan suddenly laughed heartily. Good, good, you remind me of myself back in the day. Indeed, some things need to be done without hesitation.
Like when you killed the Gu Luo Church's divine child, what's done is done. Old Ning wiped out the Guluo church, and they didn't dare say a word.
Remember, strength is the ultimate truth. The more Bai Yuan looked at Lin Mayu, the more satisfied he was. Not one for many words, decisive and fearless, that's exactly what was needed. Bai Yuan tossed a cooling amulet back to Lin Mayu. I've sent you the upgrade method. Gather enough materials, and I'll find someone for you. Lin Mayu nodded, okay. Your new task has been assigned. Get to it. After speaking, Bai Yuan glanced at Jiang Tao and her friends. You three are not bad either. With that, he soared into the sky and flew away. To him, the fact that Jiang Tao and her friends dared to confront Bailey Shang was commendable. At least they had guts, unlike some who were timid and cowardly, lacking any courage to become strong. Lin Moyu checked his communicator. Ningyi, with wide eyes, leaned over. What task did Grandpa Bai give you?
Lin Mayu read it and replied softly, he wants me to go to Fortress number 3, kill abyssal demons, and at least reach the rank of 2-star lieutenant.
Is it that simple? Ningyi was skeptical. Lin Mayu shook his head, not just that. Sometimes, there's an elemental secret realm outside Fortress number 3.
Bai Xin wants me to retrieve the elemental crystals from it.
Elemental secret realm? Ningyi shook her head, indicating she hadn't heard of it.
Lin Mayu explained, I happened to read about it yesterday. The battlefield outside Fortress number 3, also known as the Elemental Plains, was once the site of a large-scale battle. Nearly 100 element mages, each above the 3rd rank, cast over 1,000 forbidden spells there. The land became elementalized, and many elemental creatures emerged. After that great battle, the area was known as the Elemental Plains. Ningyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Elemental creatures, huh? I've never seen them. I wonder what they're like. She seemed unafraid of the danger, more curious than anything else. Lin Mayu said, we'll find out when we get there. They agreed to meet Jiang Tao and the others in Nanhong City in 10 days. Lin Mayu and Ningyi used the teleportation array to head to the Yuan battlefield. Both held military ranks, Ningyi as a private, which allowed her to use the teleportation array to reach Fortress number 3. Lin Mayu, a lieutenant, albeit without any stars, could reach up to Fortress number 5. Fortresses 6, 7, and 8 required at least a colonel rank to access. Military rank symbolized not only military merit but also strength. As the teleportation ended, Lin Mayu stepped onto the land he had visited only a day before. Ningyi nestled in his arms, eyes tightly shut. Being held by Lin Mayu made the teleportation less uncomfortable.
We're here. Lin Mayu gently patted Ningyi and set her down. She shook her head slightly. Next time we teleport, hold me like this, okay?
Sure, Lin Mayu agreed, feeling a bit excited with the soft presence in his arms, though he kept his emotions well in check.
Fortress number 3 was identical to Fortress number 1 in layout.
Lin Mayu first went to the trading post and found that several of the weapons and equipment he had consigned had already been sold, netting him 60 million gold coins. Now, his total gold had reached 160 million. He noticed the trading post in Fortress number 3 offered some materials not found in Fortress number 1. Basic Fire Elemental Core, enchantment material, used on weapons to increase fire elemental damage, on armor to increase fire resistance.
Basic Wind Elemental Core, enchantment material. These elemental cores of fire, wind, water, and lightning could be processed by enchanters to grant professionals elemental attack abilities or enhance elemental resistance.
Lin Mayu thought of the phantoms he encountered when he first entered the Yuan battlefield.
These soul-type monsters had no physical form and were immune to physical attacks. For professionals without elemental attack abilities, they were a nightmare.
Basic elemental cores weren't cheap, priced at 100,000 gold coins each. Due to the presence of these cores, there was an enchantment hall in Fortress number 3. Ningyi explained, this hall was established by the Enchanters Guild and is found in major cities worldwide.
Lin Mayu understood. Many professions had their organizations.
Alchemists had the Alchemists Association, Knights had the Knights Guild, and enchanters naturally had the Enchanters Guild. Professionals of the same kind banded together to exchange resources and support each other.
Each enchanter had their own room to prevent interference.
Lin Mayu glanced at the hall but lost interest since he had no weapons to enchant, nor did the skeletal warriors. Ningyi had no such need either. Enchanting was how enchanters earned a living and leveled up. They gained experience by enchanting for others and only joined dungeon runs after reaching a certain level, typically by paying others to take them along. Lin Mayu and Ningyi approached the castle gates, where guards stopped them. Young lad, going out there will get you killed, said a guard, a level 45 advanced professional after their second transition, who could easily see Lin Mayu and Ning Yi's level information. Lin Mayu was only level 26, and Ning Yi was 25. It seemed like a suicide mission to venture outside. Lin Mayu reassured, "Don't worry, we'll be fine." But the guard insisted, "The weakest monsters on the elemental planes are level 33. You're only 26. Seriously, take my advice and go back." "Wait, you're a lieutenant?" The guard noticed Lin Mayu's rank. "You really can't go, it's too dangerous out there." The guard was too responsible, refusing to let them through. Then a patrol team passed by. "What's going on?" the captain asked. The guard quickly explained, "Captain, they want to go out, but I said it's too dangerous and told them to go back." The captain looked at Lin Mayu and Ning Yi, level 26, level 25, "Are you looking for death? Where are your elders? What's going on?" Like the guard, the captain was earnest and responsible. Lin Mayu knew they were concerned for his safety, so he didn't argue. Unlike the fog outside Fortress Number 1, the elemental planes were clear, offering a better view. With the keen eyesight of professionals, Lin Mayu spotted an elemental creature wandering aimlessly about 700 to 800 meters away. Flames covered its body, it was a fire elemental creature. A cold wind blew, making the captain and guard shiver. Suddenly, 5 skeletal warriors appeared in front of Lin Mayu. "Is this? Young man, are these your summons?" The captain finally noticed Lin Mayu's class, Necromancer, a class he had never seen before. The 5 skeletons clattered away, their speed astonishing. Once outside the city gates, they accelerated like lightning. So fast. The high-level professionals were shocked. Such speed indicated the skeletons had very high attributes. The 5 skeletons charged at the fire elemental creature like lightning, their hands glowing red. Skill, Berserk Strike. Blades rose and fell. 5 consecutive skills struck the fire elemental creature, which perished amidst a wisp of smoke. Defeated level 33 fire elemental spirit, experience plus 165,000. So quick. Instant kill. The high-level professionals widened their eyes in disbelief. 5 level 26 skeletons had instantly killed a level 33 fire elemental spirit. It seemed unreal. If they were this strong at level 26, how powerful would they be at levels 36 or 46? The captain noticed the sergeant insignia on Lin Mayu's shoulder, a lieutenant already at such a young age. The captain himself was a 5-star lieutenant, but he remembered becoming a lieutenant only at level 38. Young and powerful, Lin Mayu left a deep impression on the captain. Ning Yi had anticipated this outcome. "Now can we go?" The captain swallowed, "Go ahead." Finally given permission, Lin Mayu and Ning Yi stepped onto the elemental planes. Ning Yi frowned, "They're too cautious." Lin Mayu gently patted her head, "They're just doing their job, looking out for us." The elemental planes were utterly different from the Yuan battlefield outside Fortress Number 1. Without the fortress, it would be impossible to connect the two places. Who knew how those 1,000 forbidden spells had plowed through this land, but it had become entirely elementalized. The air and ground were saturated with elements. Every breath drew in massive amounts of them. One breath might be refreshing, the next fiery hot. A breath of wind elements mixed with a bit of water might follow a breath dominated by fire. Sometimes, a tingling nose indicated too much electric element was inhaled. "What kind of place is this? How can it be like this?" Ning Yi exclaimed, hot one moment, freezing the next, making even breathing difficult. Seeing her scrunched-up face, Lin Mayu couldn't help but laugh. Ning Yi punched him lightly, "You're laughing? What's so funny?" Cough, cough. She had inhaled a burst of wind elements, making her cough until tears nearly came out. Lin Mayu chuckled and handed her a mask. Elemental mask, filters various elements from the air. Ning Yi glared, "Why didn't you give this to me earlier?" Lin Mayu said seriously, "If I told you I forgot, would you believe me?" Believe? Only a fool would. Clearly, he had just bought it, having thought of it in the trading post. He didn't take it out earlier because he wanted to see her in a fluster. Ning Yi pounced on Lin Mayu playfully, "I'll get you for this." A wind ball flew from afar, crashing into them. Their skeletal armor glowed, blocking the attack. A whirlwind roared, and a tornado bore down on them. In the midst of the fierce winds, the skeletal armor shimmered, deflecting all attacks. Lin Mayu's summoned skeleton warriors immediately reacted, darting forward like lightning. A wind elemental spirit fluttered in the air, its body emitting a faint azure glow, launching continuous attacks at Lin Mayu and Ning Yi. The skeleton warriors leaped high, but the wind elemental spirit reacted swiftly, dodging them.
Is it intelligent? Lin Maoyu pondered. No, it's instinctual. He quickly concluded.
He swiftly summoned 10 skeletal mages and cast a control spell.
Wind Elemental Spirit. Level 34. Strength 4000. Agility 4000. Spirit 7000. Constitution 5500. Skills Wind Bowl, Storm. Trait Wind Elemental Immunity. A new trait appeared in the detection, something he hadn't seen before. The trait indicated that the wind elemental spirit was inherently immune to wind elements, unlike battlefield phantoms, which required skill activation to achieve physical immunity. The wind elemental spirit danced in the air, making it hard for the skeleton warriors to land an attack. The skeletal mages, however, wasted no time in unleashing their skills. Though wind elemental attacks were ineffective, the other 3 elemental spells bombarded it relentlessly. While it could evade the skeleton warriors, it couldn't escape the attacks from the skeletal mages, whose skills were homing and difficult to dodge. Just one round of magic attacks obliterated the wind elemental spirit. Defeated level 34 wind elemental spirit, experience plus 170,000. Lin Moyu frowned at the notification. The wind elemental spirit vanished without leaving a corpse. Similarly, the fire elemental spirit had left no body behind when it was killed. Could it be, elemental beings leave no corpses? Lin Moyu speculated. If true, it meant he couldn't use corpse explosion on them, losing a critical advantage for dealing with groups. It would be like the Hell Outpost dungeon, where he had to push through without that skill. Lin Moyu decided to confirm his hypothesis with further observation. Ningyi chuckled, finally comfortable. How do I look with the mask on?
Wearing the elemental mask made her large eyes appear even bigger and brighter. The sudden ambush by the wind elemental spirit hadn't scared her at all. Lin Moyu smiled, very beautiful, your eyes are big and lovely.
Proudly, Ningyi said, of course, my eyes are the prettiest.
As they ventured deeper into the elemental planes, the density of elemental creatures increased. However, there were also many hunting parties, usually 2 or 3 people, targeting these elemental beings. Elemental creatures weren't particularly strong and had a chance to drop elemental cores, which, over time, could fetch a good price. More importantly, they posed little danger.
Lin Moyu summoned 5 more skeletal warriors. With 10 skeletal warriors and 10 skeletal mages, they could dominate the elemental planes. Elemental creatures indeed left no corpses, rendering corpse explosion useless.
I read about the elemental planes in the Academy Library, Lin Moyu mentioned. After being bathed in thousands of forbidden spells, it became a land of pure elements, untouched by abyssal forces.
But the abyssal demons haven't given up and have been trying for years. If we reach the end of the elemental planes, we can sense the presence of the abyss.
Ningyi listened intently, so we have to reach the end of the elemental planes to find abyssal demons.
That's right.
They had traveled for half a day, and Lin Moyu estimated they had covered about a third of the distance.
With another half-day's journey, they'd likely reach their destination. For professionals, endurance wasn't an issue, walking didn't tire them out. Unless engaged in intense combat, they could keep going for days without rest. Elemental spirits became more frequent.
Besides the slightly troublesome flying wind elemental spirits, other elemental spirits were mere trifles, hardly elite monsters, just level 34 regular foes, posing no challenge to the skeletal warriors.
Moyu, do you feel that?
Ningyi suddenly paused, her expression turning serious. Lin Moyu sensed it too, the ground is shaking, and the elements are becoming chaotic.
Both became alert. Lin Moyu's first instinct was to encase himself and Ningyi in skeletal armor, enhancing their safety. Someone's coming. Ningyi pointed ahead.
A group of people was rushing toward them. They seemed to be shouting something. A crowd of over 100 was frantically fleeing, their voices becoming clearer as they approached.
Run! Run for your lives! Don't just stand there, run! Behind them, a vast horde of elemental spirits was in pursuit. Did they stumble into an elemental spirit's nest? Ningyi wondered aloud.
Lin Moyu shook his head. No, they've encountered an elemental secret realm.
Ningyi leaped with joy. Great! I was just hoping we'd find an elemental secret realm. Elemental secret realms appeared randomly, causing elemental chaos and spawning a massive number of elemental spirits. Within the realm's influence, elements ran wild, rendering teleportation stones useless. The newly spawned elemental spirits would attack any intruders, be they abyssal creatures or human professionals. The origin of elemental secret realms was tied to the ancient Great War. 50 to 60 professionals were fleeing desperately, trailed by thousands of elemental spirits, a daunting number.
If corpse explosion were usable, Lin Mayu wouldn't be concerned, no matter if there were 10 times as many. But without corpses to explode, it was a bit troublesome, though only just.
What are you standing there for, waiting to die? Are you crazy? Run! Can't you see all those elemental spirits? Forget them, let's keep running, they're catching up.
The fleeing crowd shouted at Lin Mayu and Ningyi, who remained still.
Ningyi cheekily waved at them, showing no concern for the overwhelming elemental spirits.
To the fleeing professionals, Lin Mayu and Ningyi seemed like madmen, perhaps even blind. They rushed past the duo, with most elemental spirits continuing the chase, but some noticed Lin Mayu and Ningyi, charging toward them instead. In an instant, Lin Mayu released all his skeletons, 150 skeletal warriors and 100 skeletal mages. The skeletal warriors charged into the fray like tigers among sheep, while the skeletal mages rained spells down.
In a flash, dozens of elemental spirits were slain, notifications of gained experience and elemental cores appearing rapidly.
The skeletons worked in tandem, dispatching foes swiftly. The level 26 skeletal warriors, with attributes surpassing those of the level 34 elemental spirits, made quick work of them, often in 3 hits. The skeletal mages, with a spirit attribute of 42,000, dealt devastating magical damage, often defeating elemental spirits in 2 hits.
Elemental spirits fell in droves.
Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed from afar, and the elements descended into chaos, more tumultuous than ever imagined. The piercing screech became increasingly intense. Lin Mayu noticed Ningyi covering her ears in discomfort.
What is that sound?
It's making me dizzy, she complained.
As the screech continued, the elemental spirits began to echo it, creating a cacophony that felt like it could rupture eardrums.
The elements were in complete disarray, and the skeletal mages fell silent, unable to cast a single spell. As I suspected, it must be the ruler of this elemental secret realm, a primordial elemental king, Lin Mayu said, raising his hand. A flash of red light lit up the sky, forming a massive scarlet net. Skill, slow curse. Instantly, above every elemental spirit within sight, a large, blood-red shackle appeared. The screeching sounds elongated, and the spirit's speed was drastically reduced by 39 times. The unbearable noise was suddenly quelled, except for the most potent and sharpest screech from afar, which continued.
Attack!
Lin Mayu commanded, and the skeletal warriors hefted their blades and charged. With the elemental chaos rendering the skeletal mages useless, Lin Mayu relied solely on the skeletal warriors.
Fortunately, they were quick killers, dispatching elemental spirits in mere moments.
In no time, most of the spirits were cleared. The skeletons drew all the elemental spirits' attention, so none pursued the fleeing people anymore. Those who had been chased now watched in relief as the elemental spirits changed direction.
We're saved. I thought I was going to die. Why did the elemental spirits stop chasing us? Look over there.
They were astonished to see the very people they had dismissed as lunatics now commanding a horde of skeletons, swiftly clearing out the elemental spirits.
The elemental spirits stood no chance against the skeletons' blades and were easily slain. Who are they? How are they so powerful? Those skeletons are incredible. Are they summoners? I've never seen a summoner this strong. It's laughable.
I called them crazy earlier, but it turns out I'm the one who was out of my mind.
Amidst their amazement, the elemental spirits were wiped out completely. Minutes later, the screeching subsided, though the elements remained chaotic.
Lin Mayu decided to withdraw the skeletal mages, as they were of no use outside. He didn't expect them to wield weapons and fight directly. Finally, it's quiet, Ningyi sighed in relief, having been quite uncomfortable earlier. It was indeed harsh.
Let's move on.
Lin Mayu noted that over 1,000 elemental spirits had been dealt with in less than 5 minutes by his force of 150 skeletal warriors. The attribute difference was too vast, leaving the elemental spirits powerless to resist. Guided by the direction of the sound, Lin Mayu led the skeletal warriors forward.
To obtain elemental crystals, they had to defeat the primordial elemental king within the secret realm.
Elemental crystals were a tier above elemental cores, akin to the difference between beginner and advanced materials. Cores were typically for items below level 40, while crystals were needed for level 40 and above items. Lin Mayu and Ningyi were soon greeted by a surreal and magnificent sight, for types of elements visibly swirling and dancing in the air.
Electric elements sparkled like stars, fire elements dotted the scene, wind elements formed wings, and water elements mirrored like glass.
So beautiful.
Ningyi was entranced, having never seen anything so captivating. The beauty was breathtaking, yet the danger was equally palpable. Watch out! Lin Mayu warned, but it was a moment too late. A massive bolt of lightning struck with blinding speed. The skeletal armor flickered, absorbing the attack. Ningyi, momentarily blinded by the blue flash, realized that without the armor, she might have been severely injured or worse, given her level 25 vulnerability. Next, countless sharp ice arrows rained down from above, a deadly ice arrow storm descending upon them. Every skeleton was targeted by the ice arrows, whose impact was noticeable even to Lin Mayu through the skeletal warriors. Skill, slow curse. Lin Mayu pressed his hand down, casting the curse. The enchanting scene vanished instantly. Ningyi then realized that the beautiful vision was actually a mass of elemental spirits entwined and distorted together. Under the curse, they quickly separated and revealed their true forms. The skeletal warriors charged in. Even without the skeletal mages, and despite the flying wind elemental spirits, they couldn't escape the slowed-down skeletal warriors' pursuit. Lin Mayu ordered them to prioritize the wind elemental spirits. With a fierce assault, the elemental spirits fell rapidly. As they perished, the secret realm unveiled itself before the duo, a world composed of elements, existing independently outside the regular world. Secret realms differed from dungeons, they were singular, and everyone inside shared the same space. This meant that multiple teams could potentially encounter each other, leading to confrontations. The elemental secret realm on the elemental planes was renowned for its elemental crystals, used to craft top-tier platinum weapons. These weapons were intended for levels 40 to 59, valued in billions. The cheapest platinum weapon started at 5 million, while the most expensive could reach 1 billion. For Lin Mayu, its value lay not in crafting weapons but in completing Bai Yuan's task and upgrading his cooling amulet. Indeed, elemental crystals were one of the materials needed to upgrade a basic cooling amulet to an intermediate one. Let's go in. With the secret realm's gate open, Lin Mayu led the skeletal warriors inside. The environment shifted, a biting cold wind greeting them as they entered an ice palace. The elemental secret realm was entirely composed of elements. The ice surface was pristine, reflecting light like a mirror. Even the faintest light, after multiple reflections, became dazzling. The ice palace resembled a maze with multiple paths. But Lin Mayu didn't fear mazes. Go, he commanded, and the skeletal warriors dispersed, entering the various paths to map the area. In his mind, a map began forming. Ningyi curiously asked, "We don't have to move?" Lin Mayu shook his head, "No need. Let the skeletal warriors scout. Once they find the right path, we'll follow." Ningyi giggled, "Your skeletons are really handy, they can do anything." Indeed, the skeletons were invaluable. Without them, Lin Mayu couldn't have leveled up so quickly or soloed various dungeons. The 150 skeletal warriors spread out, tirelessly seeking the correct exit. Along the way, they encountered no monsters, this was purely a maze. Upon reaching dead ends, Lin Mayu would swiftly retract them, redeploying them to explore new paths. The mental map became increasingly complete. He tested the walls, finding they could be broken but quickly restored, an inefficient method. After about 10 minutes, they finally discovered the true exit of the maze. "Let's go, we found the exit." Ningyi laughed, "That was fast. Skeletons are so useful." Fortunately, the skeletons had no emotions, otherwise, being called babies might have elicited interesting reactions. A horde of skeletal warriors burst out of the ice palace exit, encountering a massive ice elemental spirit. It sat on a throne of ice, glaring coldly at the intruding skeletons, its eyes seemingly filled with anger at the uninvited disturbance of its rest. With a fierce roar, ice pillars shot out from the palace's ceiling and walls, each as thick as a meter and 4 to 5 meters tall. The skeletal warriors swiftly maneuvered to dodge the ice pillars, though some were struck and sent flying. Despite the pillars' formidable attack power, the skeletal warriors only sustained minor injuries. Lin Mayu cast a detection spell. Water Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss. Level, 37. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 0. Spirit, 13,000. Constitution, 16,000. Skills, Ice Pillar Impact, Ice Whirlwind, Flood Surge. Trait, Physical Damage Halved, Ice Elemental Immunity. Its agility was 0. Lin Mayu realized it was anchored to its icy throne, unable to move, a type of creature he had never encountered before. The skeletal warriors charged towards the Water Elemental General, unleashing their skills. Their large blades, glowing with a dazzling red light, struck the Water Elemental General,
breaking off chunks of icy shards. Despite the water elemental general's inherent trait of having physical damage, it couldn't withstand the skeletal warrior's high attributes, which surpassed its defenses. Especially under their skill bursts, they inflicted significant damage. The water elemental general let out a mix of screams and roars, its body radiating a ghostly blue light. This blue light morphed into countless ice arrows swirling around it, forming a fierce whirlwind skill, Ice Whirlwind. The powerful impact of the ice arrows even pushed back the skeletal warriors. A skill with a knockback effect. Lin Mayu observed, ordering the skeletal warriors to retreat temporarily out of the skill's range. This highlighted one of the skeletal warriors' weaknesses: they couldn't counter skills with control effects. As the whirlwind intensified and expanded, almost covering the entire room, Lin Mayu swiftly recalled all the skeletal warriors and retreated into the ice palace with Ningyi. The sound of ice arrows striking the ice palace walls echoed for a full minute before ceasing. The skill had ended. Returning to the water elemental general's chamber, Lin Mayu noticed its wounds had healed. The skeletal warrior's earlier assault had left it pitted and scarred, but now it appeared as good as new. That's quite unfair, Ningyi remarked, having noticed the same. A single skill had repelled all the skeletal warriors and healed its injuries. Lin Mayu, observing, reassured Ningyi, "Stay inside. I have a plan." "Okay," Ningyi nodded obediently, trusting Lin Mayu's confidence. The skeletal warriors reappeared, charging once more at the water elemental general. Their blades clashed against it, producing crisp, metallic sounds. The water elemental general roared again as dense ice arrows materialized, spinning around it and forming an ice arrow whirlwind. As the whirlwind's range expanded with a strong knockback effect, Lin Mayu recalled the skeletal warriors and, instead of retreating, charged into the whirlwind himself. His skeletal armor shimmered, deflecting the ice arrows and ignoring the skill's knockback. Though the whirlwind was vast, it wasn't dense. Outside was a tempest of wind and arrows, but inside was calm. Lin Mayu passed through and released the skeletal warriors again, who resumed their assault without hesitation. The ice arrow whirlwind continued, spreading to the room's corners. Ningyi, following Lin Mayu's instructions, stayed inside the ice palace. The skeletal warriors joyfully hammered away, and the water elemental general's cries were incessant. A minute later, the ice arrows vanished, reverting into countless water elements. This time, its wounds only partially healed, leaving it still battered by the warriors' assault. The water elemental general's aura weakened, signaling to Lin Mayu that his tactic was working. Blue light surged from the water elemental general again, followed by torrents of water erupting around it, forming a massive wave skill, Flood Surge. The towering wave crashed down, filled with turbulent water elements. Unlike the previous control skill, this was a direct assault. Without control effects, it was manageable. The skeletal warriors vanished instantly as Lin Mayu alone bore the brunt, deeming it unnecessary for them to endure the onslaught. Standing firm in his skeletal armor, boasting a constitution of 78,000, he withstood the waves unyieldingly. Wave after wave crashed down, but Lin Mayu remained unmoved. After 5 successive waves, the water finally receded. The skeletal warriors reappeared, resuming their icy demolition. This time, they gave the water elemental general no respite. 2 minutes later, it was shattered into icy fragments, along with its throne. Killed level 37 water elemental general, experience plus 1,480,000. Obtained water elemental core *10. Upon receiving the notification, Ningyi dashed out of the ice palace, her face beaming with joy. To her, Lin Mayu was the best. The experience gain was substantial, awarding each of them 1.48 million experience points. Additionally, the 10 water elemental cores could sell for 1 million gold coins. After the water elemental general's demise, the environment underwent a subtle change. Lin Mayu sensed it. The elemental chaos seems to have lessened. Ningyi nodded. It does feel a bit more comfortable now. Chaotic elements could cause discomfort, but the situation had improved. Summoning a water element skeletal mage, Lin Mayu tested its abilities. It could now cast spells, unlike the other elemental mages. This change likely related to the water elemental general. Moving past the icy debris, they ventured deeper into the secret realm, greeted by a wave of heat. They entered a world of flames, with the entire space ablaze, forming a sea of fire. As they stepped in, their skeletal armor responded. The silvery armor materialized, gleaming and shielding them from the flames. For other adventurers, this realm would inflict continuous harm. The world of water, now the world of fire. Next would likely be the world of wind, and then lightning. Lin Moyu had retracted the skeletal warriors. The constant damage in this world wasn't conducive to their advance. Ningyi, however, treated it like a playground, occasionally stepping on small flames, unharmed thanks to the skeletal armor.
Every 2 minutes, Lin Moyu replenished the armor, ensuring it remained at peak condition. Like in the Ice Palace, no fire elemental spirits were present. It was as if all elements reverted to their purest form. In the fiery realm, a distant, blazing mountain loomed, Mount Flame. They headed towards it. After 10 minutes of traversing the sea of fire, they arrived at the mountain's base. Only then did they realize it wasn't a mountain at all, but a colossal blaze entirely composed of fire elements. The flames reached 50 to 60 meters high, appearing mountainous from afar. Ningyi was awestruck, having never seen such a massive conflagration.
How are we supposed to fight that? As she spoke, Mount Flame awakened, revealing a pair of enormous eyes. Lin Moyu was startled. It bore a striking resemblance to the eyes of a flame demon he had once encountered.
Fire Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss. Level, 37. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 16,000. Skills, Flame Eruption, Fire Sea Explosion. Trait, Physical Damage halved, Fire Element Immunity, Flame Burn. Another immobile monster, with no physical attack power. Its spirit attribute was a staggering 20,000, suggesting its elemental damage would be immense.
Fortunately, it wasn't immune to physical attacks, allowing the skeletal warriors to inflict significant damage. 150 skeletal warriors surged from the summoning space, swiftly reaching the base of the fire elemental general.
Like a small mountain, it spewed hundreds of massive fire pillars.
These pillars exploded in the air, raining down fireballs. Skill, Flame Eruption.
A full-range, saturation attack, dense and inescapable. Any team here would endure this barrage, and weaker teams wouldn't survive.
The skeletal warriors caught fire, the flames sizzling on their bodies, a result of the fire elemental general's flame burn trait. As the skeletal warriors attacked, they suffered retaliatory fire damage. Nearly approaching it inflicted harm. Despite the damage, the skeletal warriors persisted in their assault. Their powerful attributes granted them exceptional defense and resilience. Simultaneously, water element skeletal mages appeared, beginning to cast their skills.
Lin Moyu released all 28 water element skeletal mages. Within the elemental realm, the elements were in utter chaos.
After the water elemental general was defeated, only the water element skeletal mages could cast spells.
Skill, Ice Storm.
Ice rained down on the fire elemental general, generating thick steam.
The fire elemental general roared, launching wave after wave of attacks.
Pillars of fire continuously shot up, transforming into a fiery rain that fell from above. With the elemental resistance skill, the elemental damage was reduced by 3 times on both the skeletons and Lin Moyu. Although the skeletal warriors seemed engulfed in flames, the actual damage they suffered was minimal.
As long as the enemy's skills lacked control effects, there was nothing to worry about.
Lin Moyu and Ningyi, clad in skeletal armor, stood amidst the fiery rain unscathed. The fire elemental general sustained increasing damage, its form beginning to shrink and its flames dimming. Sensing its life in danger, it roared with increasing intensity.
Skill, Sea of Fire Explosion. The entire fire element world seemed to go berserk at that moment. The ground trembled and cracked as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Lin Moyu shielded Ningyi, striving to maintain their balance.
All the fire elements converged, creating countless fire pillars that transformed into a sea of fire.
The next second, the sea of fire exploded violently.
Startled by the sudden explosion, Ningyi quickly covered her ears.
Explosions rang out repeatedly, engulfing the entire fire element world. Amidst the explosions, the skeletons were flung into the air.
Lin Moyu and Ningyi, relying on their skeletal armor, stood firm as a mountain.
The fire elemental general's final outburst was ultimately futile. Once the skeleton warriors landed, they swiftly resumed their assault.
From that moment on, the fire elemental general could no longer resist. With a final scream, it shattered into pieces. The firelight danced in the air like a dazzling firework, marking its last display. Killed level 37 fire elemental general, experience plus 1,480,000.
Obtained fire elemental core *10.
Elemental monsters left no corpse, only scattered flames attesting to their existence. After the fire elemental general's demise, the fire element world remained, albeit significantly weakened. The chaotic elements smoothed out once more, allowing fire element skeletal mages to cast spells effectively.
What element do you think will be next?
Ningyi wondered aloud, squinting her eyes.
Wind.
Lin Mayu had already sensed the presence of wind elements ever-changing, sometimes gentle, sometimes violent. As they traversed the fire element world and stepped into the wind element realm, a team arrived at the elemental realm's entrance. A typical 5-member team, 1 knight, 2 supports, and 2 attackers. They wore distinctive outfits from the Republic of Korea, resembling a blend of the Divine Summer Empire and the Cherry Blossom Nation, somewhat mismatched.
Boss, I can't believe we actually found it. The elemental realm, after all these days of searching, we finally found it. Strange, weren't there supposed to be elemental spirits? Why isn't there a single one?
The team members displayed puzzled expressions. The entrance to the elemental realm didn't match their information. Park Young-chang observed the entrance. Someone must have gone in already.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. If we're late, we'll miss out.
Can't believe someone beat us to it, they said anxiously. Park Young-chang remained calm, no rush.
They haven't been inside long. I can feel the residual elemental energies.
With someone clearing the way for us, we can save some effort.
As long as we get there before they kill the realm boss.
There's a saying in Divine Summer, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
Today, let's be the oriole. Park Young-chang's confident demeanor elicited laughter from his team.
Boss is right, why rush?
As long as we land the final blow on the boss, it's all good.
Would be best if we catch them fighting the boss and take them all out.
Great plan. Laughing and chatting, they entered the dungeon, exuding ease. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the massive ice palace.
The team's mage cast a spell.
A crisp sound echoed as sound waves dispersed into the ice palace.
Moments later, the mage's eyes lit up. Found the path, follow me. Lin Mayu and Ning Yi advanced through the wind element world. The wind elements were highly active and ever-changing, at times a gentle breeze brushing their cheeks, at others a sharp blade triggering the skeletal armor. Ning Yi suddenly grabbed Lin Mayu's arm and pointed skyward. Look at that. Floating in the air were clusters of pale green clouds.
On closer inspection, they were not clouds but wind elemental spirits, gathered and overlapping like cloud formations. As Ningyi noticed them, they too noticed her.
The cloud clusters exploded, and the air was filled with wind elemental spirits, encircling the pair. The spirits whirled around them, forming a tornado. Lin Mayu and Ningyi found themselves in the eye of the storm. Balls of wind shot out like raindrops, targeting them as if they were practice targets.
The skeletal armor glowed, deflecting all attacks.
Lin Mayu released both water and fire element skeletal mages, who began countering the wind elemental spirits. Simultaneously, Lin Mayu raised his hand, casting a massive red net overhead *** skill, slow curse ***. The tornado dissipated instantly, with blood-red shackles appearing above each wind elemental spirit, slowing them by 39 times. Even the swiftest wind elemental spirits were slowed to a crawl.
The skeletal warriors leapt up, attacking the airborne wind elemental spirits.
Meanwhile, 46 water and fire element skeletal mages unleashed their spells continuously. One by one, the wind elemental spirits were vanquished, and in no time, over 100 were wiped out. A thunderous boom shook the wind element world.
The cloud clusters burst open, transforming into wind elemental spirits.
However, instead of targeting Lin Mayu and Ningyi, they flew en masse in one direction.
Lin Mayu frowned. Something's not right. What is it? Ningyi asked curiously.
Lin Mayu looked ahead, where a massive black object floated in midair, with countless elemental spirits surging into it.
Another thunderous boom resounded. Lightning slashed across the sky, accompanied by thunderclaps.
This is, Ningyi gasped in shock. Lin Mayu explained, that's a storm, a combination of wind and electric elements forming a storm.
However, this storm lacked rain, consisting only of fierce winds and lightning. He cast a detection skill. Wind electric elemental entity, secret realm boss. Level, 38. Strength, 0. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 25,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, lightning, gale, thunderstrike. Trait, physical attack damage halved, wind element immunity, electric element immunity.
The wind electric elemental entity, formed by wind and electric elements, advanced towards Lin Mayu. With 0 strength, it had no physical attack capabilities.
Its 5,000 agility meant its speed wasn't particularly fast.
However, with a spirit attribute of 25,000, its elemental attacks promised to be formidable. Its colossal form, spanning over 200 meters in diameter, exerted immense pressure. The roaring winds made it difficult to stand even 1,000 meters away. The wind pressure lashed like knives, but the skeletal armor emitted a white glow, shielding Lin Mayu from harm. Lightning struck from a kilometer away, forming beautiful arcs on the skeletal armor. The skeletal warriors responded instantly, charging towards the wind electric elemental entity at speeds of several hundred meters per second. Lin Mayu raised his hand, casting a red glow that descended upon the elemental entity, binding it with a massive shackle. Its already moderate speed slowed drastically, leaving it to drift sluggishly through the air. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, countless bolts of lightning descended. Lin Mayu and the skeletal warriors were all struck by the lightning. Although the slow curse could delay the elemental entity's movements, it had little impact on the speed of the lightning. The bolts were incredibly fast, and even slowed by 39 times, they remained impossibly quick, making them unavoidable. The lightning struck the skeletal warriors repeatedly, dealing continuous damage. Skill, lightning, despite its seemingly simple nature, this skill had devastating destructive power. The skeletal warriors suffered injuries one after another. At that moment, 46 skeletal mages had already reached their attack range. Skill, explosive flame, skill, ice storm, fire and water spells relentlessly targeted the wind electric elemental entity. Yet again, a barrage of lightning crashed down onto the skeletal mages from above. The skeletal warriors, enduring the lightning strikes, leapt high and unleashed their skills, chopping at the elemental entity. The entity was torn open with gaping wounds, trembling violently. As it sustained injuries, it shuddered while attempting to heal, and the lightning grew fiercer, bombarding the skeletal warriors mercilessly. The battle had become a test of endurance, devoid of strategy, just a contest of resilience. Powerful winds began howling, creating immense pressure on the skeletal warriors. The storm cluster rose, creating distance, and the skeletal warriors were unable to reach it. One of the skeletal warriors' disadvantages was their inability to fly. Lin Mayu's palm flickered with firelight. The long-unused soul flame appeared once more. A seemingly insignificant flame entered the elemental entity. With its diameter exceeding 200 meters, the soul flame, no larger than a fingernail, seemed inconspicuous by comparison. Yet the power of the soul flame was immense. The elemental entity quaked violently, causing the entire storm cluster to tremble. The lightning and winds halted abruptly. The storm cluster distorted and showed signs of collapsing. Lin Mayu's eyes lit up as he quickly understood. The wind electric elemental entity was essentially a fusion of wind and electric elements. Such a fusion could never be perfect, there were always flaws. The soul flame targeted the spirit directly, exploiting these flaws. Compared to external assaults, this kind of internal disintegration was far more effective. With each use of the soul flame, Lin Mayu relentlessly applied the skill. The elemental entity twisted and deformed frantically, and the storm began to disintegrate. Lightning vanished, and the gales ceased. The skeletal warriors and mages seized the opportunity to accelerate their attacks. In mere seconds, the storm cluster completely disbanded. Killed level 38 wind electric elemental entity, experience plus 1,520,000. Obtained wind elemental core *10. Obtained electric elemental core *10. The smoke cleared, leaving tranquility in its wake. With the elements no longer in chaos, the skeletal mages fully recovered. Lin Mayu retracted his skeletons. During the battle, they had sustained some injuries. Ningyi jumped up with joy, finally defeated it. She could tell that Lin Mayu hadn't had an easy time. After all, the skeletal warriors were only level 26, whereas the opponent was a level 38 boss. Despite the various skills bombarding them, the skeletal warriors showed evident signs of damage. Yet, Lin Mayu managed to overcome the challenge. Lin Mayu took her hand. Let's go, it's time to face the boss. The Secret Realm's boss, the Primordial Elemental King. They passed through the wind element field, entering the world of electric elements. The electric elements realm was surprisingly small, spanning only about 100 meters. Here, currents surged, and dark clouds rolled in the sky, with lightning constantly striking. Even though the electric elemental boss was no more, the electric elements continued to rampage through this domain. Lin Mayu knew that it wouldn't be long before the slain electric elemental boss reappeared. Not only did these elemental bosses revive, but so did the final boss of the realm, the Primordial Elemental King. Over the years, the realm had appeared countless times, and the Primordial Elemental King had been defeated innumerable times. Yet each time the realm reappeared, so too did the Primordial Elemental King. As long as the elemental planes remained, it could never truly be vanquished. Wearing their skeletal armor, Lin Mayu and Ning Yi traversed the electric element world hand in hand. Lightning struck them without causing a ripple, inflicting no harm. Instead, Ning Yi was treated to a rare and beautiful spectacle. Her eyes sparkled like stars, filled with admiration for Lin Mayu. After crossing the 100-meter territory, they entered a long passageway, at the end of which stood a transparent palace. The primordial elemental king sat upon the throne within, surrounded by rotating rings of 4 elements, resembling celestial rings, strikingly beautiful. So beautiful! Ning Yi exclaimed in awe. Indeed, the elemental rings were a stunning sight. Yet, alas, it was a monster, and they were adventurers. The skeletal warriors charged forward, followed closely by the skeletal mages. The primordial elemental king let out a sudden shriek, resonating throughout the realm. The elemental rings around it vibrated violently. The primordial elemental king stood at a towering level 40. The shriek unleashed a massive sound wave, tangible and forceful. The skeletal warriors paused for half a second under its impact before resuming their assault. Lin Mayu was taken aback. This was merely the primordial elemental king's simplest action, not even a true attack. Even so, it caused the skeletal warriors to halt momentarily. Lin Mayu realized this battle could be challenging. Ning Yi, slightly tense, clenched her sweaty hands. Primordial Elemental King, Secret Realm Leader. Level, 39. Strength, 20,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, Elemental Blast, Elemental Starburst. Traits, halved physical damage, halved elemental damage. Lin Mayu examined the Primordial Elemental King's attributes. These were the highest he had encountered. At level 39, its stats, excluding agility, reached 20,000, slightly lower than the skeletal warriors. Coupled with its traits of halved physical and elemental damage, and the boss's formidable vitality, this fight would not be easy. Yet, difficult as it might be, they had to fight. Having come this far, there was no turning back. The skeletal warriors reached the primordial elemental king. Before they could swing their swords, the boss launched its attack. Skill, Elemental Starburst. The 4 elemental rings lit up simultaneously, then exploded. Over a dozen skeletal warriors at the forefront were blasted away, their bones riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Lin Mayu's expression shifted slightly. With a single move, the skeletal warriors were severely wounded. He promptly withdrew the injured warriors to the summoning space. Skill, Slow Curse. With a hum, the curse activated, enveloping the primordial elemental king and significantly slowing it. As the curse took effect, the skeletal warriors reached the king, slashing with their blades. Skill, Furious Strike. With attributes soaring high, the skeletal warriors dealt massive damage. The primordial elemental king shrieked in pain. Skill, Elemental Blast. Raising its arms, waves of elemental energy surged forth like tidal waves, crashing into the skeletal warriors. Over a dozen skeletal warriors were knocked back, their bones cracking. What a powerful skill! Everything unfolded in a flash. After Lin Mayu cast the curse, the primordial elemental king completed its attack. Retrieving the injured skeletal warriors, Lin Mayu ignited the flames in his palm. Skill, Soul Flame. Of the primordial elemental king shrieked once more, the soul flame inflicting intense pain. The skeletal mage's attacks arrived in waves, engulfing the primordial elemental king. It screamed repeatedly, and as a pair of arms grew from its back, a star ring appeared on each. Wind, fire, water, electricity, the 4 elements corresponded to its 4 arms. The slow curse seemed to have lost its effect. The primordial elemental king didn't make any significant movements, merely twitching its fingers and lowering its hand. It unleashed a continuous barrage of skills, blowing the skeletal warriors away one by one. In just 5 seconds since the battle began, over 30 skeletal warriors were severely injured and had been recalled to the summoning space by Lin Mayu. This is really tough, he muttered, unsure why Bai Yuan had given him such a challenging task, as if overestimating his abilities. Yet, no matter how tough, he had to fight. Lin Mayu's palm glowed red, continuously unleashing soul flames. The soul flames still posed a considerable threat to the primordial elemental king. Alongside the skeletal warriors and mages, they continued their relentless assault. Unbeknownst to him, there was actually a specific strategy to defeat the primordial elemental king. Over the years, adventurers had devised a method for dealing with it, easily learned from Fort 3. However, Lin Mayu, accustomed to direct confrontation, hadn't considered this. Facing the primordial elemental king head-on, Lin Mayu was arguably the first in history.
Meanwhile, Pyeongchang's group finally emerged from the final electric element domain.
Their hair stood on end, and a faint smell of singed flesh lingered. The healer hurried to administer treatment.
From a distance, they saw the ongoing battle with the primordial elemental king. "Boss, they're already engaged," someone remarked.
"Should we stop them?" another suggested.
"Why stop them? We can kill them and the primordial elemental king at once," came the reply. "Mage, unleash your ultimate." The mage responded, swiftly beginning to chant. Star patterns formed underfoot, and energy surged wildly.
Ningyi sensed the energy shift and turned to see Pyeongchang's group several hundred meters away.
"This is bad."
Her expression changed as she ran towards Lin Mayu, shouting, "Watch out, we're under attack." Before her warning finished, a vast array of magical star patterns appeared overhead, and countless burning meteors rained down. Skill, meteoric cataclysm, the fiery meteors crashed to the ground, causing violent explosions. The mage in Pyeongchang's group, who had recently undergone a second transformation to become a blazing flame mage specializing in fire, had mastered his first large-scale skill, meteoric cataclysm. Its power was immense, capable of annihilating those below level 30, and even same-level adventurers could suffer severe damage if caught off guard. Now, using this skill for a sneak attack, Lin Moyu's skeletal armor flickered continuously, deflecting the explosions. A meteor struck him directly, but the armor held firm. Many skeletal warriors were hit by the meteors and sustained injuries. A level 40 adventurer who had undergone a second transformation had a drastically increased attack power. The difference between levels 39 and 40 was vast. Through the gaps in the explosions, Lin Mayu glanced at Pyeongchang's level and suddenly smiled.
Perfect timing.
With a thought, he released the previously injured skeletal warriors from the summoning space. The skeletal warriors brandished their swords and charged at Pyeongchang's group, followed by the skeletal mages who turned their attention to him.
Seeing the incoming skeletal warriors, Pyeongchang let out a startled cry. "What are these things? Are you kidding me? Where did so many undead come from? The primordial elemental king has minions?"
"Never heard of it," they exclaimed, quickly preparing for battle.
The prophet was already boosting their stats, and the mage raised his staff high.
The archer in the group drew his bow, arrows gleaming with energy, ready to unleash their skills. Suddenly, a red flash appeared. A red shackle materialized above each of their heads.
What's happening? Pyeongchang slowed dramatically.
"It's a curse," the healer realized, beginning to cast a spell to dispel it. By now, the skeletal mage's attacks had arrived, targeting the healer. Having once dealt with rogues, they knew the curse could be dispelled. Armed with this experience, Lin Mayu wouldn't allow them the chance to remove it. The skeletal mages focused their fire on the healer, and the barrage of spells landed almost simultaneously. With just one round of attacks, the healer was on the brink of death. Due to the curse, Pyeongchang failed to protect the healer from the skeletal warriors charging in. Pyeongchang grabbed a potion and drank it, dispelling the red shackle and the curse. Skill, mass taunt, skill, mass chains. He unleashed 2 consecutive skills, redirecting the skeletal warriors' focus to him. Dozens of invisible energy chains flew out, pulling the skeletal warriors toward him. Facing the skeletal warriors head-on, Pyeongchang raised his shield to block, shouting, "Drink potions to lift the curse." His battle-hardened teammates quickly drank potions to dispel the curse, also administering one to the healer. Once freed from the curse, the healer hastily cast a quick healing spell on himself, rapidly recovering. Another wave of magical attacks descended. Pyeongchang roared, "Group protection!" The skill activated, forming an energy shield in front of the team, blocking the skeletal mage's attacks.
Ningyi noted, "They're level 40 now."
The knight's group protection and mass chains, and the mage's meteoric cataclysm for the sneak attack, are all skills from the second transformation at level 40. Lin Mayu nodded, attempting another curse, only to find it ineffective. The curse potion granted temporary immunity to curses. Pyeongchang stood firm against over 30 skeletal warriors, unwavering. The healer continuously applied healing spells. Lin Mayu realized that his previous success against rogues was partly due to their similar level and the opponent's inability to access their storage space for items in the Hell Dungeon. Level 40 adventurers were inherently strong, and with access to items and equipment differences, they were more challenging to deal with.
But so what? An enemy was an enemy, and they had to be dealt with.
If not for his skeletal armor, the earlier sneak attack might have left him injured or even dead.
No mercy for enemies.
The skeletal mages maintained their suppressive fire.
Pyeongchang gritted his teeth. "How can they be this strong?" "Captain, what do we do?" the mage asked urgently. His attacks damaged the skeletal warriors but couldn't easily kill them. The archer was also anxious. They were overwhelmed by a barrage of spells, unable to lift their heads, under immense pressure. Pyeongchang regretted provoking the opponent, not realizing their strength. Even while battling the primordial elemental king, they had the capacity to deal with him too. Retreat? Looks like we have to retreat. Just as he decided to withdraw, he saw Lin Mayu approaching, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Lin Mayu raised his hand towards them, firelight flickering in his palm. Ah! A scream erupted. The healer suddenly came under attack, clutching his head in agony. The healing spell was interrupted, and Pyeongchang's burden grew heavier. The skeletal warrior's attacks clattered against his shield, their immense force making him want to cough up blood. The healer managed a healing spell on himself, but Lin Mayu's second attack followed swiftly. Another scream ensued. The healer crouched, clutching his head. The mage and archer launched attacks at Lin Mayu, but his skeletal armor absorbed them all. The soul flame continued to burn. After 5 consecutive attacks, the healer finally collapsed. Without a healer, Pyeongchang could no longer hold on. We have to go. Just as he spoke, a loud explosion rang out. Pyeongchang let out a pained cry, severely injured. He was drenched in blood. Turning, he saw his teammates all dead. A chilling fear gripped Pyeongchang's heart as the skeletal warrior's blades descended. Without a second thought, he activated Extreme Defense, a hallmark knight skill. Drinking a potion, he turned and fled, the glow of extreme defense enveloping him as he charged into the electric element world, braving the lightning to escape into the distance. Lin Mayu didn't give chase. Chasing a fleeing knight was difficult. The skeletal warriors hoisted the bodies of the prophet, archer, and mage, carrying them back toward the primordial elemental king. The corpses were hurled high into the air, falling toward the primordial elemental king. Skill, corpse explosion, the bodies detonated mid-air, eliciting a pained scream from the primordial elemental king. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Over half of the skeletal warriors were injured, and the primordial elemental king was also seriously wounded. Both sides were exchanging blows at the cost of their lives. Lin Mayu's sudden corpse explosion caught the primordial elemental king off guard, stunning it momentarily. 2 more bodies followed swiftly. Boom! Boom! The primordial elemental king was gravely injured, losing 3 of its 4 arms. Only 1 elemental ring, the wind element, remained. It was unfortunate that the knight had escaped, otherwise, a knight's corpse explosion would have surely killed the primordial elemental king. Knights had the most vitality, and their corpse explosions were the most powerful. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mayu released all his skeletal warriors and mages, joining the fray with his soul flame skill. It was all or nothing. In the final onslaught, the primordial elemental king fell with a crash, filled with unwillingness. Defeated the primordial elemental king, experience plus 2,340,000. Acquired elemental crystals x5. Elemental crystals can be used to craft top-tier platinum equipment, enchant platinum gear, or as materials for upgrading cooling amulets. Obtaining 5 elemental crystals was quite fortunate, as typically only 3 to 4 were dropped. Bai Yuan's task required just 1 crystal, leaving Lin Mayu with 4 to keep for himself, useful for upgrading cooling amulets. With the primordial elemental king's demise, the secret realm quickly vanished. Lin Mayu and Ning Yi found themselves back on the elemental plane. Ning Yi breathed a sigh of relief, finally done. Lin Mayu nodded, retracting his skeletons. Most of them were heavily injured and needed to recuperate in the summoning space. Oh no! Ning Yi suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Lin Mayu turned, unsure of what had happened. Ning Yi said, I forgot to take the equipment off those people we defeated. Now that the secret realm has disappeared, so has their gear. Lin Mayu was surprised, I thought you weren't short on money. Ning Yi replied, I'm not, but you are. You need a lot of skill scrolls, which require money. But don't worry, I'll buy them for you. My grandpa is wealthy, I can ask him for some. If Ning Tairan heard this, he might just cough up blood. His beloved granddaughter had yet to marry, yet she was already siding with an outsider. Lin Mayu smiled gently, patting Ning Yi's head. Tired? Let's rest and eat something before moving on. Yes, yes. Ning Yi's stomach grumbled in agreement. Starting a campfire, Lin Mayu had learned how to grill meat, thanks to Shi Xing'an, who also taught him about various seasonings. The meat was beast meat purchased from the trading post, of good quality. Ning Yi savored the meat Lin Mayu grilled, her eyes narrowing into crescents. Will you always grill meat for me?
Lin Moyu chuckled softly, of course. Ningyi's smile grew even brighter as she leaned lazily against Lin Moyu, gazing up at the starry sky.
On the elemental plane, without the shroud of mist, the stars were visible, far clearer than in the brightly lit metropolis.
The sky was as beautiful as Ningyi's heart felt at that moment. At the edge of the elemental plane, the scenery changed abruptly. The ground turned black, with dark fumes rising from it, filling the air with a decaying odor.
Abyssal power permeated the area, attempting to invade the elemental plane.
Strange abyssal creatures roamed, eyeing the elemental plane covetously but unable to enter, seemingly fearful of it. Lin Moyu recalled the information he had read in the library. Abyssal creatures came in two types: the intelligent demon kings and devils, akin to humans in their capacity for thought, and the unintelligent creatures like the ones before him, akin to the commonplace wild monsters in the human world, known as monsters.
In the lands near the abyss, both monsters and devils existed. Killing either granted military merits, though devils yielded more than monsters. Previously, Lin Moyu had slain an abyssal hellhound, a type of monster. A level 31 hellhound granted only 1 point of military merit. The level 35 abyssal creature before him also provided just 1 point of merit. However, killing a level 36 abyssal demon granted 100 merit points. The difference was substantial. Bai Yuan's task was to kill abyssal demons, not just monsters. Stepping out of the elemental plane, they re-entered the domain of the primordial battlefield, known here as the third battlefield due to its proximity to Fort 3. The area Lin Moyu had previously visited was the first battlefield. The mist enveloped the area again, denser than at the entrance to Fort 1. This mist was an extension of the abyssal power, growing thicker the closer one got to the abyss.
Ningyi removed her elemental mask, inhaling deeply. The abyss smells awful. The odor of decay was unpleasant, and neither she nor Lin Moyu liked it, but there was no avoiding it. They had to adapt. Someday, they would have to confront the abyss, perhaps even fight their way into it. It was the duty of human adventurers. Their presence attracted the attention of nearby monsters, and several charged at them. Skeletal warriors appeared, intercepting the monsters. Abyssal Man-Eater, level 35, strength 6,000, agility 5,000, spirit 3,000, constitution 6,000, skill, roar. Known as abyssal man-eaters, these were ordinary abyssal monsters. Their attributes were slightly higher than abyssal hellhounds but far inferior to level 36 abyssal demons, marking them as low-tier monsters. Such monsters were said to be endless in the abyss, impossible to eradicate. The skeletal warriors dispatched them with ease, taking only a few hits. Defeated level 35 abyssal man-eater, experience plus 175,000, military merit plus 1, acquired man-eater claw. No surprises there, just 1 point of military merit. Killing 2 man-eaters for a single merit point, as half the merit had to be shared with Ningyi. Ningyi tilted her head back, revealing her elegant neck, and teased, "Aren't you regretting bringing me along? You have to split your experience and merits with me." Lin Moyu simply patted her head, saying nothing. Everything was understood without words. The area was teeming with abyssal man-eaters, visible everywhere. Lin Moyu noted many adventurers battling monsters here. Though each monster yielded only 1 merit point, the accumulation was still worthwhile, as it ensured safety without risk. The greatest danger lay in encountering abyssal demons, who could command monsters. At their call, surrounding creatures would swarm human adventurers. Most humans chose to stay near the elemental plane, retreating into it if danger arose, as the abyssal entities feared it. Only those with absolute confidence or small teams ventured deeper into the third battlefield, specifically hunting demons for merit, earning them the title of demon hunters. Lin Moyu summoned 5 skeletal warriors to clear the path. The number of creatures on the road wasn't overwhelming, and whether it was 5 or 50 skeletons, they dispatched them in a few hits. His destination was the deepest part of the third battlefield, where the mist was thickest and closest to the abyss. If demons appeared, it would be there. The third battlefield was vast, and it took them half a day to traverse the central area. Past the center, the number of abyssal creatures increased significantly. Lin Moyu summoned 5 more skeletal warriors. Beyond the central area, the number of human adventurers dwindled. Only small teams or confident demon hunters dared operate here. Ningyi quietly remarked, "I wonder when we'll encounter an abyssal demon. Those guys hide deeper than rats." Lin Moyu gazed ahead, saying calmly, "We'll encounter one." Accumulating military merit point by point was agonizingly slow. After half a day, they'd only gained about 50 points, having killed just over 100 abyssal creatures.
Lin Mayu's expression grew serious, sensing something amiss ahead.
Energy was fluctuating violently. Suddenly, a burst of light exploded in the sky.
A distress signal, something's happening up ahead.
The distress signal exploded in the sky like a bright moon, illuminating the entire third battlefield. Even the thick fog couldn't obscure it, visible for miles around.
It's not far, let's go, Lin Mayu said, immediately heading towards the signal with Ningyi.
No matter the internal competition or conflicts among humans, on the battlefield, a distress signal was a call for help that all nearby adventurers would respond to.
This was an unspoken rule everyone adhered to. United, the human race could survive the abyss's threat.
The distress signal wasn't far from Lin Mayu, only a few minutes' distance.
Something's wrong, the monsters here have disappeared, Ningyi noted, sensing something amiss.
Since passing the central area, the number of monsters had increased rapidly, yet now, as they hurried along, not a single abyssal creature was in sight. Suddenly, sharp laughter echoed through the fog.
It's the sound of a demon, Ningyi identified quickly. Looks like the man-eaters have been summoned away by a demon.
Abyssal demons could command monsters, and it seemed likely that the adventurers who sent the distress signal were under siege.
Lin Mayu and Ningyi quickened their pace. The cries of man-eaters soon reached their ears as they pushed through the thick fog, finally arriving at the scene. Hundreds of man-eaters encircled a group of adventurers, attacking fiercely.
The group comprised 9 people, 2 knights, 3 support members, and 4 damage dealers, including a summoner, a mage, an archer, and a warrior.
The warrior was currently acting as a knight, blocking the man-eaters' attacks.
Despite their levels being just below 40, around 37 to 38, they should have been able to break through the man-eaters' siege.
The key issue was the presence of a demon.
An abyssal demon hovered in the air, periodically launching attacks that pressured the knights heavily. Each time a knight attempted a breakout, the demon thwarted them.
The abyssal demon had a wolf-like face, somewhat resembling a hellhound but exuding a completely different aura.
It was wingless, riding a giant blue wolf with wings on its back, displaying sharp teeth menacingly.
Lin Mayu recognized this demon from his studies, a wolf demon of the abyss.
Wolf demons were a vast and populous race in the abyss. They were born in pairs, one became the wolf demon and the other the blue wolf, serving as a mount. The relationship between a wolf demon and its mount was akin to blood brothers, their synergy making them far deadlier than hellhounds.
The abyssal wolf demon repeatedly blocked the knight's escape attempts, laughing shrilly as if toying with them.
Lin Mayu could tell that if it truly intended to kill, the adventurers might not have lasted this long.
He cast a detection spell.
Abyssal Wolf Demon, Normal Demon, Level 38, Strength 12,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 3,000, Constitution 9,000, Skills, Roar Attack, Bite. It was indeed stronger than a hellhound, but still insufficient in Lin Mayu's eyes. The only challenge was its ability to fly at considerable speed, making it difficult to catch if it decided to flee. We need a plan to lure it down, Lin Mayu suggested, exchanging a glance with Ningyi, understanding each other instantly. Sensing the detection spell, the abyssal wolf demon turned its gaze toward Lin Mayu, its sharp teeth gleaming.
Ah, finally someone has come, it sneered.
A mere level 26 kid and a level 25 girl. The girl looks tender and delicious, must taste great. It had been deliberately besieging without killing, waiting for adventurers to send distress signals, hoping to lure more victims. Its voice reached the surrounded adventurers, causing their hearts to sink.
What were these level 26 individuals doing here, offering themselves up for slaughter?
The demon fixated on Ningyi, licking its fangs eagerly, saliva dripping. I'll eat you first, it declared, swiftly flying towards her, eyes alight with bloodlust and anticipation of a tasty meal. Ningyi shrieked, retreating behind Lin Mayu.
Hiding won't save you. Your fate is sealed, the demon taunted.
I'll eat you piece by piece, starting with your hands, then your legs. Your screams will be the finest seasoning. The abyssal wolf demon laughed wildly, already considering Ningyi as its meal. It failed to notice that Ningyi's eyes held no fear, just a triumphant smile. Boy, get out of my way or die, the demon roared, swiping with its lethal claws. Its claws, gleaming with a chilling light, were as deadly as the sharpest weapons.
Bang!
Bone armor materialized, blocking its attack.
What was happening?
The demon was momentarily bewildered. Then, with a resonant hum, a red shackle appeared above its head.
What was this?
The abyssal wolf demon looked up, its movements slowed to a crawl.
Not only it, but even the blue wolf beneath it was sluggish.
As it looked up, skeletal warriors surrounded it, grabbing the blue wolf's legs, their swords glowing red as they swung at its wings.
More skeletons climbed onto its body. The demon's screams stretched into a bizarre melody, echoing around them.
The slow curse's effect was extensive, even affecting the man-eaters surrounding the adventurers, making them sluggish like turtles.
What's happening? Why the sudden change? This is the power of a curse. Now's our chance, break out.
Under the curse, the man-eaters' attacks slowed significantly, reducing their threat.
The knights seized the opportunity, leading their team to break through the encirclement. With 2 knights clearing the way and a berserker covering the rear, they quickly escaped the man-eaters' grasp.
Before they could clear the area, they heard a blood-curdling scream, the abyssal wolf demon's death throes. The demon had been slain, its mount, the blue wolf, now a mere corpse. The demon died without understanding how this seemingly insignificant level 26 adventurer had bested it, leaving it powerless. Lin Mayu had waited for the demon to approach before attacking, using curses and the skeletal warrior's explosive skills for a swift, lethal assault.
Defeated, acquired Demon Blood Essence.
Demon Blood Essence contains abyssal power, useful for alchemists and blacksmiths in crafting equipment.
The adventurers who had called for help witnessed the demon's demise. It's dead. How did he do it? Isn't he only level 26? How could an entire demon be killed so swiftly?
Amidst their astonished gazes, Lin Mayu spoke softly to them, "Retreat 100 meters, I'm going to clear the area." They hesitated, confused.
Clear the area? Why did they need to retreat 100 meters?
Ningyi poked her head out, "You should go, otherwise, you might get caught in the crossfire."
Though their words seemed unbelievable, the fact that the abyssal wolf demon was dead was undeniable.
Better safe than sorry. The adventurers exchanged glances and decided to heed the warning, retreating. As they did, the man-eaters resumed their pursuit, only to be swiftly cut down by a few skeletal warriors.
What powerful attacks! Though man-eaters weren't formidable, they shouldn't fall so easily. Then came a thunderous explosion.
The adventurers were startled, a gust like a storm blowing past them. In front of Lin Mayu, a section of the battlefield was cleared, dozens of man-eaters lying dead. They were dumbfounded.
If such power had struck them, they'd be in serious trouble, if not dead. 2 more massive explosions followed, killing even more man-eaters.
Swallowing hard, they murmured among themselves, "Where did this powerhouse come from?
Is he really just level 26? Killing so effortlessly?
His summoned creatures are incredibly strong.
Is there really such a powerful class?" In just a few swift actions, Lin Mayu cleared out the hundreds of abyssal man-eaters.
Including the abyssal wolf demon, he and Ningyi each earned several hundred merit points.
However, for Lin Mayu, this was a drop in the ocean.
At the rank of second lieutenant, advancing a single star required a full 10,000 merit points. Ningyi, being a private, only needed 100 merit points to advance a star. Her badge shone brightly as stars appeared one by one, marking her as a 6-star private. In just half a day, Ningyi had risen from 2-star to 6-star private, a speed that would make anyone envious and astonished.
At this rate, reaching second lieutenant wouldn't be too difficult.
"Brother, thank you," the rescued adventurers approached, with the leading knight expressing his gratitude to Lin Mayu. Although Lin Mayu was only level 26, levels didn't necessarily equate to strength, and Lin Mayu had proven this. Respect was given to the strong, and the leading knight maintained a respectful demeanor towards him. Anyone would come when seeing a distress signal, "No thanks needed," Lin Mayu replied plainly, maintaining a distance with his tone. Yet, this response seemed fitting to the adventurers. After all, a strong person should carry themselves with the dignity of their strength.
Powerful individuals often had peculiar temperaments. Ningyi poked her head out. "Are you guys a demon hunting team?" The adventurers nodded. "Yes, we are a demon hunting team." "Aren't demon hunting teams supposed to be strong? How did you almost get hunted by demons?"
Ningyi wondered, as she believed demon hunting teams were usually very formidable, capable of challenging higher-level threats without issue. The adventurers displayed awkward expressions, as if there was more to the story. The leading knight sighed, "Our team originally had 12 members.
Besides us 9, there was also a Grand Knight, a High Elder, and a Master, but those 3 temporarily left the team.
Being short on members, they were caught at a disadvantage by the abyssal wolf demon."
Grand Knight, Master, High Elder, these professions were ordinary, not even considered rare. Their combat power wasn't particularly outstanding among peers.
However, having a grand title indicated they had surpassed level 40 and completed a second-class change, making them advanced adventurers. Even ordinary professions could wield powerful skills after a second-class change. In the scenario earlier, given enough time, a master could use large-scale skills like meteor shower to quickly clear hundreds of man-eaters. A Grand Knight, with group protection skills, wouldn't fear being encircled. Similarly, a High Elder with group healing skills was invaluable. These three were the core of the demon hunting team, but unexpectedly, Lin Moyu wasn't interested in their team dynamics. "Let's go." "Be careful," he said, and with that, he and Ningyi disappeared into the fog. The clattering sounds from the skeletal warriors gradually faded, swallowed by the dense mist. Moments later, more people arrived, 3 individuals rushing over. A knight, using skills to traverse hundreds of meters in an instant, asked urgently, "Are you all right? Why did you send a distress signal? What happened?" Their anxious expressions and the sight of numerous corpses made their faces turn pale. These 3 were the previously departed Grand Knight, High Elder, and Master. Clearly, they shared a deep bond, or they wouldn't have rushed back so hastily. Why they left initially was known only to them. Ningyi clutched Lin Moyu's hand. "Aren't you the least bit curious?" Lin Moyu shook his head. Not at all. He had no interest in others' gossip. Ningyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I really want to know why their demon hunting team split. Members of such teams are close, like family. There must be a reason, love or profit." Lin Moyu chuckled, amused by her vivid imagination and lively nature. She was nothing like the typical calm and composed assassin. In his mind, assassins should be like Zhou Mei, yet here was this cheerful girl. He couldn't help but pat Ningyi's head. "Quite adorable, isn't she?" As they ventured deeper into the battlefield, the fog thickened, and the presence of the abyss became more palpable. Ningyi had already moved past the previous events and changed the subject. "I heard the abyss is divided into many regions. The first to third battlefields correspond to just the surface of the abyss." Lin Moyu had read about this too. The abyssal battlefields were vast, with global participation. In Xinxia, the battlefields were guarded by the Eternal Great Wall, divided into 9 zones. Each zone corresponded to a fortress. The first to third fortresses were near the abyssal entrances. Due to spatial folding and overlaps, they were the furthest away, protected by barriers set by powerful figures to prevent mighty abyssal demons from entering. Above the 4th battlefield, the spatial overlap with the abyss grew stronger, housing more abyssal demons, with level 40 demons being common. Like human adventurers, level 40 marked a significant threshold. Demons above level 40 were considered high-level demons. Lin Moyu shared more about the abyss and battlefields. In the deepest part of the 3rd battlefield, certain areas overlap with abyssal entrances, revealing the true abyss. There, monster numbers increase, demons appear frequently, and there's even a dungeon. Ningyi's eyes lit up with thoughts of merit points. More demons mean more merit points, right? Danger didn't faze her. With Lin Moyu by her side, she felt completely safe. What Lin Moyu mentioned was based on available data. Only upon arrival would they know the exact situation. Likely due to the earlier attack on the demon hunting team, nearby man-eaters had been driven away. They encountered few along the way. After several hours, the number of man-eaters increased, as did the demon hunting teams. In just 3 hours, Lin Moyu and Ningyi encountered no fewer than 5 demon hunting teams. Each team varied in size and composition. One team was particularly extreme, consisting entirely of 6 assassin adventurers. These assassins moved silently, using stealth to close in on monsters and attack from behind. Their skills were exceptionally powerful. 2 assassins coordinating their 633 skills could instantly kill a same-level man-eater. Lin Moyu recalled the dragon assassins he'd faced in the Hell Outpost, with their extreme attributes and explosive power, capable of severely injuring skeletal warriors in moments. Clearly, human assassin adventurers shared similar explosive potential, with a variety of skills making them versatile. Lin Moyu noted to be cautious if facing assassin adventurers in future competitions. Ahead, a black line appeared, stretching infinitely, dividing the world into 2. On the other side lay the abyssal realm. Though it seemed unobstructed, entry was impossible. Abyssal creatures and demons couldn't easily exit either. An invisible force separated the 2 realms. Touching it produced ripples, like water spreading out. This was spatial folding, where 2 worlds collided, creating a surreal scene. "Is that the abyss? It looks terrifying," Ningyi exclaimed. From outside, they could see countless blood-red eyes, vicious and bloodthirsty, within the dark abyss. Lin Moyu recalled a saying, "When you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you." Occasionally, spatial channels opened, allowing monsters and demons to flood out. A scream pierced the air as an abyssal demon with a human torso and snake tail fell from the sky, twitching twice on the ground before lying still. As the abyssal demon fell lifelessly from the sky, a figure appeared above, gripping a dagger that gleamed with a sharp, white light platinum grade. Not only was his weapon platinum grade, but his equipment was as well. This was a high-level adventurer who had completed a second-class change, an assassin, over level 40. With just a single strike, he had instantly killed a level 38 abyssal demon, only revealing himself after the demon's death, having been in stealth all along. In this area, adventurers over level 40 were not uncommon, hunting demons to earn merit points. Here, demons above level 40 were rare, making it quite safe for high-level adventurers. After killing the abyssal demon, the assassin coldly scanned his surroundings before swiftly departing. How can he fly? Lin Moyu wondered aloud. An assassin under level 40 flying was unusual. Ningyi eagerly raised her hand. I know this one. After level 40, there are several ways adventurers can gain the ability to fly. One method is through a sage's skill called Wind Wing, which grants flight, but it's a difficult skill to master, and many sages can't use it. Another method is a flying potion, which allows flight but is slow and short-lived. There's also equipment like the Wind Wing ring, though it's expensive and only provides the flight attribute, making it not very practical. Ningyi relayed all she knew, awaiting praise. Lin Moyu patted her head, and she closed her eyes contentedly. These options weren't particularly useful to him. Sage skills couldn't be applied to skeletons, which couldn't fly. Knowing this, Lin Moyu deduced that the assassin likely used a wind wing ring, as evidenced by the wind element swirling around his finger. Continuing along the black line, they encountered numerous adventurers, both in teams and solo, with solo adventurers typically being high-level. To them, this place was quite safe. There are more people than monsters here, Ningyi complained. They talk about hunting abyssal demons, but we can't find any, and the ones we do spot are quickly snatched by others. Despite having been here half an hour, they had only killed a few man-eaters and hadn't even seen a single abyssal demon up close. Lin Moyu reassured her, urging her to continue deeper, where they would surely find some. Just as he said this, a piercing scream echoed, drawing their attention. A group of demons appeared in the sky, feasting on a human adventurer. In the blink of an eye, the adventurer was devoured, leaving not even bones behind, and even his equipment was consumed by the demons. It was known that abyssal demons could eat anything, but seeing them devour human equipment was unexpected. A ring fell from the sky, glowing with the distinct light of platinum equipment, surrounded by wind elements. Lin Mayu's eyes narrowed. It's him. Ningyi was equally shocked. It's that assassin from earlier. The high-level assassin adventurer had been devoured by the demons. A high-level adventurer, dead just like that. Ningyi exclaimed. It had seemed that high-level adventurers were safe here, merely earning merit points, yet in an instant, this one was killed and devoured. The demons, several in number, included one especially unique, its body like smoke, drifting unpredictably in the air. Lin Moyu used his detection skill. Abyssal Shadow Demon, high-level demon. Level, 40. Strength, 18,000. Agility, 22,000. Spirit, 5,000. Constitution, 15,000. Skills, Entangle, Shadow Form. Traits, ability to see through invisibility, halved physical damage. Seeing these attributes, Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. It was a level 40 high-level demon, with attributes surpassing many dungeon bosses. Overall, it wasn't far behind a level 39 Abyssal King. The gap between levels 39 and 40 was immense, like heaven and earth. Its Entangle skill could severely slow adventurers, reducing their attack power and trapping them. Its ability to see through invisibility was the bane of assassin types, and with halved physical damage, it was unfazed by such attacks. Coupled with other level 39 and 38 demons, it was no wonder the assassin met his end. Lin Moyu's detection skill caught the demon's attention. The shadow demon shrieked, a level 26 runt dares to come here. Dinner time. The shadow demon and a dozen other demons charged at Lin Moyu and Ningyi, eager for a feast. With only one person, they couldn't have much, but with Lin Moyu and Ningyi, it would be a slightly better meal. In the third battlefield, encountering demons above level 40 was rare, yet they had stumbled upon one. Lin Moyu was unafraid, since leaving the fortress, his bone armor had remained active. With it, even if he stood still, the demons would take ages to bite through. The only issue was his inability to fly, nor could his skeleton warriors. If the demons fled, he couldn't pursue them, so having them draw near was ideal. As the demons approached, Ningyi hid behind Lin Moyu, pretending to be terrified, which only excited the demons further. Don't bother hiding, it won't help you. You're dead. I'll snap your neck and drain your blood.
Shut up, you're not a vampire. Blood makes it taste bad. I'm taking the legs, don't fight me for them. I'll crack the skull open, love the brains. The demons charged at them with sinister grins. Just as they were within 10 meters, Lin Mayu raised his hand. A red light flashed, skill, slow curse. A crimson net descended, scarlet chains appeared, and all laughter abruptly ceased. Curse. What's happening? The sudden change in speed caught the demons off guard, and they stumbled forward uncontrollably, crashing down. They hit the ground with thuds, some colliding with Lin Mayu, only to be bounced off by his bone armor, landing even harder. Before they could recover, a swarm of skeletal warriors surrounded them, leaving no escape. They pressed and pulled, giving the demons no chance to break free. As the skeletons appeared, they unleashed their skills, chopping relentlessly in a meat-grinding fashion. The demons' screams echoed. The abyssal shadow demon struggled, suddenly vanishing without a trace, its body turning into shadow, like smoke. Skill, shadow form. In this state, it became intangible, immune to physical attacks. You think you can escape so easily? Lin Mayu sneered, flames rising in his hand. Skill, soul flame. Even in shadow form, the abyssal shadow demon was vulnerable to mental attacks. It screamed in agony, its body twisting as skeletal mages appeared, bombarding it with spells. Initially, it had endured a barrage from the skeletal warriors. If not for its physical damage reduction, it would have perished on the spot. Then came the soul flame, followed by an assault from over 100 skeletal mages. The shadow demon was unwilling. It had come to the third battlefield, expecting to wreak havoc and feast with its underlings, only to meet a premature end. In its final moments, it saw Ningyi's delighted expression, realizing she had been acting all along. Tricked. With its last thought, it died. Killed. Obtained demon crystal. A level 40 abyssal demon, rewarding a substantial 1,000 merit points. Lin Mayu and Ningyi each received 500. Ningyi's badge emitted a brilliant white light as stars appeared rapidly, turning to silver as it transformed into a silver second lieutenant insignia. The abyssal shadow demon was defeated. With their leader fallen, the remaining abyssal demons fell into despair, only to be chopped to pieces amidst their screams. The military badges continued to glow, indicating their growing merit points. From this encounter, Lin Mayu and Ningyi each earned 1,200 merit points. The abyssal shadow demon itself was worth the most, contributing 1,000 points, split evenly between them. The other 14 demons were all below level 40, each worth 100 merit points, giving them each an additional 50 points. Lin Mayu's merit points surpassed 3,000, while Ningyi reached 1,800. Beyond the merit points and experience, they also obtained a demon crystal, one of the mission requirements set by Bai Yuan, to kill abyssal demons and collect demon crystals. It seemed Bai Yuan had anticipated Lin Mayu encountering demons above level 40, having set the mission accordingly. Ningyi laughed, next time, I'll pretend to be scared to lure them down so we can kill them and prevent them from escaping. This seemed like a viable strategy, though not foolproof. Lin Mayu noted, the only issue would be encountering demons with long-range attack abilities. There were countless types of demons, many capable of ranged attacks, which could hide in the sky, attacking or retreating at will, presenting a real challenge. Demons were intelligent, they would flee if outmatched. Hopefully, by level 30, I'll have a skill to handle that, Lin Mayu thought. He was at 26 with 89% experience, not far from leveling up. By level 30, he could use basic skill scrolls to learn new abilities, potentially improving the situation. At Xiaojing Academy, in Bai Yuan's courtyard, Meng Anwen stared blankly at Bai Yuan, a rare expression for someone usually so composed. Are you crazy? He murmured. Bai Yuan chuckled. Why? I want to see this kid's limits. He breezed through the Tyrant Desert dungeon and even soloed the Dragon Frontline outpost on Hell difficulty. Thousands of hellhounds were nothing to him. I figure the elemental realm won't be a problem either. Meng Anwen frowned, is that the same? The elemental realm's level is much higher than those dungeons. The attributes of the Abyssal King are comparable to a level 40 high-level demon, and its skills are incredibly powerful, as you know. Lin Mayu may have many skeletons, but the Abyssal King isn't afraid of swarm attacks. Bai Yuan was unconcerned, it's fine. If he can't win, he can always retreat. It's good for him to face setbacks, to know his limits. If he never struggles, it would mean I'm not pushing him enough. Even if he dies, it's not a big deal, the mark in the Hall of Heroes ensures he won't truly perish. Besides, I've also sent him to the third battlefield, to the Abyssal Edge to hunt demons, and to tackle the Abyssal Outpost dungeon there. Meng Anwen watched Bai Yuan's nonchalant demeanor before suddenly laughing. Have you forgotten something? What? Bai Yuan didn't think he'd overlooked anything.
Ning's granddaughter is with Lin Mayu, and she doesn't have a mark in the Hall of Heroes.
If she dies, Ning would be furious. Bai Yuan slapped his thigh. Damn, I forgot about that. What now? I should go find them and bring them back. Seeing Bai Yuan flustered, Meng Anwen laughed even harder. Now you're worried? But it should be fine.
Even though he doesn't have the Hall's mark, Ning likely cast a soul protection charm on her.
Hearing soul protection charm, Bai Yuan relaxed. Why didn't you say so earlier?
I just wanted to remind you to be more thorough next time, Meng Anwen replied softly, closing his eyes again.
Bai Yuan finally relaxed, sipping his tea. Then it should be fine. Even if they encounter high-level demons at the abyssal edge, at worst, they'll just die back here. What do you mean die back? Ning Tairan suddenly entered, sitting down heavily. What did you say about dying? Bai Yuan quickly shook his head. Nothing, you misheard. This couldn't be told to Ning Tairan. Otherwise, his courtyard might not survive. Ning Tairan asked, where did you send that brat for his mission?
He was asking about Lin Mayu, though he really wanted to know where Ningyi was.
Bai Yuan replied, to the abyssal battlefield.
Don't worry, with Lin Mayu there, your precious granddaughter will be safe. Besides, you cast the soul protection charm, she won't die. Ning Tairan snorted, if anything happens to my granddaughter, I'll hold you accountable.
Bai Yuan smiled, rest assured, nothing will happen.
He dared not reveal the truth about Lin Mayu and Ningyi's assignment.
Meng Anwen, eyes closed and resting, struggled to suppress his laughter.
In the third battlefield, at the abyssal edge, a black portal suddenly appeared as the mist dispersed. Behind it, pairs of scarlet eyes emerged.
Abyssal energy poured into the battlefield, spawning countless abyssal man-eaters.
In an instant, 1,000 filled the battlefield. The owners of the scarlet eyes surged out of the portal. 20 demons descended upon the third battlefield.
Ha! The human world, this demon has arrived. The fabled delicious human flesh, I'm here to taste it. Humans, prepare yourselves. The demon's sharp laughter echoed, deafening.
But a deluge of spells rained down, overwhelming them.
The abyssal demons were stunned, roaring in anger. Who dares to ambush us? Ouch! I'll kill you. You're dead. A hum resounded, and red light descended. Chains appeared above the demons' heads, silencing their roars. Skeleton warriors followed, leaping onto the demons, preventing their escape.
Cursed, escape was impossible. The skeleton's blades fell, blood and flesh flying, screams unending.
Wings and limbs severed, demon blood gushed like fountains, staining the battlefield's black earth even darker.
Corpses of abyssal man-eaters were tossed onto the demons, exploding upon impact.
Lin Moyu detonated their bodies mid-air. Although weaker than abyssal demons, the man-eaters were not lacking in life force.
The corpse explosion skill amplified their life force by 30 times, attacking with 600% of their vitality. A single explosion they might withstand, but repeated blasts were too much even for the abyssal demons.
Killed.
Obtained demon blood essence.
Killed.
Obtained demon blood essence.
After the explosions, the newly arrived abyssal demons lay dead, without a chance to flee. They perished faster than any before, unlucky to have appeared before Lin Moyu.
The swift eradication of 20 demons earned Lin Mayu and Ningyi another 1,000 merit points each. So this is the spatial passage between the abyss and the human world, Ningyi remarked, curiously observing the portal dozens of meters away. The 10-meter-high dark portal glowed with the deepest black, occasionally flickering with lightning. The space around it distorted, rippling like water. It was Lin Mayu's first time witnessing a spatial passage. The collision between the abyss and the human world occasionally created temporary passages besides the established ones. These temporary passages were usually short-lived, lasting only minutes, and were fragile, allowing only weaker demons to pass through. Both Lin Mayu and Ningyi were intrigued by the passage, leading to the abyss beyond. Abyssal energy flowed continuously from the passage, manifesting as abyssal man-eaters. Look, more demons are coming out. Ningyi pointed at the scarlet eyes appearing in the passage. Lin Mayu acted swiftly, having a skeleton warrior hurl a demon corpse into the passage. As the body entered, he triggered a skill, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire passage. Killed. 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 A series of prompts appeared, and the military badge burst into dazzling silver light, signifying a significant increase in merit points. With just one explosion, Lin Mayu and Ningyi each gained 3,000 merit points as the corpse explosion took out a total of 60 abyssal demons. It worked! Lin Mayu was pleased to see that the strategy was effective, indicating that the explosion reached into the abyssal world. The range of the corpse explosion was 90 meters, and with demons being 5 to 6 meters tall or even larger, it was clear they were packed tightly together. Lin Mayu pictured the scene in his mind. A spatial passage appeared, and countless demons rushed to come out, crowding together. Then, a corpse was thrown in, exploding and taking out many of them. After distorting several times, the spatial passage gradually returned to normal, suggesting it could remain open for a while longer.
Ningyi exclaimed excitedly, "So many merit points! Let's blow it up again."
Lin Mayu shook his head. "Wait a moment.
Having just exploded, the demons likely hadn't regrouped yet, so another explosion wouldn't be as effective."
Sure enough, a minute later, pairs of scarlet eyes appeared again in the spatial passage, indicating the demons had regrouped.
A skeleton warrior once more tossed a demon corpse into the passage, and with the same method, the corpse exploded upon entry.
Killed. Killed. Another string of prompts appeared, and the previously dimmed military badge shone brightly once more, adding over 2,000 merit points. Lin Mayu's total reached 8,500, nearing the 10,000 needed for a 1-star lieutenant rank.
Ningyi's merit points also climbed to 7,900. Gaining merit this easily was unprecedented for her.
The explosions caused the spatial passage to distort again, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Initially, it could have lasted longer, but the corpse explosions greatly shortened its lifespan. The distortion grew more intense, and Lin Mayu knew it wouldn't recover.
What a missed opportunity, he thought.
A few more explosions could have secured his promotion to 1-star lieutenant. Now, it seemed he'd have to wait for another chance in the future. Suddenly, the distorting spatial passage stabilized. Lin Mayu's heart leapt with joy. "We can strike again." But in the next instant, his joy turned to dread as flames surged from the passage, revealing a massive eye behind it.
Without hesitation, Lin Mayu grabbed Ningyi and retreated.
"Lin Mayu, I've found you!" A furious roar boomed from beyond the passage. The sound was deafening, temporarily robbing Lin Mayu of his hearing.
Ningyi winced, clearly in pain as well.
Death rays shot from the passage, striking Lin Mayu and shattering his bone armor. He was knocked back, with the damage transferred to his skeletons. They suffered collectively as the skeleton warriors rushed forward, forming a shield.
The death rays obliterated the skeleton warriors one by one.
Each ray, like lightning, was unavoidable, and each skeleton could only block a single ray.
The numbers in the summoning space dwindled rapidly as the skeletons fell. Lin Mayu felt a pang of sorrow. Since summoning his first skeleton warrior, they had been injured but never killed.
Yet now, they sacrificed themselves to protect him.
He could have taken the hits himself, but it might have resulted in the deaths of all the skeleton warriors and mages. His defense was too weak. Once the bone armor collapsed, the skeletons would bear unimaginable damage. Each ray took down a warrior instantly.
Recognizing the futility of the situation, Lin Mayu instructed a skeleton warrior to throw the remaining demon corpses towards the passage, activating his skill.
Skill, corpse explosion. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Explosions erupted continuously, distorting the spatial passage once more.
The Flame Demon King's death rays were interrupted. Despite its roaring, the Flame Demon King couldn't stabilize the passage. Relieved, Lin Mayu knew his decision was right.
He threw the last few corpses, detonating them as the passage distorted further, nearing collapse. "Lin Mayu, I won't let you go, never," the Flame Demon King bellowed, infuriated.
Lin Mayu's explosions had actually hurt it. Yes, it felt pain.
The fire had even twisted slightly. A mere ant, a mosquito, had managed to hurt this abyssal lord, and twice failed to kill Lin Mayu, a great humiliation. Ignoring its roars, Lin Mayu waved mockingly, "Goodbye. I'll finish you off someday."
The Flame Demon King roared, "I won't let you off, never." With that, the spatial passage vanished. Lin Mayu finally breathed a sigh of relief.
20 skeletons were destroyed, a hefty price, but at least nothing worse occurred.
Ningyi asked anxiously, "Mayu, are you alright?"
Lin Mayu shook his head. "I'm fine, just lost some skeleton warriors." Anger flickered in his eyes. A deep enmity with the Flame Demon King was now firmly established, impossible to resolve. One day, he vowed to face the abyss and have a serious discussion with the Flame Demon King with his fists. Ningyi, after confirming Lin Mayu was unharmed, relaxed, though still shaken.
"That scared me.
The Flame Demon King is too despicable, attacking us like that.
It's a good thing it was you. Anyone else would be dead by now."
"When I get stronger, I'll go to the abyss and stab it a few times," Ningyi declared, waving her small fist, her face full of determination.
Lin Mayu patted her head, feeling the softness beneath his fingers. I blew it up twice.
Though it didn't injure it, it was humiliated. It's normal for it to hate me, but it's alright. Someday, I'll show it who has the bigger fists. Lin Mayu felt no fear.
Even at level 26, the Flame Demon King couldn't kill him.
In the future, it would stand no chance. He recalled the skeleton warriors to the summoning space to recover. The death ray that struck him had shattered his bone armor and inflicted significant damage, which was then distributed among the skeletons and mages. The attack was formidable, his defense too fragile. A few more hits, and the skeletons would have perished in mass. In the first battlefield, the enemy's attacks weren't as powerful. Back then, his bone armor could withstand a couple of seconds. But now, it crumbled instantly. His current bone armor was much stronger, but the proximity to the abyssal entrance allowed the Flame Demon King to exert greater power through the spatial passage. Despite his verbal disdain, Lin Mayu never underestimated the Flame Demon King. A lord of its stature was on par with top-tier professionals, currently beyond his match. The two rested, with Ningyi chatting away, easing the tension. Once relaxed, she returned to her lively self, full of laughter and conversation. After a brief rest, they continued their journey, following the dark line along the abyssal edge to the deepest part of the third battlefield. This area should have been teeming with demons, a constant battleground in their minds. Yet, contrary to expectations, it was eerily quiet.
A dungeon entrance vortex spun, emitting its unique sound.
About 500 to 600 meters away stood a small, makeshift fortress.
Both inside and out, high-level professionals were present, along with a teleportation array.
Seeing the teleportation array, Ningyi gasped in surprise.
Ningyi exclaimed in disbelief, "There's actually a teleportation array here."
Both she and Lin Mayu were surprised to find such a setup. The presence of high-level professionals guarding the teleportation array and even establishing a makeshift base suggested that they could have simply teleported here directly from the third fortress. Had they known, they wouldn't have endured the long journey. Near the dungeon entrance, a group of professionals gathered, much like those at other dungeon entrances, sitting around campfires, chatting and laughing without a care for the nearby abyssal world. Seeing Lin Mayu and Ningyi's astonished expressions elicited a round of laughter. Another couple who didn't know about the teleportation array, walking all the way here, one person chuckled.
"Yeah, we see fools like that almost every day," another added. "This is what happens when you don't check the information."
You could have just teleported from the third fortress. Maybe they're trying to save some merit points since teleportation costs them, someone speculated.
Or perhaps they're a couple wanting to enjoy a romantic journey, unlike you single folks, another teased.
"Hey, look at their levels," someone suddenly exclaimed amidst the light-hearted banter.
Lin Mayu, level 26. Ningyi, level 25.
Coming to the third battlefield at such low levels seemed like serving themselves up to the demons.
To the onlookers, even the elemental planes would be too much for them, with any elemental spirit capable of killing them.
How did they get here?
A big question mark formed in everyone's minds.
As the teleportation array flashed, a team of professionals arrived.
Ningyi recognized them immediately, smiling. "It's Sister Yaya."
Lin Mayu also saw Shixingen and Liang Yu among them and smiled. What a coincidence. He never expected to meet them here on the third battlefield.
Ningyi waved at them, her voice ringing out, "Sister Yaya."
Seeing Lin Mayu and Ningyi, Shixingen and the others smiled warmly.
"Junior Lin, what brings you here?"
Liang Yu asked.
Ningyi replied on behalf of Lin Mayu, "We're here on a mission, and to kill some demons for merit points." They noticed the badge on Ningyi's shoulder, indicating she was already a lieutenant, suggesting they had encountered demons along the way.
Given Lin Mayu's abilities, defeating a few demons was no big deal, especially considering his impressive performance on the first battlefield.
Ningyi asked, "Sister Yaya, what brings you here?"
Liang Yu laughed, "We're here to level up.
The dungeon here offers good experience, faster than the Hell Outpost dungeon."
Their levels had reached 31, making the 26th-level Hell Outpost dungeon insufficient for them. The third battlefield world dungeon was a 30-level dungeon.
With the Hell Outpost set, especially the shield, Shixingen was well-equipped to tackle it.
They had already completed a run on Nightmare difficulty, finding it challenging but rewarding. As they sat by the dungeon, Shixingen explained the dungeon's peculiar nature to Lin Mayu. The third battlefield world dungeon was unique, blending the human world, abyssal world, and elemental planes, creating a battlefield-like environment where the forces clashed.
Professionals entering the dungeon had to choose a side to advance.
You'll see for yourselves once inside.
It's quite something, Shingen said, sharing what he knew. Lin Mayu asked, have you tried the hell difficulty? Shingen shook his head vigorously, no way, I'm only level 31. Hell difficulty would be suicide. Look around, there are over 100 professionals here, and few have attempted hell difficulty, he continued. But you could give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, use a dungeon escape charm to get out. Lin Mayu had never considered nightmare difficulty. Whenever a dungeon had a hell difficulty, its rewards were significantly greater, making it the obvious choice. At level 21, he dared to solo the hell difficulty of the 26th level, Dragonfront Outpost, dungeon. Now at level 26, he was ready to face the hell difficulty of the 3rd Battlefield World, dungeon. As Shingen suggested, he could try it out, and if needed, use an escape charm without any real loss. After chatting with Shingen and his group, they learned why there were no demons around. The dungeon constantly absorbed energy from both the abyssal and human worlds, preventing spatial passages from forming within several kilometers. With so many professionals present, even dozens of demons would be easily handled, not to mention the nearby makeshift base with high-level professionals. Thus, those resting outside the dungeon didn't worry about demon attacks and could relax. Shingen's team entered the dungeon on nightmare difficulty, agreeing to meet Lin Mayu afterward to hear about his experience with hell difficulty. After waiting a bit longer, the skeletons in the summoning space were fully recovered. Lin Mayu stood up, let's go. Alright, she replied eagerly. Together, they approached the dungeon entrance. The 3rd Battlefield World dungeon connected the abyssal and human worlds, continuously absorbing energy from both. They could feel the two energies converging here, with the elemental plane's power also joining from beneath the earth, creating a unique blend of forces. The 30-level dungeon had a minimum entry level of 25 and a maximum of 35, with team limits of 3, 6, or 12 members. Young man, this is a 30-level dungeon, someone warned. The monsters inside are dangerous. Even on normal difficulty, they aren't something you can handle. You should find a team instead of going in and getting yourselves killed, another advised kindly. Lin Mayu smiled and thanked them before he and Ning-Yi selected hell difficulty and entered the dungeon. Seeing their persistence, the well-meaning professionals sighed, thinking Lin Mayu and Ning-Yi were doomed. Suddenly, someone remarked, why are you sighing? Didn't you notice their sergeant badges? Their badges are silver, indicating lieutenant rank, meaning they've killed demons, another pointed out. What? How is that possible? They're only level 26, someone questioned. What's impossible? Haven't you heard about the 18 and 24 level lieutenants on the 1st Battlefield, who also soloed the hell difficulty outpost dungeon? Someone began recounting Lin Mayu's feats, leaving the professionals in awe and some speechless. It turned out they were the ones truly ignorant of the world beyond their own limited views. The dungeon entrance was atop a mountain, offering a clear view of the entire dungeon world. It was a peculiar sight, with one side in darkness and the other in daylight, shifting between black and white. The abyssal world, human world, and elemental planes divided the dungeon into 3 distinct parts. Before them lay 2 paths, one leading to the darkness representing the abyssal world, and the other to the daylight representing the human world. They needed to choose a path, though neither was accessible yet. Look, Mayu! Ning-Yi suddenly pointed to the central area of the dungeon, where black and white alternated. Lin Mayu looked and was taken aback. That's a war. From the depths of the darkness, an overwhelming horde of creatures surged forth, resembling abyssal demons in every terrifying detail, menacing, bloodthirsty, and cruel. Some flew through the air, others galloped on the ground, mounted on fearsome giant beasts with an imposing presence. On the human side, professionals took up the fight. Top-tier professionals, over level 70, hovered in the air, while more raced across the ground. These professionals, something's off, Lin Mayu noticed. They weren't living beings but rather apparitions, somewhat ethereal. Not only were the human professionals like this, but the demons from the abyss appeared similarly spectral, seemingly terrifying yet somewhat illusory. The two sides clashed fiercely in the black and white transitional zone. Most abyssal demons had the ability to fly, even those mounted on giant beasts could take to the sky at will, putting the humans at a disadvantage. As the battle raged, the humans quickly found themselves on the back foot. Suddenly, a mage raised a staff, anti-air. Instantly, all demons and even top human warriors fell from the sky, leaving the mage alone in the air. The mage then intoned, forbidden spell, elemental chaos. Instantly, elements went berserk throughout the battlefield, turning the entire realm chaotic. Hundreds of human mages raised their staffs in unison,
casting various forbidden spells upon the demons, causing massive casualties. Just then, a demon king appeared, towering like an ancient god, rising up to 1,000 meters tall. It flapped its wings and unleashed a terrifying elemental force that swept across the human army. The clash of forbidden spells erupted in radiant, multicolored light, enveloping the entire dungeon. Moments later, as the light faded, both humans and demons had vanished, leaving behind an elementally chaotic land where the black and white world once was. Elemental spirits began to emerge, and Lin Mayu understood that what they had just witnessed was a replay of an ancient battle, explaining the origin of the elemental planes. Of course, this was likely just the tip of the iceberg of that great war. The clash of forbidden spells had tilled the land with elements. Ningyi was mesmerized. Was this the great battle of ancient times? Lin Mayu nodded quietly. It seems so. The barriers on both paths disappeared, leaving them to truly choose one. Without hesitation, Lin Mayu chose the path leading into the night, naturally opting for the side influenced by abyssal energy. Descending the path, they encountered no trouble until reaching the foot of the mountain, where they faced creatures identical to abyssal demons. The plain stretched out before them, devoid of any structures or cover. At its deepest point stood a colossal statue over 100 meters tall, marking the dungeon boss's location. This dungeon was uniquely divided into 3 parts, both specialized and simple. Clearing out the creatures on the abyss side would count as completing the dungeon. The skeleton warriors, fully recovered, were all deployed: 130 skeleton warriors and 100 skeleton mages. Facing the hell difficulty of a level 30 dungeon, Lin Mayu remained cautious. Hell difficulty was notoriously challenging, generally tackled by a full team of 12 at level 35 with top-tier gear. Yet, here he was, attempting it solo at level 26, a feat unheard of. The first monster, resembling an abyssal wolf demon, was larger than any Lin Mayu had seen, seated on a green wolf over 5 meters tall. The wolf had wings and could take flight at any moment. The skeleton warriors charged with their swords, while the skeleton mages unleashed their spells, inundating the creature with a deluge of magic. A roar erupted as the creature emerged from the magical onslaught. It survived? Lin Mayu was surprised. A concentrated attack from 100 skeleton mages could severely wound even a level 40 high demon, yet this creature only suffered minor injuries. Mixed among the spells, a detection skill relayed information back to him. Battlefield Wolf Demon, Hell Level Elite Monster. Level, 34. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 15,000. Traits, enhanced defense and vitality due to abyssal energy influence. Even 100 skeleton mages couldn't kill it instantly, only injuring it. The creature swung its 3-meter-long saber at the skeleton warriors, producing a metallic clang. The skeleton warrior barely flinched, standing firm. With their superior attributes, as long as the enemy's attacks lacked special effects, there was nothing to fear. No matter how high the defense or vitality, it was just a matter of striking a few more times. The frontline skeleton warriors unleashed their skills, their swords glowing red as they slashed, tearing the creature's flesh. Instead of blood, black mist seeped from the wounds, dissipating into the air. The battlefield wolf demon appeared unfazed by the attacks, without pain like a demon would feel, which would have prompted it to fly away. 10 skeleton warriors unleashed a skill barrage, followed by a second wave of concentrated attacks from the skeleton mages. This time, the creature couldn't withstand it. The battlefield wolf demon emitted an odd sound, like a balloon popping, and disappeared into black mist. Killed. The experience gained was immense, far surpassing that of the hell-level outpost dungeon and even double that of equivalent-level abyssal demons. After all, this was a hell difficulty level 30 dungeon, so the experience was fitting. Lin Mayu frowned slightly. No corpse? Like the creatures of the elemental planes, there were no corpses, limiting the effectiveness of his corpse explosion skill. Ningyi also frowned. Without corpses, we can't blow them up. Lin Mayu nodded, acknowledging the limitation. But the next second, Ningyi smiled. Then let's just push through them one by one. Resigned to an alternative strategy, they decided to tackle the creatures individually. As they stepped into this area, the world was completely enveloped in darkness, like a world of night with no light, severely impairing visibility. All light was swallowed by the darkness, leaving only the soul fire flickering within the skeleton's skulls as the sole source of illumination. Lin Mayu conjured soul flames in his hand, lighting up a small area around them. Ningyi, her eyes gleaming, activated her assassin skills. As an assassin, she thrived in the shadows, the darkness her ally. In her eyes, the darkness was a friendlier place.
So many monsters, Ningyi whispered excitedly. She could see them lurking in the darkness. Lin Mayu couldn't see them. You point, I'll strike. Got it. Ningyi responded eagerly.
Since uncovering the dragon assassin, she had felt like a mere decorative presence, but now she could contribute meaningfully again. Ningyi pinpointed each monster's location, and Lin Mayu directed the skeleton warriors to engage. Clearing them one by one lacked the thrill of mass extermination, but it was efficient and safer. Lin Mayu found it convenient, requiring no elaborate commands. As long as Ningyi marked the monsters, he unleashed the skeletons to dispatch them. The area was teeming with creatures, densely packed. Occasionally, they would draw several monsters at once, but it was only a minor inconvenience. Lin Mayu noticed the creatures here were merely durable and had high vitality, with nothing particularly noteworthy otherwise. For a hell difficulty, this dungeon was simpler than the Dragonfront Outpost dungeon. Lin Mayu advanced steadily, his experience steadily rising. By the time they reached the halfway point, Lin Mayu's experience had reached 99%, and Ningyi, glowing with a white light, had just leveled up.
Ningyi remarked, "Is this really hell difficulty? It seems too easy." After dispatching several more monsters, Lin Mayu finally leveled up.
According to his plan, he summoned 10 new skeleton warriors before leveling up, replenishing his summoning space and bringing the total number back to 140. He decided not to use his newly acquired mental power just yet, opting to reserve it for the impending boss battle, or it might prove invaluable. As the team proceeded, they unconsciously conquered the dark world. The difficulty of the monsters in the latter half didn't change significantly, but they became denser, often requiring them to face 2 or more at a time, sometimes even 4 or 5 simultaneously. Lin Mayu felt nothing amiss, as it was the skeletons doing the fighting, tireless, unfeeling, and fearless of death. They were the most dedicated combatants imaginable.
"Mayu, have you noticed?
It's getting brighter here," Ningyi suddenly remarked. Lin Mayu had already observed the change. As they vanquished more monsters, the previously pitch-black environment indeed brightened. The light was no longer entirely consumed, and they could even see the horizons glow in the distance.
Not only here but even the boss statue emanated a faint glow.
Ningyi, puzzled, added, "Even though it's glowing, it seems even darker."
Indeed, it was becoming increasingly dark, like ink, so dark it reflected light.
With each monster slain, black energy dispersed into the air, some vanished mysteriously, while some entered the statue. It seemed the deaths of these creatures were part of a ritual to awaken the boss. Lin Mayu sensed that the dissipating energy was drifting toward the human direction. He confirmed his observations: as we eliminate the abyssal creatures, the abyss power weakens, and the human's power strengthens. Plus, the energy from the slain abyss creatures feeds into the statue. The dungeon seems simple, but the real challenge might be the boss. He doubted a hell-level dungeon would be straightforward. There had to be a catch. If it were as easy as it seemed, any team, even Shishingans, could clear it with effort. Ningyi agreed with Lin Mayu's assessment, suspecting the true difficulty lay with the boss. In the nightmare difficulty described by Shishingen, there were no such changes, nor did he mention the scene they witnessed at the beginning. Shishingen was meticulous and would have detailed it if it existed. Clearly, the mechanisms of hell and nightmare difficulties differed. The final boss statue wasn't supposed to be as massive, only about 30 meters tall, not towering at 100 meters like now. Generally, larger size meant greater strength, prompting Lin Mayu to be extra cautious. With the area brightening slightly, Lin Mayu could see the remaining monsters, allowing Ningyi to finally relax her eyes. So far, the dungeon presented little challenge, which was precisely what felt wrong. How could a hell-level dungeon be so simple? As monsters fell one by one, their numbers dwindled, the sky brighter, and the night nearly vanished. Only a few creatures remained, and the boss statue turned indescribably black, darker than the deepest ink, yet its center emitted a faint light. The statue began to tremble, indicating its imminent awakening. Lin Mayu, with a heavy heart, instructed Ningyi, "Head to the foot of the mountain, stay away."
Ningyi understood she might become a burden.
"Be careful and stay safe," she said before obediently retreating to the mountain's base, hiding behind a large rock with only her head peeking out.
With no distractions, the skeleton warriors swiftly cleared the remaining monsters.
As the last one fell, the dark world of the abyss vanished completely, and the statue rumbled to life. Black fur sprouted from the statue, transforming it into a monstrous black creature. Lin Mayu and the skeletons, dwarfed like ants, couldn't even see its top. The skeleton's swords were insignificant compared to its fur. The sheer size of the enemy was unprecedented, creating immense pressure. Lin Mayu felt a brief moment of breathlessness. The boss, now covered in thick black fur, resembled a giant black panther, identical to the abyssal demon king they had seen upon entering. The monsters they fought en route mirrored those from the initial scene. The dungeon wasn't a true abyss, merely a construct infused with abyssal energy, with attributes and levels inferior to genuine abyssal demons.
Elemental Panther King, Hell Level Boss. Level 36. Strength 15,000. Agility 15,000. Spirit 15,000. Constitution 15,000. Skills: Elemental Explosion, Elemental Sweep. Traits: Extreme Speed, Greatly Enhanced Vitality, Greatly Enhanced Defense. Its 4 attributes, each at 15,000, were balanced, much like the Skeleton Warriors. The Extreme Speed trait granted it exceptional velocity, and its greatly enhanced vitality and defense significantly boosted its survivability. This boss was a simplified version of the Abyssal Demon King, with drastically reduced levels and attributes.
Lin Mayu knew that to deal with it, the primary task was to restrict its speed. If he couldn't limit its extreme speed, there was no point in fighting. While its size was daunting, it also presented opportunities. Against nimble skeleton warriors and with the slowing curse, its massive size could become a hindrance. Like the dragon he saw during his transformation, which fell under the skeleton warrior's blades, even the mightiest can be brought down by the smallest. The elemental Panther King fully awoke, glaring down at Lin Mayu like an ant, and let out a thunderous roar. A tempest arose, and elemental forces surged. Fire sprang from nowhere, swirling amid the wind, followed by lightning and rain transforming into a barrage of ice arrows. The simultaneous eruption of 4 elements revealed the Panther King's extraordinary control over elements. Bone armor emerged, shielding against all elemental assaults. Skill: Slowing Curse. A red gnat descended. The roaring elemental Panther King faltered, its roar elongating into a cat-like mule. Enraged, it swiped a paw at Lin Mayu. With 20,000 agility and the extreme speed trait, its speed was formidable. Even with the slowing curse, the 40-fold deceleration left it far from sluggish. Unlike other cursed creatures that moved in slow motion, it remained faster than Lin Mayu himself. The panther's paw descended like a mountain, but Lin Mayu didn't dodge. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook. The Panther King sensed something amiss. Its paw couldn't press down any further. The bone armor gleamed, blocking the attack, leaving Lin Mayu unmoved beneath it. In terms of attributes, the elemental Panther King's physical attack wasn't significantly higher than the outpost guardians. With bone armor, there was nothing to fear. As it attacked Lin Mayu, the skeleton warriors leaped onto it, grasping its fur with one hand and hacking with their swords. In moments, all 140 skeletons swarmed over it, their skills erupting simultaneously, casting a red glow in the sky. With each strike, black mist rose from the Panther King, drifting toward the human direction. The skeleton warriors resumed their chopping mode, their swords striking the elemental Panther King with a relentless clang. Each hit released a wisp of black mist into the air. The skeleton mages joined the fray, encircling the Panther King as they did with the Hell Outpost Guardian, preventing it from attacking all the skeleton mages. With the skeleton warriors' collective skill burst and the mages' concentrated fire, the elemental Panther King's size noticeably shrank. Once towering at 100 meters, it now stood around 95 meters, visibly smaller.
When its body was fully hacked away, its end would come. Weak. Far too weak. Lin Mayu shook his head slightly, increasingly sensing something was amiss. The wisps of black energy were equivalent to its life force. As an energy aggregate, once its energy was depleted, the elemental Panther King would be defeated. It had no sense of pain and felt nothing even when attacked, yet it could feel anger, seemingly a primal instinct. Being attacked by creatures it considered ants was a humiliation. With a furious roar, the elemental Panther King retaliated with its skill, Elemental Explosion. Massive elemental forces erupted on its surface, blasting dozens of skeletons away with a thunderous boom. The explosion's range expanded, even affecting some skeleton mages dozens of meters away.
Lin Mayu observed this skill closely. It was nearly identical to the Abyssal Demon King's skill, except the Demon King required a star ring, whereas the Panther King did not, showcasing its superior elemental control. Recalling the scene when they first entered the dungeon, Lin Mayu quickly pieced together the origins of the elemental planes, the birth of the elemental secret realm, and the emergence of the Abyssal Demon King. It was all due to that legendary battle and the forbidden spell that devastated the land. This elemental Panther King was one of the instigators. Unfortunately, the dungeon only mimicked its appearance.
with its level, attributes, and skills restricted. Thus, the mimicked Elemental Panther King was inferior to the real Abyssal Demon King in every way, and its skills were far less potent. Blasted skeleton warriors quickly regrouped and returned to the fight, barely harmed, continuing their relentless assault as if the Panther King's attacks were inconsequential. The Elemental Panther King grew increasingly enraged, repeatedly unleashing its skills, continuously blasting the skeleton warriors away. Yet, every time they were blown away, the skeletons would return with a crunching sound. With each round of attacks, the Panther King's form continued to shrink, soon reducing to 70 meters in height. A significant amount of black energy dispersed with each attack, flying towards the human world. In a fit of rage, the Elemental Panther King deployed its second skill, Elemental Sweep. Its fur transformed into whip-like tendrils, lashing out wildly, imbued with various elements for dual physical and elemental strikes. Amidst a dazzling display of storm and fire, the skeleton warriors remained unfazed. To Lin Mayu, this hulking figure was merely a thick-skinned, high-health target. Its most prized speed was rendered useless under the slowing curse. It required no special effort, just more time to wear it down. The Elemental Panther King was far weaker than anticipated, and Lin Mayu found it increasingly strange. This hell-level dungeon seemed even simpler than the outpost, easily manageable by a well-coordinated 12-person team. Yet, it was a hell-level dungeon, surely it couldn't be this straightforward. Could it be that choosing the human path would be much more difficult? The thought was quickly dismissed. The boss continued to shrink and weaken, its greatly enhanced vitality and defense only prolonging its life by a few minutes. When it finally dissipated into the last wisp of black smoke, the dungeon was completely enveloped in light. Defeated. Acquired Elemental Staff. Elemental Staff, Gold level equipment, Spirit +%. The experience gained was decent, but the loot was disappointing, a single Elemental Staff with inferior attributes compared to the Hell Outpost staff. This didn't resemble the rewards of a Hell-level dungeon. Aside from being tough and durable, it posed little challenge. The dungeon exit appeared before Lin Mayu. Is this it? Lin Mayu felt something was off, as if something was missing. Ningyi hurried over, pointing towards the human side of the dungeon. Something's happening there. In the human world within the dungeon, a brilliant light shone. A mage appeared in mid-air, surrounded by elements and wielding a staff. Not a real person, but an energy construct, identical to the Elemental Panther King, yet with a more powerful aura. As Lin Mayu gazed at it, the figure lowered its head to look back, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, a venerable, authoritative voice echoed, "Come find me." Startled, Lin Mayu felt a chill run down his spine. Ningyi seemed oblivious, having heard nothing. The voice had resonated directly in his mind. His instincts urged him to go. Wait here, Lin Mayu instructed. Understanding his intent, Ningyi cautioned, "Be careful." Accompanied by the skeletons, Lin Mayu headed towards the human world. The dungeon was a battleground where abyssal demons and human forces clashed continuously. With Lin Mayu's intervention, the abyssal energy was eradicated, concentrating in the human world, strengthening the human area within the dungeon. Although the exit had appeared, the dungeon wasn't truly over. Lin Mayu speculated that previous teams likely exited after defeating the Elemental Panther King, or perhaps after clearing the human area, never venturing to the other side. In the buffer zone between the two, some elemental spirits resided. The skeleton army swiftly cleared them and advanced into the human territory. Initially enveloped in impenetrable darkness, the area now shone unbearably bright. Extreme darkness had turned to extreme light, two complete opposites. Squinting, Lin Mayu barely made out his surroundings, though the skeleton warriors remained unaffected. Humanoid monsters appeared within view, their bodies a pale blue, grotesquely twisted and contorted, some even folded upon themselves, a disturbing sight. Their faces and bodies riddled with holes, blue liquid coursing through like blood. These were not humans, but humanoid monsters. Mage's Soul, Hell-Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 35. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, Repel Fire Ring, Meteor Fall, Magic Shield. Traits, Physical Damage halved, Elemental Damage halved. Their attributes were formidable. After eliminating the dark forces, all energy had converged here, amplifying these humanoid monsters. Upgraded from elite to Hell-Enhanced Elite Monsters, and of the mage type Lin Mayu disliked most. The Repel Fire Ring could knock back skeletons, and the Magic Shield provided self-protection. Coupled with halved physical and elemental damage, they became incredibly resilient and troublesome to eliminate. Without that compelling voice, Lin Mayu might have chosen to leave. Though beatable, they were tedious to fight, with a low cost-benefit ratio. Yet now, he was determined to confront them. The skeleton warriors charged in, followed by the crackling spells of the skeleton mages. A flash of blue heralded a magic shield before the humanoid mage, deflecting the attacks. Then a fire ring burst forth, catapulting the leading skeleton warriors. The repel fire ring's effect was knockback, disregarding level or attribute, a control-type skill. Fortunately, there were plenty of skeleton warriors. Even when some were knocked back, others surged forward. Blades fell upon the magic shield, warping it, and a few more strikes would shatter it. The humanoid mage cast another spell, summoning a meteor that crashed down with a roar, transforming the ground into a sea of flames. Unfazed, the skeleton warriors stood in the inferno, continuing their assault. 5 strikes, 6 strikes, 10 strikes. After enduring a dozen blows, the magic shield shattered, allowing the skeleton mage's spells to inundate the enemy. The skeleton warriors followed with relentless sword strikes. Seconds later, Lin Mayu received a notification of the monster's defeat. The mage he had seen earlier opened his eyes and looked at Lin Mayu. "Kill me." A peculiar expression flashed across Lin Mayu's face. This humanoid mage monster not only spoke, asking him to come over, but its first words upon meeting were a request for Lin Mayu to kill it. As the mage slowly rose, it became clear that, though it shared the translucent pale blue form of other humanoid monsters, its appearance was much closer to that of a normal human, starkly different from other humanoid creatures. It wore a robe, also materialized from energy, and as it stood, it subconsciously adjusted it, a gesture indicating awareness, distinguishing it from ordinary monsters. This was a situation Lin Mayu had never encountered before. A staff appeared in the mage's hand, causing Lin Mayu's pupils to contract slightly. The staff was not an energy construct but an actual piece of equipment. The mage looked up at Lin Mayu and said, "If you want to know why, kill me, and I'll tell you." The statement sounded paradoxical. How could it speak after being killed? Lin Mayu had no time to ponder this contradiction as the mage raised the staff, conjuring a massive fireball that hurtled towards him with searing heat and incredible speed. Skeleton warriors promptly shielded Lin Mayu, the fireball detonating upon impact and scattering flames in all directions. The skeletal armor glimmered, deflecting the stray flames. Such powerful attacks, Lin Mayu noted, as even a single strike heavily damaged the skeleton warrior. This mage was far stronger than the elemental Panther King. After the Panther King's defeat, most of the dungeon's energy had concentrated into this mage, including energy from other humanoid monsters, making it immensely powerful. "If you can't kill me, I'll kill you," the mage declared, its voice resonating as the staff emitted a low hum that shook the entire dungeon. Lin Mayu's expression changed drastically. The dungeon exit near Ningyi vanished, and the dungeon escape talisman was rendered unusable. They were trapped, forced to either kill the mage or be killed. Defeat would mean not only his death but also Ningyi's demise. The skeleton warriors and mages launched their attacks, and Lin Mayu cast a detection spell. Elemental Mage, Hell Dungeon Boss. Level, 39. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 40,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skills, Chains of the Wind, Explosive Flames, Meteor Apocalypse, Silent Whisper, Magic Shield. Traits, Greatly Enhanced Vitality. A level 39 boss, with mediocre strength and agility but an astounding 40,000 spirit attribute. The level 27 skeleton mages, even with enhancements, had a spirit of 45,000, seemingly higher, but their skills were outmatched. The mage's skill potency was formidable, as evidenced by the heavy damage a single attack inflicted on the skeleton warrior. For a combatant, strength isn't just in attributes but also in skills. This elemental mage boss had likely been a mage class practitioner in life, its spirit power retained and enhanced by the dungeon's energy postmortem, making it the most powerful single attribute boss Lin Mayu had encountered, surpassing even the Abyssal Demon King. With 5 potent skills, Lin Mayu felt a wave of pressure. But retreat was no longer an option, it was a fight to the death. With resolve, he commanded the skeleton warriors forward, their greatswords raised high, unleashing their skills. Blue light flickered as a magic shield enveloped the boss, absorbing the skeleton warrior's skills with radiant distortion before stabilizing, demonstrating immense resilience, the strongest Lin Mayu had ever seen. In the palm of his hand, flames ignited. Skill, Soul Flame. The fire bypassed the mage's defenses, appearing above the boss's head, causing it to tremble violently with pain but remain silent. Skill, Slow Curse. Lin Mayu cast another spell,
enveloping the boss in red light and drastically slowing its movements.
The mage's expression shifted, surprise tinged with a hint of satisfaction at encountering a curse skill. The skeleton mage's barrage followed, engulfing the boss in a torrent of attacks. Fire, explosive flames. Water, icy rainstorm. Wind, tornado fury. Lightning, thunderous blast. The elemental onslaught battered the magic shield, distorting it until it shattered under the relentless assault. The skeleton warrior's strikes followed, landing on the boss. Beams of light shot from the boss, targeting the skeleton mages, silencing them instantly. Skill, Silent Whisper. This skill silenced mages, preventing any skill use, affecting even the skeleton mages, a control skill Lin Mayu detested. As one by one, skeleton mages fell silent, unable to act, Lin Mayu swiftly recalled those unaffected. The skeleton warriors continued their relentless assault, but the boss, hampered by the curse, retreated slowly. Lin Mayu persistently cast Soul Flame, each attack inflicting pain. The boss, unable to outrun the skeleton warriors, was caught in pursuit. A gust of wind halted several leading skeleton warriors, chains materializing to bind them in place. Skill, Chains of the Wind. With each skill activation, the boss immobilized more skeleton warriors, preventing them from closing in. Blue light flickered as the magic shield reappeared, shielding the boss once more. In moments, over half the skeleton warriors were immobilized, standing like motionless posts. With both skeleton warriors bound and mages silenced, and no corpses for his corpse explosion skill, Lin Mayu realized he had to rely on himself. It was the first time he faced a boss relying solely on his own power. Soul Flame was his only skill, fortunately immune to the magic shield. He cast it repeatedly, causing the boss visible pain and tremors. The boss raised its staff, complex star patterns forming beneath its feet, quickly becoming a pentagram array. Skill, Meteor Apocalypse. A level 40 mage skill, acquired post-second class advancement, designed for large-scale attacks. The sky turned crimson as countless fiery meteors rained down, more powerful and expansive than the ambush by the previous mage. With skeleton warriors controlled, Lin Mayu couldn't recall them and had to endure the attack. The skeletal armor glimmered, shielding Lin Mayu from the onslaught. The skill's vast area offered no refuge, leaving Lin Mayu with no choice but to face it head-on. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to fight to the end, relentlessly casting Soul Flame amidst the fiery barrage. Periodically, he reinforced his skeletal armor. The boss's vitality was immense, requiring lengthy assaults even when surrounded by skeleton warriors. Alone, Lin Mayu's attack was a battle of attrition. As his spirit energy dwindled, he consumed a prepared restorative potion, a precaution taken before entering the dungeon, now proving essential. Meteor Apocalypse lasted a full minute before ceasing. The boss aimed its staff at Lin Mayu, launching a beam of light. Skill, Silent Whisper. It sought to silence Lin Mayu's skills, but the skeletal armor blocked the attempt, immune to all control and negative effects. After 2 failed tries, the boss ceased its attempts, switching to using explosive flames against Lin Mayu. While less powerful than Meteor Apocalypse, Explosive Flames was a single-target skill, faster and capable of continuous use, more effective in one-on-one combat. Flames repeatedly struck Lin Mayu, brilliant bursts exploding like fireworks around him, accompanied by deafening roars. Yet, Lin Mayu stood firm, relying on his skeletal armor's formidable defense, ignoring the attacks. Simultaneously, he unleashed Soul Flame at maximum speed, continually assaulting the boss. The magic shield couldn't withstand Soul Flame, while the skeletal armor deflected explosive flames. Lin Mayu knew he had the advantage here, a contest of endurance to see who could last longer. Consuming another restorative potion, he maintained his spirit energy above half. Thus, the battle unfolded without finesse, a brutal exchange of blows. Despite the life or death stakes, it appeared almost mundane. Finally, the boss reached its limit, emitting a pained scream, the first since the battle began. Lin Mayu understood the agony of Soul Flame, having witnessed no boss with a sense of pain withstand it. The cry interrupted the boss's skills, prompting Lin Mayu to intensify his assault. The boss's continuous cries signaled its impending defeat. It collapsed to the ground, curling up as a large amount of blue gas emanated from its body, which became increasingly ethereal. With a shattering sound, it exploded into countless blue sparks. With its death, all the bindings on the skeleton warriors vanished simultaneously, and Lin Mayu recalled them, noting they needed time to recover from the damage sustained during the Meteor Apocalypse skill. Defeated level 39 Elemental Mage, gained 3,900,000 experience points. Obtained Broken Divine Flame Staff. Obtained Space Crystal. Obtain Talent Divine Stone.
Obtain Shining Intermediate Skill Scroll.
Broken Divine Flame Staff, legendary weapon, currently damaged. Space Crystal, can be crafted into a space teleportation stone.
Talent Divine Stone, legendary item, guarantees talent awakening upon third job advancement.
Shining Intermediate Skill Scroll, ensures mastery of an unawakened skill.
Even Lin Mayu, typically calm, was stunned by the spoils. This was an unusual haul, nothing seemed normal except the experience points. Why would a level 39 boss drop a legendary weapon, albeit a broken one?
The Space Crystal, undoubtedly valuable, and the Talent Divine Stone, which could ensure talent awakening during a third job advancement, were priceless.
Compared to these items, the Shining Intermediate Skill Scroll seemed the least valuable, despite its rarity and worth likely exceeding 100 million gold coins. Ningyi rushed over excitedly, her face flushed.
How could this be? The Divine Flame Staff.
It's the Divine Flame Staff. She didn't mention the other items, clearly valuing the staff most.
Lin Mayu asked, what's special about this staff?
Holding the staff, its surface marred by scars, he noted the missing magical gem at its head. Ningyi inspected the staff closely, growing more excited.
Yes, this is it, exactly like the one described in the records.
The Divine Flame Staff was once the exclusive weapon of the god-level fire mage, Ning Yenshin. She explained how the staff disappeared with Ning Yen after a great battle.
Suddenly, the staff glowed intensely, startling Ningyi into dropping it.
From the light, a figure emerged, resembling the just-defeated boss. Lin Mayu quickly pulled Ningyi behind him, preparing for battle with soul flames at the ready. "Young man, do not be alarmed," a deep, authoritative voice emanated from the figure, which gradually solidified into a clearer form. Ningyi peered out from behind Lin Mayu, exclaiming, "You're Su Yenshin mage." The figure, Ning Yen, appeared curious, asking how she recognized him. She explained seeing his portrait and reading about his deeds in the Xinxia Museum. Lin Mayu, familiar with the legendary Su Yen, a historical figure included in school textbooks, showed reverence.
"It's an honor to meet you, Su Yenshin mage." Su Yen waved off the formalities, acknowledging his long-past death and expressing surprise that they remembered him.
Lin Mayu realized Su Yen was a lingering soul, residing in the staff and sustained by its power and the dungeon's energy. The elemental mage boss had been under his control, a means for Lin Mayu to prove himself. Su Yen, acknowledging his limited time, urged Lin Mayu and Ningyi to listen. He recounted a time-space rift event on Battlefield No. 3 that linked the human world with the Abyss, leading to a massive invasion by the Abyssal Elemental Overlord and its demon army. Su Yen led the 1st Mage Battalion in response, ultimately deploying forbidden spells to annihilate the enemy, resulting in mutual destruction and the creation of the elemental planes. He shared that during the battle, he acquired a space crystal containing abyssal coordinates. With an alchemist's help, it could be crafted into a teleportation stone, offering a direct path into the abyss, bypassing entry points.
Lin Mayu understood the crystal's immense strategic value.
Planning to deliver the crystal to the Empire's leaders, Lin Mayu learned from Su Yen that it was soulbound, usable only by him.
The same applied to the Talent Divine Stone.
Su Yen inquired about Lin Mayu's talent, which he confirmed, having a god-level comprehensive enhancement talent, albeit awakened through the system. Su Yen, pleased, urged Lin Mayu to awaken another talent during his 2nd job advancement, emphasizing the potential for a 3rd talent with the Talent Divine Stone upon reaching level 70.
A tri-talent enhancement would significantly amplify his strength, a rarity in human history.
Lin Mayu, moved by Su Yen's hope for a powerful human champion, promised to strive for this goal.
Satisfied, Su Yen explained his choice in Lin Mayu, dismissing others as unworthy.
He mentioned another promising candidate, a girl who resembled Lin Mayu, but her teamwork had been a slight drawback.
Recognizing her from Lin Mayu's photo as his sister, Lin Mayu felt reassured of her safety.
Su Yen had seen her months prior at level 35, her rapid progress surprising Lin Mayu. Su Yen, acknowledging Lin Mayu's unique Necromancer class and talent synergy, noted its exceptional potential, albeit with a vulnerability to control. He suggested awakening a related talent or mastering counter-control skills, sharing insights from his long silence. Lin Mayu and Ningyi listened attentively, aware that Su Yen would cease to exist once they left the dungeon. Lin Mayu proposed leaving the Divine Flame Staff behind, but Su Yen insisted on its potential for repair into a legendary weapon, urging Lin Mayu to find a worthy new owner, enhancing its power with his soul. Lin Mayu agreed, honoring Su Yen's final request. The two left the dungeon, bearing Su Yen's hopes. Ningyi sighed softly. Senior Su dedicated his entire life to the human race. Lin Mayu nodded. It's because of predecessors like him, who shed their blood, that our race survives under the threat of the abyss. I believe we will only grow stronger and, one day, counterattack the abyss. I believe it. He spoke the last part to himself, firmly convinced. As Lin Mayu and Ningyi emerged from the dungeon, they drew considerable attention. They're out. Looks like they cleared the dungeon. Impressive. First, he soloed the Hell-level sentry dungeon, shown on the battlefield, survived the Flame Demon King's attack, and now cleared the Hell-level Stage 3 dungeon. I can't fathom how he does it. His class is exceptional, and he supposedly has talents to boot. It's beyond envy. Comparisons can be frustrating. Is the gap between classes really this vast? That's what life-oriented classes often say. The onlookers gazed at Lin Mayu with admiration. Among those at Stage 3 were many who had fought in Stage 1 and recognized Lin Mayu. His exploits had been thoroughly investigated. Shi Xingyan and his group had already exited and were waiting at their original spot. Upon seeing Lin Mayu, they waved him over. As Lin Mayu approached, Shi Xingyan handed him a skewer of grilled meat. Come, tell us about the hell-level difficulty. Lin Mayu replied softly, it's not much different from the Nightmare Dungeon, and briefly described the notable distinctions. Hearing about a 100-meter-tall boss in the Hell-level dungeon, Shi Xingyan swallowed hard, thinking he would be left half dead, if not worse, if he were stomped on. His teammates exchanged glances, equally intimidated. Learning there was a second boss with silence, control, and formidable magic shields, Shi Xingyan abandoned any notion of attempting it. He knew how to handle such bosses. The team needed at least 2 supports positioned separately to immediately dispel negative states. But finding well-coordinated supports was often impossible. We'll stick to Nightmare, hell isn't for us, Shi Xingyan quipped self-deprecatingly. Lin Mayu offered, if you ever need anything, you can find me. Shi Xingyan patted Lin Mayu's shoulder, of course, if we need help, you'll be the first we call. I doubt there's a dungeon you can't solo. His words were part jest, but he knew Lin Mayu would come if truly needed. After chatting for a while, Shi Xingyan asked, Lin, are you going to continue with the hell dungeons? Lin Mayu shook his head. No, Ningyi and I are going to hunt demons in Stage 3 for military merits. With Su Yan gone, Lin Mayu had no desire to re-enter the dungeon, and it wasn't the best for leveling up without using corpse explosion. He preferred finding a suitable dungeon in the Academy's hall. He had already completed Bai Yuan's tasks to acquire elemental and demon crystals. Not rushing to report back, he intended to kill more demons, as military merits were crucial for accessing official facilities and increasing rank to unlock more privileges. After a brief rest, Lin Mayu and Ningyi set off to hunt demons, hoping to encounter a spatial passageway, though such opportunities were rare. Stage 3 wasn't like stages 7 or 8, where demons were more plentiful, making it faster to earn military merits. After Lin Mayu departed, Shi Xingyan and his team stayed put, waiting for the dungeon cooldown. At their level, they could handle some devourers, but swarms of demons would be dangerous. They preferred waiting over risking their lives in Stage 3. Most shared this mindset, knowing only high-level or well-coordinated teams could become demon hunters. Even then, it wasn't entirely safe, teams often perished, including high-level professionals. Liang Yu watched Lin Mayu and Ningyi disappear into the mist, remarking quietly, Lin is impressive, hunting demons in Stage 3 at only level 27. Shi Xingyan replied, able to solo hell-level dungeons, demons are nothing to him. His skeletons are numerous and strong, like an army unto themselves. Liang Yu knew this but sighed, it's a pity his skeletons can't be enhanced with buffs, or they'd be even more formidable. They had seen in previous battles that neither prophets nor legion overlords could buff the skeletons. Shi Xingyan laughed, they're strong enough, any stronger, and he'd be invincible. I pity anyone facing him in the professional tournament. Lin Mayu was in the 20 to 29 level group, where he had no rivals. Liang Yu chuckled, thinking of those poor competitors makes me eager to watch his matches, they'll be spectacular. She anticipated the reactions of those defeated by Lin Mayu, planning not to miss any of his matches. After eating and resting, they closed their eyes, waiting for the cooldown to end. Suddenly, a light illuminated the sky, followed by blaring alarms. Everyone was startled awake, turning toward the source, the nearby human base. Several high-level professionals emerged, shouting, demons incoming, prepare for battle. The loud calls echoed, causing some to stand nervously while others remained unfazed, accustomed to such alerts. Relax, it's probably just a large spatial passageway opening nearby, detected by the base, someone reassured. With the base's guards, it's fine. Maybe 100 demons and a few thousand devourers, easily handled with our numbers. Stay here long enough, and you'll get used to it. It happens once or twice a month, others shared, their familiarity calming the rest. Shishingen drew his knight's sword, cautious in his first such encounter.
The base's guards formed a battle formation, facing the demon's direction. Black mist churned in the distance. "Oh no!"
Liang Yu exclaimed, prompting Shishingen to ask what was wrong. She pointed. Lin went that way.
"What?"
Shishingen broke into a cold sweat, fearing for Lin Mayu against an assault strong enough to mobilize the base's high-level guards, possibly involving high-level demons, whose strength far exceeded lower-level ones.
Liang Yu tried to reassure him. Maybe he changed direction and missed it.
"Let's hope so," Shishingen comforted himself.
Unfortunately, Lin Mayu did encounter the demon wave.
A massive spatial passageway appeared before him, twice the size of the last one he saw. Abyssal energy poured out like black dragons, flooding Stage 3 with devourers.
Soon, many demons with crimson eyes surged through, eager to taste human flesh.
Yet before they could take in the human world, glowing red blades had already descended upon them.
Pain from the blades sent them into a frenzy.
Their ears buzzed as the world sped up, the skeleton warrior's swords struck like lightning, and elemental spells flew even faster.
Why's everything so fast? Where are we? Isn't this the original battlefield?
Under a curse, they slowed, while others seemed faster. Their wings were quickly severed. Lin Mayu allowed no escape by flight.
Hee, I knew we'd find a spatial passageway, Ningyi laughed gleefully.
She'd predicted it moments before, and there it was. Her words seemed prophetic.
Before the demons emerged, the skeleton warriors had encircled the passageway, ready to slaughter however many demons came through.
Cries of pain began, and the first demon fell to the skeletons, followed by a violent explosion. Silence fell over the land before the passageway. The dozen or so demons that had emerged were obliterated.
Killed. Obtained demon essence blood. Killed. Obtained demon essence blood.
Their sergeant badges gleamed, adding 800 more military merits. This time, Lin Mayu refrained from tossing the bodies into the spatial passageway. Instead, he waited for the demons to emerge before swiftly dispatching them, cautious not to summon the Flame Demon King. He understood that his current abilities were no match for the Flame Demon King, as the gap was too vast. His past encounters were mere strokes of luck. Had things gone poorly, he might not have survived. Provoking it again might not see him escape so easily. Although confident he would one day surpass the Flame Demon King, challenging it now would be sheer folly. 2 minutes later, numerous red glows appeared within the passageway again. Eyes, glowing like lanterns, crowded the exit as another batch of demons rushed out, unable to even roar before their consciousness was snuffed out with a resounding boom. "Once the first wave is dealt with, the rest are easy," Lin Mayu remarked, lowering his hand after casting his skill. A single skill was sufficient to annihilate so many abyssal demons effortlessly.
Military merits and experience points were surprisingly easy to earn.
This round netted him another 1,000 merits, totaling 1,800 with the first wave. His sergeant badge shone brightly, a single star now adorning it. With over 10,000 merits, he was now a 1-star second lieutenant. Many demon hunters on Stage 3 spent a year or more to earn 10,000 merits, yet for Lin Mayu, it was so effortless.
Ningyi giggled, "You've become a 1-star second lieutenant, so I'm almost there too."
Their merit points were close, with only about 600 points difference.
With Lin Mayu's rank advancing, Ningyi's wasn't far behind. Lin Mayu smiled, "You should be promoted soon too." Ningyi's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. "What do you mean should? What are you saying?" Lin Mayu paused, realizing the misunderstanding in his words, then chuckled, "I meant your rank can be promoted."
Ningyi, understanding the confusion, huffed lightly, her face still red, and fell silent. Soon, the third wave of demons emerged, meeting the same explosive fate, returning to their demon god.
Ningyi's sergeant badge sparkled, gaining a star.
The larger the spatial passageway, the more stable it was, having lasted over 10 minutes by now, with 6 waves of demons having emerged, about 100 abyssal demons in total, providing over 5,000 merits for each of them. The corpses piled like small mountains outside the passage, prompting the skeleton warriors to clear some away to keep the passage unobstructed. As the space began to distort and grow unstable, Lin Mayu calculated, there should be one more wave. Sure enough, soon enough, pairs of crimson eyes appeared once more, though fewer in number, only 5 pairs, spaced widely apart.
Lin Mayu's heart skipped a beat. High-level nightmare demons.
These high demons were massive, and their own power too great for the passageway to accommodate many at once. Upon emerging, they would lead the previously released demons, summoning devourers to assault the human professionals on stage 3, likely targeting the nearby dungeon entrance.
Even from afar, abyssal demons could sense the presence of human professionals.
But they were unfortunate to encounter Lin Moyu, who had laid a trap for them.
Finally, the last big haul arrived.
4 high-level demons entered the original battlefield through the passageway, only to be hit by an explosion before they could react. The 4 demons cried out simultaneously, flung backward. As high demons, their power, attributes, and vitality far exceeded ordinary demons, surviving the first blast. They smelled the scent of demon corpses. Something was wrong. Everyone who came before had died.
Boom! Another violent explosion hit them.
Lin Moyu gave them no chance to resist or struggle, following up with 2 successive corpse explosions. Their mission failed before it even began, and the 4 demons departed the world with endless frustration. Killed. 4 identical notifications appeared in succession, instantly adding 2,000 merits.
Abyssal blade demons.
Each with 8 arms shaped like sharp blades, formidable in battle.
Unfortunately, they hadn't even swung a blade before dying.
The spatial passageway twisted violently, undulating like water. Although more crimson eyes appeared behind the passage, its instability deterred them from advancing.
You won't come, will you?
Lin Moyu smirked, motioning for 2 skeletons to toss 2 abyssal blade demon corpses into the passageway.
As they entered, the skill activated.
Faint screams echoed from beyond the passage, followed by notifications. Killed. Killed.
A dozen in succession.
They each gained 7,000 merits, their sergeant badges glowing fiercely.
A new star appeared on the silver badges,
22,000 merits, 2-star second lieutenant.
The final wave was a massive success. Ningyi jumped with joy. I'd been promoted. I became a father so soon? Is it a boy or a girl? Lin Moyu teased.
Ningyi's excitement abruptly halted, her face flushing crimson. With a huff, she turned away, refusing to acknowledge him.
Usually slow to react, today he was quick-witted. It was just a slip of the tongue.
With her face still red, Ningyi's small hand was suddenly enveloped in his warm grasp.
Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Let's go.
Ningyi, head bowed and face flushed, didn't resist, allowing Lin Moyu to lead her away. The spatial passage burst like a bubble, leaving behind only demon corpses. Near the Stage 3 world dungeon, hundreds of professionals stood ready, waiting for demons that never came. The base's alert was certain, a large spatial passage had indeed appeared nearby.
But where were the demons? With the passage gone, where had they all gone?
The base guards advanced toward the passageway's former location, with professionals following suit. After a while, they encountered the scene of countless corpses, piled high as if deliberately arranged.
What happened here? Who did this, slaughtering so many demons? Not just ordinary demons, but high-level ones too.
I recognize these as abyssal blade demons, tough opponents, yet they died so easily.
Could some powerful figure have passed by and casually wiped them out? Such speed!
These demons barely resisted, killed instantly.
Shingen and his group exchanged glances, sensing the scene's familiarity.
Liang Yu speculated hesitantly, could it be Lin's doing?
Shingen replied gravely, very likely. Lin's skills could achieve this.
I worried for him earlier, but it seems unnecessary.
Lin wouldn't hunt demons here without confidence. The group relaxed, and Shingen declared, let's head back and continue leveling in the dungeon.
Once we reach level 35, we can become demon hunters and earn merits too.
Agreed.
They quickly returned, preparing to enter the dungeon later.
Others examined the demon corpses, finding no clues, and eventually retreated.
At least the demons were dealt with, which was no bad thing. Slaying demons was the duty of all humanity. In the days following, Lin Moyu and Ningyi roamed the depths of Stage 3 but didn't encounter another spatial passageway. They settled for hunting lesser demons, mostly devourers. After 4 days, their merits increased further, with Lin Moyu reaching 24,311, still short of a 3-star second lieutenant. Ningyi, nestled beside Lin Moyu, softly said, we should return tomorrow.
The professional tournament was 3 days away.
Tomorrow, they'd return to the Xiaojing Academy, rest for a day, then join Zhang Taotao and others to head to Nanhong City for the tournament. Lin Moyu agreed. They'd been out for 7 days, tasks completed, and it was time to go back, especially to report to the Xiaojing Academy. Gazing at the sky, Ningyi lamented, it's a pity we can't see stars or the sunrise here. Lin Moyu patted her head, Nanhong City is by the sea, we can watch the sunrise there.
Ningyi's eyes sparkled, there's a small island near Nanhong City with a dungeon.
At its deepest point is a tall mountain where the sunrise is said to be the most beautiful.
Lin Moyu smiled. Alright, we'll go there.
Such a small wish was easy to fulfill.
Buzz. A vibration sounded.
The two exchanged glances, simultaneously retrieving the fixed point teleportation stone given by Mo Yun.
Battlefield Ghost King. Ning Yi gasped. Let's go.
The Battlefield Ghost King, a level 39 world-class boss, was notorious for its elusive nature, randomly appearing between battlefields 1 to 3 and vanishing after just 30 minutes. Tracking it down was a formidable challenge, making it one of the least frequently slain bosses globally. This time, it appeared in Battlefield 2, and Mo Yun happened to discover it. However, another group had also located it, a team of 12 professionals launching an assault on Mo Yun.
Arrows rained down, and the mage's skills exploded in dazzling displays, resembling fireworks in the sky. Mo Yun, riding a unicorn, weaved through the air, evading attacks.
The unicorn, enveloped in a glowing orb, akin to a mage's magic shield, blocked attacks while retaliating with holy energy orbs.
Unfortunately, two knights in the professional team alternated to block Mo Yun's attacks.
Though individually less powerful than Mo Yun, they had numbers and were well coordinated, while Mo Yun was alone, resulting in a stalemate. Mo Yun found herself entangled, unable to break free, while an 8-person team had already headed to engage the Battlefield Ghost King. If the Ghost King were defeated by them, it would be at least a month before its next appearance.
Mo Yun frowned, showing a hint of urgency. Why aren't they here yet?
She had called for Lin Moyu and Ning Yi, hoping Lin Moyu's strength might turn the tide. Just then, the space beside her warped, and Lin Moyu and Ning Yi teleported in. Spells flew at them, and archers unleashed a rain of arrows. Mo Yun directed her unicorn to shield them, yet not all attacks could be blocked, and some landed on Lin Moyu and Ning Yi.
Their skeletal armor glimmered. We're under attack already? Lin Moyu asked.
Mo Yun expanded the glowing orb surrounding her unicorn, enveloping Lin Moyu and Ning Yi, blocking all attacks and allowing them to float mid-air. As their vision cleared, Lin Moyu surveyed the surroundings.
What's happening, Sister Yun? Ning Yi inquired.
I found the Battlefield Ghost King, and the Dynasty Guild happened to be nearby, so. Mo Yun's explanation was brief, but the situation was clear, contesting for a boss. Such occurrences were common in the wild, especially for a world boss that dropped Nirvana Soul Crystals, a coveted prize for any guild. Lin Moyu recalled the Dynasty Guild from the incident at the West Sea Mine dungeon, his expression cooling as he eyed the attackers below. The attire was familiar, they were indeed from the Dynasty Guild.
It's them. Ning Yi was curious, you've encountered the Dynasty Guild before?
Lin Moyu briefly recounted the events at the dungeon entrance, where he was focused on leveling up for his entrance to the Xiaojing Agricultural Academy, viewing any interference as hostile. The Dynasty Guild was notorious among professionals for their bullying tactics, and blocking dungeon entrances was a plausible act for them.
Ning Yi chuckled, they must have blocked the dungeon entrance for the Goblin King ring. What a pity!
Lin Moyu had already clashed with the Dynasty Guild, and meeting them here again felt inevitable. The world is small, he thought, as a hint of a smile appeared on his lips, his demeanor growing colder.
Lin Moyu! A sudden shout of anger rose from below.
Lin Moyu spotted Wang Jihao, staring at him with intense hatred.
What's he doing here? Ning Yi asked, puzzled. Lin Moyu recounted the incident during the examination, explaining Wang Jihao's resentment.
Ning Yi scoffed, a coward afraid of death, no wonder he got such poor reviews.
Mo Yun whispered, he's the vice president of the Dynasty Guild.
They're here for him to obtain the Nirvana Soul Crystal.
Lin Moyu understood, the Dynasty Guild aimed for Wang Jihao's legendary class transformation at level 40.
But Wang Jihao was only level 20, such foresight seemed premature. In the distance, the sound of skills exploding indicated the Dynasty Guild's team was engaging the Battlefield Ghost King.
Mo Yun's face showed concern, what should we do now? She was uncertain, knowing Lin Moyu was strong but unclear of his full capabilities.
The Dynasty Guild's team comprised professionals ranging from levels 35 to 38, a formidable challenge for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu considered his options, go stall the other team.
Don't let them easily defeat the boss. I'll handle these people and catch up with you later. Mo Yun nodded, alright, even if I can't take down the boss, neither will they.
Dropping to the ground quickly, Mo Yun urged, be careful, before charging toward the boss on her unicorn. The Dynasty Guild members moved to intercept, but Wang Jihao commanded, ignore her, deal with Lin Moyu first.
As the vice president, Wang Jihao's words were almost law.
Besides, Lin Moyu seemed an easier target than Mo Yun,
being only level 27 with Ningyi at level 26. Their team, aside from Wang Jihao, consisted of 11 members ranging from levels 35 to 39. Handling a level 27 newcomer like Lin Moyu seemed effortless. Wang Jihao blared at Lin Moyu, his anger escalating. Lin Moyu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you know? You went to the Xiaojing Academy, and I had nowhere to go. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have received poor reviews. If not for you, the provincial top scorer should have been mine. His voice rose to a frenzy, his emotions spiraling out of control. Red light flared around him, inadvertently triggering his berserk state, indicating his poor control over his class skills. As a berserker, managing his emotions was already challenging, leading to frequent outbursts, especially after the exam. He blamed all his failures on Lin Moyu. Such people were truly pitiable. Ningyi remarked, "This guy isn't right in the head." Failing to enter the Xiaojing Academy is his own problem, not anyone else's. Lin Moyu agreed, indeed, not quite normal. Initially unsure of Wang Jihao's deep-seated hatred, Lin Moyu now understood it stemmed from jealousy. In essence, a narrow-mindedness. Wang Jihao, further provoked, shouted, "What are you standing around for? Kill him." A knight from the team, level 38 and clad in golden gear, immediately charged at Lin Moyu, launching a charge skill. Knights, with their high strength and constitution, boasted formidable combat power. This knight's basic strength attribute exceeded 4,000, surpassing 10,000 with equipment and buffs far beyond Lin Moyu's level. To Wang Jihao, it felt like overkill, an easy victory. Despite Lin Moyu's prowess, he was just a newly transitioned professional. Wang Jihao envisioned Lin Moyu's defeat, a cruel smile on his lips, resembling an abyssal demon. As the night closed in, a skeletal warrior appeared before Lin Moyu. The skill activated, and the greatsword glowed red. The knight's expression changed drastically, sensing imminent danger, instinctively raising his shield. The level 27 skeletal warrior, with a formidable 22,500 strength attribute, boosted its skill by 200%, overwhelming the knight's defense. With a loud crash, the knight was flung back, heavily injured from a single blow, to everyone's shock. Wang Jihao's smile froze, disbelief etched on his face. The team's healer quickly cast skills to aid the knight. Wang Jihao, recovering, commanded, "Archers, mages, kill him." Spells and arrows rained down. The team comprised 2 knights, 3 supports, and 7 attackers. Excluding Wang Jihao, there were 3 archers and 3 mages, formidable firepower. Lin Moyu snorted, and in an instant, a swarm of skeletal warriors charged forward, followed by skeletal mages casting spells. Fire, explosive flames. Water, ice storm. Wind, tornado. Lightning, thunderous strike. In a flash, over 100 spells surged forward, engulfing Wang Jihao's team. The mage's magic shields shattered almost instantly. The archers activated evasion skills, deftly maneuvering through the barrage, but the spells included area attacks, leaving no room to escape. The knights shielded the supports behind them, while healers frantically cast healing spells. Screams echoed as the skeletal mages focused their skills, severely injuring team members. The most unfortunate was Wang Jihao. Despite his berserk state boosting his defense, his low level only 20 left him gravely injured, barely clinging to life thanks to a knight's shield. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Why does he have mage-type summons? Wang Jihao muttered, as if deranged. Then, skeletal warriors appeared before them, raising their blades high. Although the skeletal warriors took considerable time to deal with a boss, that's because a boss's vitality is incredibly high. The life force of a boss is dozens to hundreds of times greater than that of a knight of the same level. Even with equal constitution, the damage inflicted over the same time span would require much longer to defeat a boss. Knights dueling a boss of equal constitution without a healer's support would also fall. It's not a matter of lacking attack power but rather the vast difference in life force. Therefore, skeletal warriors were far more effective against professionals than bosses. After several skill attacks, the knight was nearly at his limit. He used his last-ditch survival skill, Extreme Defense. The healer cast healing spells promptly, but even so, it only bought a little time. They were surrounded by skeletal warriors, with no way to escape. The second wave of magical attacks descended. Screams echoed as the healer's skill lagged, and a mage fell to the ground. Through a gap, Wang Jihao saw Lin Moyu raise his hand, recalling the terrifying skill Lin Moyu had used in the conquest space. No! His scream was drowned by explosions. After a loud blast, only 2 knights remained alive, saved temporarily by their extreme defense skill. but it was only a matter of time.
The knights looked at Lin Mayu in terror, unable to comprehend how a level 27 professional could be so powerful.
Upon seeing the sergeant insignia on Lin Mayu's shoulder, they realized their fate was sealed. A 2-star second lieutenant required over 20,000 military merits, a testament to slaying countless demons and monstrous creatures.
Truly, they had kicked an iron wall, one bristling with lethal spikes. Meanwhile, the Dynasty Guild's other 8-member team was battling the Battlefield Ghost King. This team was evidently stronger than Wang Jihao's.
Leading them was a high-level knight, a second-tier advanced professional at level 42.
A master and a grand elder responsible for healing, both also advanced professionals, were part of the team. The other members were level 39, making the task of defeating the level 39 Battlefield Ghost King manageable.
Mo Yun harassed them from the air, but with limited effect. The level 40 second-tier master turned to engage Mo Yun.
His powerful skills could nearly shatter Mo Yun's protective light orb in 2 hits. Moreover, he wielded several area attack skills, effectively pinning Mo Yun and preventing her from reaching her potential. Though this slowed their boss killing speed, as long as the knight could hold out, attrition would eventually wear down the boss.
Mo Yun grew increasingly anxious.
Suddenly, she received a party invitation from Lin Mayu.
Without hesitation, she joined Lin Mayu's team.
Done already, she wondered as she glanced down, seeing Lin Mayu and Ning Yi approaching, accompanied by several skeletons. The skeletons were carrying bodies. The bodies of the knights from the earlier team.
Mo Yun turned to look at the distant battlefield.
No one was standing, only a pile of corpses lay scattered.
They really killed them. Mo Yun shuddered.
Despite her aloof demeanor, she'd never actually killed anyone, only battled monsters. Hearing Lin Mayu talk about killing people, she had been skeptical.
Now, witnessing it firsthand, she realized it was true.
While she was in shock, a massive fireball exploded beside her, sending both her and the unicorn flying.
Although unhurt, she was left in a disheveled state.
The master who had blasted Mo Yun sneered, mocking her perceived overconfidence. Suddenly, he noticed something flying towards him.
It seemed to be a corpse.
The master wasn't certain, it was a dark mass, trailing blood mid-flight. The corpse landed at the master's feet, and the stench of blood overwhelmed him.
Dynasty Guild's uniform, it's one of ours.
His eyes narrowed with a chill running down his spine. But it was too late, the corpse exploded violently.
The master's magic shield shattered, and he was thrown back.
The entire team was caught in the blast, and then another corpse was hurled over, detonating above them. Knights were known for their resilience among professionals, and using their corpses for explosive attacks was devastating.
After 2 consecutive explosions, only the knight, who was far enough away, survived unscathed. Mo Yun was stunned, her entire being numb with disbelief.
The boss team she had no means against was effortlessly wiped out.
How is this possible? Did I fall under an illusion spell? Are these people truly dead?
Questions swirled as Mo Yun struggled to comprehend.
The knight holding off the boss shouted, "Grand Elder, heal me."
Despite his cries, no healing spells landed on him.
The boss's relentless attacks meant he couldn't last long without a healer.
Desperate, he activated his last resort skill, Extreme Defense, boosting his defense to its peak. Even the boss couldn't significantly harm him. Seizing the moment, he turned to see the cause of the delay, only to be met with a chilling sight. The team was gone, replaced by a swarm of charging skeletons.
What are these? Where did the skeletons come from? Where's the team? His instinct was to flee.
A low hum echoed as a large red glow appeared above. The boss's speed and his own slowed drastically. A red shackle hovered over them both. A curse. Moving in slow motion, he was quickly surrounded by skeletal warriors. The skeletal warriors unleashed a barrage of skills upon him. Under the curse's control, he couldn't dodge. Though still in extreme defense mode, the skeletal warriors' ferocious attacks significantly shortened the skill's duration.
In panic, he realized escape was impossible, trapped by the encircling skeletal warriors.
Their relentless strikes kept eroding his defenses until the extreme defense was about to end. In desperation, he invoked Group Protection. A protective orb enveloped him, similar to a mage's shield, serving as a last-ditch effort.
Corpses flew overhead, followed by deafening explosions.
The first blast shattered the protective shield.
The second inflicted unprecedented damage, leaving him with a sliver of life.
With the third explosion, his consciousness faded, his life extinguished. With his death, the Battlefield Ghost King lost its target and screeched, setting its sights on Lin Mayu. The triple corpse explosions had wounded it significantly, making Lin Mayu its primary target. The Ghost King transformed into smoke, bypassing the skeletal warriors to appear before Lin Mayu. As it shifted to smoke, the curse's power dissipated, and upon returning to solid form, it seemed to devour the curse entirely.
A massive palm descended upon Lin Mayu. "Watch out!"
Mo Yun snapped from her shock, calling out in warning. Yet Lin Mayu stood firm, confident in his skeletal armor.
Battlefield Ghost King, World Boss. Level 39. Strength 25,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 20,000. Constitution 25,000. Skills: Void, Bewitch, Life Drain. Traits: 50% physical damage reduction, 50% increased holy damage. Lin Mayu had already used his detection skill en route to assess the Battlefield Ghost King's attributes, gaining a clear understanding of its capabilities. Its attributes surpassed those of the skeletal warriors in strength and constitution. Coupled with a 50% physical damage reduction and formidable vitality, the skeletal warriors would need time to wear it down. As long as it lacked control-type skills, there was little to worry about. Lin Mayu acted as a tank, with skeletal warriors relentlessly assaulting the Battlefield Ghost King while skeletal mages continuously cast spells. The boss was engulfed by both physical and magical attacks. Mo Yun was amazed by the strategy and joined the fray, her unicorn launching holy attribute attacks that dealt 50% more damage to the Ghost King, proving effective. In just half a minute, the damage the Battlefield Ghost King sustained exceeded what the previous team had managed in over 10 minutes. It let out a soul-piercing scream, its bewitched skill affecting Mo Yun, who lost focus mid-air, her gaze turning vacant. The unicorn's neigh jolted Mo Yun back to her senses, startling her with the realization of being bewitched. She glanced at Lin Mayu, seemingly unaffected, as was Ningyi. Their skeletal armor glistened, repelling the bewitching skill. The Battlefield Ghost King then activated Life Drain. Invisible chains latched onto the group and skeletons, attempting to siphon their life force. The skeletal armor glowed brilliantly, thwarting the Ghost King's attempt to drain any life force. Mo Yun's unicorn similarly protected her with its light orb. As for the skeletal warriors, lacking life force meant there was nothing to drain. The Battlefield Ghost King roared in frustration, its life force rapidly dwindling. Though it repeatedly became incorporeal, only delaying the inevitable, its void skill rendered it immune to physical attacks and absorbed curses. However, the skeletal mage's skills still harmed it, even in its void state. Lin Mayu would reapply the slowing curse as soon as the void state ended. With skeletons immune to all negative states and the skeletal armor negating the Ghost King's powers, Battlefield Ghost King found itself thoroughly countered. It grew increasingly weakened. Mo Yun felt a surge of excitement, clenching her fists. Finally, it's done. Mo Yun had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Otherwise, she would have already reached level 40 and undergone her second job change. Everything else was ready, she was just waiting for the soul rebirth crystal. Saying she wasn't nervous or excited would be a lie. With this crystal in hand, she had a 60% chance of achieving job elevation, transforming from a holy summoner into a sacred spirit summoner. Her attributes and power would significantly increase. Most people only know about the 5 levels of professions: low, medium, high, rare, and legendary. However, even within legendary professions, there are tiers. Her holy summoner was only a lower tier legendary profession. Above it were middle tier and high tier levels. These higher tiers cannot awaken during the first job change ceremony, they require job elevation during the second or third job changes. This is true for everyone. Second job change, Sacred Spirit Summoner, I must achieve it. The glory of the family will be carried on by me, Mo Yun thought, clenching her fists, her gaze fixed on the Battlefield Ghost King. The Ghost King was about to die, and the soul rebirth crystal was almost within reach. Her palms were slightly sweaty, and her heart raced audibly. Finally, with a sharp cry, the Battlefield Ghost King was slain. Killed Battlefield Ghost King, experience plus 2,600,000. Obtained Ghost King Dagger. Obtained Ghost King Longsword. Obtained Ghost King Crystal. Obtained Soul Rebirth Crystal *5. Ghost King Dagger, Assassin Class Exclusive Platinum Grade Weapon, all attributes plus 800, Assassin skills increased by 60%. Special skill, Void. Void, become immaterial for 30 seconds, immune to physical attacks, cooldown 5 minutes. Obtained Ghost King Longsword, Swordsman Class Exclusive Platinum Grade Weapon, all attributes plus 800, Swordsman skills increased by 60%. Special skill, Bloodthirsty Strike.
Bloodthirsty Strike, attack based on own strength, absorbs life force to heal self, cooldown 5 minutes. Ghost King's Heart, main material for crafting Ghost King jewelry. Soul Rebirth Crystal, increases the chance of job elevation during the second job change. The Battlefield Ghost King, as a world-class boss, though only level 39, could still drop platinum-grade weapons. Unlike golden weapons, platinum weapons not only offer greater attribute boosts and skill enhancements but often come with special skills. These skills are random, even identical platinum weapons may have different skills. Some skills are so powerful that, despite lesser attributes, they make the weapon top tier. Conversely, some skills are so poor that the weapon is subpar compared to top-tier golden weapons like the Hell Outpost set. The Ghost King dagger obtained this time had the Void skill, which was quite a formidable skill. Being immune to physical damage for 30 seconds is akin to having a 30-second invincibility against purely physical classes, a god-tier skill. Lin Mayu tossed the dagger to Ningyi, delighting her. She could see the value of the Void skill. "This is for you," Lin Mayu said, handing Mo Yun a Soul Rebirth crystal. It was agreed beforehand that she would only take one crystal and nothing else. In Mo Yun's eyes, the Soul Rebirth crystal's value exceeded everything else. Carefully, Mo Yun stored the Soul Rebirth crystal and remarked, "We're lucky to have also obtained the Ghost King's heart. It's the main material for the Ghost King necklace, a valuable boss accessory." She glanced at Ningyi. "If you need an alchemist." Ningyi giggled, "No need, Lin Mayu is a disciple of the White God. We can leave such things to Lord White God." Mo Yun was taken aback, not expecting Lin Mayu to have such a status. The White God wasn't an ordinary figure, and it was unheard of for him to take disciples. But Ningyi wouldn't lie, and Lin Mayu's capabilities indeed qualified him. Mo Yun continued, "You killed people from the Dynasty Guild, including their vice leader. They won't let this go easily. Don't reveal the Ghost King's items, or it'll cause trouble. Even if you have the White God's protection, they might not act openly, but in secret, who knows?" Lin Mayu was already cautious. He acted decisively, leaving no information leaks. The only potential issue was the Ghost King series weapons, which were rare and could easily trace back to him. The Dynasty Guild's leader was a top-tier professional with 3 job changes. If he came after Lin Mayu doubted he could withstand it. Ningyi stuck out her tongue, "Then I won't use this weapon." Lin Mayu nodded, "Thank you." The 3 quickly left. Soon, the original battlefield would consume the corpses, leaving no trace. As long as Lin Mayu remained cautious, the Dynasty Guild would find it difficult to track him down. When the Battlefield Ghost King was slain, many nearby received a corresponding notification. Battlefield Ghost King has been slain, Ghost King's heart has dropped. Whenever a world boss is killed, nearby individuals receive this message. The news spread far, reaching those in battlefields 1 to 3. Many were astonished. "Oh my, the Battlefield Ghost King was killed. The Ghost King isn't hard to kill, just hard to find. I wonder which team was so lucky." Not hard to kill? It's a level 39 world boss, it can't be that easy. Teams have found the Ghost King before but failed to kill it and were counter-killed. Do you think world bosses are a joke? The Ghost King isn't as easy as it looks. Its skills can absorb life force, making it tough. Amidst the discussions, no one realized Lin Mayu's skeletons countered the Battlefield Ghost King, preventing it from absorbing life force and making it much easier to handle. Soon, the news reached Wang Wei. Hearing that the Battlefield Ghost King was slain brought a hint of joy to his eyes. He knew his guild was searching for the Ghost King to find a Soul Rebirth crystal for Wang Zhihao. Disappointed by his son's poor exam results, Wang Wei saw a chance for redemption if his son could achieve job elevation during his second job change, transforming from a rare to a legendary profession, a potential comeback. He also intended to train Wang Zhihao at the original battlefield, ensuring his safety with a team. Assuming the Ghost King was slain by his guild, Wang Wei began planning how to find an alchemist to craft boss jewelry for his son. However, Lin Mayu and Ningyi returned to Fortress 1 via teleportation stone, first checking the exchange. All previously consigned equipment was sold, even the expensive Hell Outpost shield. Hell Outpost gear sold exceptionally well. After collecting the gold, they had over 200 million coins. The journey had been fruitful, a rank promotion, gaining Soul Rebirth crystals, and the Ghost King's heart. They visited the military exchange, spending military merits on basic recovery potions, which were highly effective, surpassing health and spirit potions but available only for military merits. Priced at 100 merits per bottle, they were costly. Finally, the duo returned to the Summer Capital Academy via the teleportation array. Ningyi nestled against Lin Mayu, eyes closed, enduring the discomfort of teleportation, feeling much better in his embrace. Back at the White God's courtyard, Meng Anwen remained seated, eyes occasionally twitching as if witnessing something amusing. By a Yuan sip tea, the day after tomorrow is the professional competition. Lin should be back by now. I wonder if he completed the task I gave him. He teased, "Old Meng, can't you take a peek for me?" Meng Anwen replied softly, "Peeking spoils the fun. Keep it mysterious." Bai Yuan didn't buy it. "You've already peeked, haven't you?" Meng Anwen chuckled, not confirming or denying. Bai Yuan knew pressing further was futile, but Meng Anwen's demeanor suggested Lin Mayu and Ningyi were fine. That was enough. As he pondered, energy fluctuations outside the courtyard signaled Lin Mayu's return. "Lin's back," Bai Yuan noted, aware of every presence in his domain. Lin Mayu entered, "Greetings, Lord White God, Lord Meng." Bai Yuan, now solemn, asked, "Did you complete the task?" Lin Mayu nodded, presenting the elemental and demon crystals. "Mission accomplished." Bai Yuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Well done." His gaze shifted to Lin Mayu's sergeant insignia, and his expression changed, blurting, "Did you stir up the demon's nest?" Second lieutenant with over 20,000 military merits. Even Bai Yuan was taken aback. He knew Lin Mayu was accompanied by Ningyi. Killing an ordinary demon below level 40 only yielded 50 military merits. Just ordinary demons. If it wasn't that he stirred up the demon's lair, then what else could it be? Lin Mayu honestly said, "I killed some high-level demons." "What?" Bai Yuan nearly jumped out of his seat. High-level demons weren't something you could just kill easily. Killing even one was no easy feat, let alone several. Meng Anwen also showed interest. "Lin, tell us what happened." Lin Mayu recounted how he blocked the demon's door and bombed them. Bai Yuan burst out laughing, slapping his thigh. "That's hilarious. Who would have thought you could do that? The Flame Demon King must be furious, failing to kill you twice." Meng Anwen couldn't suppress a smile. "Well done, you can keep doing that in the future." Lin Mayu nodded. "Lord White God, Lord Meng, I encountered the Divine Flame Master Su Yan in the Battlefield World No. 3 dungeon." Su Yan, the Divine Flame Master. This time, Bai Yuan really jumped. "What did you say? You met the Divine Flame Master Su Yan?" Bai Yuan was both excited and agitated. Even Meng Anwen opened his eyes to look at Lin Mayu with an inquisitive gaze. Lin Mayu recounted his experience in the dungeon. After listening, Meng Anwen turned to Bai Yuan, barely suppressing laughter. Bai Yuan rolled his eyes. "If you want to laugh, just laugh. Holding it in is unhealthy." Finally, Meng Anwen couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. It was rare to see the usually composed Meng Anwen laugh so freely, leaving Lin Mayu puzzled. Meng Anwen, after laughing, said, "So, in Su Yan's eyes, you're just a nobody." Bai Yuan huffed. "Back then, I hadn't achieved job elevation, so being underestimated was normal. Su Yan was a figure from many years ago, before Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen were even born." Bai Yuan had also ventured into the Battlefield World No. 3 dungeon during his growth, even clearing it on hell difficulty, though he wasn't alone then. Su Yan didn't appear at that time. Perhaps Bai Yuan was just another nobody in Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan had said he would rather let things rot in his hands than give them to a nobody. Bai Yuan huffed. "You didn't even go through the hell difficulty, right?" Meng Anwen shook his head. "I've never tackled hell difficulty." Bai Yuan was too upset to speak further. His growth was a miracle, overshadowing everyone of his time. Yet, even he wasn't acknowledged by Su Yan, showing how high Su Yan's standards were. Meng Anwen extended his hand, handed over. Lin Mayu was momentarily confused, unsure of what to hand over. Bai Yuan clarified, "Bring out the spatial crystal. You wanted to make an abyss teleportation stone, right? No need to find someone outside, the best candidate is right here." Lin Mayu quickly understood and produced the spatial crystal. Meng Anwen took the crystal, and a small tower appeared in his hand. Xinxia Tower. Lin Mayu was slightly taken aback. The renowned Xinxia Tower was in Meng Anwen's possession. He knew Meng Anwen was formidable, being on the same level as the White God, yet Meng Anwen kept a low profile, with few knowing his profession. A beam of light shot from the Xinxia Tower onto the spatial crystal, inscribing mysterious runes on its surface before they sank into it. The crystal transformed, its once gem-like clarity fading, sealed into the form of a teleportation stone. To the eye, it looked like any ordinary teleportation stone, but it could reach the Abyss world. Meng Anwen tossed the Abyss teleportation stone back to Lin Mayu. "It's done.
I've included the coordinates of the human world inside. You can use it to travel between the human world and the abyss. However, the space energy is limited, each use requires a 1-hour interval.
Wherever you teleport to in the abyss, you'll return to the same spot. This stone allowed two-way travel to the abyss, and only Lin Maoyu could use it, making it incredibly precious.
Thank you, Lord Meng. Lin Maoyu expressed his gratitude sincerely.
Bai Yuan commented, keep that talent divine stone safe, it'll be crucial for your third job change. Also, bring out the divine flame staff.
I'll see if someone can repair it.
Lin Maoyu immediately handed over the divine flame staff. As a legendary weapon, if it could be repaired, it would be immensely powerful. With few legendary weapons among humans, having one more was significant. Lin Maoyu then presented something else. Lord White God, I have something else to trouble you with. The Ghost King's heart was like the finest diamond, pure and flawless. When Lin Maoyu first obtained it, he was equally surprised.
Who would have thought a ghostly boss could drop such a beautiful gem? Bai Yuan wasn't surprised this time. The Ghost King's heart, huh?
You killed the battlefield Ghost King, so you got the soul rebirth crystals too, right? Lin Maoyu nodded, 5 in total, 1 to Mo Yun, 1 to Ningyi, and 3 with me.
Bai Yuan knew of Mo Yun. Heh, the Mo family girl has high ambitions.
Stuck at level 39 for over a year just for the soul rebirth crystal. Job elevation isn't easy, but with the Mo family's capability, she has at least a 60% chance.
Meng Anwen interjected, with your ability, White God. Naturally, better than the Mo family. Bai Yuan trailed off, realizing something. Old Meng, that's not fair.
Meng Anwen continued, you wanted to compete with the old man.
If you can't even do this, what do you have to compete with?
I heard the old man brought out his treasure already.
Bai Yuan looked incredulous, really? Would I lie? Bai Yuan took a deep breath, I've never been inferior in my life. If the old man is going all out, I'm not afraid.
Lin, give me 2 soul rebirth crystals. I'll help you prepare for your second job change. I can't guarantee anything else, but I'll ensure you have an 80% chance of job elevation and a 30% chance to awaken a second talent.
Lin Maoyu was shocked.
Such high probabilities were unheard of.
Mo Yun only claimed a 60% chance of job elevation, and awakening a second talent wasn't even a consideration, with odds less than 10%. Talent awakening was rare, and a second talent even rarer, with exponentially declining odds. Bai Yuan continued, it's a pity this is your second awakening.
If it were your first, I'd have a 90% chance of awakening your talent.
Lin Maoyu pondered.
His talents came from the system.
Does this count as his first awakening? If not, does he then have a 90% chance during his second job change?
The thought made him excited and hopeful.
If he succeeded, he might become the second 3-talent professional in human history. Looking at Bai Yuan's somewhat pained expression, Lin Maoyu knew Bai Yuan might incur significant costs for his job change. Coupled with what Bai Yuan had done for him before, Lin Maoyu felt deeply moved and respectfully saluted Bai Yuan. Thank you, Lord White God. Meng Anwen shook his head, still calling him Lord White God?
He glanced at the teacup on the table, hinting at something.
Bai Yuan sat upright, unusually proper.
Lin Maoyu immediately understood, picked up a teacup, and offered it to Bai Yuan.
Disciple Lin Maoyu greets the teacher. Bai Yuan accepted the cup with satisfaction and drank it in one go.
Lin Maoyu refilled the cup and saluted again.
Disciple Lin Maoyu greets the teacher. 3 bows, 3 cups of tea. Lin Maoyu offered 3 cups, and Bai Yuan drank each one.
From that moment, Lin Maoyu was truly Bai Yuan's disciple. Lin Maoyu felt warmth in his heart. Besides his grandmother, sister, and Ningyi, he had another family member in the world. This teacher was not just any teacher, a mentor was like a father, a true family member.
Good, you've worked hard these days. Go back and rest well.
Tomorrow, you should set off for Nanhong City.
Our academy has arranged accommodations there for the professional competition. Perform well and bring back a championship.
Lin Maoyu nodded, rest assured, teacher.
Bai Yuan advised, don't be careless. Although you're strong, there are countless professionals in the world. Some may cause you trouble. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit.
I understand, Lin Maoyu replied.
Bai Yuan was pleased with this attitude.
This was what he wanted, to never underestimate any situation.
After Lin Maoyu left, Bai Yuan smiled contentedly, extremely satisfied with his disciple. Meng Anwen also smiled, you're happy now, aren't you? Bai Yuan scoffed, happy my foot. I've spent almost all my savings. Heh, you're being disingenuous. Mang Anwen knew Bai Yuan too well. His demeanor betrayed his inner joy. Bai Yuan said, I don't care. You must help me this time. I can't be outdone by the old man. All right. Mang Anwen didn't refuse, he was also pleased with Lin Mayu. Mang Anwen casually mentioned, there's something Lin didn't tell you.
He and Mo Yun fought over the battlefield Ghost King and offended the Dynasty Guild, even killing the guild's vice leader.
Bai Yuan frowned, why didn't he say anything?
Dynasty Guild, I could crush them with one hand. Mang Anwen shook his head, he probably wants to handle it himself or doesn't want to trouble you.
He's got some spirit, which is good. Don't interfere, just pretend you don't know.
I'm telling you this so you don't broadcast it and complicate things for your disciple.
Bai Yuan exclaimed, do I look that foolish? Mang Anwen was non-committal, more or less. What do you mean, more or less? Mang Anwen fell silent. Ning Yi went home to show off to her grandfather.
A 2-star second lieutenant, quite impressive, she exclaimed.
After Lin Mayu left the White God's courtyard, he contacted Zhang Tao Tao and set a time to depart the next day. Instead of returning to the dormitory, he used a teleportation array to return to Fortress No. 1.
Many people in Fortress No. 1 were still discussing the matter of the battlefield Ghost King. Lin Mayu listened as he walked, picking up various bits of information.
Did you hear? The president of the Dynasty Guild is here, and he's furious. I heard too.
Their team was looking for the battlefield Ghost King, and they got wiped out. Exactly, the battlefield Ghost King was taken down by someone else, and the Dynasty Guild's team disappeared.
If they weren't wiped out, what else could it be?
The Dynasty Guild suffered a significant loss this time. I heard even the vice leader, who was training, died. Having lost his son, the president will surely go mad.
I wonder who did it. Whoever did, I'd say good job.
They always bully us freelancers.
The Dynasty Guild had a terrible reputation among professionals. Most were happy to see them suffer. Lin Mayu knew this wouldn't be the end of it.
Investigate all you want, he thought, as long as I don't get exposed. He felt no regret for killing Wang Zihao. Spending military merits at the official skill training ground, Lin Mayu began summoning skeleton warriors. 100 skeletal mages were enough, leaving space for 30 more summons, which he planned to fill with skeleton warriors. 10 skeleton warriors per round, followed by meditation to restore his mental power. The military skill training ground was far superior to the academy's basic skill training hall, requiring just over an hour for a full mental recovery. 3 hours later, Lin Mayu left the military skill training ground. His summoning space was full, 170 skeleton warriors and 100 skeletal mages, a veritable army. Each was a top-notch fighter, instilling great confidence in Lin Mayu. After completing this, he returned to the Xiaoqing Academy. Having been on the third battlefield for days, he hadn't rested well.
That night, he enjoyed a good sleep. Lin Mayu.
As he approached the dormitory area, he saw Xia Yang, Feng Xiu, and Zhuo Mei walking together with 2 others, a knight and a support.
Xia Shui asked, where have you been? We haven't seen you for days.
Lin Mayu replied calmly, I went to the third battlefield. Feng Xiu was shocked, incredulous, you actually went to the third battlefield. Then he noticed the insignia on Lin Mayu's shoulder and immediately stood at attention, saluting Lin Mayu, Private Feng Xiu, reporting to the officer. The others looked at Feng Xiu, puzzled.
Xia Shui asked, what are you doing?
Feng Xiu explained, he's a second lieutenant, and I'm a private.
When you see an officer, you salute. He pointed to his own shoulder, showing a plain white insignia, the mark of a private.
Lin Mayu had always felt that Feng Xiu had a unique aura, different from ordinary people. So, you're from a military family, Lin Mayu observed.
Feng Xiu nodded, yes, the sacred sword Feng family. Our ancestors were all soldiers, generation after generation. Lin Mayu asked, what are you planning to do now?
Xia Shui answered, we're heading to Nanhong City tomorrow, so we're practicing our tactics for a good performance. With you leveling up so fast, we have no choice but to work harder. Lin Mayu smiled slightly, do your best, you'll surely achieve great results.
After Lin Mayu left, Feng Xiu couldn't help but remark, he's probably the youngest second lieutenant in our Xinsha Empire. Xia Shui didn't understand, is becoming a second lieutenant hard?
She knew nothing about the military.
Feng Xiu sighed, very hard.
Killing a demon below level 40 earns 100 military merits. A second lieutenant needs at least 10,000 military merits, and he's a 2-star second lieutenant, meaning at least 20,000 merits.
Difficult, isn't it? Many level 40 professionals haven't reached second lieutenant. The group was amazed. They knew from their education that demons were incredibly powerful. Killing just one was challenging, let alone hundreds. This wasn't just difficult, it was extraordinarily so. Feng Xiu wondered, how did he achieve that?
The next day, Ningyi came early to have breakfast with Lin Mayu. She was in a very good mood, clearly having had a pleasant time at home.
I really scared my grandpa yesterday. Ning Tian was indeed shocked by Ningyi.
In just a few days, she had gone from a private to a 2-star second lieutenant, astounding.
Ningyi wasn't a top-tier professional who could wipe out swaths of demons with one skill.
She was only level 26.
Lin Moyu chuckled, and then?
Ningyi, while chewing food, said, then I told him what had happened these past few days, and my grandpa got angry, saying he wanted to demolish White God's house.
What was this about? Why demolish White God's house? Lin Moyu couldn't understand. Was there any causal relationship here?
Ningyi explained, Grandpa was upset that White God sent you to such a dangerous place, and I tagged along without telling him.
So that's how it was.
Lin Moyu laughed quietly.
But it's okay, they've been bickering for years. They're used to it.
A few days ago, they even went to the Guro Holy See, leveled it, and killed that Ragas guy.
Lin Moyu was speechless. Bai Yuan hadn't mentioned any of this. No doubt, it was all for his sake.
Bai Yuan was very kind to him, and Lin Mayu was aware of that. Ningyi had also told Ning Tian about killing Wang Zihao, instructing him to keep it secret.
Ning Tian readily agreed, knowing the serious consequences otherwise.
After breakfast, Ningyi bought a bunch of food, reasoning that she might not like the food in Nanhong City and it was better to be prepared. Lin Mayu let her be, it wasn't a big deal. As one of the few super cities in the Xinxia Empire, Nanhong City was comparable to the capital, Xiaking City. Hundreds of teleportation arrays were lined up, with countless professionals constantly arriving through them. For the 100th professional competition, the Xinxia Empire had made extensive preparations, constructing numerous facilities to accommodate professionals from around the world. Accommodations and food were ample and of the best quality, all provided for free, demonstrating the empire's immense power, vast and unmatched by small nations.
So many people!
Ningyi exclaimed, wide-eyed with curiosity. She had never seen such a scene, with countless professionals milling about.
Zhang Taotao laughed, this is just the under 40 level professionals. Those over 40 are elsewhere, and there are just as many.
For professionals, reaching level 70 and completing the third transition might be difficult, but most could achieve the second transition. Thus, professionals below level 70 made up over 95% of the total. The competition was only for those under level 70, divided into groups by 10-level increments for fairness. The rules had been in place for hundreds of years, and it was the 100th edition, no one questioned them anymore. Zhang Taodao, who had thoroughly researched the competition rules and accommodations, led the group to the Xiaking Academy's base, explaining the competition details along the way.
This year's event is grander than any previous one.
According to incomplete statistics, over 100,000 teams will compete. The group was astonished.
Ningyi stuck out her tongue, so many people. How long will it take to finish?
Lin Mayu couldn't help but pat her head. The empire's leadership had surely considered this issue and developed a plan.
Zhang Taodao smiled, that's why there will be a preliminary round tomorrow.
Only teams that pass the preliminaries will continue.
Although the exact preliminary rules are unknown, the Empire announced that over 90% of teams will be eliminated. I suspect the preliminaries will be tough, so we need to be prepared.
Ningyi calculated, even if 90% are eliminated, there will still be 10,000 teams.
That's a lot. Niaoyu giggled, the Empire said over 90%. 99% is still over 90%. Zhang Taodao added, the Empire also stated that all teams will face the same difficulty in the preliminaries.
It's all about real strength, with no room for luck.
The Empire has promised absolute fairness in the competition.
With 3 women chatting away, there was no chance for Lin Mayu or Duan Gao to get a word in. Lin Mayu, not much of a talker, listened quietly.
Duan Gao tried several times to speak but was repeatedly shut down by Miaoyu.
Eventually, he resigned himself to listening quietly. The Xiaking Academy had over 100 teams competing, each with 5 members, an impressive contingent. Lin Mayu scanned the crowd but was disappointed not to find Lin Mohan.
Noticing his disappointment, Ningyi took his hand, don't worry, you'll find her. Lin Mayu nodded, maybe she hasn't arrived yet. The group reached the Xiaking Academy's base.
For this competition, the Xinxia Empire had built numerous bases for professionals to stay.
Zhang Taotao handled the paperwork and distributed room keys.
Each accommodation had 5 separate rooms, perfect for their group. After settling in, they went outside to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The base was bustling with professionals, all under level 40.
Higher-level professionals had separate bases. Ningyi came running over. I asked around. Elite Academy teams aren't here, but they are confirmed to participate.
After the preliminaries, when the competition officially starts, we can watch.
The list will be out by then.
Ningyi had gone out of her way to inquire, knowing Lin Mayu wanted to find Lin Mohan.
Thank you.
Suddenly, a voice of discontent came from nearby. If you're going to show off your affection, do it elsewhere. If you're going to get a room, do it inside, don't block the way here.